Lin Chao, a mere employee, found himself embroiled in a scandal involving a brick and a compromising situation with a superior. After facing retaliation and isolation from his colleagues, he unexpectedly ascended the ranks, flourishing in both career and fortune, surrounded by stunning women. A seductive CEO texted him at midnight. "You rascal, come give me a massage." A pure schoolgirl clung to him, breathless. "Be good, I've really thought about it." The renowned Diva boldly declared, "I want to bear Lin Chao's child." Who says a lowly employee cannot possess love? Lin Chao is determined to conquer the most exquisite beauties and savor the sweetest affection. Chapter 1. Is this really happening? Let me in. Please don't. Be good. I've craved you for so long. Just agree to me today. If you make me feel good, they'll protect you at work, promotions and raises will be guaranteed. Come on, beauty, hee. No, please spare me, I beg you. After 2 exhausting hours of overtime, Lin Chao arrived at the underground parking lot, ready to drive home, when he noticed a car nearby, swaying incessantly, muffled cries of a woman emanating from within. Under the dim glow of the streetlight, he discerned a graceful silhouette pressed against the window, struggling, while a shadowy figure behind her groped her. Recognizing the voice of the woman, Lin Chao's eyes widened in disbelief. It was Lu Yun, his colleague, a quintessential beauty, with a delicate oval face, willow-like brows, a tall figure, fair skin, and long legs. She epitomized Lin Chao's aesthetic desires, bringing joy to anyone who gazed upon her. Not only Lin Chao, but others in the office were captivated by Lu Yun, often clustering around her, particularly an older colleague named Wang, who, under the guise of work, would stand too close, his gaze lingering inappropriately. Lin Chao scoffed internally, wondering how a man of his age could lack ambition. Unlike himself, who, despite having a prime position across from Lu Yun, remained composed, even when she occasionally neglected to wear a proper cover-up. However, Lu Yun's allure was undeniable, especially since her husband was away, making the circumstances ripe for temptation. Yet, to his horror, this national goddess was on the verge of being assaulted. A man's lewd voice broke the tension. "Sweetheart, I can't hold back anymore. Hurry up. Please don't. I'm not that kind of person. I beg you to let me go." The woman's pleas mingled with her sobs. The car shook more violently. Realizing the man was none other than his boss, the market department head, Chao Chong, Lin Chao's anger surged. Chao Chong, a quintessential incompetent, was notorious for his predatory behavior toward women, having harassed nearly every female employee, some of whom he had even taken to bed. Lin Chao, known for his straightforward nature, had thwarted Chao Chong's schemes multiple times, earning the latter's deep-seated animosity, which resulted in Lin being burdened with extra work. Lin Chao loathed him intensely. To think this man would now attempt to violate a goddess. Lin Chaos blood boiled, and he prepared to charge in to rescue her. Yet, as he took a couple of steps, he hesitated. Confronting Chao Heedin would likely cost him his job. Graduating from a third-rate university, securing any employment was a challenge, especially with a hefty mortgage looming over him. However, he could not stand idly by and watch Lu Yun suffer. In the next moment, he glanced around and spotted a brick at the wall. Murmuring a mantra, he declared, "Watch as I punish the wicked and create a better tomorrow." With a swift motion, he hurled the brick towards the rear window of the Audi. The sound of shattering glass echoed, and Chao Chong's startled voice rang out, followed by the frantic escape of Lu Yun, disheveled and clutching her chest. Seeing her freed, Lin Chao breathed a sigh of relief and stealthily made his exit. As he distanced himself, he heard Chao Chong's furious outburst. "Who dares to ruin my plans? I will find out who you are." Cursing the balding man under his breath, Lin Chao opted not to drive home, instead walking back. Yet not far from the exit, he heard a voice calling. Lin Chao. Turning, he saw Lu Yun rushing towards him, her shirt partially undone, revealing glimpses of her form. Feeling the heat of her gaze, Lin Chao's heart raced, his thoughts momentarily distracted by her vulnerability. Lu Yun, noticing his stare, blushed and quickly adjusted her collar, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Lin Chao. If it weren't for you." The memory of her earlier distress brought a pallor to her face, causing her to shudder. Her pitiful demeanor only heightened her allure, and Lin Chao, yearning to comfort her, quickly suppressed the urge, realizing she was in a fragile state. Fearing a confrontation with Chao Chong, he gently pulled Lu Yun into a nearby alley and said, "Lu Jia, we're colleagues, it's only right to help. No need for thanks. It's late, you should head home." As he turned to leave, she grasped his sleeve, breathlessly imploring, "Lin Chao, I feel unbearably hot, my heart is racing. I think I'm ill, and I can barely stand. Please, take me to the hospital." Under the streetlight, Lin Chao observed her flushed face and rapid breaths despite the cool night. She was drenched in sweat, clearly unwell. A thought struck him, and he tentatively asked, "Lu Jia, did Chao Chong give you something to drink?" She nodded. "He offered me a cup of tea when I visited his office." Lin Chao's expression hardened. "That tea was tampered with. He must have drugged you. That if we don't act quickly, your temperature will continue to rise, leading to severe illness or worse." Horrified at the gravity of the situation, Lu Yun's eyes glistened with tears as she pleaded, "Lin Chao, please, take me to the hospital. I can't stand." Lin Chao, resolute, replied, "We're colleagues, it's no trouble. I know some traditional medicine. Come to my place, I can help you detox." She readily agreed, following him to his home. Once there, Lin Chao helped her to the sofa and retrieved silver needles from his bedroom to assist her. However, upon entering the living room, he was taken aback. Lu Yun was tearing at her clothing in distress, exclaiming, "It's too hot. I can't bear it." Her top was nearly torn open, revealing a sight that left Lin Chao momentarily speechless. What he had only glimpsed in the office now lay before him in full view of VIP experience indeed. His mind raced with tumultuous thoughts, however. He quickly recalled that Lu Yun had been drugged and was in no condition to be engaged with if he were to act upon her. It would render him no different from that scoundrel Chao. With this thought in mind, he hastily composed himself, took a jacket, and draped it over Lu Yun's shoulders, observing her flushed cheeks and rapid breaths. Lin Chao realized that the effects of the drug had fully taken hold of her. With no time for acupuncture, he resorted to a more direct approach. Lifting Lu Yun and carrying her to the shower, he turned on the faucet, cold water cascading down, drenching her head and body. "I'm sorry, Lu Jia," Lin Chao said apologetically. "This is the only way to bring you back to your senses. Please bear with me." And no sooner had he spoken than Lu Yun could no longer withstand it. She abruptly clung to Lin Chao, her voice trembling as she uttered, "Cold, so cold." Lin Chao attempted to push her away, but in the next moment, he froze entirely. Lu Yun's clothes were thoroughly soaked, clinging tightly to her form. Though not entirely clear, the sight was undeniably tantalizing, almost driving him to madness. Having never encountered such a situation, a fierce fire ignited within him. Unable to hold back any longer, he embraced Lu Yun fiercely, one hand clumsily slipping beneath her clothing. Under the influence of the drug, Lu Yun had completely lost her self-control. She let out a soft moan, melting into Lin Chao's arms, her rosy lips pouting as she trembled closer to him, inching nearer. Chapter 2. The Mysterious Gift from the Beautiful Disciple. Lin Chao found himself utterly devoid of rational thought. Suddenly, he lowered his head and captured Lu Yun's crimson lips, poised to delve deeper. However, as he leaned forward, he inadvertently positioned himself beneath the shower, and the cold water cascaded over him. Lin Chao shivered, finally regaining his senses. He hastily pushed Lu Yun away and turned to exit the bathroom, shutting the door behind him. If he were to take advantage of her in such a state, Lu Yun would undoubtedly despise him for eternity. Before long, Lu Yun emerged from the bathroom. Lin Chao noticed her complexion had returned to normal, and he breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the effects of the drug had subsided. Yet, upon seeing Lu Yun in her bathrobe, Lin Chao's gaze became fixed. The robe was excessively loose, revealing her delicate collarbone and ample fair skin, which was unmistakably visible. It appeared her intimate garments were soaked and unwearable, leaving the bathrobe inadequately fastened, allowing Lin Chao an unobstructed view. Realizing Lin Chao's unwavering stare, Lu Yun blushed and lowered her head, saying, "Lin Chao, my clothes are soaked. Could you find something for me to change into?" Lin Chao snapped back to reality, his face flushing crimson as he quickly diverted his gaze, agreeing to help her. He led Lu Yun back to his bedroom, found an outfit of his own, and handed it to her before turning to leave, shutting the door behind him. However, after taking a few steps, he recalled that his girlfriend had left clothes at his place. He hurriedly retraced his steps, pushed open the door, and exclaimed, "Sister Lu, I just remember my girlfriend has clothes here. You might find those fit you better." But before he could finish his sentence, he froze in place. Lu Yun had already discarded her bathrobe, revealing her exquisite form completely before Lin Chao's eyes. Having never encountered such a sight, Lin Chao felt an overwhelming rush of heat flooding his body. Lu Yun quickly grabbed her bathrobe and draped it over herself. Lin Chao, regaining his composure, turned away, his cheeks aflame, saying, "Sister Lu, I didn't mean to intrude. I just wanted to find you something suitable to wear." "It's all right. You can come in," Lu Yun replied, her face still flushed. Lin Chao entered to find clothes for her, then hurriedly exited, his heart racing as he recalled the view he had just witnessed. Sister Lu's figure is truly magnificent. Before long, Lu Yun emerged, now dressed, and sincerely addressed Lin Chao. "You are a good person, Lin Chao. I will be grateful to you in the future." With that, she bid farewell and departed. Lin Chao returned to his bed, his mind filled with the enchanting image of Lu Yun. Reflecting on her words of gratitude, he felt a surge of excitement. A bond had been formed, and who knows what the future might hold. That night, Lin Chao dreamt of Lu Yun, who lay beside him, unadorned. The following morning, Lin Chao arrived at the office early, eagerly glancing at Lu Yun's workstation. Not seeing her, he instead found Chao Chong, whose expression was dark and brooding. As Lin Chao pondered why Chao Chong had arrived so early, the latter hurled a stack of documents at him, barking, "What on earth was that planning proposal you crafted yesterday? It was utterly worthless, unable to produce even a decent planning proposal. What right do you have to occupy this position? I have already coordinated with the Human Resources Department. You are to leave the Marketing Department and report to the Security Department." With that, he slammed the door and left. Lin Chao was left bewildered by Chao Chong's thunderous tirade. How had he found himself relegated to the Security Department? In the past, due to his forthright manner, Chao Chong had often made things difficult for him. Lin Chao had toughened up and grown accustomed to it, but he never anticipated that today this man would so brazenly cast him aside to the Security Department. Anger surged within him, and he turned to confront Chao Chong, but after a few steps, he halted. This man was determined to make his life miserable. Confronting him would only lead to further humiliation and be utterly futile. Remembering how this fellow had pushed him to the brink, Lin Chao clenched his teeth in indignation. "Chao Chong, this grudge shall not be forgotten." Suppressing his rage, he turned to a striking young woman beside him and said, "Xiao Yu, please help me pack my things." Having been ousted, he resolved to leave, sparing himself the ridicule of his colleagues. However, Song Xiao Yu shook her head and replied, "Teacher, Director Chao has assigned me a lot of tasks today. I truly have no time." Soda. Lin Chao was taken aback by her response. Song Xiao Yu was his intern. He had imparted his knowledge to her wholeheartedly, even shielding her from Chao Chong's occasional harassment. He had treated her as family. Yet today, when he asked for a small favor, she flatly refused, clearly eager to distance herself now that he had fallen from grace. He could overlook the indifference of other colleagues, but her behavior struck a deep chord within him. He cast a cold glance at Song Xiao Yu, then proceeded to shove his belongings into a battered cardboard box and walked out. Lin Chao carried his things to the security office, piled them beneath the desk, changed into a security uniform, and took his post at the entrance. Reflecting on the most glorious 3 years of his life dedicated to the company, he felt a surge of anger at being cast aside for offending Chao Chong. What a bitter joke! Many colleagues passed by, casting him sidelong glances filled with a mixture of pity and curiosity. Lin Chao felt like a monkey on exhibit at a zoo, utterly humiliated, wishing he could vanish into the ground. To think that a once prominent planner had fallen to such depths ignited an inferno of rage within him. Was he truly destined to endure this humiliation? Did he have to serve this insufferable leader? No more. He would change jobs. In the past, he had adapted to this monotonous routine like a donkey in a mill, enduring the bullying from Chao Chong. But now that his roots had been severed, what was there to endure? He gritted his teeth in determination. "Chao Chong, one day I shall surpass you. When I rise again, I will certainly pay a visit to your wife and daughter." With that thought, he turned to change his clothes and initiate his resignation. Just then, Lu Yun hurried in from outside, approaching Lin Chao with a worried expression. "Lin Chao, I took sick leave due to a cold, and upon hearing about your reassignment at home, I rushed over. You have been transferred here, undoubtedly because Chao Chong has learned of last night's events and seeks to retaliate against you. This predicament is entirely due to your willingness to assist me, which has caused you trouble. Therefore, I am resolute in my intent to seek justice on your behalf. Do not fret, simply await my return." With that, she turned and hurried towards the office building. Seeing Lu Yun, despite her frail condition, come specifically for him, Lin Chao felt an overwhelming warmth in his heart. There exists genuine affection in this world. Although he was acutely aware that Lu Yun's efforts to seek assistance would likely be futile, her heartfelt consolation during a time when he felt utterly abandoned was more than sufficient. As he gazed at Lu Yun's retreating figure, he murmured, "Sister Lu, your kindness is etched in my memory. If ever the opportunity arises, I shall repay you." With Lu Yun having expressed her sentiments, Lin Chao felt embarrassed to leave immediately, remaining there in contemplation. It was not until 3 o'clock in the afternoon that Lu Yun finally returned from the office building in a hurried manner. Her steps were noticeably lighter, and in certain moments, she seemed to bounce joyfully like a little rabbit, creating a pleasing sight. Witnessing this uplifted Lin Chao's spirits immensely. She dashed to Lin Chao's side, her face alight with joy as she exclaimed, "Lin Chao, you can return to the marketing department and serve as the project team leader." Lin Chao, wearing a wry smile, shook his head. "Sister Lu, Chao Tuho has gone to great lengths to expel me. How could I possibly be reinstated in the marketing department? Spare me the empty reassurances." Lu Yun quickly clarified, "What I say is the truth. Old Zhang has been dismissed, and you're to take over his position. The notification will arrive shortly." No sooner had she finished speaking than the director of the general office called Lin Chao. "Lin Chao, due to company requirements, you are being reassigned to the marketing department to replace Zhang Wenyuan as project team leader. Congratulations on your promotion." Lin Chao stood frozen, phone in hand. How could Chao Tuho, so determined to make his life difficult, have relinquished his grip so swiftly and even granted him a promotion? What was the meaning of this? He turned to Lu Yun, anxiously inquiring, "Did you speak with Chao Chong and promise him something in exchange for my reprieve?" Surely, someone as cunning as Chao Tuho would not let him off so easily without some form of gain. "No." Lu Yun hastily shook her head. "I intended to plead with Chao Chong, but he was preoccupied with meetings and I never managed to see him. Then I heard the news of your promotion." Lin Chao was even more bewildered. If it wasn't T. Lu Yun, then who had intervened on his behalf? He racked his brain, struggling to deduce the answer. Noticing Lin Chao's dazed expression, Lu Yun cheerfully urged, "It's too hot outside. Gather your things, and let us return to the marketing department." Lin Chao snapped back to reality, nodded, and entered the security room to collect his belongings before departing alongside Lu Yun. They would investigate this matter later. He was determined to uncover the identity of his benefactor and express his gratitude. Turning to Lu Yun, who was perspiring profusely, he sincerely said, "Sister Lu, thank you for your comfort and support during my most trying times." Lu Yun looked at Lin Chao and playfully asked, "How do you intend to show your appreciation?" Hearing Lu Yun's ambiguous remark, Lin Chao regarded her intently. Her words clearly held deeper meaning. Realizing her statement could be misinterpreted, Lu Yun quickly added, "How about treating me to dinner tonight?" Lin Chao's expression darkened, and he casually remarked, "So this is what it is." Lu Yun tilted her head, casting a glance at Lin Chao, and playfully inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, Lin Chao felt as though his thoughts had been laid bare, and his face instantly flushed crimson. Observing Lin Chao's awkward demeanor, Lu Yun's lips curled into a smile as she gathered her belongings and made her way toward the office building. Upon returning to the marketing department office, Lin Chao lingered at the entrance, exhaling a long breath, declaring to himself, "I, Hu Huan-san, have returned." As he pushed the door open, his colleagues promptly rose from their seats, eagerly showering him with compliments. "Team Leader Lin, congratulations on your promotion." "Team Leader Lin, we all recognize your capabilities. Your ascent to this position is well-deserved. Brother, congratulations." Seeing the sudden shift in their demeanor, Lin Chao felt an urge to berate them. Just moments ago, when he was at his lowest, in need of their support, they had all distanced themselves, offering not even a word of comfort. Now, witnessing his resurgence, they flocked to him, eager to curry favor. Did they not possess any sense of dignity? Nevertheless, he refrained from expressing his frustration. As the project team leader, he would require their support moving forward. Offending them would leave him isolated and powerless. Moreover, as a newly appointed leader, he needed to maintain a certain composure. Thus, he chuckled and replied, "It is all thanks to everyone's encouragement. I hope for your continued support in the future." The group nodded in agreement, assuring him, "Rest assured, we will diligently support Team Leader Lin's endeavors." Lin Chao, wishing to avoid the unpleasantness of their insincere flattery, made his way to his new office. At last, he had an independent workspace, no longer needing to squeeze in with those he held in disdain. More importantly, his salary had increased significantly, allowing for greater financial freedom. No wonder everyone relished promotions and pay raises. This feeling was absolutely exhilarating. Upon entering his office, he noticed Lu Yun organizing his belongings. Seeing the woman who had provided him with the most support and warmth that day, Lin Chao felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He swiftly closed the door behind him and urged, "Sister Lu, you should take a break. I can handle this myself." Lu Yun turned to face him. wiping the sweat from her forehead, and smiled. "It's nothing. This little bit of work won't tire me out." Yet, moments later, she raised her hand to her head, frowning as she remarked, "Why do I feel so dizzy?" Before she could finish her sentence, her body swayed perilously, and it seemed she was about to fall. "Sister Lu, be careful," Lin Chao exclaimed, rushing to catch her as she collapsed into his arms. Cradling the exquisite beauty, he felt a rush of exhilaration. The sensation of holding her was simply delightful. Lu Yun struggled to lift her head to look at Lin Chao, her voice weak as she said, "Lin Chao, I feel really dizzy." Only then did Lin Chao realize the seriousness of the situation. Noticing her flushed cheeks and the heat radiating from her body, he quickly responded, "Sister Lu, your cold seems severe. I have some medicine for it. You should take a dose." Lin Chao gently embraced Lu Yun, assisting her to a seat beside the sofa. He then sought out some cold medicine and fetched a glass of water, testing the temperature to ensure it was just right. He approached Lu Yun, saying, "Sister Lu, I possess some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. Allow me to give you a massage to expedite your recovery." As he spoke, he extended his hand towards her xiphoid process. Lu Yun, observing Lin Chao's hand approaching her chest, felt her cheeks flush a deep crimson. Shyly, she protested, "Lin Chao, this is the office. We cannot." With some difficulty, she rose, her steps somewhat unsteady as she made her exit. Watching Lu Yun's retreating figure, Lin Chao was perplexed. He merely intended to provide her with a massage. Why such a reaction? Yet, recalling the location of the xiphoid process, he suddenly understood. Lu Yun must have misconstrued his intentions, believing he sought to take advantage of her. However, his sole desire was to offer her some relief. Soon, his mind wandered back to Lu Yun's earlier remark, and his heart began to race. If this place was inappropriate, could it be acceptable elsewhere? An inexplicable anticipation stirred within him. As Lin Chao was lost in thought, Song Xiao knocked and entered, promptly shutting the door behind her. Approaching Lin Chao, she smiled and exclaimed, "Teacher, congratulations on your promotion. This afternoon after work, I shall treat you to dinner in celebration. You must not refuse, for I have a mysterious gift for you." With that, she playfully bent at the waist, hands clasped behind her back. As Song Xiao bent, her attire stretched, revealing a stunning vista from her neckline, captivating Lin Chao entirely. However, he quickly averted his gaze, inwardly chastising her for distancing herself when he was downcast, only to reappear now that fortune smiled upon him. Such superficiality was truly unbecoming. Enraged, he thought, Song Xiaoya, a person of such shallow pursuits deserves to face consequences. With a sudden calmness, he replied to her, "Very well, let us dine together this evening." Song Xiaoya's face lit up with a joyful smile. "All right, teacher, see you after work." She turned and cheerfully walked away. At the door, she hesitated, then turned back to Lin Chao, somewhat bashfully saying, "Teacher, when you asked me to tidy up this morning, I was genuinely quite busy. I hope you won't hold it against me." Lin Chao snorted inwardly, feeling as if she had pricked his heart into a frenzy. Now, expecting to simply move on with a few casual words? How naive. Though turmoil raged within, he maintained a facade of indifference, replying, "That was a trivial matter. I had forgotten it long ago. You may return to your duties." Song Xiaoya appeared visibly relieved, nodding before she turned and left, gently closing the door behind her. The moment the door clicked shut, Lin Chao's expression turned icy, teeth clenched in silent fury. "You shall pay for this insolence, you wretched woman." At that moment, Lu Yun re-entered, her face alight with happiness as she said, "Team Leader Lin, with your recent promotion, your salary has increased significantly. Congratulations. If it weren't for your support and comfort, I doubt I could have held on much longer. I must express my gratitude." Lin Chao greeted Lu Yun and invited her to sit on the sofa. Just as she was about to speak, his gaze inadvertently drifted to the enticing view revealed by her collar, instantly captivating his attention. How exquisite! However, he quickly regained his composure and averted his eyes. If he were to act in such a manner, how would he differ from those rascals outside? Moreover, Lu Jie had shown him kindness. Lu Yun, seemingly oblivious to Lin Chao's unusual reaction, smiled and inquired, "Team Leader Lin, do you need something from me?" Lin Chao promptly transitioned to the matter at hand. "Lu Ye, I truly appreciate your assistance this morning. Thus, I propose that you relocate here to work alongside me. This way, we can enhance your work environment and spare you for the harassment of those ruffians outside." Initially, Lu Yun intended to express her reservations, But Lin Chao's last remark struck a chord deep within her heart. She genuinely feared the disturbances caused by those individuals and, with a grateful expression, replied, "Team Leader Lin, thank you so much." Afterward, she exited to move her belongings into the office. Turning to Lin Chao, she suggested, "Team Leader Lin, please allow Xiaoyu to join us as well. She often faces trouble outside." "Don't mention her," Lin Chao retorted, his anger flaring as he recounted the betrayal he had suffered at the hands of Song Xiaoya. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. "Xiaoyu seems rather genuine. How could she behave in such a manner? She's nothing but a shameless hypocrite." Lin Chao gritted his teeth in frustration. Noticing Lin Chao's furious demeanor, Lu Yun quickly asked, "Did you call Xiaoyu in to vent your anger?" Lin Chao shook his head. "No, I merely needed her assistance with some paperwork." Lu Yun sighed in relief, her expression turning approving. "Team Leader Lin, you have truly matured compared to before." Lin Chao regarded her earnestly and declared, "Lu Jie, it is you who has compelled me to grow overnight." Realizing the inappropriateness of his words, he quickly added, "Lu Jie, I meant no offense." Seeing Lin Chao's flustered state, Lu Yun chuckled softly. "This office is quite disorganized. I should tidy it up." Rising to her feet, she began to straighten the space. Today, Lu Yun wore a crisp white blouse, and as she bent down, the fabric strained under the weight of her figure. She paired it with pencil pants, which clung tightly as she turned, accentuating her curves. Yet, Lin Chao quickly averted his gaze, reminding himself of the importance of self-discipline. Later in the afternoon, after work, Song Xiaoya invited Lin Chao to dinner, and a group of colleagues joined in, eager to celebrate his promotion. Witnessing the very individuals who had betrayed him at a crucial moment, now fawning over him, stirred a sense of revulsion within Lin Chao. How utterly shameless. Nevertheless, he nodded in agreement. In the past, his straightforward nature had led to offending Chao Chong, resulting in his demotion to a security guard. The memory of standing at the entrance, feeling like a spectacle and utterly humiliated, still sent shivers down his spine. He resolved never to endure such a fate again and understood the need to navigate social situations more astutely. While he could overlook the actions of these individuals, there was one person whose betrayal he could not easily dismiss. Lin Chao gazed at Song Xiaoya, silently gritting his teeth, contemplating the accounts that needed settling. A group of them arrived at the Hongyun Hotel, entering a private room to take their seats. Before long, dishes and drinks were served, and his colleagues raised their glasses in celebration, offering congratulations on Lin Chao's promotion and urging him to look after them in the future. Some even subtly inquired about the influential figure behind Lin Chao's success. It dawned on him that the true reason for their interest lay in the person supporting him from behind the scenes. Lin Chao clenched his teeth inwardly, realizing the harsh reality of their motives. Ultimately, he laughed it off, deflecting their inquiries. To his dismay, he himself was unaware of who had aided him. He resolved to uncover this mystery later, so he could express his gratitude for their timely assistance. The group continued to drink heartily, reveling in the merriment. Noticing Lin Chao's flushed face, Song Xiaoya intervened, playfully saying, "You've all intoxicated our teacher. He can't drink anymore. If he does, he will surely vomit." Rising to her feet, she supported Lin Chao, suggesting, "Let me help you step outside for some fresh air." Once outside the room, she expressed concern, "Teacher, you're unsteady on your feet. Allow me to book you a room so you can rest." Lin Chao inwardly cursed, thinking it was brazen of her to suggest taking a room. Song Xiaoya went to secure a room, and upon returning, guided Lin Chao inside, closing the door behind them. She gently laid him on the bed, saying, "Rest here, teacher. If you need anything, just call for me." As she prepared to rise, Lin Chao felt a surge of irritation. She had already booked the room, yet here she was feigning innocence. He swiftly sat up and wrapped his arms around her slender waist. Startled, Song Xiaoya blushed and exclaimed, "Teacher, what are you doing? Let go of me." Lin Chao, reeking of alcohol, retorted, "Did you not promise me a mysterious gift? I shall accept this gift." With that, he rolled over, pinning her down on the bed. Chapter 4. A Beauty in His Embrace. Song Xiaoya panicked, pushing against Lin Chao and urgently pleading, "Teacher, please don't. My gift isn't this." Lin Chao, unrelenting, replied, "This is precisely it. Cease the pretense." He leaned down, forcefully kissing her cheek while one hand slid beneath her clothing, boldly grasping her. Song Xiaoya froze, ceasing her struggles, tears welling in her eyes as they cascaded down her flushed cheeks. Initially intent on further punishing Song Xiaoya, Lin Chao lost interest upon witnessing her sorrowful expression. He released her and turned to leave. As Song Xiaoya saw him about to depart, she hurriedly rose and called after him, "Teacher, I didn't mean to reject you. I just wasn't prepared for this today." However, Lin Chao ignored her, slamming the door behind him. Descending the stairs, he returned to the private room. Upon pushing the door open, he found Lu Yun clearly overwhelmed by drink, while several colleagues persisted in urging her to drink despite her refusals, showing their ill intentions. Lin Chao scoffed inwardly, thinking, "With me here, they shall not lay a finger on Lu Yun." Thus, he declared, "It's getting late. We have work tomorrow. Let's wrap this up." Reluctantly, the crowd dispersed. At the entrance, Old Wang smiled and remarked, "Team leader, Lu Yun has had quite a bit to drink. You should escort her home. After all, it's the responsibility of leadership to ensure the safety of their employees." The others chuckled in agreement and quickly turned to leave. In the past, these individuals would have vied to accompany Lu Yun, but today they relinquished the opportunity, clearly due to his current standing. One must admit, the privileges that accompany power are indeed delightful. Once everyone had departed, Lin Chao looked at the intoxicated Lu Yun and, with concern, said, "Sister Lu, allow me to take you home." Lu Yun shook her head, raising her glass, and declared, "Team leader Lin, we haven't shared a drink yet. Thank you for standing up for me today. I raise my glass to you." After clinking glasses with Lin Chao, she downed her drink in one go. "Indeed, Sister Lu, it is merely my duty." Lin Chao quickly lifted his glass and drank as well. Lu Yun filled her glass again and raised it towards him, saying, "Team leader Lin, had it not been for your assistance last night, I would have surely been bullied by Chao Chong. Here's another toast to express my gratitude." With that, she tilted her head back and drank once more. Lin Chao's eyes brightened, and he couldn't help but ask, "Sister Lu, did Chao Chong truly not go any further last night?" The moment the words escaped his lips, he felt a pang of regret. His face flushed as he quickly added, "Sister Lu, I've had too much to drink. Please don't think too much of it." Lu Yun glanced at him, biting her lip as she replied, "He tore my underwear. If you hadn't intervened in time, it would have been a different story." Upon hearing this, Lin Chao's mind was flooded with vivid imagery, causing a rush of heat to envelop him. Lu Yun raised another glass towards him, saying, "Come, let us drink again." However, it was evident that she was quite intoxicated, her body swaying unsteadily. "Sister Lu, be careful," Lin Chao exclaimed, stepping forward to steady her. In an instant, she fell into his embrace, her hand inadvertently landing in an intimate place. Lin Chao's eyes widened in shock. How could she have pressed there? Could it be? He gazed at her exquisite face, the alluring view beyond her collar, inhaled her intoxicating fragrance, and observed her inviting posture, igniting a fervent desire within him. He leaned down, prepared to kiss her, but quickly realized that Lu Yun was clearly inebriated. This would be taking advantage of her vulnerability. He fought to suppress his roaring desire and attempted to lift her. But Lu Yun felt as if she had no bones, making it impossible to support her. "Wake up, Sister Lu," he called out, but she remained silent, nestled in his embrace. It dawned on him that she was truly intoxicated. Yet, holding her in this manner was unbearable. He lifted her gently and placed her on a nearby sofa, saying, "Sister Lu, please wait here. I will call a server to assist you out." As he stood to leave, Lu Yun sat up and interjected, "No need for that. I'm feeling much better now. Just help me out." After a difficult rise, Lin Chao hurriedly went to support Lu Yun, and together they made their way outside the hotel. Lin Chao looked at Lu Yun and inquired, "Are you ready to take a cab?" Lu Yun replied softly, her head bowed. Lin Chao then hailed a taxi and assisted Lu Yun into the vehicle. He faintly heard her mumble would. Upon hearing this, Lin Chao was momentarily taken aback. How had he become would? Turning away, he returned home, still puzzled by the meaning behind her words. He took out his phone, where a user with the online name Poor to the Last Penny had a flashing avatar, and a message popped up. "Want to play a game?" Lin Chao replied, "Give me a moment. Brother, I have a question for you." This brother was someone he had met during gaming, and their teamwork had become remarkably seamless, leading them to become close friends who shared everything. Whenever Lin Chao fell down, he would chat with him late into the night. The other party was quite insightful, often providing him with enlightening perspectives. Today, Lin Chao sought his assistance in analyzing a recent predicament. "Go ahead," his friend responded succinctly as always. Lin Chao recounted the situation. "Brother, someone called me Wood. What does that mean?" In reality, he would never have dared to pose such a question, but in this virtual realm where anonymity reigned, his inhibitions vanished. Brother, she's not drunk at all. She's giving you a chance, and you fail to seize it. What else could you be but wood? Poor to the last penny remarked. Impossible. She's a self-respecting woman. Even when the company's leaders tried to take advantage of her, she refused. How could she possibly be interested in someone as destitute as me? Stop talking nonsense. Lin Chao retorted. You've helped her twice. Naturally, she feels grateful and wants to repay you. Her calling you wood is the best proof of that. Do you understand? If another opportunity arises, don't let it slip away, just go for it. Lin Chao was left in disbelief. Am I really that sordid? You truly are wood, came the blunt reply, followed by the avatar going dark. Lin Chao was speechless. That's merely your speculation. Sister Lu has no such intentions. At that moment, Lu Yun initiated a video call, and without a second thought, Lin Chao answered. Upon seeing Lu Yun on the screen, his eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 5. An anticipated journey for two. Lu Yun was seated on her bed, already clad in her pajamas, her figure looking even more alluring and graceful. Lin Chao's eyes were transfixed by the captivating sight before him. So beautiful. Lu Yun smiled at Lin Chao and said, Lin Chao, just wanted to let you know that I've arrived home. Oh, it's getting late. You should rest. Lin Chao stammered, blushing as he regained his composure. Lu Yun nodded, her face radiating gratitude. Lin Chao, I truly owe you one today. Otherwise, I would have been in quite a predicament. Rest assured, I will express my gratitude properly later. With that, she ended the call. Lin Chao held the phone, his mind still occupied with Lu Yun's exquisite face and graceful form, quietly marveling at her undeniable beauty. As Lin Chao recalled her words about the importance of expressing gratitude, he could not help but indulge in fanciful thoughts. What form of gratitude could it possibly take? He lay down on his bed and soon fell into a deep slumber, where Lu Yun once again appeared in his dreams, her countenance shy and devoid of any garments. The following morning, Lin Chao arrived at the office and, upon entering, immediately spotted Chao Chong standing there. A sudden jolt of unease coursed through Lin Chao. This scoundrel's presence could only herald misfortune. Chao Chong looked at Lin Chao with a smile that failed to reach his eyes and said, I need to discuss work with you. He then proceeded into the conference room. Lin Chao furrowed his brow, but ultimately followed. After all, he was the immediate superior and had no grounds to refuse work assignments. Upon entering the conference room, Chao Chong noticed Lu Yun bent over, tidying up. Her silhouette was exquisitely alluring, and a glimmer of avarice flickered in Chao Chong's eyes. Lu Yun, hearing the noise, quickly straightened up. Upon recognizing Chao Chong, a flash of disdain and fear crossed her gaze, yet she suppressed her emotions and greeted, Good morning, Minister Chao. Before taking her seat at the desk, Chao Chong, seeing the woman he had long coveted now confined in the same room with Lin Chao, felt a chill of envy pierce through him. This audacious man, he had initially intended to exchange pleasantries with Lin Chao, but upon witnessing the scene before him, he lost his appetite for niceties and turned to Lin Chao, stating bluntly, the Longxi Bay project requires a planning proposal. You must submit it within 2 days. With that, he spun on his heel and left the room. In that fleeting moment, Lin Chao distinctly perceived a glint of malice in Chao Chong's eyes. Lu Yun rose to shut the door, turning back to Lin Chao with a furrowed brow. Regarding the Longxi Bay project, Team Leader Zhang had already devised several plans, all of which yielded poor results. I heard that the company's acquisition of it is closely tied to this situation. Now Minister Chao has tossed this hot potato into your lap with such a tight deadline. His intentions are clearly sinister. Lin Chao settled into his chair, narrowing his eyes as he replied, Chao Chong would not rest until he has seen me bested. This is merely an opportunity for him to strike again under the guise of work. Even a fool can see through it. Lu Yun looked guilt-ridden. If it weren't for the incident the other night, he wouldn't be targeting you so relentlessly. It's my fault for bringing you trouble. I'm so sorry. Do not say that. Lin Chao shook his head. My intervention was simply a response to his despicable behavior, an act of righteousness on my part. You bear no responsibility. Hearing Lin Chao's words warmed Lu Yun's heart. What a considerate man he was. Lin Chao then addressed Lu Yun. Rest assured, I shall execute this task splendidly. I intend to make Chao Chong regret his actions. At his declaration, Lu Yun's eyes sparkled with hope. Indeed, with your capabilities, success is assured. After a moment's contemplation, she added, Team Leader Lin, may I accompany you this time? I merely wish to offer my insights, but if you find it inappropriate, I will not impose. Of course. It's perfectly suitable, Lin Chao jestingly replied. Who wouldn't he want to embark on a business trip with a stunning beauty? Lu Yun's delicate face flushed slightly as she hastily lowered her head to tidy up her belongings. Observing her shy demeanor and recalling her words of gratitude, Lin Chao's heart raced. Lu Jie had taken the initiative to accompany him on this business trip. Could she possibly harbor some feelings for him? Suddenly, Lin Chao felt an overwhelming sense of anticipation for their journey together. Once Lu Yun had gathered her things, she and Lin Chao departed the office. Lin Chao made arrangements for his colleagues before leaving with Lu Yun. When Song Se noticed Lin Chao was going on a business trip with Lu Yun without even acknowledging her, she stood frozen, her complexion turning ghostly pale. She attempted to catch up to them, but ultimately halted, a bitter smile crossing her face, and her eyes soon brimmed with tears. Upon reaching the underground parking garage, Lin Chao looked at Lu Yun and cheerfully remarked, Lu Jie, your bag seems quite heavy. Allow me to carry it. As he reached for her backpack, intending to sling it over his shoulder, the strap snagged on her clothing, causing her to lose her balance and stumble. In a swift motion, Lin Chao wrapped his arms around Lu Yun's slender waist, drawing her close while he looked down at her with concern, asking, Lu Jie, are you all right? However, at that moment, his gaze widened in shock. The strap had caught on her garment, nearly dislodging it entirely, and Lu Yun, sensing something amiss, felt her face flush crimson. She quickly straightened up, trying to adjust her attire and prepare to leave. Yet, a sharp pain shot through her ankle, prompting her to cry out and fall back into Lin Chao's embrace. Lu Jie, are you okay? He asked, his expression filled with worry. With her cheeks still burning, Lu Yun replied, I think I twisted my ankle, but I'm fine now. She straightened herself and turned toward the car. Lin Chao admired Lu Yun's graceful figure, reminiscing about the intimate moment they had just shared, and he found himself momentarily lost in thought. It wasn't until Lu Yun opened the car door and got in that he snapped back to reality and hurried to the driver's seat. Stealing a glance at her, he was momentarily entranced by her beauty. Lu Yun distinctly sensed Lin Chao's intense gaze upon her, her cheeks flushing deeper as she quickly turned her head towards the window. Realizing he had been caught, Lin Chao felt embarrassed and promptly started the car, avoiding her eyes. In his fluster, his hand mistakenly fumbled while shifting gears, landing on Lu Yun's thigh instead. Chapter 6. A massage for the beauty. Feeling the smoothness beneath his fingers, Lin Chao was momentarily stunned. The sensation was exquisite. However, he quickly recovered, retracting his hand in embarrassment and stammering, I apologize. I misjudged the gear shift. Lu Yun observed Lin Chao's awkward demeanor, the corners of her lips curling into a subtle smile before she shifted the conversation. Lin Chao, why does Minister Chao seem to have his sights set on me? Firstly, because Chao is quite the lecher, and secondly, is due to your beauty. What man could resist a stunning woman? Lin Chao replied candidly. Moreover, your assets are quite impressive, which can be quite irresistible to any man. Upon uttering those words, Lin Chao promptly closed his mouth, realizing the undeniably teasing undertone that had slipped forth. However, Lu Yun turned her head to gaze at him, tilting her little head and inquiring, Lin Chao, do you like me? Startled, Lin Chao's hand trembled, nearly steering the vehicle into a ditch. He managed to steady the wheel and turned to face Lu Yun, his eyes filled with incredulity. In his mind, Lu Yun had always embodied a bashful persona, and he could hardly fathom her daring to utter such bold words. Momentarily stunned, he was at a loss for how to respond. Observing Lin Chao's flushed face, Lu Yun teased, weren't you quite audacious when you were sneaking glances at me? Why the sudden timidity now? Lin Chao was utterly petrified. He had not anticipated that the familiar Lu Yun would speak so brazenly. Yet, recalling her earlier remark, he felt akin to a thief caught red-handed, his face burning with embarrassment. Seeing his crimson cheeks, Lu Yun erupted in a laughter. I was merely joking. Why are you so shy? I'm not holding anything against you. A long sigh of relief escaped Lin Chao. It turned out to be a jest. Watching her laugh with such vibrancy caused his heart to race wildly. This business trip was certainly shaping up to be intriguing. The pair soon arrived at the Longxi Bay project office, where they met with the project manager, Guoqing. Guoqing greeted them warmly, ushering them to sit and pouring tea before diving straight into the matter at hand. Team leader Lin, you are familiar with the situation regarding this project, correct? Lin Chao nodded. He had participated in several planning sessions at the behest of Old Zhang, granting him a comprehensive understanding. Ling Yun Group was a diversified enterprise engaged in various industries, and the real estate division he worked for, Lingyun Real Estate, was a subsidiary. The Longxi Bay project was a development within the new district, surrounded by several other companies' properties. Lacking any distinctive features, Longxi Bay had suffered dismal sales, teetering on the brink of failure. Guoqing, looking at Lin Chao, began to lament, "We have implemented all the strategies proposed by team leader Zhang, yet reducing prices and promotions have yielded no advantages. Collaborating with third-party agencies has brought in scarcely any clients. We've tried every promotional tactic, from family activities to gifts for viewing, but nothing seems to attract buyers. Sales are abysmal. The higher-ups have issued me an ultimatum. If I cannot meet the targets, I will be packing my bags. I am utterly distraught." He grasped Lin Chao's hand, saying, "Team leader Lin, when it comes to planning prowess, you are the gold standard. I am placing all my hopes on you this time." Guoqing's words, characteristic of a salesman's fervor, ignited a fire in Lin Chao, who confidently replied, "Rest assured, Manager Guo, I will do my utmost." Guoqing nodded, smiling. "No need for formalities. Just call me brother since I'm a few years your senior." He then rose, opened a drawer, and produced 2 envelopes, placing them before Lin Chao and Lu Yun. "This small token of appreciation is just a gesture from me. Please use it for a meal." Upon observing the thickness of the envelope, Lin Chao instinctively guessed it contained at least 10,000 yuan. He quickly shook his head and said, "Brother Guo, we are merely performing our duties. We absolutely cannot accept this money." Guoqing chuckled and replied, "This money is merely a sales expense, not from my own pocket. Moreover, if you can assist me in facilitating this matter, not only will you secure your position, but you will also stand to gain significantly. What is the harm in that?" In the past, team leader Zhang and other project leaders have also operated under similar arrangements. It's customary. Since I've confided this secret to you, refusing again would be tantamount to slapping me in the face. Upon hearing this, Lin Chao clenched his teeth internally. Realizing why the old Zhang was so enamored with his position, it was clear he had been benefiting privately. If he could take advantage of the situation, so could Lin Chao. Thus, he expressed his gratitude to Guoqing and accepted the money without hesitation. Having accepted the funds, Lin Chao felt compelled to exert his utmost effort in his work. He promptly joined Lu Yun to assess the project department situation. Understanding that the outdated promotional tactics would be ineffective, he recognized the necessity of closely examining the scene to discover new avenues for approach. After a full day of diligent work, Lin Chao found himself devoid of any noteworthy ideas. Consequently, that evening, he remained in the room arranged by Guoqing, sifting through data on his computer in search of inspiration, with Lu Yun beside him brainstorming ideas. Suddenly, Lu Yun's phone rang. She answered and, after a moment, exclaimed, "What? We need 20,000 yuan? I genuinely don't have that right now." Noticing Lu Yun's distressed expression, Lin Chao inquired with concern, "Sister Lu, what is the matter?" Lu Yun hurriedly explained, "My sister called to say our mother is ill and requires 20,000 yuan. I've been sending money for her medication each month, and with my modest salary, I truly have no savings left. What am I to do?" Lin Chao pondered for a moment and suggested, "Didn't T. Guoqing just give us 20,000 yuan? You could simply send it back." He then retrieved his bag and handed the envelope to Lu Yun. Lu Yun quickly shook her head. "No, this is your money. I cannot take it." Lin Chao smiled gently. "Sister Lu, please take it. Your mother's health is paramount. In fact, under such circumstances, I should be offering you more, but I'm still repaying my mortgage and do not have much to spare." "I apologize. That is more than sufficient," Lu Yun replied, gazing at Lin Chao with gratitude. "You are a good person, and I will surely repay your kindness." She took the envelope and hurried away. Half an hour later, she returned. Lin Chao promptly asked, "Have you resolved the matter?" Lu Yun nodded. "I have already sent the money." "Lin Chao, thank you once again." Lin Chao shook his head with a smile. "Everyone has their struggles. There is no need for formality between us." He then resumed his focus on the data. Lu Yun gazed at him, her eyes sparkling, but the next moment, she gasped in pain and swiftly leaned against the wall. "What is wrong, Sister Lu?" Lin Chao hurriedly rose to support her, concern etched on his face. "I accidentally twisted my ankle. It hurts terribly." Lu Yun grimaced in pain, losing her balance and leaning into Lin Chao's embrace. "Please sit on the sofa. I will help you with a massage." Lin Chao gently assisted Lu Yun onto the sofa, removing her high heels and placing her delicate feet upon his lap, where he began to massage them softly. "Your technique is remarkably proficient. Have you studied this before?" Lu Yun inquired, gazing at Lin Chao. My grandfather is an esteemed traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, and I learned from him, Lin Chao replied while continuing the massage. Ah, that explains it. Your touch feels exquisite. I'm rather tired, so I think I'll rest my eyes for a moment, Lu Yun said, leaning back against the sofa and, to Lin Chao's surprise, genuinely closing her eyes. Lu Yun possessed an elegant foot shape, and her skin was smooth and refined, making the tactile experience delightful. It was no wonder that some of the older gentlemen in the office sought to take advantage of her. The enjoyment was apparent. However, Lin Chao quickly reined in his thoughts. What was he thinking? He raised his gaze to Lu Yun, intending to ask how she was feeling. But the sight before him rendered him momentarily speechless. Chapter 7. The Beautiful Woman's Plea. Lin Chao's eyes widened as he beheld the scene. A rush of unwholesome thoughts flooding his mind, causing his hand to tremble as it reached out. Yet, halfway there, reason regained its hold, and he withdrew his hand. Lu Yun had been so kind to him. How could he betray her trust? Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he fetched a blanket to cover Lu Yun and went to wash his face, which helped him regain his composure. He returned to his computer to continue his work. Lin Chao toiled until the early hours of the morning, ultimately succumbing to fatigue and falling into a deep slumber on the coffee table. When he awoke the next morning, the sun had risen, and Lu Yun brought over breakfast, casting an annoyed glance at him. What blockhead? Lin Chao, bewildered, wondered how he had become a blockhead again. After finishing his meal, he resumed contemplating his project proposal, his mind clouded with confusion. Ultimately, he opened his messaging app, discovering a notification from a user whose profile read poor, but rich in money, and sent his dilemma. Poor, but rich in money. In such circumstances, you must identify the unique selling points of the property to stand out. Lin Chao, I've considered that, but I'm still at a loss. Poor, but rich in money. Explore more, perhaps inspiration will strike. Learn to transform the mundane into the extraordinary. Seemingly unrelated elements may hold the key to your solution. Lin Chao, thank you for your guidance. I'll take another look shortly, and we can discuss further. Closing his laptop, Lin Chao joined Lu Yun to inspect the project site. By the afternoon, he remained without any ideas, frustration evident as he bit his lip, causing a sore to form. Lu Yun, observing his distress, quickly offered comfort. Lin Chao, there's no need to rush. Lin Chao internally chuckled bitterly. If he failed to present a compelling plan this time, Chao Tuho would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to criticize him, and that influential patron would no longer offer assistance. Sealing his fate, yet he did not wish to alarm Lu Yun and managed a forced smile in acknowledgement. Just then, Guiqing approached, eyeing Lin Chao with a friendly smile and asking, "Brother, any ideas?" Lin Chao shook his head with a rueful smile. Guiqing's expression darkened as he prepared to console Lin Chao, but at that moment, his phone rang. After a brief conversation, Guiqing replied impatiently, "Find a way to send those people away. This mess is utterly tiresome." After hanging up the phone, Lin Chao turned to express his grievances. In front of the Longxi Bay project, there lies a fish pond. Initially, the company planned to fill it in and construct a small garden, but due to the exorbitant budget proposal, it has yet to receive approval and remains in disarray. Nevertheless, local fishermen flock to the site daily, some even bringing their children for leisure. The place is bustling with activity, and since the pond is company property, any safety incidents would undoubtedly implicate me. Consequently, I have to assign several individuals to monitor the area daily. What an exasperating situation. Upon hearing this, Lin Chao's interest was piqued. "Guigo, let us go take a look." Guiqing led Lin Chao and Lu Yun to the fish pond. As Lin Chao surveyed the scene, he found, as Guiqing had described, dozens of fishermen casting their lines, while families with children enjoyed catching fish along the pond's edge, reveling in the experience. Much to the dismay of the security personnel assigned by the company, Guiqing expressed his frustrations, saying, "I recognize at least a dozen of these fishermen. They come from affluent families. I've advised them to visit licensed fishing grounds, yet they insist on returning here because of the pleasant environment and fresh air. And those who come with their children complain that the location is too far from home and inconvenient. Unbelievable." Lu Yun chimed in. "Then why don't they just buy a house here to make it easier?" Lin Chao's eyes suddenly sparkled with inspiration as he murmured, "Transforming the mundane into the extraordinary. I've got it." He turned to Guiqing and said, "Let the security focus solely on safety. Do not chase those people away. I have urgent matters to attend to." With that, he grabbed Lu Yun and quickly departed. Noticing the gleam in his eyes, Lu Yun eagerly asked, Lin Chao. Do you have an idea? Lin Chao nodded and briefly shared his concept. Upon hearing it, Lu Yun's eyes lit up. This plan is brilliant, Lin Chao. I truly admire your ingenuity. Lin Chao smiled and replied, if it weren't for your comment, I might not have thought of this. So, you deserve half the credit for this success. Let us hurry back and draft the proposal. While Lu Yun gathered data, Lin Chao focused on writing the plan, working diligently until 3 o'clock in the afternoon when he finally completed it. He looked at Lu Yun and declared, at last, I can return and report my progress. Just as he finished speaking, his phone vibrated. Upon checking, he found a text message. Chao Chong has announced a meeting for tomorrow. If you cannot present a satisfactory proposal, he will seize the opportunity to dismiss you. Be cautious. Lin Chao squinted at the message, feeling a surge of determination. That bald-headed Chao is relentless. Before he could finish his thought, his phone rang again. It was Chao Chong. Gritting his teeth, Lin Chao answered the call. Chao Chong's laughter echoed through the receiver. Lin Chao, how is the proposal coming along? Why not send me the draft so I can provide some advice? Lin Chao was initially inclined to agree, but recalling the earlier message, he quickly realized that Chao Chong was merely probing for updates on his progress. If he revealed that he had completed the proposal, it would only invite further scrutiny in the future. Instead, he thought it best to seize this opportunity to turn the tables on Chao Chong. Thus, just as the words were on the tip of his tongue, he changed his mind and sighed, addressing Minister Chao. No wonder Team Leader Zhang's planning has repeatedly yielded poor results. I now realize how challenging this matter is. I have yet to find a single clue. Could you perhaps offer me some advice? You are our marketing department's premier strategist. It will be no jest for me to seek your guidance. Chao Chong chuckled. I have faith in your abilities. Just keep striving. Minister Chao, should I manage to pull this off, what reward do you intend to bestow upon me? Lin Chao, with a glint in his eye, inquired playfully. Chao Chong laughed heartily. If your proposal is splendid, I might promote you to the office director. However, since you brought this up, let me be frank. If you fail to complete the task, it would indicate that you're truly unsuitable for this position, and you should resign in shame. Lin Chao quickly retorted, Minister Chao, let's not be like that. I was merely jesting. But before he could finish, he was abruptly interrupted by Chao Chong. It's settled, and the call was terminated. Lin Chao set down the phone. Gritting his teeth, Chao the Bald, still scheming against me, huh? Very well. Tomorrow we shall see who bleeds whom. Lu Yun looked at Lin Chao with a worried expression. Lin Chao, after all, Chao Chong is the superior. If you continue to oppose him, he will undoubtedly retaliate. Even if I do not confront him, do you think he would spare me? Lin Chao replied coldly. The elders taught us that peace achieved through struggle endures, while peace pursued through compromise perishes. Thus, I have chosen to stand my ground. At worst, I shall leave, but I will take a piece of him with me. Seeing Lu Yun's anxious demeanor, Lin Chao smiled reassuringly. Sister Lu, do not fret. The situation may not be as dire as it seems. After all, I have benefactors backing me. This time, by stirring the pot, I might just draw them out. Lu Yun finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Lin Chao turned to Lu Yun. Now that we've wrapped up here, let us gather our things and depart. Wait. As soon as Lin Chao spoke, Lu Yun hastily interjected, Stay tonight, Lin Chao. Is there anything else to do, Sister Lu? Lin Chao asked, noticing her flushed cheeks with curiosity. Chapter 8. Chao, I intend to repay you handsomely today. Yes, but... Lu Yun's cheeks flushed as she struggled to respond, but soon she seemed to gather her thoughts and quickly said, You have already informed Minister Chao that the proposal has yet to be finalized. If we leave now, he will certainly grow suspicious. I believe it would be wiser to stay and pretend to continue working on the proposal, leaving tomorrow morning instead. Upon hearing this, Lin Chao nodded, Sister Lu, your considerations are truly meticulous. I will follow your lead. He then recalled a crucial question. Who had sent that text message? He retrieved the message again, examining the unfamiliar number, and asked Lu Yun to look it up, yet there were no results. Lu Yun smiled. It must be that benefactor reminding you. Lin Chao pondered this and concluded that it was indeed the only plausible explanation. After all, who would be so kind-hearted? He pondered for an extended period, unable to comprehend when he had encountered such a benefactor in the company. Never mind, he thought, perhaps tomorrow he would unearth this benefactor, and everything would become clear then. After dinner, Guiqing approached Lin Chao to inquire about the progress. Before Lin Chao could respond, Lu Yun interjected, stating that they still lacked a solid idea. Guiqing's disappointment was palpable, yet he ultimately said nothing, giving Lin Chao a reassuring pat on the shoulder before departing. Lu Yun turned to Lin Chao and remarked, "The personnel relations within the company are exceedingly intricate. Who can ascertain the connection between Guiqing and Chao Chong? If this matter reaches Chao Chong, it would spell trouble. It is wise to exercise caution." Lin Chao nodded in admiration. "Sister Lu, your foresight is remarkable. You have been busy for 2 days. You must be exhausted. Please, do take some rest." Lu Yun acquiesced and turned to leave. After a refreshing shower, Lin Chao donned a pair of loose shorts and comfortably reclined on his bed, silently vowing to Chao Chong, "We shall meet tomorrow." Just as he was about to drift into slumber, a knock echoed from the door. Expecting it to be Guiqing, he slipped on his slippers without donning a jacket and opened the door with a smile. "Brother Gua, you're still awake at this late hour." However, his words faltered as he realized it was not Guiqing standing at the threshold, but Lu Yun. Lu Yun appeared to have just emerged from bath, her lustrous black hair cascading over her shoulders. Her oval face radiated a dewy freshness, her eyes sparkling with emotion, and her lips a vivid red against her pearly whites, rendering her even more enchanting. She wore a pink nightgown, delicate as gossamer, revealing glimpses of her form beneath. Lin Chao was momentarily captivated, but quickly regained his composure, his face flushing as he stammered, "Sister Lu, is there something you need?" With a furrowed brow, Lu Yun replied, "Lin Chao, my ankle has begun to ache again. Would you be so kind as to assist me with a massage?" Realizing the situation, Lin Chao sighed with relief and urged her to enter. He hastily donned a bathrobe and assisted Lu Yun to the bedside. She favored one leg, leaning against Lin Chao for support. Once she was seated on the bed, Lin Chao crouched before her, removing her slippers gently and examining her ankle. "It doesn't appear swollen at all. Why does it still hurt?" he questioned, perplexed. Lu Yun grimaced, "I cannot say. It simply hurts. Please massage it for me once more." Lin Chao complied, delicately massaging her ankle while glancing up at her. "Sister Lu, does it feel any better?" Yet, in the next instant, he found himself frozen. Lu Yun was leaning down to gaze at him, her low-cut nightgown failing to conceal her alluring silhouette. Flustered by Lin Chao's unwavering gaze, Lu Yun felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. But ultimately, she bit her lip and bravely declared, "Lin Chao, I am truly grateful for your repeated assistance. I must repay you properly today." With that, she reached out and embraced him. Lin Chao nearly lost control, but managed to retain his composure, quickly extricating himself and turning away, his face aflame. "Sister Lu, please don't do this. You have a husband." Lu Yun shook her head, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. "A husband? It has long since ended. He was often violent towards me at home, and I have already divorced him." "You divorced?" Lin Chao looked at Lu Yun in astonishment. After being together for so long, he had never heard of it. Lu Yun replied bitterly, "If I had revealed it, those people would have been even more unscrupulous in pursuing me. So I kept it hidden." "Lin Chao, you need not worry about that anymore, come." After saying this, Lu Yun stood up, her fragrant shoulders shaking, and her nightgown slid gracefully to the floor, revealing all her beauty before Lin Chao. Laid bare, Lin Chao, having never witnessed such a sight, was momentarily transfixed, his breathing becoming noticeably heavier. Lu Yun approached him, embracing Lin Chao warmly, saying, "Chao, come." At that moment, Lin Chao's defenses crumbled entirely. He abruptly raised his arms, wrapping them around Lu Yun, ready to take the plunge. But just then, his phone rang, jolting Lin Chao back to reality. He quickly pushed Lu Yun away. His face flushed and stammered, "Sister Lu, I need to take this call." With that, he fled in haste. It was one thing to indulge in a fleeting thrill, but to truly cross the line with Lu Yun, he was not prepared for that. Upon stepping outside, he heard Lu Yun stamping her foot and exclaiming, "What a big blockhead." Lin Chao went to the restroom, splashed cold water on his face, and finally calmed down. By the time he returned to the room, Lu Yun had already left. He let out a long sigh of relief and lay down on the bed. That temptation was utterly intoxicating. He wondered if he would be able to resist it next time. Just then, his phone vibrated a few times. It was a message from an online acquaintance. "How is it going with that woman?" Lin Chao was a loss for words. Why was this guy so nosy? Nevertheless, he recounted the events briefly. "Wow, she practically threw herself at you, and you ran away? Are you even a man?" Lin Chao replied, "It was just a fleeting thrill. She is innocent, and I, Lin Chao, am not so base as to stoop to that level. Honestly, I was hoping to hear your steamy story. Now that it's all gone, how boring." By the way, have you completed that proposal? I actually have, and I truly appreciate your reminder. Lin Chao then briefly explained the proposal. Well, look at you. You really have some skills. The proposal is quite good. Do you think I can give that scoundrel Chao Chong a taste of his own medicine this time? I told you not to discuss real-life matters. Why did you mention names? I believe friends should be sincere with one another. What is there to hide? I would like to invite you out for drinks in the future. He continued. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lin Chao, a staff member in the marketing department of Lingyun Real Estate, a subsidiary of Lingyun Group, currently a team leader. Lin Chao rambled on, revealing everything about himself, and even sent a single photo. He then inquired, buddy, tell me about your situation and send me a photo as well. Perhaps one day we could meet and share a drink. Poverty has left nothing but wealth. Lin Chao. Hey, speak up. The avatar of the online friend turned completely black. Lin Chao furrowed his brow in confusion. How could one log off without a word? Perhaps they were preoccupied with urgent matters. He dismissed the thought and, setting the phone aside, drifted into a deep sleep. The following morning, Lin Chao awoke early and meticulously reviewed his proposal until he was thoroughly satisfied. Only then did he close his laptop, gritting his teeth as he declared, Chao Tuho, just wait. After breakfast, Lin Chao drove Lu Yun to the company. Lu Yun, with her head bowed and cheeks flushed, murmured, Lin Chao, I had too much to drink last night and lost my composure. Lin Chao looked at Lu Yun, puzzled. I also drank too much. What happened? I can't recall anything at all. Seeing Lin Chao's earnest expression, Lu Yun couldn't help but chuckle softly. You're quite the sly one. As Lin Chao recalled her alluring, unclad form from the previous night, a strong reaction surged within him. Chapter 9. Embracing Affection. Lu Yun felt the intensity of Lin Chao's gaze, her heart racing uncontrollably. She instinctively raised her hand toward him, but quickly caught herself, realizing it was broad daylight. She hastily retracted her hand, shifting the conversation to ease the tension. Are you all set? Lin Chao narrowed his eyes and replied, all preparations are in place. I eagerly anticipate this grand showdown. Upon arriving at the company, Lu Yun excused herself to the restroom, while Lin Chao returned directly to his office. Just as he settled in, colleague Qin Yuan knocked and entered with a smile. Team leader Lin, your planning proposal must be exceptional. Let me take a look. Perhaps I can offer some suggestions. Lin Chao shrugged, replying, where's the exceptional proposal? You know how challenging this matter is. Qin Yuan laughed. For others, it may be difficult. But for you, it's merely a matter of pushing through. Let me learn from you. With that, she stepped closer, her legs brushing against Lin Chao's, persistently teasing him. However, Lin Chao felt no thrill. Instead, he was overcome by a sense of revulsion. Qin Yuan possessed a certain allure, yet her heavy makeup radiated an air of superficiality, further exacerbated by her ambiguous relationship with Chao Chong. This made Lin Chao all the more uncomfortable. Moreover, she was undeniably snobbish, leveraging her connection with Chao Chong to treat others in the office with disdain, while regarding Lin Chao with utter contempt. Yet today, she approached him with feigned cordiality. What was her true intention? It was hard to believe she sought to ingratiate herself with him, as Chao Chong was a far more solid ally. In the next moment, Lin Chao deduced that Chao Chong, ever cautious, had likely sent her to probe his background. A silent smirk crept onto Lin Chao's face as he thought, Chao Chong, your meticulousness is commendable, even to the extent of using Qin Yuan as bait. But I am no fool. I shall not bite. With that thought, he withdrew his leg, evading Qin Yuan's advances, and with a resigned expression, he said, Sister Chun, I truly do not have a viable proposal yet. It has me quite troubled. Qin Yuan was taken aback when she noticed Lin Chao deftly evade her attack. However, she quickly regained her composure and offered a reassuring smile. I have faith that you will come up with brilliant ideas, so I won't disturb you any longer. Please, do carry on. With that, she turned and left. Lin Chao watched her retreating figure, a flicker of derision glinting in his eyes. Not long after, Lu Yun entered the room, shutting the door behind her. Approaching Lin Chao, she spoke in hushed tones. Just now, as I exited the restroom, I overheard Qin Yuan clandestinely making a phone call around the corner. I vaguely heard her mention that you hadn't produced any plans and could take action. How does she know you haven't prepared a proposal? It was I who informed her, Lin Chao replied nonchalantly, recounting the earlier encounter with Qin Yuan and his speculations. It appears that Chao Chong is indeed planning to take action against you. You must be cautious. Lu Yun expressed her concerns. Lin Chao chuckled lightly. Fear not. This time, we shall have the last laugh. At that moment, Chao Chang's call came through. Lin Chao, bring your proposal and come to the small conference room. Lin Chao smirked coldly. So it begins. He gathered his belongings and made his way to the small conference room on the second floor, pushing the door open. Upon entering, he was immediately enveloped by an overwhelming sense of pressure. In addition to Chao Chang, the market director Shui Lin was present, along with the director of the general office and the HR manager. Lin Chao was bewildered. It was already unusual for the market director to attend such a meeting, but the presence of personnel from the general office and HR was perplexing. Was it truly necessary to summon so many high-ranking officials for a mere report on a project by a lowly project team leader? However, Lin Chao soon grasped the situation. Chao Chang's intentions were clear. He intended to publicly undermine him in front of these esteemed individuals. Aiming to bring him down right then and there, Lin Chao clenched his jaw internally. How cunning and treacherous. Yet today, you are destined to achieve nothing. He walked directly to his seat. Upon seeing Lin Chao, Chao Chang's eyes momentarily sparkled with mockery as he addressed the assembly with a smile. Esteemed leaders, I have gathered you all here today to hear Team Leader Lin's proposal regarding this project. To motivate him, I have personally promised that should his proposal pass successfully, I will recommend him for the position of office director in the marketing department. However, there are both rewards and consequences. If the proposal fails to meet expectations, he will have to resign, as he himself has stated. Lin Chao gritted his teeth inwardly. You despicable creature, is this not your own doing? Nevertheless, he chose not to argue, recognizing that while Chao Chang was digging a pit for him, he might very well fall into it himself. Chao Chang turned to Lin Chao, a smug smile gracing his lips. Team Leader Lin, the floor is yours. Lin Chao connected his laptop to the projector, addressing the audience. Esteemed leaders, please take a look. He then clicked play. Instantly, a striking title appeared before them. Longxi Bay, a natural fishing ground at your doorstep. As the scene shifts, a bustling tableau unfolds before us. A cohort of anglers fervently casting their lines by the tranquil pond. With taut fishing lines, magnificent fish leap from the water, shimmering in the interplay of light and shadow. The joyous smiles of the fishermen complement the resplendent spectacle, creating a truly exhilarating ambience. The subsequent title captivates the eye. Longxi Bay, a natural aquatic paradise at your doorstep. The scene transitions to a multitude of professionals, both men and women, accompanied by their little ones, frolicking beside the pond. Children play in the sand and attempt to catch small fish with little nets, their laughter mingling with the delighted expressions of their parents, painting a harmonious picture that invites one to join in the merriment. An emotionally charged tagline fills the entire screen. By owning a property in Longxi Bay, all of this will be yours for free. Longxi Bay, the savvy choice for successful individuals. As the presentation concludes, a serene silence envelopes the room. The previously languid executives now sit upright, fully aware of the value embedded in this marketing strategy. Shui Lin gazes at Lin Chao, smiling as she encourages him to elaborate on his insightful approach. Lin Chao speaks confidently. Compared to other developments, the Longxi Bay project lacks particularly eye-catching features, necessitating a fresh angle. The pond at the front of the project is slated for transformation into a small park according to company plans. However, my research indicates that the surrounding area is picturesque, attracting numerous fishing enthusiasts, including many affluent individuals capable of making purchases. With proper guidance in the future, successful transactions are assured. Moreover, our city, Haicheng, suffers from a scarcity of water-based recreational areas. Families often travel great distances to enjoy water activities, especially on weekends and holidays. This natural aquatic venue presents a significant allure for them. Therefore, if we enhance the pond, we are essentially planting a sycamore tree that will surely attract phoenixes. Excellent. Shui Lin leads the applause, and soon the conference room resonates with enthusiastic clapping. Lin Chao breathes a sigh of relief, knowing his proposal has succeeded. Yet, in the next moment, he feels a hand resting on his thigh. Turning to his side, his eyes nearly bulge in astonishment. For the person touching him is none other than Shui Lin, the stunning marketing director. Lin Chao gazes up at Shui Lin, his surprise palpable. To be frank, Shui Lin is indeed a striking beauty, yet Lin Chao never entertained thoughts of pursuing her, as she seemed an unattainable swan. Now, her actions leave him bewildered. But then, Shui Lin playfully pats his leg and smiles approvingly, saying, Lin Chao, you truly did well. Upon hearing this, Lin Chao breathes a deep sigh of relief, realizing she merely intended to encourage him. Nearby, Chao Chong observes Lin Chao with incredulity, grappling with the disbelief that Lin Chao could suddenly produce a proposal after Chen Yuan had assured him of the contrary. A moment of inspiration in just half an hour? Nonsense. Clearly, this woman has failed to uncover Lin Chao's true capabilities. This fool has brought misery upon himself. However, at this moment, there is little time to dwell on Chen Yuan's matters. The priority is to undermine Lin Chao's proposal. With a cunning glint in his eye, he swiftly conceived a new point of attack and addressed Lin Chao. Your thoughts are admirable, but have you considered the transformation of that fish pond? The subsequent maintenance requires personnel oversight, and all of this demands funding, not a trivial sum. How do you propose to resolve this financial dilemma? Without a sound plan, your proposal is mere rhetoric. Lin Chao replied calmly, I have conducted my research. The cost to level the fish pond and invest in the park's construction is nearly 1 million. However, if we transform it into a natural pond, coupled with the water play facilities adjacent, an investment of 200,000 will suffice. Thus, I am not increasing the company's financial burden. Instead, I am saving the company 800,000. As for staffing for oversight, a park would also necessitate personnel for management and maintenance. I have merely repurposed those roles without adding any financial strain. As Lin Chao articulated his points with clarity, the crowd erupted in applause once more. Lin nodded in approval at Lin Chao. Excellent. Your considerations are thorough. She then turned to Chao Chong with a smile. Minister Chao, you have such capable subordinates. Indeed, Team Leader Lin has demonstrated remarkable talent, and you ought to reward him accordingly. Reward him? Upon hearing this, Chao Chong felt as if he had swallowed a fly, utterly disgusted. Originally, he intended to completely undermine Lin Chao, yet it had turned into this debacle. However, since his superior had spoken, he could hardly refuse and chuckled. Very well, Director Xue, I shall apply for a bonus for him. Everyone is quite busy. So, shall we conclude today's meeting here? With that, he stood up, eager to leave, unable to bear another moment. Yet, at that instant, Lin Chao called out, Minister Chao, you stated that if my proposal did not receive approval today, I would have to resign in shame. Conversely, if it did pass, you would appoint me as the director of the Market Department S office. You haven't forgotten that, have you? Chao Chong turned pale. A promotion? Not a chance. He feigned a laugh, responding, Lin Chao, you have just been promoted to team leader. There are still many areas where you lack experience and need further honing. However, rest assured, when your capabilities are up to par, I shall certainly fulfill my promise. That is all. With that, he turned to leave again. But Lin Chao smiled and said, Minister Chao, my promotion is not of utmost importance. However, should you go back on your word today, your credibility will suffer significantly. Therefore, I believe it is in your best interest to honor your commitment. In the past, he would never have dared to speak so boldly in front of Chao Chong. But after the events of yesterday, he felt emboldened. The mask had already been torn away. What was there left to fear? At worst, he could walk away. Moreover, he secretly hoped that a benefactor would come to his aid. Seeing Lin Chao publicly pressing him, Chao Chong's expression darkened. He was about to reprimand Lin Chao for his audacity when Lin interjected with a smile. Minister Chao, Team Leader Lin has a point. Leaders should lead by example and uphold their promises. Since you have made a pledge to him, it would be prudent to honor it. Chao Chong abruptly turned his head to gaze at Lin, his eyes brimming with disbelief. He could hardly fathom that Lin, the marketing director, would advocate for Lin Chao, a mere insignificant figure. Once he regained his composure, he swiftly remarked, Director Xue, Lin Chao has only recently been promoted to team leader. And just a few days later, he is elevated to the position of office director. This progression is exceedingly rapid, and his qualifications are far too shallow for such a role. Lin smiled at Chao Chong and replied, We are a corporation, not a bureaucratic institution that adheres to seniority. Our sole criterion is the ability to generate revenue for the company. Lin's proposal earlier has sufficiently demonstrated his capabilities, and I believe he is deserving of promotion. She then addressed the assembled executives with an amiable smile. Lin's abilities are quite commendable. I believe he is well suited for the role of office director. What do you all think? The others nodded in agreement. Between Lin and Chao Chong, it was evident which side to choose. Hearing this, Chao Chong's expression soured. After all his scheming, he had not only failed to undermine Lin Chao, but had inadvertently aided him. This was utterly vexing. He attempted to dissuade Lin, but she interjected, Minister Chao, all the personnel involved are present. Since everyone agrees, we shall proceed. I will communicate this to the higher-ups, and you may have Lin Chao handle the necessary formalities. With that, she stood up and departed, followed by the other executives. Chao Chong clutched his chest, feeling as though his heart might fail him. Just then, Lin Chao approached him, delivering a further blow. With a face full of gratitude, Lin Chao said, Minister Chao, thank you for your support. When you have a moment, I would love to treat you to a meal to express my appreciation. You must come. Chao Chong cursed inwardly. A meal? Not on your life. He glared at Lin Chao, wishing that his gaze could be lethal. If it could, Lin Chao would have been dismembered by now. However, with the executives still nearby, he knew that losing his temper would be utterly humiliating. So he shot Lin Chao a fierce look and coldly remarked, Lin Chao, you performed admirably. I will be sure to support your work moving forward. With that, he turned and slammed the door behind him. Observing Chao Chong's expression, as if he had just swallowed a fly, Lin Chao felt a significant portion of his frustration dissipate. Chao, today is your day of reckoning. I know you will not let this go, but I share your sentiments. The game has only just begun. You shall either see me trampled in the mud, or I shall overturn you. He gathered his belongings and strode towards the marketing department office. Upon reaching the entrance, he overheard Chun Yuan's arrogant voice from within. He cannot produce a decent proposal. He must be taken down today. Who does he think he is, challenging Minister Chao? This is a classic case of overestimating oneself, and today's downfall is entirely his own doing. Furthermore, I have a little secret to share. Minister Chao has already mentioned that once Lin Chao is dealt with, I shall take over as the project team leader. This was followed by a chorus of congratulatory remarks from the colleagues. Chun Yuan, with an air of triumph, declared, there is no need for such formality. As long as everyone supports my work and unites around Minister Chao, we all have a promising future, haha. Lin Chao, with a mocking smile, pushed the door open and immediately spotted Chun Yuan seated at her desk, engaging in self-congratulatory chatter. Upon noticing Lin Chao, Chun Yuan hastily leaped down from her desk, but quickly regained her composure, realizing that Lin Chao was about to be ousted. With a renewed sense of bravado, she resumed her seat at the desk and, looking at Lin Chao with arrogance, proclaimed, Team Leader Lin, oh no, Lin Chao, I will be moving my office inside shortly. Before you leave, I suggest you tidy up. I am quite particular about cleanliness, and make sure that wretched woman cleans up her belongings as well. She then added sarcastically, foolish woman, still hoping to cling to certain individuals for advancement. Truly, she is blind. Chapter 11. The Novice and the Maxed-Out Expert. Hearing Chun Yuan slander Lu Yun, a glint of cold fury flashed in Lin Chao's eyes. He prepared to confront her, but swiftly suppressed his anger, knowing that engaging in a loud argument would only tarnish his own reputation. Just wait. She would face the consequences of her shamelessness. Lin Chao turned away from her and walked toward the inner office, his peripheral vision sweeping over the other employees, who all kept their heads down in silence, their expressions starkly contrasting with the obsequiousness they had displayed during the toast the previous night. Lin Chao glanced at Song Xiaoya, who was also engrossed in her work, appearing busy. A hint of derision flickered in Lin Chao's gaze as he entered the inner office. Just as he was about to close the door, he overheard Chun Yuan cheerfully on the phone. Minister Chao, hello. Yes, I'm coming over right away. Then came her triumphant voice. Everyone, Minister Chao has called for me. He must be announcing my promotion to team leader. I'm absolutely thrilled. I will treat everyone tonight. Haha. Lin Chao's lips curled into a cold smile. Soon enough, she would find herself in tears. He shut the door with a dismissive motion and turned to find Lu Yun sitting at her desk, frozen, her eyes wide. Upon seeing Lin Chao, Lu Yun hurriedly rose to greet him, her concern palpable. Team Leader Lin, do not overthink it. If this place truly becomes untenable, we can seek employment at another company. With your abilities, you are bound to have a bright future. Feeling the warmth of Lu Yun's genuine concern, Lin Chao smiled back and reassured her, I am doing quite well. Why would I leave? He briefly recounted the recent presentation of his planning proposal, to which Lu Yun, her excitement evident, exclaimed, so you succeeded? You won't be ousted after all? Lin Chao nodded with a smile. Not only will I not be dismissed, but I will also be promoted to office director. Really? That is wonderful. I'm so happy, Lu Yun exclaimed, her enthusiasm overwhelming as she suddenly embraced Lin Chao, rising on her toes to plant a swift kiss on his cheek. Taken aback by the sudden intimacy, Lin Chao stood there, momentarily stunned, gazing at Lu Yun, utterly unprepared for such a gesture from her. Lu Yun gazed into Lin Chao's fervent eyes and suddenly realized her indiscretion. She hastily released him. Her delicate face flushed as she said, "Team Leader Lin, I was simply overwhelmed with joy and momentarily lost control. Observing Lu Yun's enchanting visage. The rosy hue upon her cheeks, the alluring contours of her form, and the intoxicating fragrance that enveloped her, Lin Chao felt a surge of heat. His gaze upon Lu Yun became fervent. Sensing the intensity of Lin Chao's stare, Lu Yun's face reddened even more, prompting her to divert the conversation. "By the way, Team Leader Lin, have you located that benefactor?" Lin Chao responded with a smile, nodding. "I suspect it must be President Shui, for today, in my confrontation with Chao Chong. She boldly stood in my support." "President Shui?" Lu Yun inquired with curiosity. "Were you previously on good terms with her?" Lin Chao shook his head, offering a wry smile. "My relationship with President Shui is akin to that of a novice to a master. We rarely intersect, let alone share a close rapport. Besides, if she were truly my backer, she would have promoted me long ago, rather than waiting until yesterday to act." "Then why has she decided to assist you since yesterday?" Lu Yun queried, puzzled. "This is something I too cannot fathom," Lin Chao admitted, shaking his head in resignation. "Let's not dwell on it. The truth shall eventually reveal itself." Lu Yun remarked, gazing at Lin Chao. "I believe you should express your gratitude to President Shui for her support. Why not seek her out and invite her to dinner? But would someone of her stature even consider my invitation?" Lin Chao replied with a bitter smile. "It would be even better if she accepts. If she declines, at least you have conveyed your appreciation." Lu Yun encouraged with a cheerful smile. After pondering her words, Lin Chao found merit in her suggestion, nodding before departing. As Lin Chao passed by Chao Chong's office, he overheard Chun Yuan's anxious voice rising within. "Minutes de Gao. I assure you, Lin Chao indeed informed me that he has yet to produce a proposal." This was followed by Chao Chong's furious outburst. "Spare me your excuses. I instructed you to use any means necessary to obtain accurate intelligence, and this is what you provide? If it weren't for your erroneous information, I would not have been humiliated today, only to be forced to support his promotion. This is entirely your fault, you incompetent fool." Chun Yuan responded, "This was my oversight. But rest assured, once I become the project team leader, I will monitor him closely and identify his mistakes to help you succeed. Dream on about becoming the project team leader." Chao Chong seethed. "The more I speak, the angrier I become. Bear the brunt of my fury." Chun Yuan immediately exclaimed, "Minister Chao, please, this is the office, and my relatives are visiting. Please no." This was followed by a series of indescribable sounds. Lin Chao's eyes brightened. Fortune had smiled upon him, as he had been seeking leverage against Chao Chong, and now it was presented to him on a silver platter. He retrieved his phone, switched it to video mode, and cautiously approached the office door, gently twisting the handle in an attempt to capture the incriminating evidence. Alas, he discovered that the door was locked, rendering his efforts futile. Lin Chao wore a look of regret, ultimately recording only an audio clip before turning and ascending to the 5th floor. Arriving at the door of Shui Lin's office, he gently knocked. Upon hearing Shui Lin's response, he pushed the door open, closed it behind him, and respectfully addressed her. "Hello, Director Shui?" Shui Lin, who was reviewing documents, looked up and, upon recognizing Lin Chao, greeted him with a smile. "Ah, Team Leader Lin, what brings you here?" Lin Chao approached her large desk, hands folded in front of his chest, and expressed his gratitude. "Director Shui, I have come to convey my thanks for your support today." Reclining in her executive chair, Shui Lin replied with a smile. "Your proposal today was truly remarkable. Thus, your promotion and raise are primarily due to your own capabilities. Director Shui, is mainly your guidance." Lin Chao quickly shook his head. "I genuinely want to thank you. If you are free this evening, I would like to treat you to dinner." "Dinner?" Shui Lin chuckled. "Team Leader Lin, I appreciate your kind gesture, but I have some matters to attend to tonight." Upon hearing this, Lin Chao felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. It seemed she had no intention of granting him this opportunity. Just as he was about to take his leave, he noticed Shui Lin let out a soft groan, her brow furrowing quickly. Seeing that something was amiss with Shui Lin, Lin Chao inquired with concern, "Director Shui, what is wrong?" Shui Lin shook her head, saying, "Lately, my leg has been cramping unexpectedly, and it hurts terribly. I suppose I should see a doctor after work." Observing her pained expression, Lin Chao hastily offered, "Director Shui, I have some knowledge of traditional Chinese massage. Let me help alleviate your pain. You know how to perform traditional Chinese massage? Lin looked at him with curiosity. Lin Chao nodded earnestly. My grandfather is an experienced traditional Chinese doctor, and I learned some techniques from him at home. Is that so? Well, all right then. Lin, clearly unable to endure the pain any longer, nodded in agreement. Lin Chao moved closer, squatting in front of her, lifting her left leg and beginning to massage from her ankle. Lin was indeed a beauty, with striking features and a tall, slender figure. Her long legs were straight and smooth, and her skin was delicate and soft. As Lin Chao began his work, he couldn't help but feel a rush of emotions. However, he quickly suppressed his thoughts. After all, she was a formidable figure who held the reins of his fate. If she sensed any inappropriate thoughts, it would spell disaster for him. Thus, he focused intently on the massage. Lin leaned back in her chair, releasing a soft hum. Lin Chao immediately halted, looking up at her with concern. Director Xue, did I hurt you? With a smile, she shook her head. Not at all. Your touch is quite soothing. It seems you truly possess skill. Please continue. There's no need to be so tense. I'm not a tiger. With that, she playfully lifted the hem of her dress slightly. Lin Chao let out a sigh of relief, his hands gliding along Lin's leg as he massaged and gradually moved upward. Just then, a series of urgent knocks echoed from the door. Lin's brow furrowed slightly. She intended to have Lin Chao hide, but with the knocking growing more insistent, there was no time. She swiftly pushed Lin Chao beneath the desk, lifting her fashionable summer dress to conceal him beneath its fabric. Lin Chao inadvertently glanced up, only to behold the slender, perfectly straight legs of Lin, accompanied by the title Chapter 12, Ascent Like a Rocket. Having never encountered such a scene before, Lin Chao felt a surge of blood rush through him, an instinctive restlessness enveloping his entire being. He recognized the inappropriateness of the situation and struggled to rise, but the moment he moved, Lin sensed it and quickly clamped her legs together, fearing that he might be seen. Lin Chao thought to himself, this is perilous. He realized that if this continued, he might very well commit an indiscretion. Just as he was about to resist, he heard footsteps approaching, followed by the voice of Chao Chong. Xue, I need to talk to you. I still wish to discuss Lin Chao. Upon hearing this, Lin Chao immediately ceased his movements, terrified that if Chao Chong discovered his position beneath Lin's skirt, he would seize the opportunity to humiliate him. Moreover, he was curious about what Chao Chong had to say regarding his own affairs. Chao Chong's voice rang out again. Xue, after consideration, I still believe Lin Chao is too inexperienced for the position of office director. It is truly inappropriate. Lin Chao clenched his teeth in anger upon hearing this. How quickly Chao Chong had plunged a knife into him again. It seemed he was determined to see Lin Chao utterly ruined. Chao, just wait. Su Lin in de Gao. Everyone agreed during the meeting. There is no need to discuss this matter further. However, Chao Chong hastily retorted, but was interrupted by Lin once more. Chao, failing to fulfill a promise would tarnish your reputation. I am only looking out for your best interests. This matter is settled. With a resigned tone, Chao Chong replied. Very well, Xue, and his footsteps gradually receded, culminating in the sound of the door closing. Finally, Lin released her grip, and Lin Chao exhaled deeply, hastily lifting the skirt and emerging from beneath the table. He gazed at Lin, his face flushed like a ripe peach. Xue, I. Words escaped him, as the previous situation rendered him speechless. Yet Lin calmly remarked, it's nothing. I simply wanted to avoid Chao discovering us. Seeing that Lin was not angry, Lin Chao felt a wave of relief wash over him. With heartfelt gratitude, he said, Thank you, Xue, for speaking up for me. I appreciate it. Please, continue with your work. As he turned to leave, Lin added, Your massage was quite effective. My leg pain has significantly improved. How about this evening, we dine together, and you can assist me with another massage? Upon hearing her invitation, Lin Chao's heart leapt with joy. He quickly nodded, of course. Xue, I will arrange everything and contact you later. With that, he hurriedly took his leave. Once the door closed behind him, Lin Chao leaned against the wall, his heart still racing. He pondered how unreservedly Lin had covered herself beneath her skirt. Was she implying something? Yet he swiftly quelled such thoughts. After all, she was his benefactor, helping him in his career. He could not entertain such notions. Besides, her actions were merely a precaution to avoid Chao Chong's scrutiny. Having reconciled his thoughts, Lin Chao finally relaxed and departed. In Lin's office, she sat with a slight smile curling at the corners of her lips. picking up the phone to make a call. I have found the beauty you requested. Her appearance and figure are impeccable, and she possesses considerable capability. You will surely be satisfied. What? You want me to conduct a more thorough examination? She laughed. You certainly have the audacity. Very well, I shall assist you. Lin Chao returned to the office, where Lu Yun promptly approached him, her eagerness palpable. So, did General Manager Shui agree? Lin Chao smiled and nodded. Lu Yun exclaimed joyfully. That's wonderful. With General Manager Shui looking out for you, Chao Chang will undoubtedly think twice before troubling you again. She then produced a bank card and handed it to Lin Chao. Your salary has been deposited this month. I have 5,000 yuan on this card. Take it and treat General Manager Shui to a meal. It mustn't be a meager affair. Absolutely not. Lu Jia, your family needs the money urgently. You should keep it. Lin Chao quickly shook his head. Lu Yun stubbornly pushed the bank card into Lin Chao's pocket, gazing at him as she insisted. Take it. Why be so formal with me? Looking at Lu Yun, Lin Chao felt a warmth in his heart and said, Lu Jia, I will remember your kindness. Lu Yun smiled and urged, hurry and complete the paperwork. Lin Chao nodded, promptly gathering various forms and diligently filling them out, seeking signatures from the relevant personnel until he finally completed the procedures in the afternoon. Upon returning to his office, he sat there, feeling as though he were in a dream. Just 2 days prior, he had been kicked into the security room by Chao Chang, plummeting to the depths of despair. In merely 3 days, he had ascended 2 ranks, now occupying the position of office director. It was nothing short of a meteoric rise. There was no denying his own abilities played a part, but without General Manager Shui's support, he would never have reached this point. Filled with gratitude for Shui Lin, he resolved to express his thanks that very evening. At that moment, colleagues outside knocked and entered, offering their congratulations on Lin Chao's promotion and insisting on treating him to a celebratory meal, their respectful demeanor even more pronounced than the day before. Lin Chao politely declined, citing prior commitments. Had this been in the past, he would have rebuked them harshly, bemused by their sudden change in attitude. However, after the events of yesterday, Lin Chao had matured significantly. Even upon seeing Song Xiaoye, he felt no tumult within. No disdainful remarks crossed his mind. With a change in status, one's perspective must also broaden. All grudges, except those with Chao, could be laid to rest. Once everyone had departed, Lu Yun looked at Lin Chao with approval and remarked, Director Lin, you have indeed become much more astute. In high spirits, Lin Chao teased her, Lu Jia, you've noticed my newfound astuteness? Lu Yun, clearly perceiving the jest, blushed and lowered her gaze. Realizing his faux pas, Lin Chao quickly silenced himself, wondering how he could jest with Lu Yun in such a manner. It must be the influence of those lecherous old men. Just then, Chen Yuan knocked and entered, looking directly at Lu Yun, who was seated across from Lin Chao. Could you step out for a moment? I wish to speak with Lin Chao. No, with Director Lin, privately. Lu Yun promptly rose and exited, closing the door behind her. Chen Yuan locked the door behind her and turned to face Lin Chao, bending slightly and smiling sweetly as she said, Congratulations on your promotion, Director Lin. Lin Chao leaned back his chair, regarding Chen Yuan in silence. Aware that he still harbored resentment over her previous remarks, she hurriedly added, Director Lin, I realize I spoke out of turn. I apologize and am willing to accept any punishment you deem fit. Leaning closer to Lin Chao's ear, she giggled. As for the punishment, I am fully prepared. In the past, Lin Chao would have swiftly delivered a sharp slap for such audacity. How could she, in collaboration with Chao Chang, conspire against him and then come to him with such flattery? Where were her moral boundaries? Yet having endured so much, he had become more composed and quickly quelled his anger, responding to Chen Yuan with a detached tone. If you have something to say, please go ahead. Thinking she had ensnared him, Chen Yuan's eyes lit up, and she eagerly declared, Since you have been promoted, the position of project team leader has become vacant. I hope Director Lin can support my candidacy. Rest assured, I will express my gratitude. With that, she abruptly embraced Lin Chao, breathing heavily. Chao, I am ready. Come on, let us go. However, Lin Chao felt no sense of allure from her advances. Instead, he was struck by a wave of revulsion. How could this compare to Lu Jia? He wondered what kind of taste Chao had to indulge in such behavior. Leaning back to evade her advances, he firmly stated, Chen Yuan, please be mindful of your actions. Taken aback by Lin Chao's reaction, Chen Yuan had expected that merely presenting the bait would lead him to eagerly comply, falling under her spell. Never did she anticipate that he would resist her allure and refuse without hesitation. Was there truly a cat that did not stray? Yet, she quickly realized that Lin Chao likely deemed the office an inappropriate venue for such encounters. With this thought, she smiled slyly and proposed, Director Lin, how about I treat you to dinner tonight? We can discuss this in detail then. If you recommend me for the project team leader position, I will certainly show my appreciation. She leaned in closer to him once more. Lin Chao stepped back, unreservedly stating, Chun Yuan, your professional capabilities are still lacking for the project team leader role. It is not suitable for you at this moment. Focus on improving yourself and await future opportunities. She had stabbed him in the back, and now she expected his assistance in securing her interests, treating him as a fool. Furthermore, he had already chosen someone for the project team leader role. Her aspirations were nothing more than a dream. Upon hearing his refusal, Chun Yuan became agitated. Director Lin, let me be frank. Minister Chao has already agreed. Lin Chao shot back, then go to Minister Chao. Seeing Lin Chao's unwavering demeanor, Chun Yuan trembled with anger, ready to lash out, but quickly remembered that he had become someone she could not provoke. She begrudgingly suppressed her fury and sulked as she turned to leave. Observing her frustration, Lin Chao couldn't help but smirk. Upon reaching this juncture, he found it unnecessary to raise his voice. A mere few words extinguished Chun Yuan's hopes. The sensation of wielding power was exhilarating. Reflecting further, he envisioned a scenario where he possessed ample authority. No longer would he be at the mercy of these sycophants. Not even Chao, the balding man, could dare to manipulate him. At a certain point, he might even find himself towering over Chao. In that moment, his previous desire to lead a mundane existence, content as a mere bystander, underwent a profound transformation. He had developed an intense fascination with power. He resolved to ascend, refusing to remain a pawn subject to others' whims. His sole beacon of hope for advancement was Shui Lin, and thus he determined to provide her with a delightful massage that evening, in hopes of winning her favor. With this thought, he brimmed with anticipation for their forthcoming encounter. As the afternoon shift concluded, Lu Yun approached Lin Chao, expressing her distress. Director Lin, my landlord called this afternoon to announce another rent increase. I truly cannot bear it. I wish to terminate my lease. Lin Chao replied directly. The distance from your residence to the company is considerable, and commuting costs accumulate significantly. It would be wise to vacate. I can assist you in finding a new place. Lu Yun hastily responded, Director Lin, your apartment has 3 rooms and ample space. Would it be permissible for me to move in with you? She quickly added, rest assured, I will pay you rent. Lin Chao chuckled and shook his head. Sister Lu, what rent? You are being overly formal. My apartment would be empty otherwise. Lu Yun's eyes brightened, and she nodded eagerly. Thank you, Director Lin. Sister Lu, there is truly no need for such formality between us. Lin Chao replied, shaking his head as he retrieved the keys and handed them to Lu Yun. Sister Lu, I must treat General Manager Shui to dinner. You may head to my place first, and we can converse later once I am finished. Lu Yun nodded enthusiastically, accepted the keys, and departed. Watching Lu Yun's retreating figure, Lin Chao felt a sudden flutter in his heart. Perhaps he would soon reside with this captivating beauty. However, he quickly quelled such thoughts. Sister Lu was so kind to him. What was he thinking? After leaving the company, Lin Chao reserved a private room at the Hilton Hotel and called Shui Lin. General Manager Shui, I have booked room 7 at the Hilton. I shall await your arrival. Half an hour later, Shui Lin arrived. Lin Chao hurried to greet her, warmly inviting, General Manager Shui, please take a seat. As she settled in, Lin Chao promptly arranged for the waiter to bring the dishes. General Manager Shui, let us dine first. We can proceed with the massage afterward. Shui Lin smiled and nodded. Let's have a bottle of wine to relax. Lin Chao eagerly complied, requesting a bottle of Mao Dai. He filled a glass and presented it to Shui Lin with both hands, pouring one for himself as well. Raising his glass towards her with gratitude, he declared, General Manager Shui, I appreciate your assistance. Allow me to propose a toast. He then tilted his head back and downed the drink. Shui Lin also sipped her wine. Gazing at Lin Chao with a smile, Lin Chao, do you have a conflict with Minister Chao? He seems to be targeting you, does he not? Upon hearing Shui Lin mention this, Lin Chao felt a surge of anger, gritting his teeth as he replied, it is simply that I am too forthright, having embarrassed him, which is why he has been retaliating against me. Mr. Shui, this Chao Chong is not only narrow-minded, but also a notorious rogue, frequently bullying female colleagues in the office. I'm not speaking baselessly. I possess recordings. With that, He took out his phone and played the audio he had recorded outside Chao Chang's office. The sound from Lin Chao's dual-speaker phone was quite loud, and Sun Qinyuan's delicate cries echoed in the private room. "Minister Chao, please don't do this, it hurts." Then came Chao Chang's gritted teeth voice. "You filthy woman, I want you to feel pain, I will destroy you." Listening to the vile words and the unspeakable sounds, Lin Chao gritted his teeth and said, "Mr. Shui, did you hear that? I'm not slandering him." Unable to take action against Chao Chang himself, Lin Chao aimed to expose Chao Chang's vile nature today, so that Shui Lin would understand the true character of this man. However, he noticed a slight blush appearing on Shui Lin's face, and her breathing became somewhat rapid. He felt puzzled. What was going on with Mr. Shui? He bluntly asked, "Mr. Shui, are you all right?" "Oh, I may have had a bit too much to drink." Shui Lin quickly responded, "All right, let's start the massage. My legs are beginning to ache again." "Certainly, Mr. Shui, please extend your legs." Lin Chao set down his wine glass, hurriedly moved his stool, and sat across from Shui Lin. Shui Lin propped her legs up on Lin Chao's lap. He lifted her feet and began to massage them. Shui Lin's feet were exquisite, resembling a work of art, and her skin was smooth and delicate, causing a rush of warmth to flood Lin Chao's heart. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. This was his superior, and if she sensed his wandering thoughts, he would surely be in trouble. As he massaged her knees and was about to stop, Shui Lin suddenly exclaimed, "Continue, go higher." Chapter 14. Do you think I am beautiful? At that moment, Shui Lin opened her eyes, sat up straight, and gazed at Lin Chao, the scent of alcohol on her breath, and asked, "Lin Chao, how do my colleagues usually evaluate me?" Lin Chao quickly replied, "Mr. Shui, everyone praises your decisiveness in work and describes you as a stunning beauty." He chose only to convey flattering remarks. He possessed this level of emotional intelligence. And besides, Lin Chao's final statement was indeed the truth. Shui Lin was a true beauty, her attributes rivaling those of Lu Yun. Shui Lin fixed her gaze on Lin Chao and suddenly asked, "Do you think I am beautiful?" Upon hearing Shui Lin's question, Lin Chao was momentarily taken aback. What did that mean? Did she imply? However, he quickly realized that she must be joking, so he hastily suppressed his thoughts, his face flushing as he stammered, "Mr. Shui, I also think you are very beautiful. I need to step away to the restroom for a moment." With that, he swiftly released Shui Lin's legs and stood up, feeling as though he might burst. Shui Lin chuckled and nodded. "Yes, go ahead with your business. I shall be leaving soon as well." Lin Chao agreed and promptly turned ahead for the door. Just as he reached it, Shui Lin added, "You have commendable abilities. Work diligently, and you will have a bright future. Additionally, I will take your report on Minister Chao's situation into consideration." Lin Chao nodded in gratitude before hastily departing. He settled his bill and exited the hotel, his mind still replaying the earlier encounter. What did Shui Lin mean? Did she harbor intentions towards him? Yet, he quickly shook his head. Shui Lin was not only stunning, but also held a prominent position. How could someone of her stature possibly take an interest in him? Surely, she was merely jesting after having had too much to drink. Nevertheless, that evening, he had not only treated Shui Lin to dinner and established a connection with her, but had also dealt a decisive blow to Chao Chang, yielding quite satisfactory results. In high spirits, Lin Chao made his way home. Not long after Lin Chao's departure, the door to Shui Lin's private room swung open, and a bespectacled man, exuding an air of refinement, stepped inside. He closed the door behind him and took a seat beside Shui Lin, grinning as he remarked, "Your employee is not only handsome, but quite robust as well. You have a good eye." Shui Lin clearly discerned the insinuation behind his words and shot him a glare. "Are you not aware that I am merely assisting her in finding someone?" The man chuckled. "After being married for so long, surely I can fathom your thoughts. If you desire something, just go for it." Shui Lin regarded him, tilting her head with curiosity. "You're not jealous?" With an air of indifference, the man replied, "After years of marriage, I recognize that our mutual aesthetic appreciation has waned. I simply wish for your happiness. Why would I feel jealousy?" Shui Lin's eyes sparkled at his words, and she suddenly wrapped her arms around him, breathlessly exclaiming, "Darling, you are wonderful. I have been thinking." Upon returning home, Lin Chao instinctively reached for his keys to unlock the door, only to realize they were with Lu Yun. He knocked, and the door opened swiftly to reveal Lu Yun, who cheerfully greeted him, "You're back." Lin Chao was momentarily struck by her appearance. Lu Yun had evidently just bathed, her complexion radiant and smooth, lips of vivid red against white teeth, her eyes sparkling with affection. She stood before him in a low-cut bathrobe, exuding charm and grace. Overwhelmed by her beauty, Lin Chao felt a stir of discomfort. She was simply too captivating. Sensing his reaction, Lu Yun blushed and urged, "Come in quickly." Realizing his distraction, Lin Chao followed her into the room. Lu Yun looked at him with concern. "You've had quite a bit to drink, haven't you? I've prepared a hangover soup. Let me fetch it for you." She turned to head to the kitchen and soon returned with the soup. Lin Chao reached out to take it, but in his inebriated state, he fumbled, spilling the hot liquid onto his pants. The scalding sensation caused him to leap up. Lu Yun, alarmed, exclaimed, "That soup is very hot. Quickly, take off your pants to avoid burns." In her haste, she grabbed Lin Chao's trousers and yanked them down. However, her force was too great, causing her to stumble directly into his embrace. The warmth and softness of her presence ignited a fervor within Lin Chao, and for a fleeting moment, he entertained an inappropriate thought. Yet, he swiftly suppressed it. How could he harbor such base ideas about Lu Jia, such a kind-hearted individual? That would place him in the same category as Chao, the bald-headed man. Resolving to uphold his integrity, he steadied Lu Yun, saying, "Lu Jia, please stand properly." In this state of affairs, Lu Yun had indeed prepared herself, yet she was taken aback when Lin Chao unexpectedly rejected her. Momentarily stunned, her cheeks flushed as she exclaimed, "Lin Chao, you have helped me so much, and I sincerely wish to express my gratitude. Rest assured, this is entirely voluntary." With that, she leaned back into Lin Chao's embrace. He caught her gently, shaking his head as he replied, "Lu Jia, you are truly wonderful, but we cannot proceed in this manner. I actually have a girlfriend." Lu Yun was momentarily speechless, her complexion paling in an instant. Embarrassed, she said, "I truly did not know. I was thoughtless. I apologize, and I wish you both happiness." With that, she turned and staggered toward the bedroom. Observing Lu Yun's despondent demeanor, Lin Chao felt a pang of sympathy. It must be incredibly awkward for a woman to make such a bold proposition only to be declined. Just as he contemplated comforting her, his phone rang. He pulled out his phone, and upon seeing the caller ID, his eyes brightened. He quickly answered with a smile, "Qin Shuang, you're calling me this late. You must be missing me." It was indeed his girlfriend, Qin Shuang. However, before he could finish his sentence, a cold voice emerged from the other end. "Lin Chao, let us maintain some decorum. We need to break up." Caught off guard by her words, Lin Chao was momentarily stunned, and it took him some time to regain his composure. He hastily exclaimed, "Qin Shuang, you must be joking. Who has time for jokes?" She retorted brusquely, "I have just secured a teaching position, and soon I will be a formally employed educator, while you remain merely a small-time employee with no prospects. We inhabit entirely different worlds now. You simply do not deserve me. Let us end this." Lin Chao became frantic, pleading, "Qin Shuang, I truly love you. Please don't do this. I've already purchased a house and received a promotion. I will have a promising future. Please don't break up with me." "Enough," she interjected, cutting him off without hesitation. "Let me be frank. I've already found a new boyfriend and am planning to marry him. You no longer have any chance, so do not pursue me any further. This is final. Qin Shuang, you cannot do this." Lin Chao shouted desperately, yet before he could finish, the line went dead with a series of beeping tones. He quickly attempted to call back, but her phone had already been turned off. Staring blankly at his phone, he realized that Qin Shuang was not joking. She was utterly serious. Reflecting on his sincere devotion, only to be met with her ruthless abandonment for another man. Anger surged through him, turning his complexion a deep shade of rage. He slammed his palm onto the table, roaring in fury, shameless, despicable. Having heard the commotion from the room, Lu Yun returned and, noticing Lin Chao's distressed expression, quickly inquired, "What has you so upset?" With a tremor in his voice, he replied, "Bring me some wine. I need a drink." Chapter 15. She actually went so far as to. Lu Yun observed Lin Chao's troubled demeanor and hastily agreed to fetch a bottle of white liquor. As she prepared to pour, Lin Chao abruptly seized the bottle, tilted his head back, and guzzled it down, swiftly consuming half the contents. Lu Yun swiftly reclaimed the bottle, urging him, "Lin Chao, you cannot drink like this. It is detrimental to your health. Please, tell me what has transpired." With a face ashen and reeking of alcohol, Lin Chao replied, "My girlfriend has abandoned me, cheating with another man. She has plunged a knife into my heart. For 3 years in college, all her expenses were funded by him. After graduation, she expressed her desire to stay home and pursue examinations rather than seek employment. and he uncomplainingly supported her for 2 years. She insisted on having a home in the future, and without hesitation, he applied for a mortgage and purchased a house. He had invested a substantial amount in her education, accruing considerable debt, which he has yet to repay, compounded by the burdensome monthly mortgage payments. He lived in constant financial strain, often resorting to instant noodles to save money, and endured bullying from Chao Tuho, fearful of resigning. He sacrificed so much for her, believing she would appreciate his kindness and that they would eventually share a blissful life together. Yet, unexpectedly, she discarded him for another man, leaving him aghast at her shamelessness. After expressing his grievances, he snatched the bottle from Lu Yun's grasp and resumed drinking. Lu Yun intervened, embracing Lin Chao and urgently imploring, "You cannot drink like this. Your health will suffer." Lin Chao, resting in her embrace, lamented, "I am so frustrated." Lu Yun held him close, offering gentle words of comfort as Lin Chao gradually succumbed to intoxication. In a hazy state, he envisioned himself overpowering Qin Shuang, unleashing his pent-up fury upon her. After an indeterminate duration, he awoke with a splitting headache, seeking a glass of water, but his gaze fell upon the startling scene beside him. Lu Yun lay next to him, unclothed, her body marked with bruises, revealing the events that had transpired. Suddenly, Lin Chao comprehended the gravity of his actions. In his drunken stupor, he had crossed an unforgivable line with Lu Yun. In a fit of frustration, he smacked his own face. Lu Yun, startled awake, quickly embraced him, shaking her head as she reassured, "Lin Chao, do not be distressed. I willingly chose to be with you. You have aided me immensely, and I have long wished to repay your kindness." She gazed at him earnestly, advising, "You are such a remarkable person. Her failure to appreciate you is her loss. Do not dwell on her. Focus on your work. I believe you will achieve greatness and attract a wonderful partner." Lin Chao, initially consumed by sorrow, felt a warm glow in his heart upon hearing Lu Yun's considerate words. "Thank you, Lu Jia," he expressed. Lu Yun smiled and shook her head. "There is no need for such formality between us," as he beheld the enchanting beauty in his arms. A situation he had only ever dreamed of became a reality. And Lin Chao felt a surge of heat throughout his being. With a flushed face, he looked at Lu Yun and stammered, "Lu Jia, I still wish to." Unable to contain himself any longer, he embraced Lu Yun and gently pressed her onto the floor. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, but eventually, silence enveloped the room. Lu Yun raised her gaze to Lin Chao and spoke, "You must feel much better now, right?" Lin Chao nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Lu Jia, I feel significantly better." "Thank you," Lu Yun replied. "I simply could not bear to see you in such pain." "You deserve to feel at ease, Lin Chao. Do not let that woman cause you sorrow. She is unworthy." Lin Chao clenched his teeth and affirmed, "You are absolutely right, Lu Jia. She is not deserving. I have made a decision. I will strive to ascend the ranks and prove my worth. One day, I shall make her, Qin Shuang, regret her choices for a lifetime." Lu Yun nodded appreciatively. "That is the spirit. If you succeed, there will be good women who will gravitate towards you. I do not seek just any good woman. I want you." Lin Chao exclaimed as he embraced Lu Yun. Feeling her softness, a wave of desire surged within him, and he impulsively pulled her closer for a kiss. Lu Yun, aware of his intentions, hastily pushed him away, her expression filled with trepidation as she said, "How about tonight instead? Otherwise, you might utterly exhaust me." Seeing Lu Yun's flustered demeanor, Lin Chao relented. After they had breakfast, they made their way to the company, and Lin Chao addressed Lu Yun, "Lu Jia, I have made a decision. I intend to recommend you for the position of project team leader." It was time to repay Lu Yun for her kindness. "Me, as the project team leader?" Lu Yun appeared momentarily taken aback, but quickly recovered. Shaking her head, "No, I lack the capability. I assert that you do possess it," Lin Chao declared with conviction. "Lu Jia, please do not refuse. An elevation in position would also increase your income, and you could use the financial support, couldn't you?" His final remark struck a chord with Lu Yun, prompting her to nod and say, "Very well, thank you." Lin Chao turned to her with a smile. "I do not seek mere verbal gratitude. Rather, I wish for you to express your appreciation through actions tonight." Upon hearing Lin Chao's bold suggestion, Lu Yun quickly lowered her head, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Lin Chao chuckled at her reaction. Upon reaching the company entrance, Lu Yun urged Lin Chao to enter first. "We cannot go in together. Others may gossip." Understanding Lu Yun's sensitivity to public perception, Lin Chao complied and entered the company, making his way to the marketing department office. As he approached the door, he noticed a young woman standing with her back to him, surrounded by colleagues who were warmly engaging with her. The woman declared confidently, "Everyone, I have just been appointed as the project team leader, and I hope for your strong support moving forward." As the colleagues were about to nod in agreement, they abruptly fell silent upon noticing Lin Chao at the entrance. The woman sensed the sudden shift and turned to face him. Lin Chao took in her appearance, a woman in her 20s with cascading hair, a delicate oval face, and an exquisite figure accentuated by a soft beige dress, undeniably a rare beauty. However, Lin Chao did not recognize her, and, as he pondered this, the girl approached him and said, "You must be Director Lin. Who are you?" Lin Chao inquired, perplexed. "My name is Chao Ying, and my father is Chao Chong," the girl replied with an air of pride. Lin Chao was momentarily stunned. How could someone as stunning as her be the daughter of someone like Chao Chong, who was rather unappealing in appearance? Surely, she must have come from a different lineage. However, he quickly regained his composure and turned to Chao Ying, inquiring, "What did you just say? You intend to assume the role of project team leader?" Chao Ying nodded affirmatively, declaring with audacity, "My father arranged this for me. No way. I cannot agree to this." Lin Chao erupted in response. If Chao Tuho had merely appointed his daughter as an ordinary employee, it might have been bearable. But the position of project team leader was one he had reserved for Lu Yun. There was no way he would allow Chao Ying to seize that opportunity. Chao Ying chuckled dismissively. "Your shouting is futile. If you have any objections, take them up with my father." Without further ado, Lin Chao stormed out of the marketing department's office and headed straight for Chao Chong's office. He knocked and entered, confronting Chao Chong, who was seated behind his desk, and stated bluntly, "Director Chao, you appointing your daughter as project team leader without so much as a word to me. Do you consider me merely a decorative piece in your eyes?" Initially, after Lu Yun's advice, he had intended to avoid a direct confrontation with Chao Chong, waiting until he had the power to seek revenge. However, Chao Tuho's blatant disregard had ignited an uncontrollable fury within him, and he unleashed his wrath upon Chao Chong. Yet, just as he was about to continue, he froze mid-sentence upon witnessing a woman perched on Chao Chong's lap, passionately embracing his neck and kissing him fervently. One hand of Chao Chong was wrapped around the woman, while the other was mischievously reaching beneath her clothing. Chapter 16. The Invitation of a Beauty. Lin Chao stood there, momentarily stunned. How brazen of Chao Chong to behave so shamelessly in the office. The woman, sensing someone's presence, gasped and quickly nestled into Chao Chong's embrace. Upon noticing Lin Chao, Chao Chong's expression shifted to one of fury. "Get out of here, immediately." Feeling the awkwardness, Lin Chao turned and left the office. But as soon as the door closed behind him, he realized that the one who should be embarrassed was Chao Tuho, not himself. With this thought, he boldly pushed the door open again, eager to discover which woman had the audacity to engage in such behavior. However, he found that only Chao Chong remained in the office. Noticing the closed door to the adjoining room, Lin Chao understood that the woman had hidden away. Chao Chong glared at Lin Chao, bellowing in anger, "If you dare enter without knocking again, just try it." Lin Chao chuckled, "Director Chao, your voice certainly carries." Realizing that Lin Chao held leverage over him, Chao Chong suppressed his ire and replied, "What is it then?" "It's about your daughter." Lin Chao fixed his gaze on Chao Chong. Chao Ying has never worked in the marketing department and possesses no experience. I find it inappropriate for you to appoint her as project team leader. And what if I believe it is appropriate? Chao Chong retorted boldly. If that is the case, I shall consult with General Manager Shui. Lin Chao countered, revealing his trump card. Very well, go ahead. Lin Chao was taken aback by Chao Chong's audacity. He nodded and retorted, "Fine, just wait." With that, he turned on his heel, slammed the door behind him, and ascended to the 5th floor. He knocked on Shui Lin's office door and, in a fit of anger, recounted the entire incident. "General Manager Shui, he is shoving people into the office without even informing me. This is utterly outrageous." Shui Lin smiled and said, "Regarding this matter, Chao Chong had informed me in advance. As she is his daughter, I felt obliged to grant him this favor, hence I agreed. However, it is indeed inappropriate that he did not discuss this with you. Therefore, I shall provide you with an explanation today." With that, she picked up the phone and called Chao Chong. Shortly thereafter, Chao Chong arrived, glancing at Lin Chao, who stood before Shui Lin's desk with a grim expression. A flicker of disdain crossed his eyes as he approached Shui Lin's desk, smilingly inquiring, "Shui, did you need something?" Shui Lin replied coolly, "Director Chao, I find it rather concerning that you did not consult Director Lin regarding Ying Ying's situation. After all, the project team leader is under his supervision. Bypassing him to assign personnel seems rather inappropriate. Let us put this matter on hold for now. For the time being, let Ying Ying serve as an ordinary employee, and we shall reconsider her promotion once she has demonstrated her capabilities." Chao Chong was utterly stunned. Good heavens! Shui Lin was willing to sacrifice her standing for someone as insignificant as Lin Chao. He quickly responded, "Shui, perhaps we should discuss this further." He had already set the wheels in motion. If Chao Ying were unable to assume the role of project team leader, his reputation would be tarnished, and he might become the subject of ridicule. Thus, he sought to salvage the situation. However, Shui Lin shook her head, stating firmly, "Let us settle on this for now. If you have nothing else, you may return to your duties." Realizing the decision was irrevocable, Chao Chong shot Lin Chao a venomous glare before departing. Once the door closed, Shui Lin turned to Lin Chao with a smile and said, "Lin Chao, has your anger subsided now?" Lin Chao quickly nodded, his face filled with gratitude as he replied, "Thank you so much, Shui." Shui Lin chuckled and shook her head. "No need for formalities. By the way, if you're free this evening, do come to my home for a massage." "Certainly, Shui. I will be there." Lin Chao eagerly nodded. After a moment of thought, he looked at Shui Lin and said, "By the way, I am considering recommending Lu Yun for the position of project team leader. Do you think that would be appropriate?" "Ah, so you are quite considerate of her. Is she your girlfriend?" Shui Lin teased. "No, it's merely a collegial relationship. I believe Lu Yun possesses the requisite experience and character to fulfill this role." Lin Chao quickly clarified, aware that such associations must remain discreet. "I see." Shui Lin smiled. "However, I suggest we delay this decision. For having just promoted Chao Ying, proposing another candidate might jeopardize your relationship with Director Chao. Lin Chao, in the workplace, it is best to keep conflicts concealed. It is detrimental to lay them bare. Remember, the essence of all matters lies in the exchange of interests." Lin Chao nodded earnestly. "Thank you for your guidance, Shui. I will remember." With that, he took his leave. Recalling Chao Chong's flustered expression, Lin Chao felt a surge of satisfaction. This was his moment of triumph. Yet, he knew he owed his gratitude to Shui Lin and resolved to express it properly later. Upon returning to the marketing department office, he was met with the brash voice of Chao Ying declaring, "This is my office as the project team leader. Why do you have to be here? Move out immediately." Lin Chao strode into the office, and upon entering, he immediately noticed Chao Ying standing there with her hands on her hips, exuding an air of arrogance. Lu Yun, with her head bowed, was quietly tidying up her belongings. Lin Chao approached directly, grasping Lu Yun's hand, and asserted firmly, "Sister Lu, there is no need to move." Lu Yun looked at Lin Chao and quickly shook her head, saying, "Director Lin, please don't say that. Miss Chao will be the project team leader in the future and should work here. I should move out." Lin Chao retorted coldly, "Project team leader? You're overestimating her. As long as I am here, she will never occupy that position. Mark my words." Chao Ying regarded Lin Chao with a mocking smile, saying, "You think your words hold any weight here? They do not. I will certainly take on the role of project leader." Lu Yun, observing the exchange, quickly shook her head and implored, "Director Lin, she is Minister Chao's daughter. Arguing with her is futile." Lin Chao chuckled lightly and replied, "This corporation does not bear the Chao surname. No one can wield absolute power. Hence, regardless of her parentage, it is inconsequential." Upon hearing this, Chao Ying laughed derisively. "All right, let me show you whether my father wields absolute power. I am his daughter, and that matters." With that, she pulled out her phone and made a call. Once connected, she spoke imperiously, "Dad, Lin Chao claims you cannot control everything, and that my being your daughter is irrelevant. Now, please tell him if that is true." But the next moment, she screamed, "What do you mean I cannot be the project team leader and have to start as an ordinary employee? What is going on?" Dropping the phone, Chao Ying stood frozen, dumbfounded. Lin Chao gazed at her with a smirk and said, "I told you that you wouldn't rise to that position. Do you believe me now?" Her face turned pale, and with a glare at Lin Chao, she stormed out, slamming the door behind her. Lu Yun stood there, bewildered, and after a while, she finally gathered her thoughts and asked Lin Chao in astonishment, "What on earth just happened?" Lin Chao recounted how he had sought out Shui Lin, which relieved Lu Yun greatly. "President Shui is truly a wonderful person. You must be sure to express your gratitude to her." Lin Chao nodded with a smile. At that moment, Chao Chong called him. "Director Lin, please come to my office." Lin Chao hung up and went directly to Chao Chong's office, where he saw Chao Ying with red-rimmed eyes. Lin Chao felt a sense of satisfaction. It seemed her arrogance had diminished. What could this be about? A reprimand, perhaps? Let it come. He was ready, with Shui Lin's formidable support behind him. His confidence soared. However, Chao Chong's response left him utterly astonished. Chapter 17. She is no longer a child. Upon seeing Lin Chao, Chao Chong managed a forced smile and said, "Director Lin, I must admit that I mishandled this matter. You were right. Ying has many shortcomings. Let her start as an ordinary employee." Lin Chao was perplexed. Had this man truly changed? It seemed implausible. A leopard cannot change its spots. Surely, he was merely feigning this demeanor out of concern for his relationship with Shui Lin. Upon reflecting on this, he chuckled lightly and remarked, "Minister Chao, the past is behind us. Let us not dwell on it. By the way, do you have any other matters for me?" Acting is something anyone can do. Chao Chong regarded Lin Chao and stated, "The Jinlifi project is about to launch, and we need to devise a planning proposal. Please arrange this." Lin Chao thought to himself, "The project team leader has yet to be appointed. What can I possibly arrange?" He turned to Chao Chong and responded, "The project team leader has not yet arrived, so I shall handle this myself." Chao Chong nodded. "Thank you for your efforts. By the way, I would like you to take Ying along with you. I trust you 1T refused this small request." Lin Chao inwardly cursed, feeling that he had already been burdened excessively. Yet now he was expected to escort Chao Chong's daughter? Absolutely not. He replied directly, "Minister Chao, I apologize, but I am currently mentoring Lu Yun." Chao Chong shook his head with a smile. "Lu Yun is being groomed as a potential project team leader and can no longer accompany you. It would be best for Ying to join you." After some consideration, Lin Chao eventually agreed. Until he could manage to outmaneuver Chao Chong, Lu Yun's aspiration to become a project team leader would require Chao Chong's endorsement. Thus, it was wise to temper his grievances for now. As for mentoring Chao Ying, that would depend entirely on his mood. As Lin Chao prepared to depart, Chao Chong inquired, "Director Lin, what is the nature of your relationship with General Shui? How is it that she goes to such lengths to assist you?" Upon hearing this, Lin Chao inwardly smirked, recognizing this as the true reason for Chao Chong's visit. He looked at Chao Chong and replied with a smile and truth, "It is nothing significant." With that, he turned to leave. First, he was uncertain why Shui Lin extended her assistance. And second, even if he did know, he could not disclose it. It was akin to holding a bucket of filth. If not spilled, it posed a threat, yet once released, it only served to disgust. Returning to his office, Lu Yun promptly approached him, inquiring about his meeting with Chao Chong. Lin Chao recounted the events, to which Lu Yun shook her head, expressing her suspicion. "Chao Chong mentoring me? I can't shake the feeling that he has ulterior motives." Lin Chao chuckled and replied, "At this moment, his good intentions are unnecessary. I merely promised him this to ensure that when you ascend to the role of team leader, he will sign off without hesitation." Lu Yun nodded in understanding, then cautioned Lin Chao. "After all, Chao Ying is Chao Chong's daughter. You must exercise caution to avoid giving her any leverage." "Understood. I will take care." Lin Chao responded with a smile, before wrapping his arms around Lu Yun and planting a kiss on her cheek. Lu Yun quickly pushed him away, blushing. "Have you lost your mind? This is the office. What if someone sees us?" Leaning closer to her ear, Lin Chao whispered playfully, "We can discuss it at home tonight. But do remember to take a thorough bath and be ready for me. Every nook and cranny must be spotless." "You are incorrigible." Lu Yun playfully punched him, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Lin Chao laughed heartily and turned to leave. Upon exiting the room, he encountered Chao Ying standing there, who respectfully addressed him, "Director Lin, I am ready. Shall we proceed?" Out of the corner of Lin Chao's eye, he inadvertently noticed a tremor in Song Xiaoya's body, her delicate face instantly turning as pale as a sheet. A cold smirk formed within Lin Chao's heart. "Disheartened are we? Alas, all of this is of your own making." He instructed everyone to report any matters directly to Lu Yun, and after delivering his message amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he turned and departed. Upon exiting the room, he faintly overheard the murmurs of the crowd. "Goodness, Director Lin has outmaneuvered Minister Chao this time. What on earth happened? I heard that President Shui stood up for Director Lin." The revelation that such a powerful figure as Shui Lin supported him made it clear that the dynamics would need to be reassessed henceforth. "Shoo, keep your voices down." Listening to their discussions, Lin Chao's lips curled into a subtle smile. With Shui Lin as his trump card, These sycophants would no longer dare to underestimate him or openly align with the bald-headed Chao. Nevertheless, he firmly believed in Shui Lin's words. To ascend higher, one must produce genuine results and demonstrate true competence. Therefore, this time, the planning must be meticulously considered. He aimed to present an impressive proposal. Once outside the company, Chao Yingying had already driven the car over. She picked up Lin Chao and they headed towards the Jinlin Mansion project site. Glancing at Lin Chao, Chao Yingying apologetically remarked, "Director Lin, I was a bit excessive in my earlier remarks. I sincerely apologize and hope you can overlook it." Lin Chao internally scoffed, recognizing her theatrical skills, reminiscent of her father's. However, recalling Shui Lin's advice to keep emotions concealed, he replied nonchalantly, "Why would I hold a grudge against a young lady like you?" Yet, Chao Yingying boldly puffed out her chest, defiantly stating, "I'm not a child anymore." Lin Chao was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that this girl was so unabashed? At that moment, he began to believe that Chao Yingying was indeed the daughter of Chao Chong, sharing his father's audacity. Upon arriving at the project office and entering the manager's office, they found a figure seated behind the desk. It was none other than Guoqing, the manager of the Chilan Bay Villa project. "Good brother, it's a pleasure to see you again." Guoqing greeted him warmly. Lin Chao grasped his hand, puzzled as he inquired, "Guo, aren't you at the Chilan Bay Villas? What brings you here?" Guoqing replied with a smile, "It's all because of your excellent planning proposal. The houses over there have sold quite well. I've achieved my sales targets, and the company has assigned me additional responsibilities, including this project." As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Chao Yingying standing behind Lin Chao, his eyes lighting up. "Goodness, you've switched to another beauty. She's just as stunning as the last one. You truly are fortunate. Even I am envious." Lin Chao quickly interjected, "Brother, don't say such things. This is Minister Chao's daughter, Chao Yingying." Guoqing's brow furrowed momentarily at the mention of the minister's daughter, but he quickly masked his reaction and, chuckling, addressed Chao Yingying, "Miss Chao, you are truly beautiful. Please, have a seat while my brother and I step outside for a smoke." With that, he put an arm around Lin Chao and led him to an adjacent room. Closing the door behind him, he gazed at Lin Chao, his brows furrowing in discontent. "My brother, I recall you mentioning that you and Chao Tuho are like fire and water. Yet, here you are, bringing his daughter along. Is this some ploy for him to monitor you around the clock?" Lin Chao shook his head in resignation. "Chao Tuho is, after all, my superior. He arranged for his daughter to accompany me for her studies, and I had no choice but to comply." "You are still too young," Guoqing replied, shaking his head. "You could easily find an excuse to decline." But then, a thought struck him, and his eyes lit up. "Brother, it's fortuitous that you brought her along. Tonight, I'll give you something to help you. You could take advantage of a situation and resolve your grievances in one fell swoop." Coughing violently at the suggestion, Lin Chao exclaimed, "Brother, do you really see me as that sort of person?" Guoqing chuckled. "Men are what they are. I understand this better than you think. Stop pretending. Just follow my advice and take care of it tonight. If Chao Tuho learns of this outcome, he would surely be furious, and thus, your vendetta would be avenged." With a bemused expression, Lin Chao countered, "Brother, how could you even conceive such a notion? I can't help but feel that you harbor even greater animosity towards Chao Tuho than I do." Grinding his teeth, Guoqing replied, "That position of head of the marketing department was rightfully mine. That scoundrel resorted to underhanded tactics to usurp it. How could I not despise him? Trust me, you must take action against his daughter. It would also serve as a means of vengeance for me." Lin Chao sighed, shaking his head. "Brother, spare me. I am truly not that kind of person. Even if I aim to bring down Chao Chong, I will do so through honorable means." "You are foolish to overlook such a splendid opportunity," Guoqing remarked, understanding that he could not sway Lin Chao at that moment. He stood up, opened a drawer, and retrieved a bank card, handing it to Lin Chao. "This card contains 20,000 yuan. Take it and buy her some cosmetics." Lin Chao immediately shook his head. "Brother, you've already given me money last time. I cannot accept this." Guoqing smiled. "Brother, it was your planning that enabled me to fulfill my sales target, which earned me a bonus. It is only fair that you receive a share." Seeing Lin Chao's continued reluctance, Guoqing's brow furrowed. "I regard you as my brother. If you refuse again, it would be a slight against me." With that, he firmly placed the bank card into Lin Chao's pocket. Touched by Guoqing's sincerity and his own precarious situation, Lin Chao finally relented and said, "From now on, you shall be my brother." Guoqing clapped Lin Chao on the shoulder and laughed heartily. "Come, Let's find a place to celebrate properly. Lin Chao shook his head. Brother, the planning proposal is important. We must prioritize our work. All right, once we finish, I'll arrange a lavish celebration. Guoqing nodded in agreement, and the two of them headed towards the door. As they stepped out of the room, they were met by Chao Yingying, who stood waiting outside. Upon spotting Lin Chao, she hurried over, smiling brightly. Director Lin, shall we begin? However, Lin Chao did not spare her a glance and continued conversing with Guoqing, walking forward without acknowledging her presence. Chao Yingying never anticipated that Lin Chao would be so disrespectful, leaving her infuriated. However, after a moment of contemplation, she suppressed her anger and followed him. Lin Chao, catching a glimpse of the fury in Chao Yingying's eyes, couldn't help but smirk inwardly, thinking, your father, that wretched man, intends to ruin me, yet he expects me to mentor you? Does he think I'm a fool? In truth, Lin Chao was perplexed as to why Chao Chong would allow her to accompany him, fully aware of their tumultuous relationship and the inevitable consequences. Yet he resolved not to engage with her, regardless of his calculations. Thus, as he observed her trailing behind, pen and notebook in hand, eager to document everything, he scoffed and conversed with Guoqing, steering the conversation far from any planning matters. Chao Yingying discerned Lin Chao's intentions and internally seethed, thinking, this scoundrel clearly intends to leave me in the lurch, but I will stick by him and uncover his secrets. Guoqing, noticing Chao Yingying's intense focus, turned to Lin Chao and said, brother, I have some pressing matters to attend to. Why don't you and Ms. Chao take a look around? Call me if you need anything. He then leaned in closer to Lin Chao and whispered, I can tell that woman is quite taken with you. Just give her a signal, and she will surely oblige. So heed my advice and seize the opportunity to win her over, to vex that old bald man, Chao Chong. Lin Chao felt a wave of irritation wash over him. Did he seem like such a frivolous person? Once Guoqing departed, Chao Yingying hurried to Lin Chao's side. Smiling as she asked, Director Lin, do you have any thoughts on the planning proposal? No, Lin Chao replied, curtly before turning away. After being rebuffed for the second time, Chao Yingying was on the verge of exploding with rage. She fantasized about leaving in a huff, yet quickly reminded herself to endure and follow him. Observing Lin Chao's demeanor, she realized that today would require a bold move. Pressuring Chao Chong for assistance would only highlight her inadequacies. She needed to win Lin Chao over herself, proving to Chao Chong that she possessed her own skills. As thoughts swirled in her mind, a gust of wind swept through, followed by a downpour of rain. Chao Yingying's eyes brightened as she hastily retrieved an umbrella from her bag, rushing over to shield Lin Chao from the rain. This umbrella is a bit small. Let us squeeze in together, she said cheerfully, leaning in closer, her ample bosom pressing against Lin Chao's arm. The softness of her form sent a jolt through Lin Chao's heart, making him glance at her momentarily. But he quickly reminded himself that this was merely a ploy. He would not fall for such tactics. He turned his head, shifting his body to the side. Yet Chao Yingying followed suit, pressing closer. The rain intensified, and as she held the umbrella over Lin Chao, she soon found herself drenched. He glanced at her, wishing she would retract the umbrella and cease this charade. But the next moment, he found himself captivated by her presence. Chao Yingying's dress, drenched by the rain, clung closely to her form, becoming nearly translucent. Upon witnessing such a splendid sight, Lin Chao felt an unexpected rush of warmth surge through him, and he could not resist swallowing hard. Chao Yingying, clearly aware of Lin Chao's reaction, momentarily flashed a look of triumph in her eyes, but quickly concealed it, urging Lin Chao, Director Lin, the rain is too heavy. We should head back. Only then did Lin Chao come to his senses, his face flushing with embarrassment as he averted his gaze, and together with Chao Yingying, they returned to the project department. Guoqing was already waiting there, instructing someone to escort Chao Yingying to her room to change clothes while ushering Lin Chao into another room. Looking at Lin Chao, he chuckled and said, Brother, that woman practically came to you. You must seize the opportunity. I'll take my leave now, so as not to interrupt you too. With that, he laughed and departed. Lin Chao removed his wet clothes and hung them up to dry before taking a shower. Noticing his clothes were still damp, he donned a set of pajamas and settled onto the sofa. Just as he opened his laptop, Chao Yingying pushed the door open and entered. Lin Chao looked up to find her clad only in pajamas, the neckline daringly low. Blushing at Lin Chao's unabashed gaze, she remarked, I didn't bring any change of clothes, so I had to make do with pajamas. Observing Lin Chao's distracted demeanor, a sense of satisfaction bubbled within her. Well, it's time to reel him in, she thought. She moved closer to Lin Chao, sitting beside him, and inquired, Director Lin, how do you propose we proceed with the planning proposal? As if to better view the screen, she subtly shifted her body, leaning against Lin Chao's arm. Chapter 19. Since you've come forward, do not blame me for being ungracious. Feeling the soft pressure against him, Lin Chao's heart raced. But he quickly reined in his thoughts. This was clearly a bait set for him. However, he resolved not to take the bait. He shifted away slightly, responding coolly, I prefer not to be disturbed while I work. Please leave. Chao Yingying gazed at Lin Chao. Disbelief etched in her expression. How could he withstand such a blatant advance? Was he truly a man? A wave of frustration surged within her. She shot Lin Chao a fierce glare before turning on her heel and departing. Lin Chao smirked mockingly before immersing himself in research, preparing the planning proposal. Yet, despite his efforts, he found no brilliant ideas by afternoon. Perhaps I should seek assistance. He logged in and noticed a friend's avatar was active, his spirits lifting as he sent a message. Hey, what were you up to yesterday? Why did you leave so abruptly? After a moment of silence, only to receive no response, Lin Chao assumed his friend was busy and sent another message. Our company has a new project about to launch, and I need to draft a planning proposal. I'm lacking inspiration. When you have a moment, could you provide some insight? Not long after sending the message, a reply came through. Let us discuss your thoughts. Lin Chao hurriedly outlined his general ideas. Reduced to mere wealth. The ultimate aim of a planning proposal is to facilitate a transaction. Your proposal must not deviate from this direction, lest it becomes nothing more than a gimmick. I believe you should consider the target clientele of this development, discerning their preferences. Starting from this perspective should yield better results. Lin Chao responded, All right, I shall contemplate this thoroughly. My friend, your experience is profoundly enriching. Every encounter with you enlightens me. I truly wish to visit you in person. Pray tell, where are you currently? Once I find the time, I will fly over to share a drink with you. The other party's avatar turned black again. Lin Chao felt a wave of frustration. Was he busy again? At least a farewell would have been courteous. He shook his head, adjusted his thoughts, and began to ponder, but even as night fell, no brilliant ideas emerged. The task remained unfulfilled, and it seemed he wouldn't be returning tonight. He first called Shui Lin, succinctly explaining the situation and expressing his guilt for not being able to provide her with a massage that evening. Shui Lin chuckled. It's just a planning proposal. There's no need to be overly fixated. Come back. A casual effort will suffice. No way. Lin Chao quickly shook his head, Director Shui. I must produce a commendable proposal. Otherwise, I would be remiss in acknowledging your support. Shui Lin laughed. Very well. I shall await your good news. Lin Chao, if your proposal succeeds this time, you may consider recommending Lu Yun for the position of project team leader. Upon hearing this, Lin Chao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, Rest assured, Director Shui, I shall not disappoint you. After hanging up, Lin Chao sent a brief message to Lu Yun, outlining the situation. He was eager to return and show Lu Yun some affection, but the matter at hand was pressing. Just as he set down the phone, Guoqing entered, grinning as he said, Brother, your health is paramount. Let us go eat first. Lin Chao changed into his dry clothes, and he and Guoqing exited the room, beckoning Chao Yingying to join them as they made their way to a nearby restaurant. While dining, Lin Chao's thoughts remained occupied with the planning proposal. At that moment, a conversation among several young people nearby caught his attention. The internet celebrity singer Xiao Yuner plans to hold a concert here. Have you heard? Indeed, her songs resonate deeply with us young people. If she comes, I will definitely support her. I heard that due to issues with the lenders, the venue and other matters have yet to be settled, and Xiao Yuner is considering giving up. Really? That is such a pity. If only I had the means. I would assist her in securing a venue and resolving these minor issues. Hearing their discussion, Lin Chao's eyes lit up. This could be the breakthrough he needed. He called Guoqing and headed to the restroom, quickly stating, Brother, I have formulated an idea for the planning proposal. He shared his thoughts, and Guoqing, an expert in this area, instantly brightened at the suggestion. This concept is indeed promising. Lin Chao nodded. Brother, please attend to two matters swiftly. Once you finalize them, we can execute this proposal. Consider it done. Guoqing replied, turning to leave. Lin Chao emerged from the restroom and returned to the private room. Gao Xingying, Puao, Inguit. Where is Manager Gua? Has he left? Lin Chao responded with a nonchalant HM. seated himself, and resumed his meal. Noticing the improvement in Lin Chao's complexion, Chao Yingying's eyes brightened, and she eagerly asked, Director Lin, you already have a plan, don't you? Just as Lin Chao was about to nod in affirmation, his phone vibrated insistently. He retrieved the device, only to find a message from an unfamiliar number. Chao Chang has instructed Chao Yingying to shadow you in order to acquire your planning ideas and claim them as her own, using them as leverage for her promotion to project group leader. Be cautious. Understanding dawned upon Lin Chao. No wonder Chao Chang had placed Chao Yingying so close to him to endure the brunt of his frustrations. It was all part of a vile scheme. Anger surged within him as Chao Yingying pressed on, You do have a plan, right? Just as Lin Chao prepared to confront her with his indignation, he swallowed the words. Venting his fury would not suffice. He vowed to ensure that these two shameless individuals would face dire consequences. His mind raced back to the words Guiqing had shared with him earlier that day. Gritting his teeth, Lin Chao thought, Chao Chang and Chao Yingying. You have forced my hand. I bear no blame. Resolving himself, he looked at Chao Yingying, nodded, and declared, You are correct. I indeed have a plan. Really? Director Lin, you are simply amazing. Chao Yingying exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Please, share your thoughts with me. I wish to learn. Lin Chao hesitated, sensing the inappropriateness of the request. Chao Yingying, perceiving his reluctance, immediately understood his intentions. He sought compensation. With determination, she bit her lip, removed her shoes, and boldly placed her delicate foot on Lin Chao's leg. Lin Chao's gaze shot up in shock. He had not anticipated such audacity from her. With sultry eyes, Chao Yingying purred, Come on to share your thoughts. Lin Chao smirked inwardly, thinking, You have offered yourself, so do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. In Chapter 20, a brief separation exceeds a new marriage. Lin Chao decisively took action. Chao Yingying was taken aback by his boldness, gasping as she quickly withdrew her leg, glaring at him, ready to unleash her fury. However, Lin Chao addressed her calmly, You are, after all, my student, and it is only fitting that I share my insights with you. Yet, this is the fruit of my labor, and I must receive something in return. Gao Xingying, internally cursing him as a greedy fool for demanding a reward, maintained her composure and replied, Director Lin, you make a valid point. Besides, you are now my teacher. It is only right to show some appreciation. With that, she produced a bank card from her purse and placed it on the table before Lin Chao. Teacher, this card contains 10,000 yuan. Use it to buy yourself some cigarettes. Yet, Lin Chao did not even reach for the card, shaking his head, I'm sorry. I do not smoke. Chao Yingying was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by his unexpected response. What was he planning? However, it wasn't long before Lin Chao's gaze fixated intently on her chest, accompanied by an incessant swallowing of saliva. In that moment, she comprehended fully. He was indeed harboring ulterior motives. This man was no good. She felt an overwhelming urge to chastise Lin Chao for his shamelessness. Yet for the sake of her own plans, she restrained herself, gritting her teeth inwardly. You wretched creature, today you may have your trivial advantage. But once my business is concluded, you shall witness how I deal with you. Having resolved her thoughts, she donned her shoes, rose, and seated herself beside Lin Chao. Her eyes fixed upon him as she implored, Director Lin, what must I do for you to speak? Please do tell. With that, she leaned closer to him, her posterior pressing against his body. Lin Chao internally scoffed, thinking that such a meager price was insufficient to claim my hard-earned victory. He turned to look at Chao Yingying, gesturing toward his lap, and coolly stated, Sit on my lap. Upon hearing Lin Chao's overtly lascivious remark, Chao Yingying felt an overwhelming desire to slap him across the face. Muttering to herself, Do you think you can play tricks on me? Yet, recalling her objective, she suppressed her anger, rising to perch herself on Lin Chao's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck and smiling brightly as she said, Brother, may we speak now? Allowing this scoundrel a modicum of advantage seemed trivial, considering he had already taken liberties. A small concession might yield her desired outcome. After all, as for Lin Chao daring to truly impose upon her, he wouldn't have the audacity. Her father's presence loomed large in her mind. However, she gravely underestimated Lin Chao's fury. Fueled by alcohol, he abandoned all restraint, pulling her tightly into his embrace and capturing her lips in a kiss. Chao Yingying was momentarily stunned. Her intent had merely been to allow Lin Chao a slight indulgence, ultimately to extract his design proposal. But she never anticipated that this rogue would take it seriously. This was her first kiss. Shocked, she stared at Lin Chao, rendered immobile. Yet she quickly regained her composure, throwing her head back forcefully to evade his advances, standing abruptly and raising her hand to strike his face, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! Do you believe I won't call my father this instant and report your lewd behavior?" Lin Chao seized her delicate wrist, gazing at her with a smirk, and remarked, "Who was it that extended their foot between my legs? And who was it that willingly sat upon my lap? Am I the rogue here? Clearly, it was you who sought to entice me." "You!" Chao Yingying was taken aback by Lin Chao's counterattack, her body trembling with rage. "I will make you pay for this." With that, she lunged for a chair. Lin Chao, observing her lethargically, said, "Spare yourself the trouble. Are you still interested in that proposal? Of course, otherwise, wouldn't I be the one losing out?" Chao Yingying finally recalled the matter at hand, discarding the chair and glaring at Lin Chao, her teeth clenched in anger. Lin Chao could hardly contain his amusement at her exasperation. The truth had escaped her lips. He took a tissue to wipe his mouth and said, "I may have indulged a bit too much in drink, and my head feels foggy. How about we exchange WeChat? I'll compile a document and send it to you." Chao Yingying's eyes brightened, and she quickly retrieved her phone, eagerly adding Lin Chao on WeChat. Lin Chao rose and exited the room, only to find Guoqing standing by the door, smoking a cigarette. Closing the door behind him, Lin Chao hurriedly inquired, "Brother, have the matters been resolved?" Guoqing nodded with a smile, assuring him, "Everything has been arranged. Rest assured." Then, glancing at Lin Chao, he pointed towards the private room, his expression brimming with curiosity. "Have you taken care of that girl?" Coughing, Lin Chao's face flushed crimson. "Brother, no, I've told you already, I'm not that kind of person." In truth, upon realizing that Chao Chong and Chao Yingying had conspired against him, he had briefly entertained the notion of dealing with Chao Yingying directly. Ultimately, however, he dismissed that thought. If he were to engage with Chao Yingying in such a manner, it would surely provoke Chao Chong's wrath. Moreover, he pondered the implications of her promiscuity. Who could ascertain how many men she had been with? If he were to contract some illness as a result, it would be a grave miscalculation. Yet, Guoqing never anticipated that Lin Chao's thoughts would be so convoluted. Upon hearing Lin Chao's protest, he exclaimed, "What a splendid opportunity! How could you be so oblivious?" Shaking his head, he continued, "Forget her. Come, let us unwind properly. I have arranged for a comprehensive service." Lin Chao understood all too well what this comprehensive service entailed, his face reddening as he replied, "Brother, I truly do not desire that. Please spare me. Besides, I need to return and finalize the proposal." Now that this formidable challenge had been vanquished, he yearned to rush home, where the delicate and enchanting Lu Yun awaited him. His thoughts were far removed from seeking out other women. He declined Guoqing's insistence and swiftly hopped into his car, heading home. The mere thought of Lu Yun's passionate fervor from the previous night sent his heart racing. He truly longed for her, a yearning that emanated from the depths of his soul. The phrase "absence makes the heart grow fonder" encapsulated his sentiments perfectly. As he drove, he recalled the text message he had received from an unfamiliar number. Who could this person be, persistently aiding him? It didn't take long for a name to surface in his mind. Shui Lin. Who else could possess such insight into Chao Chong's machinations? While also genuinely wishing to assist him, the thought of Shui Lin warmed his heart. She had been a benefactor on several occasions, and he resolved to treat her to a massage in gratitude. To this day, he had yet to fathom her motivations for aiding him. Never mind, he thought. I shall inquire about it when the opportunity arises. An hour later, Lin Chao returned to his residential complex. Picking up his phone, he noticed multiple messages from Chao Yingying, all urging him for the proposal. A cold smile crept across his face. "Just wait. I am currently too occupied to entertain your demands." Arriving at his doorstep, Lin Chao entered. It was already 10 in the evening, and he presumed Lu Yun must be asleep. He tiptoed to her bedroom door, gently pushing it open, intending to surprise her. To his astonishment, he found the bedside lamp illuminated, and Lu Yun was sitting there, lost in thought, clearly unable to sleep. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, Lu Yun was startled awake. Turning her head, she saw Lin Chao and, filled with excitement, exclaimed as she hurriedly got up, not even bothering to put on her shoes, rushing over to embrace him with a joyful expression. Lin Chao looked at Lu Yun with a puzzled expression and asked, "Sister Lu, why are you still awake at this late hour?" Lu Yun looked up at him and blurted out, "I can't sleep if you don't come back." However, she soon realized that her words had been too flippant. Her cheeks flushed as she inquired, "Lin Chao, Didn't you say you wouldn't return? I missed you. Lin Chao replied warmly, and those simple words detonated within Lu Yun like the most potent explosive, shattering all her defenses. With a soft sigh, she melted into Lin Chao's embrace. Gazing at the delicate beauty in his arms, Lin Chao felt a surge of passion ignite within him. He suddenly lifted Lu Yun and placed her on the bed, leaning over her. Chapter 21, a special video. After an indeterminate amount of time, tranquility finally enveloped the room. Lin Chao gazed at Lu Yun, who lay peacefully asleep in his arms, reflecting on her kindness. He recalled how she had comforted him during the most painful moments of his heartbreak, helping him swiftly emerge from his sorrow. A warmth filled his heart. What a wonderful woman she was. He resolved to treat Lu Yun well from that moment onward. Just then, his phone vibrated again. Lin Chao glanced at it and saw a flurry of urgent messages from Chao Yingying. Lin Chao, hurry up and send me the proposal. What on earth are you doing? You scoundrel. Are you trying to stand me up? Are you even a man? Lin Chao almost chuckled at her urgency. Gently extracting his arm from beneath Lu Yun's neck, he quietly rose and went to his own bedroom, where he opened his laptop and hastily edited a proposal to send to Chao Yingying. I was too tired and fell asleep. Sorry. He then ignored her and began working on his planning document. He toiled until 5 in the morning before finally completing the proposal. Stretching his limbs, he was about to rise when suddenly a pair of soft arms encircled his neck, followed by Lu Yun's concerned voice. Can it wait until tomorrow? Why are you pushing yourself so hard? Lin Chao turned around, placing Lu Yun on his lap, and shook his head, saying, Chao Chong is determined to use this opportunity to push Chao Yingying for the team leader position. I cannot let them have their way. I must perfect this proposal and reserve this position for you. Upon hearing Lin Chao's words, Lu Yun felt a sudden warmth in her heart. Looking at him gratefully, she said, Lin Chao, thank you. Gazing at Lu Yun's exquisite face, Lin Chao chuckled. A mere thank you feels rather perfunctory. I want you to express your gratitude through actions. With that, he gently pushed Lu Yun onto the sofa. The following morning, Lin Chao and Lu Yun arrived at the company one after the other. As soon as Lin Chao entered his office, he received a call from Chao Chong. Report to the small conference room immediately. Lin Chao hung up, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. They were already gathering. Grabbing his laptop, he hurried to the small conference room, pushing the door open to find Su Lin and a host of high-ranking executives present. Chao Yingying sat beside Chao Chong, exuding an air of arrogance. Lin Chao scoffed derisively, thinking she truly believed her aspirations would come to fruition today. She was mistaken. With me present, her hopes of advancement were futile. He strode directly to his seat. Chao Chong surveyed the room and addressed the attendees. Esteemed leaders, the focal point of today's meeting is the launch of the Jinlin Mansion's new project, which is currently our department's most significant undertaking. He gestured toward Chao Yingying, saying, Yingying has also prepared a planning proposal. I reviewed it and found it commendable. Let us allow her to present it today. And I kindly ask for your guidance and critique. With that, he signaled to Chao Yingying. Chao Yingying opened her laptop and projected her proposal onto the large screen. Speaking confidently, my plan is positioned as a harmonious growth with prosperity, creating a home for ideals. It comprises both online and offline components. The online segment involves precise advertising through various media and search engines, alongside marketing via public accounts, inviting previous clients to provide online feedback. The offline marketing includes outdoor advertisements and hosting various events, such as open model apartments and family-friendly activities, along with on-site giveaways. Despite her eloquence, the prominent figures in the room remained unimpressed, as they were well aware this was merely a product of Chao Chong's influence, lacking any captivating highlights. Internally, they scoffed, noting that even with Chao Chong personally involved, such a lackluster proposal emerged, truly a display of incompetence. Chao Chong recognized the proposal's limited merit. Any further boasting would be embarrassing. So he quickly shifted back to the main agenda. Esteemed leaders, this proposal has demonstrated Yingying's capabilities. She should be considered for the position of project team leader. What are your thoughts? Several nodded in agreement. After all, Chao Chong held a ministerial position and had support behind him, making it unwise to confront him and risk offending him. Seeing the nods of approval, Chao Chong turned to Shui Lin with a smile, saying, Shui, since everyone agrees, shall we go ahead and appoint Yingying as the project team leader? Lin Chao internally chuckled, recognizing this charade as nothing more than a ploy to elevate his daughter. However, he was determined to thwart this scheme. Before Shui Lin could respond, Lin Chao interjected, Minister Chao, I also have a planning proposal. Perhaps I could share it for everyone's consideration? Chao Chong shot a glare at Lin Chao, retorting, hasn't Ying already presented? What more do you wish to add? Lin Chao smiled slightly, replying, Ying's proposal is hers. I have organized a separate one. Before he could finish, Chao Chong impatiently interrupted, if Director Lin's perspective aligns with Ying's. There's no need to elaborate further. Everyone's time is precious, and we shouldn't waste it here. All of Lin Chao's insights had been preemptively addressed by Chao Ying. He had no novel viewpoints to offer. This remark was merely intended to silence Lin Chao, compelling him to acquiesce. However, Lin Chao calmly asserted, I do possess a rather unique idea. Upon witnessing Lin Chao's audacity to openly challenge him, Chao Chong's expression darkened, and he glared at Lin Chao, displeased, and stated, I said there are no new ideas. Don't waste everyone's time. Time is invaluable. Do you understand? Had it not been for Shuai Lin notifying Lin Chao, he would never have consented to Lin Chao's presence, for the sight of him irked Chao Chong immensely. Nevertheless, since you are here, best sit quietly and observe. Instead of incessantly chattering, Lin Chao was tempted to remove his shoe and hurl it at Chao Chong's bald head. Yet he understood that this was not a venue for such actions, especially with someone advocating for him present. Thus, he restrained his fury and turned to Shuai Lin. Shuai Lin took a sip of tea and nonchalantly remarked, since Director Lin wishes to speak, let him do so. We ought to pool our thoughts together. Upon hearing Shuai Lin's declaration, Chao Chong, despite his surging anger, could only nod begrudgingly and shot Lin Chao a glare, saying, Please be succinct. Everyone is quite busy. Lin Chao refrained from retorting, rising to take a seat at the front, connecting his laptop to the projection screen. Just as he was about to present his meticulously crafted proposal, the memory of Chao Chong's earlier arrogance ignited a blaze of indignation within him. How audacious you are! Chao Chong, I shall ensure you regret this. I will render you utterly humiliated and see how you continue to prance about here. Do you truly believe me to be a pushover? Think again. I am a hedgehog, and should you dare to touch me, I will pierce you with 1,000 quills. He maneuvered the mouse and opened another file, locating a video, and clicked play. Instantly, a video materialized on the grand screen. As the audience beheld its contents, shockwaves rippled through the room. It was not the proposed plan, but a completely unrelated video. Yet the imagery was utterly captivating. In it, a man and a woman were entwined in an embrace, passionately kissing, the woman's back towards the camera obscuring her identity. But the man's unmistakable bald head was prominently displayed, leading everyone to instantly recognize him. The male protagonist was none other than Chao Chong. Chapter 22, The Beautiful Singer. Xiao Yuner. As the explosive video played, the audience was momentarily stunned. Good heavens, Lin Chao was audaciously broadcasting such a video in public? In truth, the video had been clandestinely uploaded to the company intranet, and most had seen it, but to air it in front of everyone, particularly in front of Chao Chong, was nothing short of outrageous. This was a devastating slap to Chao Chong's face. Chao Chong's expression darkened as he witnessed the video, his face turning a shade of green as he glared at Lin Chao, roaring in fury. What on earth are you doing? It's humiliating enough to be seen like this, but with my daughter present, this is utterly disgraceful. His body trembled with rage as he fixed his gaze upon Lin Chao. Lin Chao glanced up, quickly clicked to close the video, and with a feigned air of embarrassment, said to Chao Chong, I apologize, I clicked the wrong file. Watching Chao Chong's imminent explosion of fury, Lin Chao felt a sense of satisfaction. Old bald head. I shall show you some audacity. Yet, business was paramount, so he swiftly opened his proposal document, and a line of golden text struck the screen. Choose Jinlin Mansion. Adjacent to the beautiful singer Xiao Yuner, the line was a visual assault on the audience's retinas. Soon, a line of bold letters gradually faded away, and the scene shifted to the explosive atmosphere of Xiao Yuner's concert, instantly filling the screen. In the footage, Xiao Yuner moved gracefully, her melodious voice enchanting the audience, who waved bouquets and shouted enthusiastically. The scene was electrifying, igniting an immediate fervor. Finally, Xiao Yuner waved her shirt and exclaimed, Jinlin Mansion, the most desirable place to live. The image froze, leaving one with endless imagination. Next came Lin Chao's narration. Jinlin Mansion features a modern design, targeting the youth demographic. Thus, the planning must expand upon this foundation. Xiao Yuner's popularity among the younger generation is immense. Inviting her to hold a concert at the sales venue will undoubtedly attract a throng of fans. Most of these fans are young, aligning perfectly with our target clientele, which will certainly correlate positively with subsequent sales. The specific operational plan is as follows. We will provide various conveniences to ensure Chao Yuner can host her concert at the sales site, guaranteeing its success and drawing fans to enjoy the performance. Furthermore, we will offer her Villa number 1 free of charge for a year, allowing potential buyers the unique opportunity to reside near their idol. Young people are often fervent in their admiration for stars, often willing to spend extravagantly. The prospect of living in the same complex as their beloved celebrity is bound to entice them to invest. By presenting this selling point, we distinguish ourselves from other developments, making it compelling for young buyers. As Lin Chao concluded, the room erupted in enthusiastic applause. The industry experts present recognized the substantial value of Lin Chao's proposal, easily surpassing the ridiculous plan of Chao Yingying by several leagues. Chao Yingying turned to Lin Chao, utterly stunned, with only one thought reverberating in her mind. He deceived himself. He deceived himself. Chao Chong regarded Lin Chao with a grim expression, realizing that this cunning fox had outmaneuvered them, leaving his daughter ensnared in Lin Chao's scheme. Last night, when Chao Yingying presented Lin Chao's proposal, Chao Chong had sensed something amiss. Lin Chao, a seasoned planner, could not have merely offered such a trivial concept. However, Chao Yingying had insisted that Lin Chao's proposal lacked brilliance, claiming she had obtained first-hand information. Reflecting on this, Chao Chong found it entirely plausible. He understood how challenging it was to devise an outstanding plan. Thus, he assumed Lin Chao had exhausted his creativity and could not produce anything noteworthy, leading him to hastily assist Chao Yingying with her proposal. Yet, he had not anticipated falling into Lin Chao's trap. He glared at Lin Chao, wishing he could annihilate him, but he knew this was not the time to act out. With a shrewd glance at Lin Chao, he remarked, "Director Lin, your ideas seem appealing. Yet there are two critical issues. First, will Chao Yuner agree to perform this concert? Second, has her appearance fee been negotiated in advance? If it's exorbitantly high, it wouldn't be worthwhile. Unless these two questions are resolved, your proposal remains mere conjecture." Lin Chao nodded at Chao Chong, acknowledging, as expected of a leader, "Your insights are indeed piercing." Chao Chong's nose twitched in annoyance. "Did I ask for your praise?" Lin Chao no longer regarded him, instead focusing on the distinguished individuals present, who were engaging in animated discussions. "Last night, I requested Manager Guo to approach Chao Yuner for negotiations, and she has readily agreed. Additionally, the unit that initially contacted Chao Yuner has encountered other issues with the venue, which has hindered their negotiations, nearly jeopardizing the concert. However, the fans are well aware of Chao Yuner's schedule in Haicheng. Should there be an abrupt cancellation, it would undoubtedly tarnish her reputation, leaving her in a precarious position. Our intervention essentially assists her, as her performance fee is considerably low. Thus, Minister Chao's concerns have been entirely resolved and are no longer an issue." "Excellent." Shui Lin was the first to applaud. "The angle is commendable, and each aspect has been thoughtfully considered. This is truly a remarkable proposal." She then turned to Chao Chong with a smile, saying, "Minister Chao, you can see that Yingying's planning capabilities are somewhat lacking compared to Director Lin's. I believe she should take some time to refine her skills." While her words were delicately phrased, the implication was unmistakable. Chao Yingying was unfit to lead this project team. Chao Chong, upon hearing this, felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. After all his efforts, he found himself in a futile endeavor. However, Shui Lin's intentions were clear, and he saw no point in prolonging the matter. He decided to let it rest for now. After all, as long as he was present, the role of project team leader belonged to his daughter. Shui Lin continued, "Minister Chao, Director Lin has once again made significant contributions. You must ensure he is duly rewarded." Upon hearing this, Chao Chong felt as if his blood were boiling. How could she undermine his interests and still expect him to reward her? "You might as well slap me in the face," he thought. Yet, with Shui Lin's directive and the company's policies at play, he had no choice but to suppress his indignation and nod, feeling as though he had swallowed a foul-tasting fly. However, he soon discovered that the situation would become even more exasperating. Lin Chao stood up and addressed Shui Lin. "General Shui, whether I receive a reward is trivial. I have a concern I wish to present to the leadership for consideration." Shui Lin smiled and nodded. "Please, go ahead." Lin Chao quickly stated, "Regarding this proposal's planning, It should logically fall under the project team leader's purview. Yet, the reality is that I have been juggling both roles. While this may be manageable in the short term, I cannot sustain this for long without risking burnout. Hence, I implore the leadership to expedite the appointment of a project team leader. Lin responded in agreement. Your request is quite reasonable. If you have a suitable candidate in mind, please bring it forth for discussion. I believe Lu Yun possesses both character and competence and would be an excellent choice. I recommend her. Absolutely not. I disagree. Lin Chao's suggestion was immediately countered by Chao Chong, who exclaimed, Lu Yun lacks the necessary skills. She is entirely unsuitable for the position of project team leader. This was his daughter's role, and he would not allow it to be taken from her. Lin, glancing at Chao Chong, inquired with a smile, then who do you believe would be appropriate? In truth, Chao Chong wished to assert that his daughter was the right fit. But since Lin had already dismissed that notion, to propose it again would be akin to slapping her in the face. He could maneuver subtly behind the scenes, but he dared not confront Lin directly. In light of the recent proposal by Chao Ying, which lacked any remarkable essence, should he once again mention her, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions of nepotism. After much contemplation, he found himself at a loss for words. Lin, observing him, remarked with a smile, if you have nothing to contribute, perhaps we should temporarily appoint Lu Yun for the position. After all, our company values meritocracy. We cannot burden Director Lin alone. We must show consideration for our subordinates. Wouldn't you agree? Chao Chong then surveyed the assembly, inquiring, what do you all think of my suggestion? With Lin having spoken, the influential figures readily concurred. Lin turned to Chao Chong with a smile, saying, Minister Chao, let us settle this matter accordingly. Although Chao Chong felt a sense of discontent, he reluctantly nodded in agreement. As the crowd dispersed, Lin Chao began to tidy up his belongings. Chao Ying remained seated, motionless, her face pale with fury. Suddenly, she shot up, glaring at Lin Chao with eyes ablaze, exclaiming, Lin Chao, I never imagined you would deceive me, you scoundrel. Lin Chao, maintaining a serious demeanor, attempted to explain. However, before he could finish, he was abruptly interrupted by an enraged Chao Ying. I refuse to converse with a liar like you, leave. Witnessing the contorted expression of anger on her face, Lin Chao felt a wave of satisfaction. He relished the thought of outsmarting both her and her father. He packed his computer and turned to leave, but paused at the door to offer a final, earnest piece of advice. Ying, considering your efforts yesterday, allow me to advise you. Don't aim too high. Start from a humble position as a junior employee. Only by establishing a solid foundation will you find future opportunities. Do you understand? I remember your sister. Chao Ying, infuriated by his condescension, retorted angrily and hurled her laptop at him. Lin Chao dodged, hearing the thud of the heavy object hitting the ground behind him. He smirked inwardly, thinking, that laptop worth over 10,000 is surely ruined. I'll enjoy seeing you distressed, you wretched woman. With no desire to engage further with Chao Ying, he turned towards the office, eager to share the delightful news with Lu Yun. Imagining her joyous reaction, a smile crept across Lin Chao's lips, and his steps quickened. Just as he departed, Chao Ying sprang to her feet, storming into Chao Chong's office, slamming the door shut. With a fierce glare, she confronted him, shouting, Didn't you say my promotion to project team leader was virtually assured? What now? Chao Chong hurried over, attempting to soothe her. Child, do not be upset. There will be other opportunities. Spare me your sweet nothings. I want to listen. Chao Chong's words were abruptly interrupted by Chao Ying's furious outburst. Today, both our faces have been bruised by that scoundrel Lin Chao, and you still wish to wait for a later time? How can you endure this? Father, he is merely a petty subordinate of yours, daring to act so brazenly in your presence, and yet you do nothing to remove him? Are you saving him for the new year? Upon hearing this, Chao Chong could only shake his head in resignation. My dear, as you have observed, Lin has been inexplicably supporting him. If I act without understanding the full situation, Lin will undoubtedly retaliate. However, there is no need for you to be anxious. Once I ascertain the truth, I shall ensure he pays for his actions. Enough. Chao Ying interrupted him again, her voice laced with anger. By the time you figure everything out, it will be too late. If you refuse to take care of him, then I shall handle it myself. With that, she turned and stormed away. Chao Chong hurriedly called out, Daughter, please do not act impulsively. But Chao Ying turned back, glaring at him and shouted without restraint, Chao Chong, you are truly pathetic. With that, she slammed the door behind her. Faced with such a rebuke from his daughter, Chao Chong's face turned an ashen hue. Yet what could he do? Realizing that all this turmoil stemmed from Lin Chao, his fury ignited. Scoundrel, just you wait. Our affairs are far from over. Meanwhile, Lin Chao had returned to the office of the marketing department. As he entered the suite and closed the door, Lu Yun promptly approached him. Concern etched on her face. Lin Chao, how did it go? Lin Chao looked at Lu Yun, shook his head, and sighed. I'm sorry. But the arrangement for you to be the project team leader has not come to fruition. Lu Yun shook her head in response. If it hasn't happened, then so be it. I'm not overly concerned. As long as you are well. Hearing Lu Yun's thoughtfulness warmed Lin Chao's heart. And he smiled. I was only teasing you. The matter has indeed been resolved, and you can handle the paperwork shortly. Really? Lu Yun's eyes sparkled with joy upon hearing this. She suddenly hugged Lin Chao tightly, planting a kiss on his cheek, and exclaimed, Lin Chao, you are amazing. I am so happy. Although she had consistently reassured Lin Chao, deep down she harbored hopes of becoming the project team leader, which would bring better income and a promotion, allowing her to collaborate more effectively with Lin Chao. Thus, upon hearing that the arrangement had been made, how could she not feel elated? Lin Chao embraced Lu Yun and said with a smile, Sister Lu, hurry and take care of the paperwork. Lu Yun nodded joyfully and turned to leave. Upon reaching the door, she recalled something and returned to Lin Chao, saying, I discovered yesterday that Xiao Yu visited Minister Chao's office 3 times. Their relationship seems rather unusual. I mention this not with any ulterior motive, but merely to advise you to be cautious. Lin Chao snorted dismissively. Who cannot see that she has long desired to cling to Chao Chong? It is shocking that she has now abandoned all pretense. What a shameless woman. Let her prance about. Such a person is beneath my notice. Lu Yun nodded in understanding and departed. Lin Chao took a seat, only to overhear whispers from outside. Wow, Director Lin has truly struck gold this time, managing to sweep Minister Chao's daughter aside and elevate Lu Yun to a prominent position. Unbeknownst to you, Director Lin has substantial backing from Shui, the station manager, which has afforded him considerable strength within the marketing department, enabling him to contend with Minister Chao. It appears that in the future, any matters requiring attention should be directed towards Director Lin. Shortly thereafter, someone knocked and entered, expressing that they had been with the company for many years without any salary increase, requesting Lin's assistance in advocating for a raise. As soon as this individual departed, another entered, seeking Lin's help to facilitate a relocation for family reunification. Yet another came, pleading for assistance in securing a position for their daughter, who was graduating from university this year. These individuals, offering gifts and displaying utmost deference, had once disregarded Lin and even mocked him in the presence of Minister Chao. Lin could not help but shake his head at the fickleness of human nature. However, with his ascent in position, his perspective had broadened, and, recognizing these individuals as his subordinates, he understood that he would need their support moving forward. Thus, he refrained from outright rejection, merely citing his current precarious standing as a reason for his inability to assist. In truth, this was not mere pretense, but a reflection of reality. The reasons behind Shui Lin's support for him remained unclear, and whether such assistance would continue was uncertain. Moreover, with Chao Chong, the ever-loathsome adversary, he found himself unwilling to remain complacently in his current position. As long as Chao Chong remained unchallenged, Lin's peace of mind was unattainable. Yet, Lu Yun was correct in asserting that Chao Chong was a long-standing member of the company, deeply entrenched in a complex web of relationships, and now his superior, making any direct confrontation a daunting task. The only viable strategy lay in leveraging Shui Lin's influence to orchestrate Chao Chong's downfall. To secure Shui Lin's continued support, Lin realized he must exert greater effort. It seemed imperative to meet with Shui Lin that very evening. The mere thought of her exquisite beauty ignited a flame within him. Recalling moments in her office and the encounter at the hotel, which stirred an undeniable heat within. As Lin contemplated, he dismissed the absurd notion that Shui Lin harbored ulterior motives. The incident in the office was merely a precaution to prevent Chao Chong from discovering their interactions. And the hotel episode was simply a consequence of inebriation. No need to overthink it. He shook his head, resolving to focus on providing Shui Lin with a massage that evening, while subtly probing for insights into Chao Chong. Shui Lin, being Chao Chong's direct superior, could be instrumental in his ambitions to unseat the latter. With a newfound glimmer of hope at the prospect of challenging Chao Chong, Lin's enthusiasm surged. Chao Chong, just you wait. As the workday drew to a close, Lin informed Lu Yun of his plans to meet Shui Lin that evening, indicating he would return home later than usual. Lu Yun nodded obediently in response, gazing upon her exquisite visage and the ample allure before him, inhaling the intoxicating fragrance that enveloped her. Lin Chao's mind was once again flooded with fervent memories of their passionate encounters. His body instinctively reacted as he leaned closer to Lu Yun, whispering with a playful chuckle, "Make sure to take a nice bath when you get home. I'll be waiting for you." Lu Yun's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, and with a bashful glare directed at Lin Chao, she hastily gathered her belongings and turned to leave. As the door closed behind her, Lin Chao seized his phone and sent a message to Shui Lin. "Ms. Shui, I plan to reserve a private room after work. Would you care to join me for a massage?" Shui Lin's response arrived swiftly. "Don't waste your money. Your salary is modest. Instead, I'll send you my address. Come over to my place." After hanging up, Shui Lin promptly forwarded her address. A warm sensation enveloped Lin Chao's heart. What a considerate leader she was. He tidied his things and was about to depart the office to meet Shui Lin when suddenly, a call from Chao Ying interrupted him. Lin Chao recognized that he had wronged this woman, and she surely harbored a deep resentment towards him. He anticipated nothing good from her call and chose not to answer. Yet moments later, a WeChat message arrived from Chao Ying. "Lin Chao, I captured photos of last night's incident. If you ignore me, I will post them on the company intranet." "What the hell?" Lin Chao exclaimed upon reading her message, quickly dialing her number. Once connected, he burst out, "Chao Ying, how could you have the audacity to take clandestine photographs? You are utterly shameless." Chao Ying chuckled lightly and retorted, "Shameless? I learned from the best, yourself." Lin Chao felt a wave of frustration wash over him as he gritted his teeth. "Chao Ying, don't forget, if you release those photos, it will ruin both of us." With a cold laugh, she replied, "I've already been humiliated by you. Do you think I care about that now?" Lin Chao, in a fit of anger, demanded, "Chao Ying, what is your intention?" She replied nonchalantly, "Room 8 at the Tianshang Renjian Club. Remember, I will only wait for you for 20 minutes. With that, she abruptly ended the call. Enraged, Lin Chao felt the urge to throw his phone, but he reconsidered. The device was his property, and breaking it would only incur his own loss. He dashed outside, sending a quick message to Shui Lin, explaining that he had an urgent matter to attend to and would be delayed. Upon leaving the office, he hastily drove towards the Tianshang Renjian Club, realizing he could not ignore the situation. If this erratic woman were to publish the photos on the company's intranet, his predicament would become dire. First and foremost, he was currently entangled with Lu Yun, and he wished to avoid any rift between them. Secondly, if Chao Chong discovered that he had disrespected his daughter, it would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences, especially since he was currently in a position of lesser strength. It would be unwise to completely sever ties with him. Most importantly, if Shui Lin were to see those photos, his reputation in her eyes would undoubtedly suffer, casting doubt on her willingness to assist him in the future. From every perspective, allowing those photos to circulate was simply not an option, and Chao Ying's maneuver had truly struck at his most vulnerable point. As Lin Chao drove, his mind was occupied with thoughts of Chao Ying. He pondered how someone so youthful could harbor such deep-seated cunning, concluding that Chao Chong must be the mastermind behind it all. With this realization, he gritted his teeth in frustration, vowing that Chao Chong and Chao Ying would pay for their actions. Soon, Lin Chao arrived at the Tianshang Renjian Club, sprinting towards room 7. Upon entering, he found Chao Ying leisurely snacking on pistachios while seated on the sofa. Noticing his arrival, she glanced at her watch and smiled, declaring, 18 minutes and 50 seconds, quite punctual. She gestured for him to sit beside her, saying, "Director Lin, come sit." Lin Chao, still panting from his run, closed the door behind him and stormed up to her, demanding, "Chao Ying, what do you want from me?" With a feigned innocence, Chao Ying raised her hands in a placating gesture, saying, "Brother, please don't be so fierce. I'm timid, and if you frighten me, I might accidentally send that photo out." "You will send nothing," Lin Chao exclaimed, snatching her phone from her grasp and pressing her fingers against the screen, determined to delete the incriminating images. Chao Ying, unperturbed, allowed him to toy with her phone, chuckling, "Are you hoping to unlock it with my fingerprint and delete those photos? Don't bother. Do you really think I wouldn't have a backup?" Chao Ying then pointed to the side, smiling, "Why don't you take a seat? Let us have a calm conversation." Reluctantly, Lin Chao sat beside her. She placed a can of beer in front of him, saying, "Look at you all sweaty from running. You must be thirsty. Have some beer to cool down. I want tea drink. Let us get straight to the point." He shot back, glaring at her, With a sigh, she replied, "If you're going to be so uncooperative, then perhaps we needn't talk at all." She grabbed her bag and stood to leave. "Fine, I'll drink." Lin Chao pulled her back and downed the beer in one go. However, midway through, he noticed an unusual taste and could no longer continue, setting the can down. Satisfied, Chao Yingying resumed her seat beside him. Lin Chao glared at her, demanding, "What must I do for you to permanently delete those photos?" She sipped her beer delicately, smiling as she asked, "Let us chat first. Brother, why did you scheme against me? Was it you and your father who attempted to steal my design plans? You initiated this, didn't you?" Without hesitation, Lin Chao retorted, "And why have you constantly opposed my father? Is it because he has been undermining me?" Chao Yingying took another sip of her beer, gazing at him intently. "Let me ask you again, why do you persist in opposing my father?" She pressed, her tone challenging. Lin Chao shot her an annoyed glance, insisting, "I'm not here to argue. Just tell me how to delete the photos." He was anxious, knowing that Shui Lin was waiting for him, and he had little time for idle chatter. Chao Yingying checked her watch and nodded. "Well, it seems the time has come. We truly needn't waste time." "What do you mean by that?" Lin Chao exclaimed, staring at her incredulously. But the next moment, he felt an overwhelming heat enveloping him, accompanied by an unbearable thirst. Realizing something was amiss, he looked at Chao Yingying and shouted, "Did you spike that drink?" Chao Yingying nodded with a smile. "You are indeed clever, but alas, you have already ingested it. You are truly despicable," Lin Chao cursed, rising unsteadily to make his way outside. However, Chao Yingying, observing his retreating figure, remarked calmly, "The substance I added is extremely potent. The only way to neutralize its effects is through an intimate encounter. Otherwise, once the drug permeates your bloodstream and reaches your brain, you will likely spend the rest of your days confined to a wheelchair." Lin Chao abruptly turned, glaring at Chao Yingying with fury. "Chao Yingying, have you lost your mind?" "Indeed, I have," she retorted, her expression growing icy. "I, Chao Yingying, never engage in losing endeavors. Yet you have calculated my downfall so ruthlessly. How can I possibly let you off the hook? You have been persistently inquiring about my intentions. So allow me to disclose, I have arranged for 2 ladies to attend to you shortly. I have also installed cameras in this room, and your illustrious performance will soon circulate within the company's intranet, elevating you to a true celebrity. Just wait and see how you can maintain your composure at work, especially when facing my father." With that, she strode towards the door, pausing to cast a mocking smile at Lin Chao. "You are correct. I would never be foolish enough to post my photographs on the company intranet, especially since I have none. It was merely a ruse to deceive you. Do you understand?" Her expression turned cold as she added, "You think you can challenge me? You are not worthy. Brace yourself for disgrace. Farewell." As she turned to leave, Lin Chao suddenly seized Chao Yingying's arm, chuckling, "Ha! I, Lin Chao, am not so easily bullied. You wish for me to suffer alone? That is impossible. Let us both descend into ruin." Chapter 25. A failed scheme results in greater loss. Seeing Lin Chao's malevolent expression, Chao Yingying took 2 steps back, glaring at him with a frosty demeanor. "If you dare lay a finger on me today, my father will undoubtedly have you butchered." Lin Chao chuckled. "Me? How could I commit such an ungentlemanly act?" Suddenly, he lunged forward, capturing her in his embrace, seizing the half-empty can of beer from the table, and forcing it to her lips. "No!" Chao Yingying screamed in terror, struggling desperately, but as she opened her mouth to protest, the beer poured in uncontrollably. Lin Chao released her, grinning. "Now, bring forth the antidote, or we shall both be doomed." Chao Yingying's next words caused Lin Chao's eyes to widen in disbelief. "I came here today solely to ensnare you. I do not possess an antidote." Panic surged through Lin Chao. "You wretched woman." He quickly stood, intending to splash cold water on his face in an effort to regain composure. However, after only a few steps, he felt the world spinning around him. Had he not steadied himself against the wall, he would have surely collapsed. "How potent is this drug? You truly intend to ruin me." Lin Chao cursed, but at that moment, Chao Yingying staggered towards him, tearing at her clothes. "It's so hot. I'm burning up." "What are you planning, you wretched woman?" Lin Chao shouted and turned to push Chao Yingying, but the effects of the drug coursing through his body overwhelmed him completely. His defenses crumbled, and he could no longer contain himself, abruptly embracing Chao Yingying. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the room finally fell silent. As the drug's potency faded, Lin Chao regained his composure and sat up, only to catch sight of a vivid crimson stain on the sofa cushion. His eyes widened in disbelief. You are still a virgin. Chao Yining hastily grabbed her clothes to cover herself, glaring at Lin Chao with gritted teeth. You scoundrel! You assaulted me. I will call the police and have you locked away for good. With that, she reached for her phone, preparing to dial. Lin Chao merely chuckled and said, Go ahead, let them review the surveillance footage to see who initiated this. And I'll also inquire about the drugs you slipped me. Chao Yining's hand froze at his words. Lin Chao looked at her, a smirk playing on his lips. Yining, it's best to approach life with honesty. Don't always scheme against others. Look where it has landed you. Seeing the fury radiating from Chao Yining, Lin Chao withdrew his wallet, emptied its contents onto the sofa, and sighed helplessly. Yining, I know one should compensate generously for first time, but I'm currently strapped for cash. Here, take this 365 yuan. It's all I have. Get lost, you bastard. Chao Yining screamed, hurling the money at him. Such hard-earned money. How can it be wasted? Lin Chao sighed, adhering to his principle of not wasting, and collected the bills, stowing them back into his wallet. He tidied his clothes and made his way to the door. Upon reaching the threshold, he turned back to Chao Yining, speaking earnestly. Yining, focus on your work and strive for self-improvement. Given our connection, I will prioritize your promotion when the opportunity arises. Get out. Chao Yining roared, grabbing a high heel and throwing it at him. Lin Chao sidestepped and swiftly closed the door behind him. Reflecting on Chao Yining's frantic demeanor brought Lin Chao a sense of satisfaction. You thought you could outsmart me. But this is what you call losing your own game. However, he soon regained his composure. Having slept with Chao Yining was akin to delivering a stab to Chao Chong's heart. He would not let this go unpunished. Although he had received 2 promotions and now held the position of director of the market office, Chao Chong was still a minister, firmly perched atop his shoulders. Lin Chao realized he lacked the strength to contend with him. For now, his only safeguard was Shui Lin. He glanced at the clock. It was already 8:30 in the evening. He had wasted 2 hours with Chao Yining, and he wondered if Shui Lin would be available. He sent a text, President Shui. I have just finished up. Are you free? A prompt response arrived. I just returned from the gym. I'm quite free. Come over. Lin Chao's eyes brightened, and he quickly replied, All right, President Shui, I'll be there shortly. Having consumed some beer and fearing a DUI, he opted not to drive and hailed a taxi. Swiftly arriving at the Jinhu Villa district, standing before Villa number 8. Gazing upon the magnificent villa before him, Lin Chao felt a pang of envy. Indeed, President Shui was quite affluent to reside in such an exquisite abode. He silently vowed that one day, when he achieved success, he too would acquire a villa and savor the pleasures of such a lifestyle. However, a wry smile soon crossed his face as he remembered that villas in the Jinhu district reportedly started at 5 million. Where'd he find such wealth? For now, it was imperative to address the pressing issues at hand. He pressed the doorbell, and shortly thereafter, the grand entrance swung open to reveal Shui Lin. Upon seeing her, Lin Chao was instantly captivated. Shui Lin appeared to have just emerged from a shower, her hair cascading over her shoulders, her complexion radiant and supple, lips a striking red, and her eyes reminiscent of autumn waters. She donned a low-cut nightgown, which from Lin Chao's perspective revealed ample smooth skin and a profound cleavage. The hem of her nightgown was exceedingly short, barely concealing her long, slender legs. Witnessing such an alluring sight, Lin Chao's gaze momentarily froze. Shui Lin, observing him, smiled and inquired, What are you standing there for? Coming quickly. It took Lin Chao a moment to regain his composure. His face flushed with embarrassment. He reprimanded himself for his wandering thoughts. He closed the door behind him and joined Shui Lin in the living room. As she prepared to offer him a seat, she suddenly smiled and asked, Why do you smell a perfume? Lin Chao quickly deduced it was the scent of Chao Yingying, yet he dared not disclose this. Instead, he fabricated a lie. I took a taxi here, and the female driver had a rather strong perfume scent. You should go take a shower, Shui Lin chuckled, gesturing towards the nearby bathroom. Lin Chao nodded eagerly and headed to wash up. Shui Lin called after him, Make sure to wear a nightgown. Later, put your clothes in the washing machine. The smell is quite strong. After showering and donning the nightgown, he emerged and placed his clothes in the washing machine. Hearing commotion from the kitchen, he ventured over to find Shui Lin busy at work. I made some soup, she said with a smile. Please grab a bowl and have some. Lin Chao nodded and moved past her in the narrow kitchen, reaching for a bowl from the cupboard. Just as he was about to pass by her, Shui Lin inadvertently leaned back, colliding gently with him. He stiffened momentarily but quickly reassured himself that it was merely an accident. His face turned crimson, and he hurried past her. Lin straightened up, noticing his flushed cheeks, and said with a grin, "My apologies, the kitchen is rather cramped." She then took the bowl from him, filled it with soup, and settled in the living room. Smiling at Lin Chao, "Taste the soup I've prepared." Lin Chao nodded, lifted the bowl, and took a sip, promptly exclaiming, "This soup is both fresh and fragrant. It's exquisitely made. By the way, President Shui, what kind of soup is this?" "Sea cucumber and dried scallop soup," Lin replied casually. "If it's delicious, do drink more." Lin Chao nodded, lifting the bowl, and quickly consumed it. He had never heard of such a dish, but it was undeniably delightful. He set down his utensils and looked at Lin with a smile, saying, "Shui, it's getting late. Shall we begin?" Lin nodded with a smile and led Lin Chao into her bedroom, where she lay down on the bed. Upon seeing her graceful figure, Lin Chao felt a sudden stir in his heart, a wave of discomfort washing over him. Chapter 26. Beneath the Blanket. However, he quickly regained his composure. Admonishing himself not to entertain such thoughts, he focused his mind and addressed Lin. "Shui, I have a conflict with Chao Chong. He will eventually come after me." Lin chuckled, assuring him, "Do not worry, with me around, you'll be safe." Lin Chao let out a long sigh of relief and continued, "Shui, that Chao Chong is nothing but a scoundrel, lacking any real capability other than being a rogue. I believe he is unfit for his position. Do you think you could have him removed?" Upon hearing this, Lin laughed. "After all, he is a mid-level leader in the company and has numerous connections. It's not something I can accomplish with just a word. However, since you brought it up, I will keep it in mind." Lin Chao's eyes sparkled at her words. Leadership does not speak so definitively without reason. Since she said it, she would not let him down. Chao Chong was in for some trouble. Thinking this, he quickly expressed his gratitude. "Shui, I truly appreciate it." Lin turned to him with a smile and asked, "How do you plan to thank me?" Gazing into Lin's enchanting eyes, Lin Chao felt his heart race. However, he soon realized she was likely jesting, so he collected himself and replied, "Shui, I will give you a proper massage." He then diligently began to massage her. Lin paused for a moment, smiled slightly, and began tapping away on her phone. Lin Chao's hands reached her thighs, and he hesitated. Lin turned to him, her expression curious. "Why have you stopped?" I. Lin Chao stammered, unsure of how to explain himself. Observing his flushed face, Lin remarked nonchalantly, "Now you are the doctor, and I am the patient. There is no need for such reservations." "Oh, all right." Upon hearing her words, Lin Chao finally relaxed a bit and resumed his massage, continuously reminding himself that Lin was his benefactor and that he should harbor no inappropriate thoughts towards her. Noticing Lin Chao still hesitating, Lin smirked slightly and sent a text message. Once Lin Chao finished the massage, he straightened up, wiped the sweat from his brow, and said, "Shui, the massage is complete. I should be going now." He turned to leave, but at that moment, a sound of a door opening echoed from outside. Lin's expression changed. "My husband is back. It will be difficult to explain if he sees you in my bedroom. Quickly, lie down on the bed. I will cover you with a blanket." Lin Chao was taken aback, asking in confusion, "Shui, I merely gave you a massage. Even if your family sees, what is the harm? Why must I hide?" Lin shot him a glare. "We're both dressed like this, and we are covered in sweat. If my husband comes in, do you think he would believe it was just a massage? It wouldn't make sense. You wouldn't want him to misunderstand and create a rift between us, would you? Don't hesitate. Quickly get on the bed." Upon hearing Lin's words, Lin Chao felt a surge of anxiety, for he had unwittingly caused a rift between the couple he held in such high regard. The sound of approaching footsteps outside left him no time for contemplation. He hastily leaped onto the bed, lying beneath Lin. "This won't do. My husband will surely notice," Lin remarked as she wrapped her arms tightly around him. Her legs lifted, body turned, and she positioned herself directly atop Lin Chao, pulling the blanket over them both, securing him in her embrace. Lin Chao was overwhelmed by this unexpected closeness, feeling as if he might burst from the pressure. Yet, he quickly admonished himself not to entertain any inappropriate thoughts about his benefactor. Struggling to shift his position, he heard Lin's urgent whisper, "Don't move. He's coming in." No sooner had she spoken than the sound of the door creaking open was heard, followed by a man's voice. "Sleeping so early? I'm just really tired today. So I decided to turn in early." Lin replied with a lightheartedness that contrasted sharply with Lin Chao's inner turmoil. He silently prayed for the man to leave, yearning for liberation from this predicament. But the man showed no intention of departing, engaging in idle banter with Lin. As Lin Chao neared the brink of madness, Lin finally said, "I'm tired and need to sleep now. You can go about your business." The man acquiesced, and Lin Chao heard his footsteps gradually recede, followed by the sound of the door closing. He quickly threw off the covers and sat up, gasping for air, his face burning with embarrassment. Lin, stifling a laugh, looked at him and said, "I'll fetch your clothes." She exited to retrieve his garments and soon returned, turning her back to him. Lin Chao hurriedly took the clothes and began to put them on, momentarily recalling the matter at hand. "Shuezong, please remember to follow up on Chao Chang's situation." Lin paused, then nodded with a smile. "Come back another day for a massage." Lin Chao eagerly agreed. After a moment of reflection, Lin added, "To secure your footing in the company and foster your development, self-improvement is essential. I will send you some materials on WeChat. Study them when you have the time." "Thank you, Shuezong. I will remember." Lin Chao felt deeply moved by her thoughtful words. "Such a good person. Shuezong, it's getting late, so I won't disturb your rest any longer. I shall take my leave." He turned to exit, but hesitated after a couple of steps. If he were to encounter Lin's husband, it would spell disaster. Understanding his concern, Lin approached the bedroom door, peered outside, and softly reassured him. "He has returned to his room. You may go." Lin Chao nodded, quietly slipping out of the bedroom and making his way through the living room. Once he exited the villa and closed the door behind him, he let out a sigh of relief, grateful to have emerged unscathed. Yet, he soon realized that he had come merely to provide a massage for Lin, and now it felt as though he had engaged in something illicit. What a peculiar situation. Nevertheless, Lin was correct. Should her husband catch them in such a compromising position, no amount of explanation would suffice. It seemed that future massages could no longer be conducted within her home. He walked towards the outskirts of the villa district, the recent temptation from Lin resurfacing vividly in his mind, igniting a sudden warmth within him. No, he must hurry back to find Lu Yun. Just as Lin Chao departed the villa, a man adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles emerged from a nearby room and entered Lin's bedroom, laughing as he said, "You must have succeeded, right?" Chapter 27, The Special Package of Information. Lin pouted and retorted, "Succeeded? Not at all. It was an utter failure." The man paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. "You must have been too anxious. He is so robust. He wouldn't falter like that. Next time, it will surely work. Had it not been for that person asking me to verify, I would never engage in such shameless acts." Lin replied with utmost seriousness, "I know exactly what you're thinking. If you desire it, then indulge. I have no objections." The man chuckled. "Darling, you're so wonderful." Lin's eyes sparkled as she rushed over to embrace him, eagerly exclaiming, "Darling, I've thought of something." 2 hours later, in Lin Chao's bedroom, he and Lu Yun finally found tranquility as Lu Yun, exhausted, drifted into a deep slumber. However, Lin Chao found himself unable to sleep, burdened by thoughts of having sullied Chao Yingying's purity. Would Chao Chang heed Lin's counsel and spare him? Unable to rest, Lin Chao grabbed his phone to check the study materials Lin had sent him. There were several folders, one on human resource management, another on sales, and yet another on planning, all containing comprehensive information. The last folder, however, contained numerous videos, which he initially assumed were educational. He casually opened one, only to have his eyes widen in shock. What he beheld was not educational content, but rather an intimate encounter between Lin and another man. Stunned, he quickly realized that Lin must have mistakenly sent him personal videos instead of study materials. He shut off his phone and lay back on the bed, the imagery replaying endlessly in his mind. Unable to resist, he pulled Lu Yun close to him. The following morning, as Lu Yun rose, her legs gave way and she knelt on the floor. Lin Chao hurried to assist her, concern etched on his face. "Sister, what's wrong?" Lu Yun glared at him, embarrassment and irritation evident as she replied, "I sent it because of you. At this rate, you'll wear me out completely." Lin Chao burst into laughter. After having breakfast, he returned to the company. Upon entering the main office, he noticed that Chao Yingying was absent. Back in his office, he sat there, feeling restless, always anticipating Chao Chang's potential retaliation. To his surprise, however, Chao Chang had merely assigned him a multitude of tasks without mentioning Chao Yingying at all. Perplexed, he pondered when Chao Chang had become so accommodating. Yet, it dawned on him that this man, known for his vindictiveness, would never let go of a slight without recompense. It was evident that Lin had intervened to subdue him. Once again, he found himself indebted to Lin in an immeasurable way. Recalling Lin, he was reminded of that video file she had mistakenly sent. Perhaps it would be best to delete it. Lin Chao accessed the file, intending to erase it. But suddenly his heart skipped a beat. Lin, known for her meticulousness at work, how could she have carelessly sent such private material? Was it possible? With this thought, his heart flipped again. If Lin had done this intentionally, what could be her motive? He quickly recalled the incident when she had extended her leg between his. Was that merely a drunken indiscretion? Then he remembered last night when she had asked him to massage her back, and his brow furrowed. According to his examination, Lin only had some blockages in her calves and thighs. There was nothing wrong with her back. Why would she claim discomfort there and insist on a massage? But then he dismissed that notion. With her exceptional qualities, how could she possibly be interested in him? Besides, she was married and not in need of such things. Yet, considering her actions, Lin Chao found it hard to convince himself otherwise. Ultimately, he reopened the file, noticing the online friend as avatar lit up. He sent his confusion. Bro, do you think I'm overthinking this? Stop overthinking. She is clearly flirting with you. Lin Chao. No way. She is the company's marketing director. Such a prestigious position. How could she have those thoughts? Even Empress Wu had a noble status. How many men did she keep? Women could be shameless regardless of their status. And the higher their position, the wilder they play, understand? From the photo I saw, you are indeed quite handsome. It's only natural she would have her eye on you. Upon hearing this, Lin Chao's heart tightened. If Lin's intentions were indeed this, it would be utterly disheartening. Did she tuck you under the covers? Did you go all the way? Lin Chao felt a wave of embarrassment. What are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? She is practically offering herself to you, and you're turning her down? What a blockhead. Lin Chao was at a loss for words. How did he become a blockhead again? Bro, all these are mere speculations. We can't be certain of her intentions. This is simple. She'll likely invite you again tonight. Just find an excuse to refuse her and observe her reaction. Then you'll understand. Holding his phone, Lin Chao felt a mix of confusion. If Lin truly had that motive, how would they interact? Should he cast aside his dignity and acquiesce? What would that make him? A mere puppet? Refusing her would surely incite her wrath. Dealing with one Chao Chong was already overwhelming. If Lin turned against him as well, he would be utterly doomed. At this moment, he could only hope the online friend speculation was incorrect. Otherwise, he would find it unbearable to continue living. Suddenly, he recalled the ginseng and scallop soup Lin had made him drink last night. What on earth was that? He quickly took out his phone to search for answers, only to be left in shock. No wonder I feel as if I am engulfed in flames. It turns out to be the effect of that substance. Lin compelled me to consume it. Did she truly intend to? Lin Chao pondered, his heart sinking deeper with each passing moment. Throughout the afternoon, his mind remained in turmoil. He fabricated an excuse about unfinished work to let Lu Yun leave first. Opting to remain in the office, where he retrieved a cigarette and smoked incessantly, awaiting Lin's call. By 7 o'clock, still no word had come. Lin Chao let out a long breath. Perhaps he had been overthinking it all, and that everything was merely coincidental. Lin was not as sordid as he had imagined. As he began to gather his belongings to depart, his phone rang abruptly. He glanced at the screen, his hand trembling, nearly dropping the device. It was Lin's call. She had indeed reached out. Lin Chao tried to convince himself it might be work-related. Holding on to the last shred of hope, he answered. Hello, Director Xue. Lin replied with a smile. Lin Chao, if you're free, could you come to my house for a massage? My legs are aching after a long day. Lin Chao, still probing cautiously, responded, Director Xue, further massage may not yield much benefit. I can prescribe you some medicine for better recovery tomorrow. What do you think? I still prefer your massages. Come to my house, Lin insisted cheerfully, adding, my husband won't be home tonight. That final statement sent Lin Chao's heart plummeting. It solidified everything. The notion of massage was merely a guise. She was seeking to indulge in her desires. He had never fathomed that the esteemed marketing director he admired, a woman of such intellect and grace, could be reduced to such triviality. With this realization, his worldview shattered, and a surge of anger ignited within him. In a moment of impulsive defiance, he retorted, Director Xue, I'm afraid I'm quite busy today. I really have no time. I still believe that taking some medicine would be more beneficial. The line fell silent, quickly followed by the sound of disconnection. Lin Chao, with the phone in hand, slumped helplessly in his seat. He had thought he would encounter a benefactor, leading to a life of fortune and beauty, only to discover it was all a deceitful scheme. After a long while, he gradually regained his composure and contemplated the severe consequences of his rashness. He had offended Lin, and he would undoubtedly face her wrath in the future. Coupled with Chao Chang's relentless scrutiny, this dual pressure left him feeling utterly doomed. This truly exemplified how misfortune seeks out the most vulnerable. What was he to do? He sat in the office, smoking heavily. Just then, the door swung open, and Lu Yun entered, noticing Lin Chao's somber demeanor. "Lin Chao, it's quite late. Why haven't you gone home?" Upon seeing him deep in thought, smoking heavily, she asked with concern, "Lin Chao, what is wrong?" Hearing the urgency and worry in Lu Yun's voice, Lin Chao could no longer contain himself and recounted the entire ordeal. "Is it possible that General Shui could be such a person?" Lu Yun exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. Lin Chao replied with a bitter smile, "I wish it were otherwise, but alas, the truth remains." Lu Yun, visibly angered, declared, "This is utterly unacceptable. Tomorrow, I shall confront the senior management at the company. I refuse to believe that everything is dictated by Lin." Observing the previously gentle woman take such a stand for herself warmed Lin Chao's heart immensely. He grasped Lu Yun's hand and shook his head, saying, "The company is intertwined with complex relationships. It's not just Lin. Even Chao Chang is beyond our reach. Acting impulsively will not only fail to resolve the issue, but could exacerbate it." Lu Yun pondered this, and, sensing Lin Chao's distress, softly suggested, "Let us return home for dinner. There will surely be a solution to this predicament." The two departed the office, drove home, and after their meal, Lu Yun, aware of Lin Chao's turmoil, tended to him with utmost tenderness. The following morning, Lu Yun comforted Lin Chao, stating General Shui is also part of the upper management. Perhaps she is not so petty as to seek revenge for this. Lin Chao harbored a flicker of hope, wishing it were true. However, upon arriving at his office, he found Chao Chang already waiting for him. With a forced smile, Chao Chang said, "Director Lin, I am here to inform you that, according to company directives, you're being transferred to the Nanjiao project as the project manager. Congratulations on your promotion. Please pack your things and report there at your earliest convenience." With that, he turned and left. Lin Chao stood there in shock. Wasn't this supposed to be a form of retribution? How had he been promoted instead? Lost in thought, Lu Yun entered and closed the door behind her. She approached Lin Chao, urgency in her voice. "Lin Chao, I've heard that the Nanjiao project has been embroiled in disputes with the local villagers over compensation, leading to violent confrontations. 2 previous managers have been dismissed for failing to handle the situation, and now Chao Chang wants you to take over. Clearly, he has ulterior motives." Lin Chao, enlightened by Lu Yun's warning, clenched his teeth and said, "I see it clearly now. They intend for me to shoulder the blame and then dismiss me. What a ruthless scheme." Lu Yun quickly responded, "You cannot accept this position. Why not call General Shui and ask for her assistance? She might still be able to help you." Lin Chao shook his head with a bitter smile. "I've already shared everything about my situation with her. At this juncture, how could she possibly assist me? Moreover, she must endorse the promotion to project manager. This transfer is undoubtedly her doing." Lu Yun persisted, "Just try calling her. There might be a glimmer of hope." Unable to resist Lu Yun's insistence, Lin Chao reluctantly retrieved his phone and dialed Lin's number, but it was perpetually busy. He sighed, "See? She's ignoring me. This time, I'm certain this is all orchestrated by Lin." Lu Yun's face paled with fury as she gritted her teeth, saying, "This is intolerable. I shall seek justice for you." Having spoken, she turned to leave, yet Lin Chao intercepted her, shaking his head and saying, "Sister Lu, did I not tell you yesterday? Seeking help will yield no results and may even jeopardize your job. Do not forget, your mother is in desperate need of funds for her treatment." This statement struck a chord with Lu Yun, who, feeling helpless, halted her steps and looked at Lin Chao, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she replied, "Lin Chao, I believe you are bearing too much." Lin Chao smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry during this time. I will send out my resume. Once I secure a suitable position, I shall leave without a glance back." Lu Yun, lacking alternatives, sighed and cautioned him, "When you encounter difficulties over there, do not take unnecessary risks. Your safety must come first." "I will remember," he assured her, to alleviate the tense atmosphere. Lin Chao added with a smile, "If I have the chance, I shall return tonight." Lu Yun eagerly nodded. Yes, I shall wait for you. Lin Chao embraced Lu Yun and turned to exit the company, driving towards the southern suburb project site. As he sat in the car, a bitter expression adorned his face. Though he had not been relegated to the security office this time, being a planner thrust into the role of a scapegoat for another project felt rather harsh. He had once believed that enduring hardship would elevate his career, only to find that with the capacity to suffer came an unending array of challenges. Forget it, he thought. I will meander there for now, and once I find a suitable job, I will leave without regret. Upon exiting the city, he encountered a significant traffic jam as he approached the southern suburb project apartment. Getting out of the car to investigate, he saw a Honda Goldwing 1800 motorcycle overturned on the ground, with a woman in riding gear lying motionless nearby, clearly a victim of an accident. A crowd had gathered around her, pointing and murmuring, yet none dared to assist. Noticing her lack of movement, Lin Chao rushed over and discovered she had no pulse. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, and having learned medical skills from his grandfather, he was guided by the principle of saving lives. Without hesitation, he knelt beside her and commenced cardiopulmonary resuscitation and artificial respiration. After several minutes, the woman slowly opened her eyes and regained consciousness. At that moment, an ambulance arrived, swiftly transporting her away. Lin Chao rose, relieved to know she was out of immediate danger, and exhaled a long breath. Many in the crowd gave him a thumbs up, praising his character. He merely smiled in response and returned to his vehicle. As the traffic and pedestrians gradually dispersed, normalcy resumed, allowing Lin Chao to drive onward to the project office. Upon arriving, he knocked and entered, finding a long-haired woman engrossed in her work. He politely introduced himself. Hello, I am Lin Chao, here to report for duty. The woman slowly lifted her gaze to Lin Chao, and in an instant, both gasped in astonishment. It's you. It's you. The woman was none other than Xiao Wei, the campus belle from Lin Chao's university days and the office director at the project department. He had only known her name, never expecting to see her here. Xiao Wei promptly stood, extending her hand toward Lin Chao with a smile, saying, The company has informed me that a manager named Lin Chao is coming to report for duty. I initially thought it was merely a case of having the same name, but to my surprise, it truly is you. Greetings. Lin Chao quickly grasped Xiao Wei's hand, his excitement palpable as he exclaimed, I never expected to encounter you here. What a coincidence. After several years since graduation, they had not crossed paths, and now, unexpectedly, he found himself face to face with an old classmate, and the very school beauty he had admired back in the day. The thrill in Lin Chao's heart was indescribable. Xiao Wei smiled in return, saying, I also find it quite serendipitous. Her laughter revealed two delicate dimples, enhancing the allure of her exquisite face, imbuing it with an additional charm and sweetness. She wore a white blouse that accentuated her figure, complemented by a black pencil skirt that perfectly outlined her slender waist and alluring curves. A pair of nude stockings further emphasized her graceful legs. Standing there, she epitomized elegance and beauty. Naturally striking, Xiao Wei's professional attire added an air of maturity, making her even more captivating. During their school days, many had been entranced by her beauty. Wherever she went, she became the center of attention. Even Lin Chao, in his youthful naivety, had not been immune to her charm, often stealing glances, though he believed her to be far beyond his reach and thus suppressed his feelings. After graduation, they drifted apart and lost all contact. Unexpectedly, today they met again, now as colleagues, causing his heart to race. As he gazed at Xiao Wei, his expression momentarily became entranced. However, he quickly realized this was impolite, his face flushing as he hurriedly diverted his gaze. Xiao Wei, seemingly oblivious, invited Lin Chao to take a seat, brewed him a cup of tea, and settled beside him. She remarked, You are now the project department manager. That's impressive. Congratulations. Lin Chao, internally wryly smiling, thought to himself, Congratulations for what? I suspect I will soon be packing my things and leaving. Nonetheless, not wanting to dwell on negativity at their first encounter, he inquired about the situation at hand. Xiao Wei sighed, briefly outlining the circumstances. The compensation were for this project concluded long ago, yet the nearby villagers have been protesting, claiming the initial compensation was inadequate. Despite the company's legal team negotiating with them multiple times, a satisfactory agreement has yet to be reached. Whenever the project attempts to commence, these individuals obstruct the work, and there have even been physical altercations. The police have apprehended a few, but due to the nature of the incident, they were released after a few days, yielding little effect. The villagers have grown increasingly bold, continually provoking trouble. 2 previous managers were removed from their positions due to their inability to resolve this issue, which has led to project stagnation. Lin Chao looked at Xiao Wei, puzzled, and asked, "Can't the company offer them a bit more compensation? Prolonging this seems to incur even greater losses." Xiao Wei shook her head with a bitter smile. "The managers before you had similar thoughts. After applying to the company for increased compensation, the villagers only escalated their demands, resembling a bottomless pit." Lin Chao furrowed his brow in disbelief at the villagers' insatiable greed. With a sigh, Xiao Wei remarked, "If it were merely the villagers' issues, it would be manageable. The real problem lies in the covert social forces behind the scenes. Have you heard of the local ruffian, Huang Biao, in the southern outskirts?" "It is he," Lin Chao inquired. "Why not report him and have him apprehended?" Xiao Wei replied with a hint of resignation. "He never exposes himself. He merely orchestrates his underlings. Even if we were to capture those minions, it would serve no purpose and only provoke Huang Biao, making him retaliate against us even more fiercely." Lin Chao was taken aback by the severity of the situation. Xiao Wei, observing Lin Chao's puzzled expression, asked, "Manager Lin, how could you, thriving at the company, end up here in such murky waters? This could lead to dire consequences. Are you not aware?" Lin Chao responded with a wry smile. "I am aware, yet I find myself ensnared. The truth is, I was sent here as a form of punishment after offending my superior." Xiao Wei's eyes widened in astonishment. "Lin Chao, how could you have upset your superior to such an extent that he seeks to ruin you?" Lin Chao sighed. "You know me, I speak my mind too freely." He was unable to divulge the incidents involving Chao Yingying and the troubles with Shuelin. "Alas, it seems we are both in a predicament," Xiao Wei said with a bittersweet smile. Wishing to lighten the mood, Lin Chao jested, "Being here alongside such a stunning beauty as yourself, I feel is not a loss." Upon uttering this remark, he felt a wave of foolishness and quickly fell silent. However, Xiao Wei looked at him and smiled. "Am I truly that beautiful?" Lin Chao candidly replied, "You are the belle of the school. Of course, you are beautiful. You have no idea how many of the boys were secretly infatuated with you back then, constantly talking about you." Xiao Wei, studying Lin Chao, suddenly asked, "Have you ever harbored a crush on me?" Lin Chao was momentarily taken aback, utterly surprised by her unexpected question. Seeing him stunned, Xiao Wei laughed. "I was just joking. Come, let us get you settled in." Lin Chao finally exhaled in relief, accompanying Xiao Wei to the comprehensive office to lend a hand with the arrangements. As Lin Chao observed Xiao Wei's exquisite features and graceful figure, inhaling her enchanting fragrance, his heart raced. She was truly breathtaking. Yet, he quickly reined in his thoughts. Such a remarkable beauty was beyond his reach, and he should not entertain such notions. At 5 in the afternoon, while Lin Chao was busy organizing his belongings, someone rushed in, flustered, and urgently said, "Manager Lin, the villagers have come to stir up trouble again." Lin Chao initially thought to himself that trouble was to be expected, as he was merely an observer. However, the next statement made him uneasy. Director Chiao has already gone to negotiate with them. Those individuals were merely looking for confrontation. With Director Chiao present, she would undoubtedly face hardship. Without hesitation, Lin Chao stood up and hurried outside. He could not allow his beautiful classmate to suffer. He swiftly arrived at the entrance of the project site, where he saw a crowd of villagers gathered, with several security guards sprawled on the ground, while Xiao Wei was engaged in a heated discussion with them. However, those individuals remained obstinately unruly, incessantly creating a disturbance, with some even daring to shove Xiao Wei. Lin Chao, fueled by righteous indignation, surged forward, pulling Xiao Wei behind him, and addressed the villagers. "Ladies and gentlemen, can we not resolve our issues through discussion? Is this commotion truly entertaining?" A bald man glared at Lin Chao and bellowed, "Who do you think you are? What right do you have to shout here? Get lost immediately, or I shall incapacitate you." Chapter 30. The beautiful campus belle takes the initiative to embrace. Seeing the arrogance of the opposition, Xiao Wei tugged at Lin Chao's arm and shook her head, saying, "Lin Chao, perhaps you should leave. It's too perilous here." Lin Chao turned to her, resolutely declaring, "What will you do if I leave?" "You should return. I shall handle this." Upon hearing his words, Xiao Wei's eyes brightened with hope. The bald brute, regarding Lin Chao with disdain, sneered, "You think you can be the hero? I shall break both your legs today and see if you can still hop around. With that, he brandished a steel pipe and advanced menacingly towards Lin Chao. Lin Chao's expression hardened. He stepped forward with his right foot, lowering his stance, preparing for confrontation. At home, his grandfather had taught him martial arts for self-defense, having considerable expertise in the discipline. After 10 years of training under his grandfather, he had acquired substantial skills. He was unafraid, not merely of one brute, but even several. However, his grandfather had always emphasized that gentleness is the foundation of existence, while aggression invites calamity, advising him to avoid unnecessary conflict to prevent trouble. Thus, Lin Chao had seldom engaged in physical confrontations. Yet today, as these individuals sought to cripple him, he recognized it was indeed a necessary moment to act. He stepped forward with his left foot to meet the bald man head-on, ready to strike, when suddenly a Maserati Quattroporte roared onto the scene, screeching to a halt. A woman emerged from the vehicle, sporting short burgundy hair, clad in riding attire, limping noticeably. Her leg, evidently injured. Lin Chao quickly recognized her as the woman he had rescued earlier that day. She, too, recognized him, her eyes lighting up. The bald man, noticing her arrival, hurried over, wearing a disingenuous smile, and said, "Miss, what brings you here?" The woman turned to him, inquiring, "What are you all doing?" The bald man hastily replied, "We are here to demand compensation. Miss, let me explain. This group of rascals has dared to resist us." He pointed at Lin Chao. "Especially this dog, who thinks he can challenge me. I shall surely break his legs today." Before he could finish, the woman suddenly raised her hand and slapped him across the face, exclaiming, "You dare lay a finger on him? Are you seeking death?" The bald man stood there, stunned, bewildered by what he had done to deserve such an unprovoked slap. The woman paid him no further heed, limping toward Lin Chao, seizing his hand with excitement, and said, "Benefactor, I was just thinking of finding you. What a delightful surprise to encounter you here." "Benefactor?" The bald man was left utterly perplexed. The woman turned her head and glared at the bald man, saying, "If it weren't for him intervening this morning, I might have lost my life." "Are you not speaking of my savior?" The bald man finally comprehended the situation, his expression shifting dramatically as he realized he had offended the woman as benefactor. This was akin to courting disaster. Terrified, he almost wet his pants and hurriedly approached Lin Chao, bowing and apologizing. "Brother, I truly did not know about this matter. I was rude earlier. I sincerely apologize." "Get lost," the woman retorted disdainfully, turning back to Lin Chao and inquiring, "Savior, what brings you here?" Lin Chao replied nonchalantly, "I have been reassigned here as the project manager." Her eyes brightened as she exclaimed, "So this is your territory. I understand now." She then turned back to the bald man, commanding, "All of you get out. Spread the word. If anyone dares to cause trouble here again, I shall break their legs." "Miss the boss," the bald man stammered, caught in a dilemma. "I will speak to my father about it. Now hurry and leave," she insisted impatiently. The bald man finally acquiesced with a grunt and swiftly led his group away. Turning to Lin Chao, the woman expressed her gratitude. "Savior, if it weren't for your intervention this morning, I would have perished." "Thank you." Lin Chao shook his head modestly. "It was merely a trivial act." She countered, "To you, it may have been trivial, but to me, it was a matter of life and death. I must repay you. I assure you, as long as you are here, these individuals will not dare to cause any more trouble." Upon hearing this, Lin Chao's eyes sparkled with surprise. He had not anticipated that such a significant issue could be resolved so effortlessly. He looked at her earnestly and said, "Thank you. What are you thanking me for?" "You saved my life," she replied, shaking her head. "By the way, I still do not know your name." "Lin Chao," he stated directly. "I am Huang Yiting. From now on, I shall refer to you as brother," she smiled. "I had intended to treat you to a meal today as a gesture of gratitude, but I must first return to see my father and address matters here. Let's exchange contact information for future correspondence." Lin Chao took out his phone, and they scanned each other's QR codes to add each other on WeChat. Huang Yiting then took her leave, driving away. Lin Chao turned to Xiao Wei, who stood there in a daze, and smiled. "Xiao Wei, the situation should now be resolved." Coming back to her senses, Xiao Wei exclaimed excitedly, "That's wonderful. Let us return and arrange for the commencement of work." With that, she and Guo Chao returned to the office. Half an hour later, with everything in order, Xiao Wei joyfully remarked to Lin Chao, "Lin Chao, this major issue has been resolved, and I am utterly delighted. Come, tonight, I must treat you to a splendid meal." They made their way to the nearby Great Wall restaurant, where they found a private room to sit. Soon, the food and drinks arrived. Chao Wei filled 2 glasses, raised one towards Lin Chao, and said appreciatively, "Lin Chao, had it not been for your timely intervention today, I would have suffered greatly. This toast is to you." With that, she tilted her head back and downed her drink, and Lin Chao followed suit. Chao Wei filled her glass again, saying, "You've just arrived and have already resolved a significant issue, allowing me to stay. Here, that's another toast to you." After finishing yet another glass, she raised her cup once more, "To our pleasant collaboration." With that, she tilted her head back and downed the drink. The cup held a weight of 4 ounces. Thus 3 cups amounted to a full pound and 2 ounces. Lin Chao silently admired Chao Wei's capacity for liquor, yet noticing her delicate face flushed, he realized she had reached her limit. He quickly urged, "Director Chao, perhaps you should eat something. Drinking like this is detrimental to your health." Chao Wei nodded slightly. "Allow me to fetch you a bowl of soup." She stood up, but her body swayed violently, and it appeared she was about to topple. "Be careful," Lin Chao exclaimed, hastening to support her as she collapsed into his embrace. He stood there momentarily dazed, astonished that this previously aloof and striking beauty had fallen into his arms. Gazing at her exquisite face so close and the expanse of creamy skin revealed by her collar, Lin Chao felt a sudden surge of heat within him. However, he quickly regained his senses. She was merely inebriated, and he could not allow himself to entertain such thoughts. Hastily, he pushed her away, saying, "Director Chao, please stand upright." Yet, as fate would have it, she swayed again, softening against him. His heart raced. Could it be that she harbored feelings for him? Chapter 31. The Truths Unveiled by Tipsy Beauty. Yet, he swiftly quelled such notions. How could this ethereal flower possibly have feelings for him? She was undoubtedly intoxicated. Resolutely suppressing his rising ardor, he guided Chao Wei back to her seat, filled a bowl of soup, and handed it to her, saying, "Chao Wei, have some soup." Addressing her as director felt overly formal. Referring to her simply as Wei seemed more fitting, yet he found it difficult to do so. She took the soup and began to eat, sharing a few more toasts with Lin Chao. Half an hour later, as they finished their meal, Chao Wei stood up, nearly losing her balance once again. Lin Chao had no choice but to support her as they made their way outside. Leaning against him, she exhaled a breath laced with alcohol and murmured, "Lin Chao, you have truly helped me today. I am so happy." "Chao Wei, it was the least I could do," he replied, feeling parched with her warmth against him. Yet he stifled his rising desire. Chao Wei, seemingly oblivious to his restraint, continued, "Lin Chao, did you know that I liked you back in school?" "What?" Lin Chao stumbled slightly, nearly falling to the ground. He looked at Chao Wei, disbelief etched across his face. She liked him? Surely this was a jest. Yet, he quickly realized she was simply intoxicated and speaking nonsense. As they approached the entrance to the project office's security room, Chao Wei suddenly straightened and walked briskly ahead. Lin Chao was puzzled. Wasn't she inebriated? This behavior seemed contrary. He dismissed his concerns and followed her back to her office, assisting her into the suite and laying her on the bed. Just as he prepared to leave, Chao Wei grasped his hand, breath reeking of alcohol, and implored, "Please don't go. I fear those individuals might come to cause trouble tonight." Captivated by her vulnerable gaze, Lin Chao's heart softened, and he quickly nodded. "All right, I want to leave. Let me get you a glass of water." After finishing his conversation, he rose to pour himself a glass of water. However, the scene before him rendered him momentarily speechless. There stood Chao Wei, murmuring, "It's hot, unbearably hot." As she spoke, she unfastened the buttons of her shirt, slipping it off with ease, and, bending slightly, she even removed her form-fitting skirt. Thus, her exquisite beauty was laid bare before Lin Chao, leaving him astounded. The woman he had once only dared to admire from afar now opened her heart to him, igniting a blaze within him as a singular thought surged through his mind. Yet, in that instant, he recalled Lu Yun and instantly regained his composure. He could not betray her. Hastily, he turned away, placed the tea on the bedside table, and, blushing, said, "I'll lower the air conditioning temperature for you." With that, he grabbed the remote and swiftly adjusted the temperature before fleeing the room, shutting the door behind him. Sitting on the sofa outside, he reminisced about the enchanting moment, his heart still racing. It was truly breathtaking. The thought of the stunning beauty, who had once regarded him with disdain, now seemingly offering herself to him, felt surreal. However, He quickly realized that he was now her superior, and fostering a good relationship with him would undoubtedly be advantageous for her. With this revelation, he chuckled to himself. Power was indeed a marvelous thing. He even contemplated that being assigned here was not so bad after all. Yet, would Chao Chong and Shuai Lin let him off easily? Just then his phone rang, and upon seeing the caller ID, his brow furrowed. Chao the Bald. He hesitated to answer, but ultimately, as it was his superior, he felt it necessary to respond in case of any pressing matters. Manager Lin, where are you right now? Chao Chong's voice resonated through the line. I'm at the South Suburb Project Department. Lin Chao replied directly. Did you call for something? Chao Chong chuckled. I just wanted to check if you're adapting over there. Not too bad. Lin Chao replied dismissively, not wanting to engage in lengthy chatter. Not too bad. Your adaptability seems quite strong. Good, then focus on doing well over there. Once you accomplish something noteworthy, I'll request a raise for you. With that, he hung up the phone. What a nuisance. Lin Chao muttered under his breath. It was already past 10, and he received a call for such trivialities? Having indulged in a bit too much to drink, his mind was foggy, and after pondering for a while without clarity, he decided to call Lu Yun. However, realizing it was too late to disturb her rest, he set the phone down and leaned back on the sofa, drifting off into a hazy slumber. The next morning, upon awakening, Lin Chao spotted Xiao Wei emerging from her suite. Recalling the events of the previous night, his heart raced uncontrollably. Yet, Xiao Wei seemed to have completely forgotten the occurrences of last night, casually inviting Lin Chao out for a meal. Lin Chao couldn't help but smile wryly. It appeared that her behavior had merely been a result of inebriation, and he had misinterpreted the situation. Jovi harbored concerns regarding the validity of Huang Yuting's promises. After conferring with Lin Chao, they decided to resume operations on a small scale today, assessing the situation as it unfolded. As the afternoon wore on, the villagers indeed refrained from causing any disturbances, allowing Jovi and Lin Chao to breathe a sigh of relief. Jovi turned to Lin Chao with a smile, remarking, "It appears that Huang Yuting's words hold some weight. Tomorrow, we shall fully resume work, striving to ensure the success of this project. When the time comes, it will be our accomplishment, and I hope you will speak favorably on my behalf to aid in my promotion and salary increase." Lin Chao inwardly chuckled, wishing he could advocate for her, but he wondered if Chao Chong and Shuai Lin would heed his words. Would they provide opportunities for his advancement? Yet he pondered, if this project were to yield significant results, someone within the company would undoubtedly speak on his behalf. Moreover, in this remote locale, free from the machinations of Chao Chong and Shuai Lin, accompanied by a beautiful woman, it didn't seem so bad after all. Concerning Chao Chong, having dealt with his daughter, Lin Chao felt a sense of vengeance had been satisfied, and his animosity towards him had waned considerably. He even considered that as long as Chao Chong and Shuai Lin did not continue to annoy him, he might as well make the best of his situation here, especially since his salary had increased significantly. The prospect of seeking new employment, where he might encounter similar troublesome individuals, did not entice him. However, a wry smile surfaced as he contemplated his desire to work diligently. Would Chao Chong and Shuai Lin allow him to do so? Particularly, the vindictive Chao Chong, who would surely seek retribution after suffering such losses. Lost in his thoughts, Lin Chao received a phone call from Chao Chong. Lin Chao, are you coming back tonight? I would like to discuss some work matters with you at the office. Why would I want to return? Lin Chao thought. Does he truly believe I am eager to see that bald head of his? Thus, he straightforwardly declined. I am quite busy with the project's affairs and won't be able to return in the next few days. Please send me the information you need. All right, we will touch base later. Chao Chong replied jovially before abruptly ending the call. Lin Chao was left puzzled. What could be so urgent that required his presence? Suddenly, he recalled a call from Chao Chong the previous night, and a wave of unease washed over him. Was he plotting against him again? Feeling apprehensive, he decided to call Lu Yun for her insights. However, she answered softly, Lin Chao, today Minister Chao has assigned me a considerable amount of work, and I'm still at the office. I will call you back once I finish. With that, she hurriedly hung up. Chao Chong assigning Lu Yun extra work? A sudden apprehension gripped Lin Chao. He recalled the night in the parking garage when Chao Chong had intended to take advantage of Lu Yun while she was on duty. Sensing danger, he declined Jovi's invitation to dinner and swiftly departed the project site, driving hastily towards the company. An hour later, Lin Chao arrived at the office. Now 8 o'clock in the evening. The employees had long since departed, leaving the place eerily quiet. He made his way to the marketing department's office, pushing the door open. Upon entering the inner office, he noticed the lights were still on, yet Lu Yun was nowhere to be found. He recalled Lu Yun mentioning that Chao Chong had arranged for her to work overtime, and perhaps she had already gone to his office. Sans signe impending danger. Lin Chao hurried to Chao Chong's office. Upon reaching the doorway, he overheard Chao Chong's cheerful voice. Lu Yun, your promotion to team leader is largely thanks to my efforts. Lu Yun replied, Thank you, Minister Chao. Chao Chong leered, A mere thank you won't suffice. You must offer me something tangible. Come and keep me company tonight, my lovely. Lu Yun's voice trembled as she protested. Minister Chao, please don't do this. Immediately, Chao Chong's angry voice erupted. You wretched woman, you can sleep with that useless Lin Chao. Yet you refuse me? I have nothing with Lin Chao. Do not slander us. Lu Yun shouted in desperation. Stop pretending. Do you think I'm unaware that you two have moved in together? I know everything, Chao Chong snarled. And about that night, when that scoundrel smashed my car window, I have uncovered the truth. This brat has ruined my plans and dares to compete for women. He truly seeks his own demise. Do you understand why I sent him to the South Suburb Project? It is a trap, and he will surely suffer there. This time, I will ensure he is eliminated. He will not be able to support you anymore. Got it? Lu Yun, you need to recognize the situation. Be obedient and follow me. I will ensure you live luxuriously. If you dare to disobey, you will share his fate. Understand? Followed by his lewd laughter, he continued, My dear, enough chatter. I have longed for you. Tonight, we cannot miss this opportunity. Be a good girl and let me enjoy myself. No, don't touch me. Lu Yun's cries of struggle and terror filled the air. Lin Chao could bear it no longer. He kicked open the door and rushed in, only to see Chao Chong clutching Lu Yun tightly, his lewd hands creeping toward her neckline. Chao Chong, caught off guard by the intrusion, froze momentarily. Seizing the chance, Lu Yun broke free, turning to see Lin Chao. Overcome with emotion, she stumbled toward him, grasping his shirt, her body trembling. Witnessing Lu Yun's disheveled appearance and Chao Chong's lecherous demeanor ignited a surge of fury within Lin Chao. Lu Yun had become his woman, and seeing her mistreated, he could no longer hold back. Bastard, I will kill you, he roared, preparing to charge at Chao Chong. However, Lu Yun clung to him desperately. Shaking her head in alarm, Lin Chao, don't act impulsively. Please don't. She pushed him forcefully out of the room and continued to urge him outside. Once outside, Lu Yun's eyes were red as she spoke. By confronting him today, you have completely offended him. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be in this situation. It's all my fault. With sorrow welling up, Lu Yun fell on the brink of tears. Do not shoulder the blame for matters that do not concern you. It is that bald scoundrel's mischief that incites my anger. Lin Chao gritted his teeth and declared, Shall we discuss this at home? Observing Lin Chao's reddened eyes, Lu Yun feared he might confront Chao Chong again, and swiftly guided him to the garage, pushing him into the car before departing from the company and returning home. Once at home, Lin Chao seated himself on the sofa, and, as he calmed down, he comprehended the true intent behind Chao Chong's maneuver to assign him to the project department. It was a calculated effort to eliminate him from the equation entirely. He also grasped the reason behind Chao Chong's 2 phone calls. They were merely to ensure he would not return, thus allowing him to act without restraint against Lu Yun. That despicable wretch. Lu Yun sat beside Lin Chao, grasping his hand with a look of trepidation. Lin Chao, you have completely offended Chao Chong today. He will not let you off easily. What shall we do? What's there to worry about? If it comes to it, I will just leave. I cannot allow him to bully you. Lin Chao retorted with fiery indignation, recalling that vile scoundrel. Please do not act impulsively. The consequences could be dire. Lu Yun shook her head in concern. Seeing the pleading look in Lu Yun's eyes softened Lin Chao's heart. He embraced her gently, whispering, All right, Lu Jia, I will heed your words. A smile finally graced Lu Yun's face, though it was tinged with weariness, and she gradually drifted into slumber. Lin Chao carried her to the bedroom, laid her on the bed, and then returned to the living room, lighting a cigarette and taking deep puffs. He realized that Chao Chong had never intended to spare Lu Yun. Until he was brought down, her safety would remain perpetually jeopardized. Yet, with his current capabilities, he felt utterly powerless. What could he do? Soon a thought struck him. He rose to check on Lu Yun, confirming she was sound asleep, before quietly slipping out and dialing Shui Lin's number. After a prolonged ring, the call connected, and Shui Lin's cold voice echoed. Who is this? Shui Zong, it's Lin Chao. Do you still require a massage? I wish to come over now. Oh, it's you, Lin Chao. The tone on the other end warmed considerably. I certainly need it. My legs have been aching these past few days. Come to my place. I'll be waiting for you. Lin Chao hung up the phone, cursing inwardly. That wretched woman was dropping her pretense. He was reluctant to meet Shui Lin, but to overthrow Chao Chong, this was the only card he had left to play. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and drove away. For Lu Yun, he was willing to risk it all. Half an hour later, he arrived at Shui Lin's doorstep, knocked on the door, and it swung open almost immediately. Shui Lin peeked out, and upon seeing Lin Chao, she greeted him with a smile. Lin Chao, come in. Once inside the living room, Shui Lin cheerfully remarked, you must be hungry. I made a nourishing sea cucumber and dried scallop soup. Let me serve you some. Shuizong, I don't need that, Lin Chao replied, shaking his head decisively. Shui Lin paused for a moment, quickly realizing that Lin Chao understood the implications of that soup. She smiled knowingly. Very well then, let us proceed directly to the bedroom. Lin Chao regarded Shui Lin and inquired, your husband won't he be returning tonight? Will he? Shui Lin smiled and said, he is on a business trip and won't be back for half a month. Why don't you take a shower? I will be waiting for you in the bedroom. Lin Chao took a shower and, upon emerging, entered Shui Lin's bedroom, only to find her lying on the bed, clad in nothing but intimate attire. Chapter 33. Shui Lin's Devious Intentions. The sight was undeniably enticing, causing Lin Chao's gaze to fixate and his breath to quicken. It was inescapable. She was simply breathtaking. He swallowed hard and approached the bedside. Yet before he could make a move, Shui Lin had already turned to sit up, wrapping her arms around his neck and leaning in to kiss him. Lin Chao nearly succumbed to temptation, but recalling his purpose, he mustered the resolve to say, Director Shui. Call me sister. Shui Lin panted slightly. Sister Shui. Lin Chao obediently complied. I can agree to your request today, but you must grant me one thing in return. Shui Lin laughed. I've already promoted you to project manager. Do you have any further demands? You are quite the greedy young man, but do tell. Lin Chao clenched his teeth internally, thinking, you claim to have promoted me, but your true intention is to oust me. However, he chose not to dwell on it and got straight to the point. Help me take down Chao Chong. Take down Chao Chong? Shui Lin shook her head. Chao Chong is a veteran in the company, and he has backing. It would be exceedingly difficult to unseat him. How about I mediate to ensure he no longer targets you? No, I must bring him down, Lin Chao declared resolutely. As long as you agree to assist me in this, I will grant you any request. You will grant me any request? Shui Lin chuckled. Very well, I accept. She then playfully extended a delicate foot towards Lin Chao's face. Massage my feet. Unable to resist Shui Lin's allure any longer, Lin Chao reached out his hand. Shui Lin, evidently impatient, sprang up and embraced him tightly. After a considerable time, the room finally fell silent. Lin Chao rose, looked at Shui Lin, and said, remember your promise to me. With that, he dressed, got off the bed, and left. Shui Lin watched his retreating figure, a profound smile gracing her lips. Emerging from Shui Lin's home, Lin Chao bore a bittersweet expression, realizing he had become a rogue willing to resort to any means to achieve his goals. Yet, he had no choice. He had to take down Chao Chong. At that moment, Lu Yun called him, her voice laced with urgency. Lin Chao, where have you gone? I can't find you. Hearing the genuine concern in her words warmed Lin Chao's heart, and he quickly replied, Sister, I just stepped out for a stroll. I will return shortly. After hanging up, he hurried to his car and drove home. Not long after Lin Chao left, a bespectacled man emerged from a nearby room and entered Shui Lin's bedroom, asking, so, are you truly planning to take down Chao Chong next? Impossible. Shui Lin shook her head. Without Chao Chong's watchful presence to keep Lin Chao on his toes, do you think he would still heed my words? Absolutely not. Furthermore, Chao Chong has connections. I have no desire to offend him. However, I must give Lin Chao some sweet incentives. Otherwise, he may not comply. But all that can wait until tomorrow when we handle the main business. Lin Chao swiftly arrived home and opened the door, only to find Lu Yun pacing anxiously in the living room, clad in her pajamas. Upon seeing him, she hurried over, concern etched on her face, and asked, Lin Chao, you haven't gone to confront Chao Chong, have you? With a smile, Lin Chao shook his head, reassuring her, fear not, I am not so impulsive. Hearing this, Lu Yun let out a slight sigh of relief. That's good to hear. I was so worried. It's getting late, you should rest. Lin Chao promptly replied, you go ahead. I need to take a shower first. He felt rather unclean at that moment. Lu Yun nodded and retreated to the bedroom. After Lin Chao finished his shower, he joined Lu Yun in the bedroom, lying beside her. She wrapped her arms around him and, after a moment of contemplation, said, Lin Chao. All this trouble with Chao Chong is because of me. I've decided to resign. That way, he won't target you anymore. What nonsense are you talking about? Lin Chao exclaimed, glaring at her. His animosity towards me has nothing to do with you. Don't always take the blame upon yourself. Just focus on your work here, do you understand? Seeing Lin Chao's assertive demeanor, Lu Yun's eyes glistened with tears. Lin Chao, the greatest fortune in my life is having met you. I must express my gratitude. With that, she turned and playfully pinned him down. The next morning, Lin Chao had to head to the southern suburb project site, so he rose early. Looking at Lu Yun, he said, Sister Lu, you can go to work without worry. I believe Chao Chong's misfortune is imminent. He shall no longer be a threat to you. What do you mean by that? Lu Yun inquired, puzzled. Fate has its way of balancing things. The heavens will ensure his comeuppance, Lin Chao replied with a smile, unwilling to divulge the embarrassing incident involving Shuelin. After dressing, he kissed Lu Yun gently on her smooth forehead and turned to leave, driving towards the southern suburb project site. The thought of Chao Chong soon facing downfall lightened his heart considerably. The poisonous thorn would finally be removed. Upon arriving at the project site, he was greeted by Qiao Wei, who joyfully proclaimed, it seems that Huang Yuting's words were indeed effective. The villagers have not caused any disturbances thus far. I believe we can resume full operations today. Lin Chao nodded, relieved and smiling. He quickly convened a meeting with the project team to discuss the resumption of work. By 10 in the morning, the construction personnel had fully arrived, and the site was bustling with activity. Everything was proceeding smoothly until near noon when someone rushed over to Lin Chao, saying, Manager Lin, the sandpit owner, Wang Si, has blocked the main road, insisting we must use their river sand, or else we cannot bring in a single grain. Lin Chao casually remarked, why bother offending them? If necessary, we can just use their sand. What's the difference? Qiao Wei shook her head, explaining, Manager Lin, you don't understand the situation. Wang Si's sand doesn't meet our construction standards, and moreover, his price is 50% higher than others, which is simply unacceptable. Upon hearing this, Lin Chao's eyes widened. This is utterly unreasonable. It's plainly bullying. Why entertain such people? Just have the security throw him out. Jovi shook her head with a bitter expression and remarked, this Wang Si is quite the local bully, not someone to provoke easily. Let us proceed and assess the situation. With that, she rose and walked towards the exit. Lin Chao followed suit. Glancing at Jovi, he inquired, how does Wang Si compare to Huang Biao? Wang Si cannot hold a candle to Huang Biao. He would kneel in Huang Biao's presence. Jovi, clearly well-informed, replied casually. Lin Chao's eyes brightened slightly as he picked up his phone and sent a brief WeChat message to Huang Yuting, outlining the situation. Huang Yuting swiftly replied, and upon reading her message, Lin Chao's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 34. Lin Chao, you are truly impressive. The WeChat message was succinct yet explosive. Brother, just tell him you're my boyfriend, and that's all. Lin Chao felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Huang Yuting, please don't jest. Huang Yuting responded with 2 laughing emojis. I'm just teasing you. When the time comes, I'll make the call and speak to him. Relieved, Lin Chao pocketed his phone and arrived at the project site, where he found a group of men loitering about. Each bore tattoos on their arms, exuding an air of delinquency that made it clear they were not to be trifled with. At the forefront stood a stocky man clad in casual attire, his physique robust, with a face marked by a fierce demeanor. A scorpion tattoo coiled around his neck, adding an ominous touch to his already intimidating presence. This was Wang Si, the notorious owner of the southern outskirts sandpit and a well-known ruffian in the area. Behind them, a line of trucks laden with raw materials awaited entry. Yet none dared approach. The security personnel at the entrance, aware of Wang Si's formidable reputation, kept their distance, afraid to intervene. Wang Si waved his hand with arrogance, commanding, have your manager come out to see me immediately. At the entrance, Jovi stepped forward and calmly addressed Wang Si. I am Jovi, the office director of the project. What do you wish to discuss? Wang Si scrutinized her from head to toe, his gaze lingering on her exquisite features and alluring figure, revealing a glimmer of greed. With a smirk, he said, I heard from my brothers that there's a stunning beauty here. I was skeptical until now. Indeed, it's true. Come, let's shake hands. Jovi took a step back, looking him in the eye, and stated decisively, Mr. Wang, please be straightforward. What must be done to avoid hindering our construction? Wang Si chuckled, it's simple. From now on, your construction site will exclusively use sand from my pit. Understood? That is out of the question. Jovi firmly rejected. Your sand is mixed with excessive dirt and does not meet our construction standards, and moreover, is priced 50% above market value. This is unacceptable for our project department. Wang Si shrugged nonchalantly. Well then, I suppose we shall be at an impasse. Observing his obstinate demeanor, Jovi's expression turned frosty as she retorted, Mr. Wang, if that is your stance, I will have no choice but to report this to the company. Wang Si sneered dismissively. And what if the company sends someone? Will they beat me up? Try touching even a hair on my body, and I'll ensure your company makes headlines. Whether this issue can be resolved, I cannot say, but I can assure you, you will not succeed here. Chao Wei gazed at Wang Si and declared, Then I have no choice but to report this to the police and let them handle it. Upon hearing this, Wang Si's disdain intensified. Go ahead and report it. This road does not belong to you. What wrong have we committed by merely strolling here? Even if the police arrive, they cannot apprehend us for this, right? He then turned to Chao Wei with a lecherous grin, saying, Beautiful lady, I could grant you the favor of allowing your raw materials onto the construction site, but you must agree to one condition. Accompany me for some merriment. As he spoke, his filthy hand reached out towards Chao Wei's chest. Caught off guard by Wang Si's audacity, Chao Wei's face drained of color and anger. Just then, Lin Chao stepped forward, forcefully pushing Wang Si's hand away, and sternly admonished, Behave yourself. Wang Si was taken aback, astonished that someone dared to disrupt his plans. Yet he quickly regained his composure. He looked at Lin Chao, flashing a menacing grin. What mountain did this wild monkey leap down from to interrupt my business? It seems you are itching for a lesson. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, Teach him a lesson. Yes. The thugs began to close in on Lin Chao. Chao Wei glared at Wang Si, shouting, Do you know who he is? He is the project manager here. Wang Si scoffed dismissively. He has a manager in your eyes. But in mine, he has nothing. I will deal with him today. Seeing the situation escalate, Chao Wei's expression changed dramatically as she pushed Lin Chao and urged, Lin Chao, they genuinely dare to resort to violence. You must leave quickly, or you will suffer greatly. However, Lin Chao remained unfazed, calmly stating, Do not worry. They dare not harm me. As soon as he spoke, Wang Si erupted into raucous laughter. Dare not harm you? What an audacious claim. Today, I shall show you just how wrong you are. With that, he seized a steel pipe from the side and advanced threateningly towards Lin Chao. Chao Wei, terrified, cried out, Lin Chao, run, quickly. Yet Lin Chao stood his ground, unperturbed, dialing Huang Yuting's number and holding the phone out towards Wang Si, calmly saying, Someone wishes to speak with you. Wang Si nearly choked on his laughter. You think you can intimidate me with your garbage friends? Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? Just as his laughter faded, a calm female voice emanated from the phone. Did you just call me garbage? I merely stated you are trash. Wang Si retorted boldly, but halfway through, he sensed something amiss. Snatching the phone from Lin Chao, he suddenly exclaimed, Are you Miss Huang? The voice on the other end remained composed. I am Huang Yuting. Miss Huang, the daughter of Huang Laxi. No, Huang Sanyi. Wang Si gasped in shock, nearly dropping the phone. The arrogance drained from his face, replaced by a forced smile. I had no idea it was you, Miss Huang. I sincerely apologize for my earlier remarks. However, Huang Yuting did not engage with his attempts at flattery, stating calmly, You, seeking to trouble my friend? Friend? Wang Si looked up at Lin Chao, momentarily stunned. He was indeed a friend of Huang Yuting. No wonder he had the audacity to act so brazenly. He had such a formidable backing. He hurriedly shouted into the phone, Miss Huang, I truly had no idea he was your friend. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to provoke him. I was wrong. Before he could finish his sentence, Huang Yuting abruptly interrupted, Apologies are futile. You should consider how to earn my friend's forgiveness. Immediately afterwards, the line went dead with a series of beeps. Wang Si, holding the phone, turned pale, having thought that Lin Chao was merely a pawn he could manipulate. Little did he realize that Lin Chao possessed such formidable backing, an existence he could never afford to offend. Coming to his senses, he quickly handed the phone to Lin Chao with a forced smile, saying, Bro, I didn't realize you were friends with Miss Huang. If I had known, I would have handled things differently. He then turned to the group behind him, barking, What are you still doing here? Get lost and don't impede the delivery of raw materials, understood? The thugs, upon hearing this, swiftly scurried aside. Wang Si looked at Lin Chao, still wearing a forced smile. Bro, I apologize for the trouble today. It was my fault. I assure you, as long as you're here, my men will not cause any more disturbances. Noticing Lin Chao's icy demeanor and silence, he felt a wave of panic wash over him. This was bound to end in disaster. Realizing this, he hastily pulled out a bank card and shoved it into Lin Chao's pocket. "Bro, there's 10,000 yuan in this card for you to buy some cigarettes. I hope you can say a few good words for me to Miss Huang. I beg you." With that, he hurriedly left with his men, looking quite dejected. Witnessing this scene, Chao Wei could hardly believe her eyes. The significant trouble that had sent two managers packing was resolved entirely by Lin Chao with just one phone call. Lin Chao turned to Chao Wei with a smile, saying, "It's all settled." It was only then that Chao Wei realized the situation and excitedly exclaimed, "Lin Chao, you are amazing." Without hesitation, she wrapped her arms around his neck, stood on her tiptoes, and planted a kiss on his cheek. Chapter 35. The temptation of the beautiful schoolgirl. Lin Chao stood there in stunned silence, completely taken aback by Chao Wei's unexpected gesture. This was the illustrious schoolgirl he had only admired from afar. It took him a moment to grasp that had he still been the obscure employee he once was, Chao Wei would never have acted so freely towards him. It was undoubtedly a result of his current status. In that moment, he finally comprehended the advantages that power could bestow. Chao Wei quickly realized they were in a public setting, and it was inappropriate. She released Lin Chao, her cheeks flushed, and stammered, "I was just too happy." Then she swiftly changed the subject. "Let's arrange for everyone to return to work immediately." Lin Chao nodded, and together they returned to the office, gathering the relevant personnel for a meeting to discuss the full resumption of operations. Once everything was organized, Lin Chao finally found a moment of respite, picking up the phone to call Lu Yun. "Sister Lu, has there been any significant personnel changes of the company today?" Lu Yun replied directly, "Nothing I've heard of." Lin Chao's heart sank. If someone of Chao Chang's caliber had fallen, the company would surely be buzzing with gossip. How could Lu Yun not have heard anything? He quickly inquired once more, "Has Chao Chang's position changed?" "No, he just assigned me some work earlier, and he seems perfectly normal," Lu Yun replied directly. Lin Chao's heart tightened suddenly. Could it be that Shui Lin was toying with him? He hastily asked, "Chao Chang isn't targeting you again, is he?" Lu Yun responded, "No. When he sees me, he remains calm, as if nothing has happened." "Oh, I see. If there's any news today, give me a call," Lin Chao concluded, hanging up the phone, his brow furrowed in deep concern. Could it be that Shui Lin was merely placating him and had no intention of acting against Chao Chang? However, he quickly dismissed this thought. After all, Shui Lin was the marketing director of the company, a figure of considerable stature. How could she deceive him? Moreover, Chao Chang was also a middle manager. Taking him down was not as simple as a single word from Shui Lin. Yet, she must be handling it. Otherwise, considering Chao Chang's vindictive nature, he would surely have targeted both him and Lu Yun. It seemed that he had been too hasty. With this realization, he felt a slight sense of relief. As noon approached, Chao Wei found Lin Chao and cheerfully remarked, "Lin Chao, everything is back on track, which calls for celebration. You must treat me to lunch today." Lin Chao nodded with a smile, and the two made their way to the nearby Great Wall restaurant, where they settled into a private room. The dishes arrived promptly, and Chao Wei filled her glass, raising it towards Lin Chao with a smile, saying, "You resolved such a significant issue with ease. That's impressive. Cheers to you." After clinking glasses with Lin Chao, she drank her fill. Looking at him, she continued, "To be honest, had you not addressed this major problem, I wouldn't have had the heart to continue working here. You've truly come to my aid, and I feel I must express my gratitude." Tilting her head in thought, she leaned closer to Lin Chao and teasingly suggested, "How about I be your girlfriend?" Lin Chao was momentarily taken aback, sputtering as he choked on his drink. He was astonished to see this usually aloof and distant Chao Wei exhibiting such a bold side. However, he quickly regained his composure, realizing that she was likely joking. He hurriedly replied, "Chao Wei, don't tease me. What if I were serious?" With a playful grin, Chao Wei responded, "Well, what if I'm serious?" As Lin Chao gazed at her exquisite face, he noticed the delicate skin revealed by her low-cut neckline and the alluring curves that accompanied it. His heart raced uncontrollably. Yet, regaining his senses, he turned away, blushing, and said, "Chao Wei, please, no more jokes. You are the renowned campus beauty. How could I possibly catch your eye?" Chao Wei laughed. "You call me the campus beauty, yet did you know that in the eyes of the girls, you are quite the handsome prince?" But that was not the main point. The most significant aspect was that you saved me twice. Your bravery has truly touched me. Therefore, I genuinely wish to be friends with you. With that, she slid closer, wrapping her arm around his and playfully swaying, Come on, handsome. Just say yes, okay? Jovi's figure was already quite striking, and as she hesitated, her attire could no longer contain her form. A button at the neckline popped open, revealing a splendid view almost entirely to Lin Chao. Gazing at Jovi's exquisite face, captivated by the allure peeking from her collar, and inhaling the subtle, enchanting fragrance that enveloped her, Lin Chao's heart raced at the thought that this once-admired beauty was willingly approaching him. His hand involuntarily lifted, yearning to embrace Jovi. But the image of Lu Yun quickly surfaced in his mind, prompting him to retract his arm, his face flushing as he stammered, "Jovi, I'm sorry, but I already have a girlfriend." Although he genuinely harbored feelings for Jovi, he could not betray Lu Yun. "You have a girlfriend?" Jovi paused, momentarily taken aback, before inquiring, "Have you both registered your marriage?" "No." Lin Chao shook his head. Upon hearing this, Jovi exhaled a sigh of relief and remarked, "Since you haven't registered, we are on equal footing. The outcome is still uncertain." Lin Chao could scarcely believe his ears. Jovi was overtly expressing her desire to pursue him. Did he truly possess such allure? While he was aware it stemmed from the authority he wielded, he still yearned for a more profound response from Jovi. Thus, he looked at her and asked, "Jovi, I truly do not understand what makes me worthy of your affection. I find everything about you admirable." Jovi smiled, leaning closer to Lin Chao. Lin Chao secretly admired her words, which were flawless and left no room for reproach. When he noticed Jovi leaning into him again, he panicked. If this continued, he would surely err. He quickly supported her, his face reddening as he said, "Jovi, you should eat. I have some matters to attend to and must take my leave." With that, he hastily departed, only to hear Jovi's lingering, wistful voice behind him. What a big oaf. Lin Chao paused momentarily, but ultimately continued on his way. Back in his office, reclining on the sofa, his mind was filled with the vivid image of Jovi's advances, stirring a tumult of emotions within him. Yet, he swiftly quelled such thoughts. He could not betray Lu Yun. As he settled onto the sofa, preparing to rest, Chao Chong unexpectedly called him again. Lin Chao felt a churn in his stomach. What could this scoundrel possibly want? Had he been ousted and was now seeking a farewell? Clearly, he thought, he did not hold much significance in Chao Chong's eyes. Resolved to dismiss these thoughts, he answered the call, eager to hear what nonsense Chao Chong would spew. As soon as the call connected, Chao Chong's sarcastic voice rang out, "Manager Lin, how are things going over there?" Lin Chao was momentarily taken aback. Why was he asking this? He replied dismissively, "Quite well." "Quite well?" Chao Chong retorted, his tone laced with skepticism. But he soon chuckled and added, "Well then, I hope your work goes smoothly." With that, he hung up. Lin Chao furrowed his brow, bewildered by the purpose of the call. What was the meaning of this? He could not fathom that this scoundrel genuinely intended to offer encouragement. What, then, was the true aim of his call? Chapter 36. A beauty with an icy aura. Soon, he realized that Chao Chong must be aware of the situation, and with those ruffians obstructing him, he could hardly make any progress at work. Clearly, they intended to inquire about the circumstances and then conspire with Shuel Lin to eliminate him from the equation. Lin Chao clenched his teeth. It appeared that this scoundrel was unwilling to rest until he had thoroughly ruined him. In light of this, he resolved to expedite his actions and dialed Shuel Lin's number. However, Shuel Lin did not answer. After a considerable wait, she finally sent him a message. "Currently in a meeting, we'll discuss later." Lin Chao's eyes brightened. She must be strategizing against Chao. Fine, I shall wait. Yet, as the afternoon wore on and the workday concluded, he still had not received a call from Shuel Lin. Feeling uneasy, he contacted Lu Yun to inquire about the situation. Lu Yun informed him that there had been no developments. Lin Chao's heart sank. What did Shuel Lin mean by this? Was she truly considering leaving him in the lurch? No, he had to confront her. After briefing Xiao Wei, he drove back to the city and called Shuel Lin again. The call finally connected, and Lin Chao directly asked, "Shuel, how is the situation with Chao Chong progressing?" Shuel Lin replied nonchalantly, "Come to my house. We shall discuss it in person." Lin Chao immediately sensed her ulterior motives. But given the circumstances, he had no choice but to comply. Half an hour later, he arrived at Shuel Lin's home, pushed open the slightly ajar door, and entered. Calling her, "Shuel, I've arrived." Shuel Lin responded directly, "Come to my bedroom." Upon entering her bedroom, Lin Chao found Shuel Lin reclining on the bed, engrossed in her phone. Gazing upon her enchanting visage and alluring figure, he could not deny her beauty, yet he pondered her audacity. Noticing Lin Chao staring intently, Lin straightened up, smiled seductively, and asked, "Do you think your sister is beautiful?" Lin Chao nearly lost his composure, but quickly recalled the matter at hand and turned away, saying, "Sister Shui, you promised to bring down Chao Chong. What progress have you made?" Lin smiled. "Chao Chong is also a department head. It's not a simple task to take him down. I am currently gathering evidence to report him. Give me 3 days, and I will provide you with results." "Is this for real?" Lin Chao turned to look at Lin. She laughed. "Why would I deceive you?" Then she stood up, embraced Lin Chao, and whispered in his ear, "Brother, did you watch the video I sent you? Did you do this on purpose?" Lin Chao caught on and questioned her. Lin mischievously smiled. "I just wanted you to pay more attention to your sister." With that, she leaned in to kiss him. Lin Chao initially prepared to evade her, but soon halted his movement. To refuse her now would mean undoing all his efforts. The next moment, he gritted his teeth. If she, a woman, was unconcerned, why should he care? After all, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage either. 2 hours later, Lin Chao sat up, dressed, and looked at Lin, saying, "Sister Shui, I await your good news." "Wait." Lin straightened her posture and addressed Lin Chao. "I have a friend who is feeling unwell and would like a traditional Chinese massage. Your technique is quite commendable, so I recommended you to her. Come with me, please." After speaking, she rose and donned her attire. Lin Chao thought to himself, "I'm not merely a tool for your convenience. You can't just use me as you please." He contemplated declining her request, but recalling the matter involving Chao Chong and the necessity of maintaining a cordial relationship with her, he decided it was unwise to offend her over something as trivial as a massage. It was merely a massage, after all, so he acquiesced. Lin picked up her phone and dialed a number, then led Lin Chao out of the house and into her car. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Tianshang Renjian Club and entered a luxurious private room, where they knocked before entering. A woman sat inside, engrossed in her phone. She appeared to be in her mid-20s, with cascading hair framing her delicate, oval face, smooth skin, and exquisite features that painted a picture of beauty. Dressed in a form-fitting long gown, she exuded a captivating allure. There was an unmistakable aura of elegance about her, one that dissuaded any thoughts of irreverence. Lin Chao sensed that this woman was not an ordinary individual. Lin smiled at the woman and greeted her. "Here, as the person I promised you. He is quite skilled at massages." Although her tone seemed casual, Lin Chao could distinctly perceive the humility etched on her face. This further confirmed his suspicions that the woman was indeed remarkable. The beauty glanced up at Lin and gestured toward the sofa beside her, indicating for them to sit. Lin shook her head, smiling as she replied, "I have other matters to attend to, so I won't intrude any longer. Please allow Lin Chao to provide you with a thorough massage." Turning to Lin Chao, she added with a significant glance, "Lin Chao, ensure that you give her an exquisite massage." With that, she turned and exited, closing the door behind her. Lin Chao looked at the woman and quickly greeted her. "Hello?" In her presence, he felt a subtle sense of pressure. "Call me Sister Lin," she responded amiably. "All right, Sister Lin. Where do you feel discomfort?" "I can assist you with a massage," he offered. "I'll just change into something more suitable." "Please wait a moment," Sister Lin replied, nodding as she rose and entered a changing room. Before long, she emerged wearing a blue massage outfit that appeared much more relaxed. Lin Chao's gaze momentarily lingered on her undeniable beauty, but he was acutely aware that her connection with Lin suggested a significant status. Thus, he quickly suppressed his rising emotions, his face flushing as he turned away. Noticing his embarrassment, the woman paused for a moment, a slight smile curling at the corners of her lips before she lay down on the bed and calmly instructed, "Please give me a massage." Lin Chao complied and approached her, placing his hands on her back. Observing her, he remarked, "Sister Lin, you must spend a lot of time sitting. This is detrimental as it can impede the circulation in your legs, leading to discomfort." Sister Lin sensed his professional technique and turned her head to look at him, inquiring, "Do you understand traditional Chinese medicine?" "Yes, my grandfather is an experienced traditional Chinese doctor, and I studied under him for a time," Lin Chao replied earnestly. "Didn't T. Shui's Zone mention that to you?" "She did mention it," Sister Lin replied nonchalantly, choosing not to elaborate further. Lin Chao continued to massage her, gradually moving upward, increasingly aware of the delicacy and elasticity of her skin. Chapter 37. Our accounts are soon to be settled. However, Lin Chao quickly suppressed that thought. She was likely a person of considerable influence, and to offend her would undoubtedly invite trouble. Thus, he halted his ministrations at her thigh. "Why stop? Sister Lin turned her head to glance at Lin Chao. Sister Lin, is this appropriate? Lin Chao replied, a hint of hesitation in his voice. Continue. Sister Lin commanded with an air of indifference. Very well. Lin Chao acquiesced, resuming his motions upward. When his hands reached the softest part, he felt Sister Lin's body shudder slightly. Sister Lin, are you uncomfortable? Lin Chao paused, immediately inquiring. No, please continue. Sister Lin shook her head, instructing him to proceed. All right. Lin Chao continued, his hands gliding past her slender waist until they reached her chest. A glance sent his heart racing. Her figure was already quite striking, and from his vantage point, it was almost fully visible as she lay there. Overcome with embarrassment, Lin Chao withdrew his hands swiftly, his face flushed. Sister Lin, that's enough. Sister Lin nodded, reaching for her bag and extracting 1,000 yuan, which she extended toward Lin Chao. Here, as your reward. Lin Chao quickly shook his head. Sister Lin, it was merely a small favor. I cannot accept this money. Cannot accept? Sister Lin gazed at him. You helped me with a massage. It would be inappropriate not to offer you compensation. Lin Chao's heart stirred, and he looked at Sister Lin earnestly. Sister Lin, I must share something with you. Our colleague, Chao Chong, has been retaliating against me ever since I discovered his inappropriate conduct. He even seeks to have me ousted from our company. Could you possibly speak to Sister Shui on my behalf to lend me some assistance? The woman suddenly sat up straight. Do you think my words hold any weight? Lin Chao hurriedly replied. Sister Lin has a good relationship with Sister Shui. Your words would surely carry more weight than mine. He believed that if Sister Shui were to advocate for him, it would be far more effective. Sister Lin relaxed her posture and smiled at Lin Chao. You may leave now. Lin Chao nodded and departed promptly. Once outside the establishment, he couldn't help but laugh inwardly. He had no real understanding of who Sister Lin was, yet he shared such personal matters with her, an act of desperation indeed. Nevertheless, one might as well take a chance. Perhaps it would bear fruit. Lin Chao drove away from the venue, eagerly anticipating his imminent reunion with Lu Yun. A wave of warmth surged through him, prompting him to press the accelerator and race homeward. Shortly after Lin Chao's departure, Shui Lin returned to the opulent private room and smiled at Sister Lin. Darling, I assume you've had the pleasure of experiencing this young man's talents. What did you think? Sister Lin flicked the ash from her cigarette and shot her a glare. What are you implying? I merely had him come over to give me a massage. Shui Lin chuckled mischievously. Oh, come now, darling. Do you really need to clarify that with me? Sister Lin shot her another glare, prompting Shui Lin to sheepishly close her mouth. Sister Lin extinguished her cigarette in the ashtray and regarded Shui Lin. By the way, are you aware of the ongoing issues with Chao Chong targeting him? I understand. It is precisely for this reason that he sought me out. Shui Lin did not conceal the matter. That Chao Chong is exceedingly arrogant. You should take some action and deal with him. Lin Jie stated calmly. No, you are aware of the individuals backing Chao Chong. Shui Lin quickly interjected. Take action against him. Lin Jie reiterated, rising to leave. Only then did Shui Lin nod and respond, all right, leave it to me. After saying this, she followed Lin Jie outside to see her off as she departed in her car. Standing there, Shui Lin murmured, Lin Chao, to have her speak on your behalf. It seems you're doing quite well. Lin Chao returned home at 10 o'clock in the evening, believing that Lu Yun had already gone to bed. He quietly opened the door and approached the entrance of Lu Yun's bedroom. The door was slightly ajar, and through the crack, he could see Lu Yun sitting at the head of the bed, seemingly preparing to make a call, but hesitating as she picked up and then set down her phone. Her gaze distant, Lin Chao pushed the door open and, seeing Lu Yun, smiled and said, Why are you still awake at this hour? What are you doing? Upon hearing his voice, Lu Yun turned her head, and upon seeing Lin Chao, she excitedly exclaimed and rushed over to embrace him, joyfully declaring, You're back. You're really back. She then pressed her lovely face against his chest, radiating happiness. Lin Chao looked down at her and teased, Sister Lu, were you just about to call some man? Lu Yun raised her head to meet his gaze and quickly replied, It was for you. Who else would I call? Then why didn't you call? Lin Chao asked, puzzled. I want to call you, but I was afraid of interrupting your work, so I hesitated. Lu Yun admitted shyly. Hearing Lu Yun's thoughtfulness and noticing her charming demeanor stirred something within Lin Chao, prompting him to smile and say, Sister Lu, did you want to call me because you missed me? Yes. Lu Yun responded, her cheeks flushed. Where did you miss me? Lin Chao asked playfully. Everywhere. Lu Yun blurted out, but quickly felt the implications of her words, blushing and shyly adding, Oh, don't tease me. Unable to resist Lu Yun's alluring presence any longer, Lin Chao scooped her up and laid her on the bed, leaning over her. After a while, silence enveloped the room. Lu Yun nestled in Lin Chao's embrace, her face radiant with happiness as she remarked, "Lin Chao, being with you is truly wonderful." Yet, in the next moment, she sighed, if only there were no pressures from Cao Chong and President Shui. How splendid that would be. Lin Chao replied directly soon. Cao Chong will no longer be a threat to us. What do you mean by that? Lu Yun inquired, looking up at Lin Chao with curiosity. The heavens will see to it. He will receive his due retribution, Lin Chao said dismissively, wishing to keep Lu Yun in the dark about his entanglements with Shui Lin. In that moment, he felt a twinge of guilt, but recognized that there was no alternative to dealing with Cao Chong. With a heavy heart, he resigned himself to the circumstances. The following morning, Lin Chao rose early, bid farewell to Lu Yun, and headed toward the project site. Just the thought of Cao Chong's impending misfortune filled him with delight. "You scoundrel, you will never bully me again." Lin Chao arrived at the project office and noticed Xiao Wei busily engaged in her tasks, her eyes tinged with shadows, clearly a sign of insufficient rest. With genuine concern, he inquired, "Xiao Wei, did you not rest well last night?" Xiao Wei gazed at Lin Chao, her expression filled with melancholy as she replied, "How could I possibly rest well with you absent?" Lin Chao's face turned crimson, unsure of how to respond. Observing his flustered demeanor, Xiao Wei burst into laughter. "I was merely teasing you. I stayed vigilant throughout the night, fearing someone might cause trouble, which is why I didn't sleep well." Deeply moved by her words, Lin Chao looked at Xiao Wei earnestly and said, "Xiao Wei, you have worked hard. Is that all?" Xiao Wei tilted her head curiously. Lin Chao quickly promised, "Once this project is completed smoothly, I will request your promotion to deputy manager." Xiao Wei's eyes sparkled with excitement as she pressed further. "Is there anything else you desire?" Puzzled, Lin Chao asked, "What more do you want?" Xiao Wei's response left Lin Chao coughing vigorously. "Your method of offering compensation is quite peculiar," she remarked, extending her delicate hand to lightly tap Lin Chao's chest, smiling enchantingly. "I want this." Lin Chao choked again, and witnessing his discomfort, Xiao Wei laughed so hard she bent over, causing her attire to strain against its limits, revealing a stunning view that captivated Lin Chao's gaze. Noticing his stare, Xiao Wei leaned in closer, looking at him with an alluring expression. "I senti it beautiful." "Indeed," Lin Chao blurted out, but immediately felt his face flush with embarrassment, realizing the inappropriate nature of his response. As he fumbled for words, Xiao Wei giggled once more. Just then, someone rushed in to report, "Manager Lin, Wang Si has arrived with the group." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wei's expression soured. "We finally had one peaceful day, and now he is back?" Lin Chao was momentarily taken aback. Could Wang Si have forgotten his connection with Huang Yuting? Surely not. A sense of dread lingered, an imprint on the soul that could never be erased. What could his intentions be? While Lin Chao pondered, the office doors swung open, revealing Wang Si accompanied by a woman, both laden with bags. Xiao Wei frowned at Wang Si. "Are you here to stir trouble again, Boss Wang?" Wang Si quickly shook his head, a forced smile on his face. "Director Chiao, you jest. I know this is your territory. I wouldn't dare cause a ruckus here. I can bring some local specialties." He placed the items on the table. "Let us get to the point," Lin Chao said, seated on the sofa, eyeing Wang Si. Wang Si nodded eagerly, then turned to Xiao Wei, smiling ingratiatingly. "Director Chiao, I have a few matters to discuss privately with Manager Lin. May I have a moment alone?" Catching sight of the alluring woman behind him, Xiao Wei seemed to understand and promptly stood up, closing the door behind her as she exited. Wang Si approached Lin Chao with a beaming smile and said, "Brother, I opened this sand pit primarily to serve your construction site. If I can't sell sand to you, it would be a tremendous loss for me. Today, I came to seek your mercy and hope you can provide me with a lifeline in return for using our sand. I assure you I will not treat you unfairly." With that, he produced 2 bank cards and placed them on the table. "Brother, one of these cards contains 50,000 yuan, and the password is on the back. Please accept it." He then gestured toward a young woman behind him. "This is my cousin, and she possesses a certain charm. I thought you might be lonely at the site, so I would like her to keep you company." He waved her over, saying, "Come here and attend to Manager Lin." The woman sauntered over, looking at Lin Chao with a coy expression. "Brother, let me bring you some joy," she said, and with a swift motion, she removed her outer garment, revealing a delicate tank top, and sat down on Lin Chao's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. wearing an extremely short skirt. Her warmth and softness were unmistakable to Lin Chao. However, he gently pushed her away and said calmly, "Stand properly." The woman froze momentarily and turned to look at Wang Si. Wang Si, watching Lin Chao, quickly plastered a smile on his face and said, "Brother, she is truly my cousin. You can rest assured she is pure." But before he could finish, Lin Chao interrupted him. "Stop." Witnessing Lin Chao's outright rejection, Wang Si's expression fell. It seemed today's venture was utterly hopeless. Nevertheless, Lin Chao fixed his gaze on Wang Si and asked, "Can you guarantee the quality of the sand?" Upon hearing this, Wang Si's eyes sparkled with hope as he eagerly nodded. "Yes, my sand will pass your materials inspector's evaluation. If any batch is substandard, I will accept all penalties." "What about the price?" Lin Chao inquired, pulling out a cigarette. As he brought it to his lips, Wang Si hurriedly produced a lighter to ignite it. "Brother, since I'm close by, I can reduce the shipping costs. So I'm willing to offer a price 20% lower than a market rate. If that doesn't suit you, just let me know." After taking a puff, Lin Chao looked at Wang Si and said, "A 10% reduction from the market price will suffice, provided the quality is assured." During his time at the company, Wang Si was the first to regard him as an equal, so Lin Chao decided to lend a helping hand. Wang Si, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Brother, you are truly my kin. No more talk of profits. I will reserve that 10% for you as your stake in my sandpit." Lin Chao shook his head. "That is not my intention. I simply believe that it doesn't matter who uses the sand, as long as the quality is guaranteed." Before he could finish, Wang Si interrupted, "That's unacceptable. If you are so generous, then as your brother, I must adhere to the rules. I will keep that 10% for you as your share in the sandpit. Whenever you need funds, just let me know." Lin Chao nodded and said, "One more thing. I will entrust the safety of this project to you." Wang Si pounded his chest confidently. "Rest assured, it will be entrusted to me. Should anyone cause trouble at the project site, you can come to me." "All right, you may go now. Await my news," Lin Chao said, flicking the ash from his cigarette. Wang Si nodded and turned to leave, taking the woman with him, as Lin Chao pointed at her. "Brother, just let her stay and have some fun with you," Wang Si said to Lin Chao with a grin. Noticing Lin Chao's furrowed brow, he quickly nodded. "All right, I'll take her away, and when a better option comes along, I'll send her back to you." With that, he gestured for the woman to leave. Lin Chao pointed at the 2 bank cards on the table, saying, "Take these with you as well." Wang Si's expression changed immediately. "Brother, it's just a pack of cigarettes. If you don't want it, I won't be able to face you again." After saying that, he hurriedly left with the woman. Lin Chao called Xiao Wei, asking her to come over. When she entered his office and closed the door, he directly stated Wang Si's purpose. "Regarding the river sand, we have the final say, right?" Xiao Wei nodded. "As far as raw materials are concerned, the company is not overly strict. To put it plainly, it allows the project office some leeway." She explained that Wang Si had approached the previous manager, but due to quality concerns and high prices, the deal fell through. Understanding the situation, Lin Chao stated, "Wang Si guarantees the quality of the river sand, and the price is 10% lower than the market rate. I wish to use Wang Si's river sand. Can you handle the necessary procedures?" Xiao Wei nodded affirmatively. "Sure, just sign here, and I'll take care of it." She stood up to leave, but Lin Chao called her back, pointing at the gifts on the floor. "Xiao Wei, I don't stay here much, and I have no use for these gifts. Please take them with you." "All right, leave them with me. Whenever you need them, just come to my place," she replied, accepting the gifts. However, Lin Chao picked up one of the bank cards from the table and approached her, offering it. "Xiao Wei, this is one of the 2 bank cards Wang Si gave me. One has 50,000. Since we met, let us split it, and you can keep this card." Xiao Wei quickly pushed back. "Lin Chao, this is inappropriate. You've worked hard here. Just keep it for yourself to buy some cosmetics." Lin Chao insisted, trying to press it into her hands, but as she pushed back, his hand lost its direction and the card slipped into her collar. Xiao Wei paused, then tilted her head, looking at Lin Chao with a teasing smile. "Lin Chao, this method of gifting money is quite unique." Feeling embarrassed, Lin Chao quickly withdrew his hand. His face flushed. "Xiao Wei, please don't misunderstand. I truly have no other intentions." Seeing his awkward demeanor, Xiao Wei laughed heartily. "Lin Chao, teasing you is so much fun." Then, her expression turned serious as she continued, "Lin Chao, I accept this money as your gift to me. However, I must give you something in return. That is how reciprocity works. I'll let you know what it is." "No need," Lin Chao shook his head. "I simply appreciate your diligence. As a leader, I ought to show some acknowledgement." Xiao Wei looked at him, sighing. "Lin Chao, do you know? When the previous two managers were here, I worked just as hard, yet they reaped the benefits without including me. Your willingness to share the benefits truly moves me." She then smiled playfully. "Could it be that you have some ulterior motives?" Lin Chao quickly shook his head, saying, "No, I merely feel that you have been working hard." Xiao Wei smiled radiantly, glancing around before inquiring, "By the way, didn't Wang Si send a woman to you? Where's she?" "I sent her away," Lin Chao replied, shaking his head. Still a self-respecting man. Xiao Wei observed Lin Chao, tilting her head in contemplation before asking, "Lin Chao, do you like me? If you do, how about I become your girlfriend?" Lin Chao stared at Xiao Wei, utterly taken aback by her bluntness. Xiao Wei laughed heartily, unable to contain herself. "All right, I'm not teasing you anymore. I'll go take care of this right now." With that, she grabbed her belongings and turned to leave. As Lin Chao watched Xiao Wei's alluring silhouette, he found himself momentarily entranced. Was this truly the same aloof school beauty who once deemed him unworthy of a glance? Such fervor seemed almost excessive. He quickly realized that had he not been in this position, becoming her superior and holding sway over her fate, would she have treated him in this manner? Gazing at the bank card on the table and recalling Wang Si's obsequious demeanor moments ago, Lin Chao couldn't help but ponder the allure of power. No wonder everyone chases after it. It truly is a valuable asset. More importantly, if he could ascend above Chao Chong, would he still endure such bullying? If he could rise above Shuai Lin, would she dare to insult him so freely? In that moment, his yearning for upward mobility surged within him, more intense than ever before. With the project now in full swing, myriad tasks arose incessantly, leaving Lin Chao feeling utterly overwhelmed. Approaching noon, someone pushed the door open. Preoccupied, Lin Chao did not raise his head and merely said, "What is the matter? Speak up." However, the visitor remained silent until they stood beside him, when a familiar voice chimed in. "Hey, who is so rude?" Lin Chao looked up to see a girl standing before him. With her wine-red hair exuberantly styled and a perfectly rounded apple-shaped face, she was undeniably beautiful. She wore a fitted white top that accentuated her ample bosom and a short black skirt that showcased her long, slender legs, standing gracefully like a rare beauty. It was none other than Huang Yiting. "You've recovered quite well." Lin Chao greeted her with a smile. "It's all thanks to you. If you had come to my rescue, I might have been lost by now." Huang Yiting expressed her gratitude. "Come on, let's have a meal together. I want to show my appreciation." "There's no need for a meal. Besides, I'm still busy," Lin Chao replied, shaking his head. "It's almost noon. No matter how busy you are, you must eat. Let us go," Huang Yiting asserted enthusiastically, directly wrapping her arm around Lin Chao's. Her ample bosom pressed against him unabashedly. "Cough, cough, please don't do that." Lin Chao felt his face flush and quickly withdrew his arm, saying, "I will go with you." Huang Yiting had helped him twice. To continue refusing would be quite ungracious. He gathered his things and exited the office with Huang Yiting, heading towards the Chongqing Hotel across the street. However, Huang Yiting halted him, saying, "The Dihao Hotel just launched a Buddha jumps over the wall dish. It's quite delightful. Let me take you to try it." After finishing her words, she took Lin Chao's hand and approached a nearby Maybach 600. She opened the door, inviting Lin Chao to enter, then proceeded to the driver's seat, starting the engine and speeding onto the main road. Lin Chao gazed at the opulent interior, reflecting on his own modest Chang'an car, unable to suppress a shake of his head. It simply could not compare. He glanced at Huang Yiting and casually remarked, "With such a splendid vehicle, your family must be quite affluent." Huang Yiting smiled at him and replied, "Do you like it? If you do, I'll give it to you. One does not accept rewards for unearned favors." Lin Chao quickly shook his head. "You are my savior. What is a car in return?" Huang Yiting said earnestly, then added, looking at Lin Chao, "As long as you are willing, I would gladly give you anything." Coughing abruptly, Lin Chao found himself taken aback. She truly was enchanting. Observing Lin Chao's flustered demeanor, Huang Yiting couldn't help but chuckle, her laughter resonating like music in the grand surroundings, causing Lin Chao's gaze to momentarily falter before he quickly averted his eyes. One should not gaze upon the unchaste. Upon arriving at the parking lot of the Emperor Hotel, Lin Chao exited the car while Huang Yiting went to park. He walked directly towards the hotel, but not far along his path. He noticed several individuals emerging from the hotel, heading in his direction. His brow furrowed upon recognizing the woman in the yellow dress at the forefront, his ex-girlfriend, Qin Shuang. Seeing the woman he had once entrusted his heart to, only to be callously discarded, stirred a pang of anguish within him. How had he ever found her appealing? Shaking his head in disbelief, he resolved to turn away without a glance. Yet, Qin Shuang spotted him, calling out Lin Chao. She approached, blocking his path. Frowning as she said, Lin Chao, I've already told you we were broken up. Why do you still linger? Isn't that a bit absurd? Lin Chao met her gaze coldly, retorting, am I lingering? You're mistaken. Just as his words fell, a curly-haired woman behind Qin Shuang rushed forward, pointing at the hotel with a disdainful glare. Sing, what else could this be if not lingering? Are you here to dine? Look closely, this is the Emperor Hotel. A meal here starts at 10,000. Do you really think a pauper like you can afford it? This woman was none other than Qin Shuang's mother, Mrs. Qin. Lin Chao shot a glare at Mrs. Qin and replied, I may be poor, but it's only because I've given all my earnings to your daughter. However, before he could finish, Mrs. Qin interrupted him curtly. Is that little sum worth mentioning? Aren't you embarrassed? She then gestured towards a young man in a suit with gold-rimmed glasses behind her, boasting, look at Sun Xiao. He spends tens of thousands on a meal without a second thought. How do you even dare to compare yourself to him? Turning to the young man, she added, Sun Jia, let me introduce you to this persistent loser, Lin Chao, who has been clinging to Qin Shuang. My daughter has clearly stated her desire to break up, yet he continues to pursue her. Can you believe there are such shameless people in this world? Upon hearing Qin's mother's words, Lin Chao chuckled derisively. To be honest, my visit today serves a purpose, but it is not your daughter I am interested in. Rather, it is you. I find myself particularly intrigued by mature women like yourself. How about we explore this further? Chapter 40. Letting you experience the weight of money. You shameless cad, Qin's mother exclaimed, her lips quivering with indignation at Lin Chao's audacious remarks. At that moment, a young man, Sun Jia, stepped forward to intercept Qin's mother, hastily advising, Auntie, there's no need to be angered by such trash. Allow me to handle this. Turning to Lin Chao, Sun Jia narrowed his gaze and remarked, Lin Chao, I have heard about your affairs with Qin Shuang. You are merely a lowly employee at a company, correct? You ought to realize that Qin Shuang is now a formal government official, and you are nowhere near her league. Pointing at Sun Jia, Qin's mother looked at Lin Chao with a haughty demeanor. Do you know what Sun Jia does? He's a contractor, earning $4 to $5 million a year effortlessly. Only someone as successful as him is worthy of my daughter. Do you understand? Sun Jia then pulled out 2 bundles of unopened 100-yuan notes from his bag and flung them in Lin Chao's direction, boasting, Did you not claim to have given Qin Shuang money? We are not trying to take advantage of you. Consider this your compensation. If it is insufficient, I can offer more. My only condition is that you keep your distance from Qin Shuang, for you are simply unworthy of her. Qin Shuang regarded Lin Chao with a similarly disdainful expression. Upon witnessing such shamelessness, Lin Chao's countenance darkened, and he prepared to retaliate. Just then, Huang Yaoting approached, struggling under the weight of a large bag. Squinting at Sun Jia, she declared, You are quite wealthy, aren't you? You think you can use money to belittle others? Allow me to let you experience that sensation today. With that, she unzipped her bag and retrieved several stacks of cash, hurling them at Sun Jia without hesitation. How's that feel? Is it pleasant? The bills rained down upon Sun Jia, leaving his face bruised and swollen, as the colorful notes fluttered around them in a spectacle that dazzled onlookers. Sun Jia, furious to the point of turning green, prepared to retaliate, but quickly sealed his lips upon realizing the worth of the money, at least 1 million. This woman was clearly no ordinary individual. Witnessing the scene unfold, Qin's mother rushed over, exclaiming, How dare you insult someone like this? This is too much. Huang Yiting seized a few stacks of cash and tossed them at her face, retorting, Old hag. You did not find it insulting when he threw money at others. My actions are an insult. Can you not be so hypocritical? Today, I shall insult you. And what will you do about it? Qin's mother trembled with rage. At that moment, Qin Shuang looked at Huang Yaoting, frowning. Who exactly are you? Why are you meddling in our affairs? Huang Yiting shot a glance at Qin Shuang before wrapping her arm around Lin Chao's, coldly stating, You all wish to bully my boyfriend, and you dare say, I am meddling? What? He's your boyfriend? How could you possibly be interested in such a spineless wretch? Qin Shuang exclaimed in disbelief. To possess the audacity to brandish $1 million as a weapon, Huang Yaoting is evidently no ordinary individual. A spineless coward? Huang Yaqing gazed at Qin Shuang, letting out a cold snicker. Such an impressive figure, and you dare label him coward? With a dismissive gesture towards Sun Jia, She continued with disdain. For the sake of a mere contractor, you actually kicked Lin Chao? Truly, your vision is clouded. Just wait, you will come to regret this. Moments later, with a playful grin, she added, however, I owe you my gratitude. Had you not separated from Lin Chao, I might never have had the opportunity to meet such a remarkable boyfriend. Qin Shuang turned a shade of green with envy, although Sun Jie was unfamiliar with Huang Yiting. Witnessing her brandishing $1 million made him realize she was far from trivial. He tugged at Qin Shuang, saying, let's depart. There is no need to engage with them. We must prioritize our business. With that, he led Qin Shuang and her mother towards a nearby BMW. Upon reaching the car, Qin's mother regained her confidence. Patting the vehicle while glaring at Lin Chao, she declared, do you see this? Sun Jie's BMW 5 Series, worth at least 100,000. This is what true power looks like, do you understand? If Qin Shuang were to follow you, she would never set foot in such a car. Therefore, you are utterly unworthy of her. Cease your pursuit of her. Do you comprehend? Before Lin Chao could respond, Huang Yiting erupted into laughter. You dare flaunt a mere BMW? Just wait. With that, she turned and walked away. Moments later, a luxurious Maybach roared onto the scene, colliding forcefully with the rear of the BMW. A loud thud echoed as the BMW S-back was left with a significant dent. Sun Jie, upon witnessing this, screamed, it's my brand new car. As she looked into the vehicle where Huang Yiting sat, she prepared to unleash her fury, but as she caught sight of the Maybach, she gasped in astonishment. A Maybach, worth at least 3 million. Huang Yiting exited the car, casting a disdainful glance at Sun Jie, and remarked, still flaunting, are we? Qin's mother, glaring at Lin Chao, shouted, this is Sun Jie's new car. You have damaged it beyond repair. You must compensate. Huang Yiting stepped forward, glaring at Qin's mother, and bluntly stated, are you blind? Can't you see it was I who crashed into it? If you seek compensation, approach me later. Remember my name, Huang Yiting. Witnessing Huang Yiting's brazen attitude left Qin's mother so enraged that her lips trembled, rendering her speechless. At that moment, hotel staff rushed over, collecting the scattered money and returning it to Huang Yiting, who received it with a dismissive expression. It's merely a bit of cash. Since I threw it, I had no intention of retrieving it. Miss Huang, this is your money. The staff insisted. Let us just leave it in your car. They hastily placed the money in the trunk of her vehicle. Huang Yiting approached Lin Chao, linking her arm with his, and said, dining here has brought us nothing but misfortune. It's truly vexing. Come, let us find another place to eat. With that, she pulled Lin Chao into the car, starting the engine and speeding away. As Qin's mother regained her composure, she shouted after them, you think you can just leave after causing such damage? Not a chance. Come back. However, the car had already vanished without a trace. Qin's mother turned her head, glaring at Sun Jie, and exclaimed, this matter cannot simply end here. We must report it to the police immediately. Sun Jie, with a look of apprehension, replied, Auntie, someone who can casually carry $1 million and drive a luxury car worth $3 million is clearly not an ordinary person. Perhaps we should just let it go. What do you mean, not an ordinary person? You are overthinking it. Qin's mother scoffed, rolling her eyes. Throwing $1 million around may seem extravagant, but in the end, they will pick it all up without a trace. Would a truly wealthy person act this way? It is merely a facade. Furthermore, that car might very well be rented, and they probably hired a woman to play a part. What kind of remarkable person could Lin Chao possibly find? She's just a little girl. If I encounter her again, I won't hesitate to slap her. Before her words could settle, the head of the hotel security approached her, speaking coldly. How dare you speak to Miss Huang in such a manner? If this reaches her ears, you might find yourself in serious trouble. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Qin's mother looked at him, perplexed. Who exactly is this little girl? Why do you describe her in such terrifying terms? The security chief's words sent a chill down her spine. Chapter 41. Feel it, my heart beats for you. He coldly informed her, Huang Biao from Haicheng. Have you heard of him? Miss Huang is his daughter. What? The daughter of Huang Biao, the underground emperor of Haicheng? Qin's mother gasped, her face paling in an instant. Huang Biao was a notorious figure in Haicheng, known for ruthlessly pursuing his enemies with a machete, forcing them to their knees in desperation. His reputation was legendary, a figure capable of silencing any child's cries. Currently, he commanded numerous enterprises and a loyal band of followers, truly a formidable presence in Haicheng. The realization that she had dared to provoke his daughter left her trembling. With this thought, she sealed her lips, no longer daring to utter a word. A glimmer of apprehension flickered in Sun Jia's eyes. How could Lin Chao possibly have connections with someone like Huang Yiting? He turned to Qin Shuang and asked, Qin Shuang, has Lin Chao truly become affluent? Qin Shuang scoffed, affluent my foot. He is still just a lowly employee. A few days ago, I asked him to transfer me some money, and he was so stingy he couldn't even spare 1,000. If he were truly prosperous, how could that be? Oh, I see. Sun Jia sighed with relief. But how could he possibly associate with someone like Huang Yiting? Qin's mother sneered. He must have sold himself to Huang Yiting for her assistance. Oh dear, Lin Chao's poverty would have been manageable. But to think he could be so shameless is utterly revolting. Upon hearing this, Sun Jia's eyes lit up. So that's how it is. Lin Chao has no boundaries whatsoever. Enough about him. Let us not tarnish our lips with his name. After glancing at the clock and noticing it was nearly midnight, he urged, we must hasten to invite the manager of the Lingyun Real Estate South Suburb project for dinner. If we can establish a partnership with him, it could prove to be quite lucrative. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuang's eyes sparkled with excitement as she hurriedly joined Sun Jia in the car, racing towards the Lingyun Real Estate South Suburb project. At that moment, Huang Yiting, who was driving, turned to Lin Chao and inquired, Lin Chao, what could have drawn you to such a superficial person? Am I blind? Lin Chao, filled with indignation, responded at first. She seemed incredibly pure in my eyes and swore she would love me for a lifetime. I was young and naive, completely enamored. The expenses during my 3 years in college were all covered by my part-time jobs. I even subsisted on instant noodles and pickles for a month for her sake. Later, as she pursued her career, her financial demands escalated, leading me to accrue considerable debt. She insisted that we must have a house to marry, and without hesitation, I agreed, taking on a hefty mortgage. Not only did I shoulder a substantial loan, but I also fell into significant debt. I sacrificed everything for her, only to discover that she had been unfaithful with another man. It's utterly infuriating. In a fit of rage, Lin Chao struck the dashboard with his fist. Seeing Lin Chao's fury, Huang Yiting quickly attempted to console him, saying, that worthless woman does not deserve you. You should feel relieved to be rid of her. If you had ended up marrying her, that would have been a true nightmare. She then placed a comforting hand on Lin Chao's, adding, there is no need to be upset over such a despicable woman. From now on, I will be your girlfriend. Lin Chao shot her a disbelieving glance. Please, do not jest with mischievous from Europa. I am quite serious. I'm not joking, Huang Yiting insisted, shaking her head earnestly. You possess not only medical expertise and a kind heart, but you also saved my life. I owe you my gratitude, and what better way to express this than through marriage? Therefore, I have decided to be your girlfriend. I speak from the heart. If you doubt me, feel my heart. With that, she took hold of Lin Chao's hand and placed it inside her clothing. Lin Chao was taken aback by Huang Yiting's boldness, momentarily at a loss for words. However, as he felt the softness of her skin, it sent a jolt through him, prompting him to swiftly withdraw his hand and exclaim, Huang Yiting, you're still driving. Are you out of your mind? Huang Yiting burst into laughter. All right, I'll stop teasing you. Let's go eat somewhere else. Just then a call came in for Lin Chao from Chao Wei. Lin Chao, a construction company wishes to discuss a partnership with us. We are ramping up operations and urgently need new contractors. Why don't you come back and meet with them? Lin Chao acknowledged the call and hung up, turning to Huang Yiting. Let us head to the project site. I have pressing matters to attend to. But I haven't treated you to a meal yet. Huang Yiting pouted. Perhaps another day. I truly have urgent business. Lin Chao shook his head. With a resigned nod, Huang Yiting drove them to the project site. Upon arriving and parking, she turned to Lin Chao and said, that 100,000 was originally meant as a reward for you. Just wait a moment. I'll retrieve it. Lin Chao quickly waved his hand. I've already stated that it was merely a small favor. Please don't make a fuss about it, or I will get upset. With that, he turned and entered the project office. $1 million is no trivial sum, especially when it belongs to Huang Biao. Acquiring it is no easy feat, and he wishes to avoid such troubles. Huang Yiting mumbled, there's no way I will retract the money I have given. I will transfer it to your bank account later. She then drove away swiftly. Lin Chao arrived at the office door, where Chao Wei promptly approached him. Lin Chao, the other party has arrived in the small conference room. Please head over while I prepare the materials. Lin Chao nodded and went directly to the small conference room. Upon entering, he was taken aback to find two individuals he least wanted to see, Qin Shuang and Sun Jia. Qin Shuang noticed Lin Chao, and her expression darkened instantly. Lin Chao, I have already told you that there is no possibility left between us. Why do you insist on following me? Do you find this entanglement meaningful? It is not. All you do is intensify my disdain for you. Sun Jie stood up and approached Lin Chao, chuckling as he said, Lin Chao, you have such a wonderful girlfriend in Miss Wang. Why persist in pursuing Qin Shuang? Just now, Annie mentioned that you relied on selling yourself to be with Miss Wang. I didn't believe it at first, but now I do. You are merely a plaything to her. She may indulge you for appearances, but there is no way you could be with her. That is the reason you are still chasing after Qin Shuang, isn't it? But let me tell you, you truly do not deserve Qin Shuang. Only I am worthy of her. He then leaned closer to Lin Chao and slyly whispered, Lin Chao, you must thank me for this. Having been with her for so long, you never even touched her, leaving her purity for me. How noble of you. It is truly a pity you never tasted her sweetness. I assure you, she is quite delectable. Seeing Sun Jie's lewd demeanor, Lin Chao suddenly raised his hand and slapped him across the face. Still chattering? Sun Jie was taken aback, and Qin Shuang, shocked, exclaimed as she rushed over. Upon witnessing Sun Jie's swollen face, her fury ignited, and she turned to Lin Chao, shouting, Lin Chao, how dare you strike him, you scoundrel? Sun Jie, with a smirk, retorted, you like an insignificant insect, dare to hit me? You are in big trouble now. Just as he finished speaking, Xiao Wei entered with a folder. Upon seeing her, Sun Jie pointed at Lin Chao, gritting his teeth, Director Qiao, this waste has barged into the project office and assaulted me, creating chaos. There is no law here. Quickly call security to deal with him. However, before he could finish, Xiao Wei swiftly delivered a resounding slap to his face. Sun Jie, covering his face, stared at Xiao Wei in utter disbelief. What kind of turn of events is this? Qin Shuang glared at Xiao Wei and said, Director Qiao, it was Lin Chao, this waste, who openly assaulted someone here, provoking trouble. Why are you not dealing with him, but instead striking Sun Jie? Yet, Xiao Wei did not even glance at her, turning her attention to Lin Chao, saying, Manager Lin, is there really no need to discuss this cooperation any further? Manager? Why do you refer to this waste as a manager? Are you mistaken? Qin Shuang exclaimed in astonishment at Xiao Wei. Jovi turned her head and coldly addressed Qin Shuang. As the project team leader, you do not even recognize the manager. Are you implying that I have a deficiency in intelligence? Qin Shuang froze, staring blankly at Lin Chao, her eyes nearly bulging out in disbelief. Sun Jie was equally incredulous. How could such a useless person become the project manager? Yet, Jovi was correct. He could not possibly mistake someone. Sun Jie finally realized the gravity of his blunder. Ignoring his pain, he approached Lin Chao with a forced smile and said, Lin Chao, Manager Lin, please disregard my earlier comments. They were merely jokes. He had boasted impressively to Qin Shuang. Yet in reality, his construction team had not received work in quite some time. If he failed to secure this project in Nanjiao, he would face starvation. Thus, he brushed aside Lin Chao's earlier slap and hurried to apologize. However, Lin Chao regarded him with a frosty demeanor, remaining silent. Sun Jie's heart sank. He realized Lin Chao had no intention of forgiving him. Gritting his teeth, he forced a smile and said, Manager Lin, I return Qin Shuang to you. She remains your woman. Moreover, my earlier statements were made in anger. I have never laid a hand on her. Returning her to you is akin to restoring a lost treasure. Hearing this, Qin Shuang was momentarily stunned, hardly believing her ears. After a prolonged silence, she finally reacted, exclaiming, Sun Jie, you professed eternal love and promised to be with me for life. How can you say this now? Silence yourself. Before she could finish, Sun Jie interrupted her. Those words were mere fabrications. Did you truly take them to heart? Let me make it clear. Compared to this project, you are insignificant. Once I secure the project, I will have money and can pursue as many women as I desire. Do you understand? Qin Shuang stared at Sun Jie, who now wore a sinister expression, utterly dumbfounded. Sun Jie, however, turned away from her and faced Lin Chao with a conciliatory smile, saying, now that the matter concerning this woman is resolved, we have no conflict between us. Let us sit down and discuss the cooperation. Rest assured, our construction team possesses all necessary qualifications and guarantees impeccable quality. Lin Chao slapped his face dismissively, coldly responding, with your level of incompetence, what kind of work could you possibly produce? He then turned to Jovi and declared, Director Jovi, notify all project departments within the company that this scoundrel has atrocious character and is wholly unqualified to undertake any projects. Please know, Sun Jie screamed in despair. This would irrevocably tarnish his reputation. Forget about securing work at Lingyun Real Estate. He would likely struggle to find anyone in Haicheng willing to take him on. It was as though he were being driven to ruin. His legs buckled, and he fell to his knees before Lin Chao, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication. Manager Lin, I acknowledge my mistake in pursuing your girlfriend. I assure you I will have no further association with her. I beg you spare me. I implore you. Yet, Lin Chao remained silent, unyielding. At that moment, 2 security guards entered, and Jovi pointed at Sun Jie, coldly commanding, remove him from here. The security guard nodded, seized his arm, and dragged him out. Lin Chao did not glance at Qin Shuang again and turned to walk outside. Only then did Qin Shuang react, hurriedly running over to block his path, her face adorned with a forced smile. Lin Chao, when did you get promoted to project manager? Why didn't you tell me sooner? You are truly capable. Lin Chao sidestepped her and continued his way out, but Qin Shuang intercepted him once more, quickly saying, Lin Chao, the truth is I have always loved you. It was Sun Jie who shamelessly pursued me. But I was wrong. I will sever all ties with him. I still want to be your girlfriend. Will you promise me? Xiao Wei could no longer contain herself and laughed derisively when Lin Chao was just a junior employee. You kicked him aside without hesitation. Now that you know he has become a manager, you cling to him again. How shameless can you be? No, what I have with him is true love. Qin Shuang shook her head and reached for Lin Chao's hand, urgently saying, Lin Chao, you still love me, right? It must be true. Where else can you find such a good girlfriend if you leave me? Promise me. However, Xiao Wei forcefully pried her hand away and linked her arm with Lin Chao's, looking at Qin Shuang without a hint of politeness. Do you think I make a better girlfriend than you? You're his girlfriend? Qin Shuang exclaimed in disbelief. This is impossible. Xiao Wei, undeterred, stood on her toes and planted a kiss on Lin Chao's cheek, then turned to Qin Shuang with an indifferent expression. Now do you believe it? Qin Shuang was utterly frozen in place. Lin Chao did not cast another glance her way and turned to leave. Qin Shuang attempted to chase after him, but Xiao Wei raised her hand to block her, coldly stating, someone like you is utterly unworthy of Lin Chao, so stop your entanglement here. I have heard about your dealings with him. You must have spent quite a bit of his money, didn't you? When you were with Lin Chao, you treated him like an ATM, didn't you? You know how much you've taken. You better return every last penny. Otherwise, I will expose this scandal. And if the school finds out what kind of person you are, I wonder if you can still hold your position as a teacher. With that, she swept away. No. Qin Shuang let out a mournful cry. Lin Chao, I was wrong. Please give me another chance. Watching Lin Chao leave without a backward glance, she collapsed onto the ground. Lin Chao returned to the office, and Xiao Wei followed him in, coming to his side, quickly offering comfort. Lin Chao, just forget about that trash. There's nothing worth lingering over. Then, with genuine concern, she added, you must feel quite hurt right now. Come here, let me give you a hug. With that, she wrapped her arms around Lin Chao's head, pressing it against her chest. Chapter 43. Life or Death, Tomorrow Will Tell. Xiao Wei's embrace was so enveloping that Lin Chao's entire face was buried against her, leaving no space for air, rendering him breathless. Cough, cough. Lin Chao struggled to break free. His face flushed as he exclaimed, Are you trying to suffocate me? Xiao Wei immediately burst into laughter. After lunch, Lin Chao busied himself until 7 in the evening, finally finding a moment of leisure. He quickly recalled the matter at hand and picked up the phone to call Shui Lin. Director Shui, tomorrow is the final day. How is Chao Chang's situation progressing? Shui Lin chuckled. You're quite anxious, aren't you? But rest assured, tomorrow I will provide you with a satisfactory outcome. Director Shui, I am eager to know what the result will be. Lin Chao stated candidly. Having already shed their pretenses, there was no need for him to hold back. What if we demote him to deputy director? Shui Lin inquired with a smile. Lin Chao's brow furrowed immediately. Director Shui, while that would indeed be a blow for him, do you think it would be beneficial for me? He would still be hovering over me, which would only hinder my prospects moving forward. What if we were to promote you to director instead? Shui Lin responded with a playful tone. Director Shui, I am merely an intern project manager. Promoting me to director so swiftly is quite the jest. Lin Chao shook his head. Do you remember what I once told you? Our company values performance over seniority. Shui Lin remarked with a smile. The Nanjiao project has been stalled for quite some time due to various issues, and the higher-ups are quite furious. Consequently, they have dismissed 2 project managers and issued a directive. If this issue remains unresolved, all relevant personnel will face consequences. However, if someone manages to resolve it, promotions and salary increases will certainly follow. And you, by fortuitously resolving the issue and resuming the project, have found yourself in the spotlight. It is only natural that everyone is proposing you for the position of marketing director. Are you truly not deceiving me? Lin Chao straightened up, his breathing becoming rapid. If I am deceiving you, you will find out tomorrow. Shui Lin replied with a smile. Lin Chao pressed on. This cannot be such a significant matter. Surely, Chao Chong must have made some moves. It seems illogical for him to be so easily manipulated. You are quite astute. Shui Lin laughed. However, to prevent any troubles from him, I have already arranged for him to go on a business trip to the south. By the time he returns tomorrow, everything will be set in motion, and any attempt he makes to stir trouble will be futile. Upon hearing Shui Lin's words, Lin Chao's breath quickened. If this were indeed the case, he would have the opportunity for revenge. Lin Chao, Shui Lin said with a smile. I have taken quite a risk this time by antagonizing Chao Chong, incurring significant costs. You should express your gratitude to me. How about giving me a good massage tonight? Lin Chao understood the underlying meaning of her request and felt a surge of distaste. Was she unable to function without a man? Yet at this crucial moment, he could not afford to offend Shui Lin, so he quickly sought an excuse. Director Shui, I am truly overwhelmed with work here. I cannot step away today. How about I come to see you tomorrow evening? If Shui Lin truly delivers on her promise, a small sacrifice would be worth it. But if she were merely deceiving him, then there would be no reason to continue this endeavor, nor to remain in the company. Very well, see you tomorrow evening. Shui Lin appeared oblivious to Lin Chao's unspoken thoughts as she cheerfully ended the call. Lin Chao set the phone down, leaned back in his chair, and lit a cigarette, taking deep puffs. Tomorrow would be a pivotal day that would determine the course of his life, and uncertainty gnawed at him. At that moment, Chao Wei entered with several bags in hand, smiling as she said, Lin Chao, I know you're busy and can't go out for a meal, so I brought some dishes for us to enjoy in your office. As she spoke, she noticed the thick haze of smoke filling the room and Lin Chao puffing away. She quickly added, why is there so much smoke? She set the bags on the coffee table, opened the window to let in fresh air, and turned to Lin Chao. Her brow furrowed in concern. What's going on? Why are you smoking so much? Nothing much, Lin Chao replied, extinguishing his cigarette before sinking onto the sofa. I'm actually quite hungry. He was reluctant to share the details of his situation with Chao Wei. Sensing his reticence, she refrained from probing further, instead taking several plates and arranging the dishes she had brought in front of him. She then opened a bottle of Mao Tai, filling their glasses, and they began to toast and drink. After a few rounds, Chao Wei, noticing Lin Chao's troubled expression, asked, Lin Chao, you seem preoccupied. It might help to share what's on your mind. With a bit of liquid courage, Lin Chao could no longer hold back and briefly recounted the rumors about the company potentially demoting Chao Chong and promoting him to a significant position. Upon hearing this, Chao Wei's eyes lit up and she exclaimed, Congratulations, Minister Lin. But her joy quickly turned to confusion as she asked, You've been promoted, and your rival may be facing consequences. Shouldn't you be elated? Why the long face? Lin Chao offered a wry smile and shook his head. It's all still uncertain. I don't know what's true, which leaves me feeling anxious. Chao Wei quickly reassured him. Since there are whispers of such changes within the company, there's a good chance they're genuine. If they turn out to be false, worrying won't help. Let us just enjoy this drink. Lin Chao nodded, lifting his glass to share another round with Chao Wei. They continued to drink until the clock struck 11, and Lin Chao felt the world spinning around him. He looked at Chao Wei, exhaling the scent of alcohol, and said, Chao Wei, I've had enough. I can't drink anymore. All right, I'll help you to bed, she responded, and with a nod, she draped his arm over her shoulder, struggling to hoist him up. They made their way to the inner suite, and just as she was about to lay him down on the bed, Lin Chao suddenly retched, spewing his stomach's contents everywhere. Not only did he cover himself, but Chao Wei too found herself splattered in the process. Chao Wei scolded him playfully. Oh dear, look what you've done to me. I'm so sorry, Lin Chao said, his breath heavy with the scent of liquor. Seeing the guilt etched on his face, Chao Wei quickly shook her head. It's fine. It's quite normal. Afterward, she grabbed a cup of water for him to rinse his mouth. Glancing at his soiled attire, she added, Let me help you take off your clothes and clean them. With that, she began to remove Lin Chao's garments. Wait, Chao Wei, this isn't appropriate. Lin Chao protested, instinctively trying to push her away. Chao Wei shot him a stern look, playfully admonishing, You're covered in filth. How can you possibly sleep like this? Then, disregarding Lin Chao's objections, she removed his clothing without hesitation, leaving him completely exposed. Chapter 44. Would it be possible for you to let Lu Yun go? Upon seeing a particular part of Lin Chao, Xiao Wei's delicate face instantly flushed. She quickly grabbed a towel to cover his body and turned to leave. Lin Chao, under the influence of alcohol, soon fell into a deep slumber. In his hazy state, he felt Lu Yun nestled in his embrace. He instinctively wrapped his arms around her and mumbled incoherently, "Lu Yun, I've missed you," before rolling over onto her. After an indeterminate amount of time, he was jolted awake by a throbbing headache and a parched throat. As he slowly opened his eyes, he realized he was at the project site and couldn't help but smile wryly. Indeed, he had been yearning for Lu Yun to the extent that even his dreams were filled with her. However, the next moment, he sensed something was amiss, as his arm was being pressed down by a heavy weight. Curiously, he turned his head and was taken aback. This was no mere dream. A woman lay beside him, and it was unmistakably Xiao Wei. Gazing at Xiao Wei's flawless, unclothed figure, and noticing the bruises on her body, Lin Chao suddenly comprehended the gravity of the situation. He had, in a state of confusion, taken advantage of Xiao Wei. Observing the crimson marks on the sheets, he realized she was still a maiden. Oh dear, how had he tarnished her purity? He slapped himself across the face in disbelief. Xiao Wei was startled awake by the sound and quickly grasped Lin Chao's arm. Shaking her head as she said, "Lin Chao, everything that happened was consensual. You needn't feel guilty." "No, I truly shouldn't have," Lin Chao replied, his face full of remorse. But before he could finish, Xiao Wei silenced him with her lips and then rolled over to straddle him. The following morning, Lin Chao awoke to find Xiao Wei had vanished. Leaning against the bed, he lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. He could hardly fathom that the beautiful campus belle he once admired from afar had now become his woman, filling his heart with immense satisfaction. Yet, he quickly remembered that he was already involved with Lu Yun, and now had this connection with Xiao Wei. Wasn't he that rather despicable? But upon reflection, he found himself unwilling to part with either of them, ultimately making a far more reprehensible decision. If he couldn't choose, he would have them both. As for love, after being deeply wounded by Qin Shuang, his perception of love had already soured. To hell with love. At that moment, Xiao Wei entered with breakfast and looked at Lin Chao, saying, "You're awake. Come eat." Upon seeing Lin Chao's robust physique, her cheeks turned crimson. Captivated by Xiao Wei's bashful demeanor, Lin Chao felt a surge of desire and beckoned her over with a smile. "Come here. I want tea." Xiao Wei retreated a step, her face a mix of shyness and irritation as she glared at him. "Do you want to exhaust me completely?" Lin Chao burst into laughter. After finishing breakfast, Lin Chao received a phone call from Lin. "Lin Chao, you need to return to the company immediately and report on the situation at the project department." Lin Chao straightened up in surprise. "Is there a conclusion to the matter?" Lin smiled and said, "I informed you yesterday. It was already a conclusion. Hurry to the office." Lin Chao hung up the phone, a smile gracing his face. Just then, Xiao Wei walked in and, noticing Lin Chao's cheerful demeanor, eagerly inquired, "Is there good news from the company?" Lin Chao nodded with a smile. "Yay!" Xiao Wei exclaimed excitedly. Rushing over to embrace Lin Chao and planting a kiss on his cheek, her face alight with joy. "Congratulations, Minister Lin." Lin Chao, planting a playful peck on Xiao Wei's smooth cheek, responded, "Just wait. I will ensure that this director position evolves." Xiao Wei nodded enthusiastically. "I await your good news." With that, she went to help Lin Chao organize the relevant materials. Lin Chao, with the documents in hand, departed from the project office and made his way to the company, parking in the underground garage. Just as he stepped out of the car, he heard someone call out, "Lin Chao." Turning around, he saw Chao Chong approaching with a travel bag slung over his shoulder. Lin Chao regarded Chao Chong with a composed smile and remarked, "Minister Chao, you seem to be in good spirits." Chao Chong chuckled and replied, "After a day of travel, my mood is indeed buoyant. By the way, there's something more significant. Someone is bound to have a misfortune today, which makes me even happier." With that, he strode away briskly. Lin Chao observed his retreating figure, muttering to himself, "Indeed, someone is destined for misfortune today, but I can assure you it will not be me." Suddenly, Chao Chong halted, turned, and smiled at Lin Chao, saying, "What? Do you wish for my misfortune? At such a juncture, you still utter such superficial words. Is that amusing?" He proposed, "How about a wager? If you face misfortune, you must relinquish Lu Yun to me. Sound fair?" Lin Chao raised an eyebrow and replied, If you encounter misfortune, you must grant me your wife. How's that sound? Upon hearing Lin Chao's words, Chao Chang's laughter ceased abruptly, and he glared at him, retorting, "You insolent wretch, cease your verbal bravado. When you are thoroughly ousted, I shall deal with you." With that, he stormed away, leaving Lin Chao with a hint of derision in his gaze. Lin Chao sauntered back to the marketing department's office. Entering his suite, Lu Yun, upon seeing Lin Chao return, hurriedly closed the door and, with an anxious expression, asked Lin Chao, "I've heard colleagues discussing your lack of accomplishments at the Nanjiao project. Is it true the company intends to completely dismiss you?" Seeing Lu Yun's worried countenance warmed Lin Chao's heart, and he gently shook his head, saying, "Sister Lu, there's no need to fret. The outcome of today's events is still uncertain." However, before Lu Yun could respond, Chao Chang's call came through, dripping with sarcasm. "Lin Chao, report to the small conference room immediately for a meeting." He hung up abruptly. Lin Chao turned to Lu Yun and said, "Sister Lu, I must attend the meeting now. We shall continue our conversation shortly." With that, he departed, leaving behind Lu Yun's fervent prayer. "May the heavens protect you, Lin Chao, and ensure your safety." Lin Chao felt a warm glow in his heart. Lu Yun truly cared for him, and he resolved to repay her kindness in due time. Lin Chao arrived at the comprehensive office outside, where his colleagues no longer exhibited their previous enthusiasm. They all bowed their heads. Not a single person approached to greet him. He cast a glance at Song Xiaoya, who sat by the window, engrossed in her work, showing no intention of looking up. With a sardonic smile, Lin Chao turned and left. He soon found himself in the small conference room, pushing the door open to find Shuel Lin seated at the head of the table, flanked by the prominent figures from the Human Resources and Comprehensive Office, all sitting upright in a formal manner. Chao Chang occupied the seat just below Shuel Lin. Wearing a smug expression, Lin Chao made his way to the back and sat down. Chao Chang looked at Shuel Lin and asked, "Director Shui, since everyone is here, shall we begin?" Upon receiving a nod from Shuel Lin, he continued, "Ladies and gentlemen, the main topic of today's meeting is to discuss the progress of the Nanjiao project. As you all know, this project has been stagnating for quite some time, inciting considerable ire from the upper management, who have issued an ultimatum. Anyone in this position who fails to perform will be dismissed without hesitation. We had high hopes for the former office director, Lin Chao, believing he could turn things around. However, he has let us down, as there has been no progress on the project in recent days. According to the documents, I propose that we remove him from his position immediately." Turning to Lin Chao, he laughed mockingly. "Lin Chao, I suppose you have nothing to say now?" Yet before Lin Chao could respond, Shuel Lin interjected. "Director Chao, please do not rush. Let Manager Lin report on his work situation at the Nanjiao project first," she said calmly. Chao Chang, maintaining his smile, replied, "Director Shui, the facts are clear. There is no need to waste time." However, Shuel Lin remained silent. A sudden unease gripped Chao Chang. What did Shuel Lin mean by that? At that moment, Lin Chao confidently moved to the front and began to speak. "Through my coordination with various parties, all conflicts of the Nanjiao project have been resolved. The project is now fully operational and progressing vigorously." Before he could finish, Chao Chang rudely interrupted, "Lin Chao, do you find it amusing to spin such lies here? None of us are fools, and we will not be deceived by your fabrications." Lin Chao ignored him and connected the projector, displaying several videos of the project, bustling with activity. Chao Chang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, sneering, "You think these fabricated videos will fool anyone? I'll call to verify your lies right now, leaving you without a leg to stand on." With that, he pulled out his phone and made a call. After a brief conversation, his expression shifted dramatically. "What did you say? The Nanjiao project is truly back to full operation? Those ruffians are no longer causing trouble?" His hand fell limply to his side as he stared at Lin Chao. Disbelief etched across his face. He was acutely aware of the situation. The conflicts between the project office and local forces were irreconcilable, manipulated by unseen hands, which were boundless and insatiable. To resolve this predicament, the two preceding managers, hand-picked elites of the company, ultimately met with failure, losing their positions and, in some cases, their employment entirely. In contrast, Lin Chao, who was merely a placeholder, seemed unlikely to stir any ripples and was destined for complete exclusion. Yet, how had matters devolved into this? At that moment, Shuel Lin smiled and addressed those present. "Everyone here has witnessed the transformation of the Nanjiao project. Therefore, Manager Lin has made a significant contribution. not only bringing us honor, but also alleviating a major issue for the company. I have recommended a promotion and salary increase for Manager Lin based on these circumstances, and it has been approved. He will be elevated to the position of head of the marketing department. Let's all applaud him." With that, she led the applause, and the crowd followed suit, filling the room with claps of approval. Chao Chong was left dumbfounded. He had intended to undermine Lin Chao, yet unexpectedly, it seemed Lin was being rewarded with a promotion. The realization struck him that Shui Lin's arrangement for his business trip was not an act of kindness, but rather a calculated move to deceive him for her ulterior motives. He stared at Shui Lin in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the sudden shift in her demeanor. However, a more pressing concern soon dawned upon him, prompting him to rise and urgently exclaim, "Shui Zong, this cannot be right. There is only one person per position in the company, and I'm still the head of the marketing department. If he takes over, what will become of my role? Isn't this a conflict? Have you made a mistake?" Shui Lin regarded Chao Chong with indifference and replied, "Since you've brought it up, I might as well announce this as well. Someone has reported that you have financial issues. After investigation, these claims have been substantiated. The higher-ups have issued a directive to revoke your position as head of the department, demoting you to deputy head. You will need to hand over your responsibilities to Manager Lin." "What? He's being promoted while I am demoted?" Chao Chong gazed at Shui Lin in sheer disbelief. Yet, Shui Lin no longer paid him any attention and turned to Lin Chao, smiling as she said, "Manager Lin, now that you've been promoted today, would you like to say a few words?" Lin Chao rose, surveyed the audience, and humbly stated, "I owe my ascent to this position entirely to Ms. Shui's guidance and the support from those in authority. I express my heartfelt gratitude and assure you all that I will dedicate myself fully to this role, never betraying the trust placed in me by our esteemed leaders." As Lin Chao stood there, eloquently speaking, Chao Chong felt as though each word was a dagger piercing his heart. He recalled how Lin Chao had once seemed like an insignificant creature, easily crushed beneath his finger. Yet now he stood before him, exuding confidence and authority. The thought that he would have to answer to Lin Chao in the future sent waves of distress coursing through him, nearly triggering a heart attack. All of this turmoil was instigated by Shui Lin, and his anger threatened to explode. He abruptly turned to face her, poised to expose her as the mastermind behind this scheme, but the words caught in his throat, swallowed back in a moment of hesitation. If he were to truly sever ties with Shui Lin, the only outcome would be to suffer her even more ruthless retaliation, resulting in a dire fate where even the person behind him would not come to his aid. Having occupied this position for so long, how could he be unaware that the workplace is akin to a battlefield, fraught with brutal struggles? Thus, in the absence of strength, he could only endure in silence. Exhausted, he sank into a chair, his gaze vacant, his mind buzzing, remaining there like a lifeless statue until everyone departed. Lin Chao cast a disdainful glance at him before turning on his heel and leaving. Lu Yun was still anxiously waiting. It was best to first attend to her, as there would be ample time to deal with the fallen adversary later. Lin Chao quickly returned to his office. The moment he pushed the door open, his colleagues gathered around him, respectfully exclaiming, "Minister Lin, congratulations on your promotion." Their attitudes were exceedingly respectful, their faces adorned with humble smiles. Lin Chao had long since developed immunity to their sycophancy, merely nodding slightly as he made his way into the inner office. Passing by Song Xiaoya, he noticed her beaming with joy. "Teacher, congratulations." Yet, Lin Chao did not spare her a glance, striding directly into the inner room and shutting the door behind him. No sooner had the door closed than Lu Yun rushed over, enveloping Lin Chao in a tight embrace, exclaiming with excitement, "It's done. We finally did it. I'm so happy." With that, her face lit up with joy, but soon tears streamed down her cheeks. Lin Chao gently wiped her tears away and smiled, saying, "Why are you crying?" Lu Yun looked at him and replied with a smile, "I'm not crying, just overwhelmed with joy. How about a reward then?" Lin Chao teased her. Lu Yun blushed and playfully admonished, "Everyone is outside. Let us not be excessive." Then, recalling the matter at hand, she looked at Lin Chao and said, "This time, your ability to serve as minister was greatly aided by President Shui. Regardless of any past grievances, I think you should express your gratitude to her." Lin Chao considered this and eventually nodded, turning to leave. He soon arrived at the door of Shui Lin's office, knocked, and entered, closing the door behind him. Upon seeing Lin Chao enter, Shui Lin straightened up, warmly inviting, "Minister Lin, please come and take a seat." Lin Chao approached, sincerely stating, "President Shui, I could truly appreciate your help this time. Lin looked up at him, smiling. Is that all? I find it lacking in sincerity. With that, she stood up, wrapped her arms around him, and pushed him towards the desk, one hand around his waist while the other slipped beneath his shirt. Whispering warmly in his ear, "Now this is sincerity." Lin Chao's expression shifted instantly, and he murmured, "President Shui, please don't." But before he could finish, Lin silenced him with her lips. As her hand moved, she pressed forward suddenly, causing Lin Chao's body to stiffen. Chapter 46. Once again beneath her skirt. Faced with Lin's proactive demeanor and reflecting on how she had genuinely aided him, he felt compelled to express his gratitude. Thus, he ceased to resist, embracing Lin and gently pushing her onto the desk. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before a knock echoed at the door. Lin promptly regained her composure, hastily pushing Lin Chao aside before gracefully settling into the boss's chair, smoothing her skirt down. She gestured towards beneath the desk, eyeing Lin Chao, who appeared disheveled. With a playful squint, fearing discovery, Lin Chao complied and tucked himself under the desk. With a swift motion, Lin lifted her skirt's hem, covering him, and declared, "Gumin." As the door creaked open, footsteps approached, soon followed by a voice Lin Chao dreaded to hear. It was Chao, the balding man. Chao Chang announced, "General Manager Shui, there are 20,000 yuan in this card. Take it for some tea." Lin replied, "Minister Chao, are you trying to lead me astray? Please keep that to yourself. If there is something to discuss, just say it." Chao Chang insisted, "General Manager Shui, just accept it as a small token of my appreciation. I assure you, it will remain confidential." Lin warned, "Minister Chao, if you continue like this, I will have to ask you to leave." All right. I'll put it away. General Manager Shui, I came to plead for leniency. Could you grant me another chance? Please don't remove me from my position. I will be too ashamed to face anyone." Lin responded, "Minister Chao, this decision comes from the upper management. I'm merely the messenger. It's futile to approach me. Moreover, performance is what counts. If you work diligently, there's always a chance for advancement." Unable to contain himself, Lin Chao stifled a laugh at Lin's bureaucratic rhetoric. Chao Chang retorted, "General Manager Shui, what is wrong with you? Su Lin Pets, Minutes de Gao. Do you have any other matters? If not, you may leave. I have work to attend to. I do have something to discuss." Lin Chao is utterly unworthy of his position. He and Lu Yun from the office are already cohabitating. He is nothing but a rogue. Lin Chao clenched his teeth in indignation, thinking, how dare he stab me in the back at this juncture? Just wait. Lin calmly replied, "Minister Chao, I have stated before that I only consider performance in this company. Personal lives are not my concern. Besides, do we have the right to judge others?" Chao Chang grew agitated. "General Manager Shui, are you determined to protect him and suppress me? Don't forget, I have my own backing. If you push me too far, don't blame me for retaliating." Lin's tone turned icy. "Do as you wish. If there is nothing else, you may leave." Chao Chang's voice rose sharply. "Just you wait." The sound of hurried footsteps and a slamming door followed. Underneath Lin's skirt, Lin Chao felt like he was suffocating. Once the footsteps faded, he quickly lifted the hem and emerged, exhaling a sigh of relief, and looked at Lin with sincerity. "Thank you, General Manager Shui, for speaking up for me." Lin smiled, stood up, locked the door, and pulled Lin Chao into the suite, closing the door behind them. She embraced him tightly. "I do not require your verbal gratitude. I desire something tangible." With that, she lunged forward, pushing Lin Chao onto the bed. After an unknown passage of time, the suite finally fell silent. Lin gazed at Lin Chao and suddenly asked, "Between Lu Yun and me, who do you feel more comfortable with?" Lin Chao never anticipated that Lin would utter such audacious words. His face flushed with embarrassment as he hastily denied her statement. "Sister Shui, Chao Chang's despicable remarks are nothing but slander against me. Lu Jie and I have absolutely no." However, Lin raised her hand to silence him, smiling as she advised, "There's no need for explanations. Just be mindful in the future. It would be wise to have Lu Yun move out of your home. Your position has changed, and there are more eyes on you now. Do not allow anyone to use this as leverage against you. It would be unwise." Lin Chao internally scoffed at the notion that they had any business meddling in his personal affairs. Nevertheless, he acquiesced verbally and then turned to Lin, transitioning directly to the matter at hand. "Sister Shui, I have two requests. First, with the director position in the office now vacant, I wish to recommend Lu Yun for the role. Second, Chao Wei, the office director at the Nanjiao project, possesses strong capabilities, and I propose she be appointed as the project manager. Shui Lin regarded Lin Chao with a shake of her head. You have just assumed your position, and you are already eager to promote those around you. This could create an impression of favoritism, which is quite inappropriate. Then, with a playful smile, she added, however, once you ascend to a higher rank, you can promote whomever you wish, and no one will dare to oppose you. Lin Chao chuckled bitterly and shook his head. With my current abilities, I would be content to serve as the head of the marketing department. The thought of further advancement seems impossible. Shui Lin looked at him with a knowing expression. As long as you work diligently, opportunities will arise. The weight of her words lingered heavily. As Lin Chao observed her graceful figure, he felt a stir of emotions, but he quickly suppressed those thoughts. This was the office. If anyone were to discover such sentiments, it would spell disaster. Thus, he hastily declared, President Shui, I must attend to my work. After donning his attire, he exited swiftly. Leaning back against the bed, Shui Lin murmured, first Lu Yun, and now Chao Wei has emerged. You're quite the charmer, aren't you? I'm not pleased, and neither will she be. After leaving, Lin Chao strode straight toward Chao Chang's office. The mere thought of this man, who had once ridden him mercilessly, made Lin Chao grit his teeth in silent fury. Just you wait. He soon arrived at Chao Chang's office, entering without knocking. He found Chao Chang seated at his desk, staring blankly, his eyes glazed over. Upon noticing Lin Chao's entrance, Chao Chang remained motionless, his gaze filled with venomous resentment. Lin Chao, unperturbed, declared, what are you still doing sitting there? That is not your seat. Stand up. Chao Chang, infuriated by Lin Chao's commanding tone, glared at him and roared, you are outrageous. Lin Chao chuckled. It seems you can no longer distinguish your place. Do not forget, I am now above you. His countenance darkened. Stand up. Chao Chang's face turned a shade of green with anger, but recognizing their respective standings, he begrudgingly rose. Lin Chao then approached him, unceremoniously pushing him aside to take a seat in the boss's chair. Rocking back and forth, he declared contentedly, this seat is quite comfortable. Chao Chang trembled with rage. Yet Lin Chao dealt him another blow, pointing at the desk and stating, Deputy Minister Chao, you and a certain someone have had your fair share of turmoil on this desk, haven't you? It disgusts me. Go fetch a basin of water and clean this desk properly. You've gone too far. Chao Chang shouted in indignation. Lin Chao chuckled, indeed, I've gone too far. But did you ever consider whether your actions were excessive when you suppressed me? He straightened up, gazing at Chao Chang. By the way, Deputy Minister Chao, how did you manage to relegate me to the security department? I would like to give a try today. Chapter 47. Who is Chao Chang's backer? You. Chao Chang's lips quivered with fury as he glared at Lin Chao. Gritting his teeth, Lin Chao, do you truly believe you can ride on my neck now? You're mistaken. Just wait. With that, he turned and slammed the door behind him. A smirk of disdain spread across Lin Chao's face, with Shui Lin backing him. What great waves could Chao Chang still stir? Leaning back in his office chair, Lin Chao recalled Chao Chang's frantic demeanor and reflected on how he had once been trampled underfoot. A wave of exhilaration swept through him. Initially, he had only uttered harsh words, never expecting that today would see his dreams come to fruition. Recalling how he had ascended through the favor of women, Lin Chao felt a flush of embarrassment, yet he quickly dismissed it. If he wished to avoid oppression and provide better opportunities for those around him, he had to climb higher. Remembering his failure to promote Lu Yun, a twinge of guilt pricked at him, prompting him to dial her number. Lu Yun arrived shortly, shutting the door behind her as she approached Lin Chao's desk, her face alight with joy. Congratulations again, Lin Chao. Lin Chao shook his head. Sister Lu, I apologize. I initially intended to promote you to office director, but the conditions are not yet ripe. However, rest assured, I will find a way in the future. Lu Yun quickly replied, Lin Chao, as long as you can rise, that's all that matters. Besides, with you around, I will no longer have to endure Chao Chang's bullying. Lin Chao wrapped his arm around Lu Yun's slender waist, planting a playful kiss on her cheek, chuckling, yes. From now on, you shall only be subject to my teasing. His hand grew restless, causing Lu Yun to blush deeply as she pushed him away, exclaiming, not here. This is the office. It would be inappropriate if someone saw us. It's nearly noon. Let me treat you to lunch. Only then did Lin Chao nod in agreement, and they left the office in succession, heading to the Great Wall restaurant across from the company, where they settled into a private room. As they dined and chatted, Lu Yun filled a glass with wine and handed it to Gui Chao, saying, "Lin Chao, congratulations on your promotion. I raise a toast to you." Gazing at Lu Yun's exquisite features, the way her shirt struggled to contain her allure, and her delicate waist, Lin Chao suddenly felt a wave of heat wash over him. He grinned. "Sister Lu, I want you to feed me with your mouth." Lu Yun's face flushed crimson as she shot him a shy glare. "Stop it." "No, I want it," Lin Chao insisted, holding her waist like a petulant child. Lu Yun, thoroughly exasperated, sighed and said, "Oh, you truly are persistent. Very well, I shall indulge you." After taking a sip of wine, she leaned in and pressed her lips against Lin Chao's. Unable to contain himself any longer, Lin Chao abruptly enveloped Lu Yun in his arms and kissed her passionately. Time seemed to lose meaning until the room finally fell silent. Gazing at Lu Yun, Lin Chao's mind was suddenly invaded by Shui Lin's words. "Between Lu Yun and me, with whom do you feel a stronger connection?" His heart jolted. How could he not forget her? After their meal, they returned to the office, and as Lin Chao entered, he noticed Chao Chong tidying up his belongings. With a chuckle, Lin Chao remarked, "Deputy Minister Chao, what are you up to? Cleaning? Your work ethic is commendable." The thought of being able to poke fun at this insufferable fellow daily brought Lin Chao a sense of satisfaction. However, Chao Chong turned to him, his voice icy, and said, "Lin Chao, let me make this clear. I have been reassigned to the Nanjiao project office. The higher-ups have promised that if the project is completed smoothly, I shall reclaim my position as minister." He then smirked. "Do you really think you can overshadow me from now on? You might be celebrating too soon." His expression darkened as he added, "You scoundrel, we will settle our scores in due time. Just wait." With that, he shouldered his bag and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Lin Chao furrowed his brow. His recent promotion was contingent upon the successful operation of the Nanjiao project, underscoring its significance. If Chao Chong indeed facilitated its completion, he could very well regain his previous position, and Lin Chao might find himself once again beneath his thumb. Their relationship had already deteriorated to one of open hostility. It was inconceivable that Chao Chong would not attempt to undermine him. This situation could not be allowed to transpire. Thus, Lin Chao directly approached Shui Lin's office and knocked before entering. He looked at her earnestly and stated, "Director Shui, Chao Chong informed me of his transfer to the Nanjiao project office, and that upon completion, he would return as minister. Is this true?" "Indeed. I intended to discuss this with you," Shui Lin replied with a nod and a smile. Lin Chao's urgency escalated. "But this scoundrel will simply rise from the ashes. Won't he? This cannot be allowed to happen. You must intervene." Shui Lin shook her head with a sigh. "Lin Chao, to speak frankly, Chao Chong has powerful backing, and this decision was made with his influence. I cannot alter it. Rest assured, even if he returns, he will not usurp your position. I guarantee your safety." Lin Chao's brow knitted in concern. He had not anticipated Chao Chong's formidable connections. Yet with Shui Lin's words holding finality, he could do nothing but take his leave. Back in his office, he sat down and lit a cigarette, taking deep drags. Given Chao Chong's nature, if he were to gain power, he would undoubtedly seek to crush Lin Chao mercilessly. Therefore, it was imperative to thwart the Nanjiao project to ensure that Chao Chong was utterly subdued. However, with his current capabilities, how could he possibly execute such a plan? Should he attempt to hinder him? Yet considering the formidable backing behind him that even Shui Lin fears, such actions would be inconsequential, merely providing the other party with a reason to retaliate. He truly wished to call Shui Lin to inquire about the identity of this formidable ally, but ultimately suppressed that impulse. Shui Lin had already indicated her intention to disclose this information. If he continued to press for answers, he would not only remain in the dark, but also risk inciting her displeasure. While he could not ascertain the identity of this backing, one thing was clear. In dealing with Chao Chong, he could not rely on Shui Lin and would have to take matters into his own hands. How could he eliminate him? Lin Chao fell into deep contemplation. Even until the end of the workday, he had yet to devise a suitable strategy. As the clock struck 6, he shook his head, resolving to ponder the matter further. Haste would serve no purpose. Upon returning home, Lu Yun greeted him joyfully, bending to neatly place his slippers before rising to smile at him, saying, "In celebration of your promotion, I have prepared dumplings filled with chives and eggs. Quickly wash your hands. I will boil them for you shortly." However, she soon noticed Lin Chao's altered expression and inquired with concern, "What is wrong, Lin Chao?" He smiled and replied, "The office air conditioning was set too low, and I caught a slight cold, but I'm fine now. I feel much better." The issue with Chao Chong was something Lu Yun could not assist with. He had chosen to keep it from her to avoid unnecessary worry. Hearing his response, Lu Yun let out a long sigh of relief. "I'll get you some cold medicine," she exclaimed. Yet Lin Chao stopped her, chuckling, "No need for that. A kiss from you would suffice to make me feel better. You're quite clingy." Lu Yun blushed instantly. However, considering they were at home, she did not refuse. Wrapping her arms around Lin Chao's neck and kissing him lightly on the cheek. Almost simultaneously, a woman's voice echoed from the doorway. "Hello, teacher." Lu Yun turned her head in surprise and exclaimed, "Xiao Yu." Chapter 48. His own woman he wanted to cherish entirely. Lin Chao turned to see Song Xiaoya standing there in a white dress, seemingly frozen at the sight of the two. Lu Yun, caught off guard by Song Xiao witnessing such a moment, felt her face flush crimson and quickly released Lin Chao, awkwardly greeting, "Oh, it's Xiao Yu. Please come in." Only then did Song Xiaoya snap out of her daze, nodding hurriedly as she prepared to enter. But Lin Chao positioned himself in her path, coldly stating, "You're not welcome here." Song Xiaoya froze, her face paling instantly. Lu Yun, seeing this, grew anxious and admonished Lin Chao, "Lin Chao, how can you treat Xiao Yu like this? Let her in." Before she could finish, Lin Chao retorted without hesitation, "How I treat her is not your concern. Are you unaware, or is she? I will not allow her entry today." Lu Yun was about to argue further when Song Xia quickly shook her head, saying, "Sister Lu, I want to go in." She then turned to Lin Chao with a smile and asked, "Teacher, may I invite you to dinner? I'd like to have a chat." "Absolutely not," Lin Chao replied bluntly. Song Xiaoya did not anticipate Lin Chao's refusal to be so resolute. She quickly implored, "Teacher, I am aware that you have had some misunderstandings about me in the past, and I am here to clarify certain matters. There is nothing to discuss. Your actions have already conveyed everything." Lin Chao interrupted her before she could finish her sentence. "Song Xiaoya, there is nothing more to say between us. Please leave." Lu Yun hastily interjected, "Lin Chao, after all, she is your colleague. Your approach is rather harsh." Lin Chao glared at Lu Yun and retorted, "Harsh? Was I ever like this with her before? No, I regarded her as a younger sister. Yet how did she repay my kindness? Each time I faced setbacks, when I needed support and comfort the most, she distanced herself more than anyone else. But the moment I received a promotion, she came running to flatter me. Do I have any dignity left? Any moral boundaries? Therefore, my current attitude towards her is entirely of her own making." "That is not true, teacher. Please allow me to explain," Song Xiaoya shouted in haste. However, before she could complete her thought, Lin Chao brusquely cut her off. "Enough. Continuing will only insult our intelligence. Do you understand?" Song Xiaoya's complexion turned as pale as parchment, and finally, she sighed, "Then I shall refrain from speaking. Now that you have dealt with Minister Chao, you will no longer be bullied by him, and that brings me some comfort. I came here to tell you that I am leaving. Leave quickly, just go." Lin Chao rudely pushed Song Xiaoya out and slammed the door shut. Song Xiaoya stood frozen for a moment, unable to contain her grievances any longer, tears streaming down her face. After a while, she turned away with great difficulty and staggered out. Inside the room, Lu Yun looked at Lin Chao and remarked, "Lin Chao, your attitude towards Xiaoya was excessively harsh." Lin Chao, filled with indignation, replied, "This is all her own doing. Let us not discuss her anymore. It's unfortunate." Seeing that Lin Chao was genuinely upset, Lu Yun sighed and chose not to press the matter further. Indeed, Song Xiaoya had wounded Lin Chao's heart deeply. The following morning, Lin Chao returned to his office, still pondering how to handle Chao Chong. At that moment, Lu Yun approached him and urgently stated, "Lin Chao, Xiaoya has resigned." Annoyed, Lin Chao replied, "If she wants to leave, let her. Who cares for her? She said she wanted to come to see you again and asked me to deliver a letter to you," Lu Yun said as she handed him the letter. Lin Chao casually tossed it into his drawer. "Are you not going to read it?" Lu Yun inquired. "I have no mood for that," Lin Chao replied bluntly. Seeing someone enter to discuss work, Lu Yun had no choice but to turn away. Lin Chao became busy with his tasks as well. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, after lunch, Lin Chao leaned back in his office chair and finally devised a plan. However, he hesitated, feeling it might be too ruthless. Just then, Chao Wei called him. When he saw that the campus bell was calling him, Lin Chao felt a warmth in his heart. He answered the call with a smile, teasing her, "Beautiful lady, are you missing me?" But Chao Wei remained silent. Lin Chao, puzzled, asked, "Chao Wei, why aren't you speaking?" In a hoarse voice, Chao Wei said, "Lin Chao, I want to resign." Lin Chao initially thought Chao Wei was upset because he had not helped her secure the project manager position, and he quickly responded, "Jovi, do not rush concerning the project manager's matter. I shall devise a solution." Not that. Jovi could no longer contain herself, and at last revealed the truth. It was Chao Chong. He summoned me to his office at noon today and insisted that I keep him company. Otherwise, I would not be able to remain here. Lin Chao, upon hearing this, was instantly infuriated. All this time, he had been harboring intentions toward Lu Yun, and now he was harassing Jovi as well. Was he attempting to exploit every woman around him? Lin Chao's anger surged to great heights. "Chao, you have pushed me to my limits." He resolved firmly and declared, "Jovi, take a leave of absence and return home for now. Within 3 days, I shall ensure that he kneels before you begging for your return, and I will make certain he cannot remain here any longer." Jovi agreed and hung up the phone. Lin Chao immediately dialed a number. "Hello, this is Lin Chao from the Nanjiao project office." In the manager's office, Chao Chong, seated in his executive chair, brightened at the sight of Jovi entering. "Ah, Jovi, you have accepted my terms, haven't you? I knew you would make the right choice." He scrutinized Jovi, admiring her exquisite beauty and alluring figure, his eyes gleaming with avarice. "You are truly stunning. The moment I laid eyes on you, I was smitten. Come here, my beauty. If you cater to my pleasures, I shall guarantee your promotion and raise." With that, he advanced toward Jovi. However, she stepped back and, with utmost candor, replied, "I'm taking a 3-day leave. I just wanted to inform you." She then turned and departed. Chao Chong was momentarily taken aback, but the next moment, he chuckled. "Are you attempting to play hard again? You have certainly piqued my interest. Yet, as long as you are under my command, you cannot escape my grasp." He then reclined back in his chair, swaying comfortably, and declared, "Here, I can relax and enjoy the company of beautiful women. Once the project is completed, I can return to the company. Have I truly suffered any losses? Certainly not. And you, Lin Chao, you miserable wretch, when I return, I shall make you suffer dreadfully. You think you can compete with me? You are not worthy." Just then, someone rushed in, exclaiming urgently, "Leader, there's been an incident. It's serious." Chao Chong glared at the newcomer, irritated, and said, "You appear old enough. Why are you so flustered? Is it really that significant? Count to 10 before speaking." After a brief pause, he lazily remarked, "Now, tell me the gravity of the situation." He lifted his teacup and took a leisurely sip. Only then did the newcomer explain, "Villagers from a nearby area have come to cause a disturbance, blocking the workers from entering the site. They are shouting that if their compensation issues are not resolved, the construction here will cease." Chao Chong sputtered his tea in shock and sprang up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, glaring at the newcomer with rage. "Why on earth didn't you mention such a significant matter sooner? How would you keep this from me?" The newcomer cursed internally, contemplating the ancestry of Chao Chong. "Who was it that urged me to count to 10? Chao Chong glared and demanded, "Who was responsible for coordinating this issue previously?" "It was Manager Lin. He handled it when he was here." The newcomer hurriedly replied. Upon hearing Lin Chao's name, Chao Chong's anger surged, and he exclaimed without hesitation, "Why mention him? Does the earth cease to spin in his absence? Who will take responsibility for his departure?" A bystander responded, "Oh, it's Director Chiao from the office." Chao Chong glared at the individual. "Then hurry and find her." The bystander continued, "I just called her. She said she was on leave and instructed me to direct any matters to you." Chao Chong cursed under his breath, exasperated, and walked outside. As he surveyed the scene before him, a wave of dread washed over him. Chapter 49. What price must I pay? Tens of billions? Numerous villagers brandished farming tools, waving them fervently and shouting angrily. A few security guards lay on the ground, bloodied and battered, a sight too horrific to behold. Workers returning from their meal stood at a distance by the roadside, too frightened to approach, while trucks laden with various materials formed an unyielding queue, unable to advance. Chao Chong felt a bitter taste in his mouth. The villagers were in an uproar, and he knew that mishandling the situation could lead to disastrous consequences. He contemplated fleeing, but after a moment's reflection, he dismissed the thought. If this turmoil remained unresolved, the construction site would remain idle, and he would not only be unable to return to the company, but would likely face termination. Resolving himself, he steeled his nerves and approached the villagers. Clearing his throat to address them, "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm the current person in charge here. Let us discuss this matter amicably." The villagers erupted in a cacophony, shouting, "Discuss what? Pay us." But this issue was settled while Lin Chao was here. Why are you bringing it up now? Gaukian Guetstin, Bui. The villagers retorted defiantly. Manager Lin was Manager Lin. You are you. He could manage this, but you cannot. If you do not compensate us today, you shall not work. Chao Chang's temper flared at their insolence. Lin Chao managed to keep you in line. What gives you the audacity to act so brazenly before me? A bunch of commoners daring to confront me. Do you think I'm a sickly cat just because I do not roar? With a fierce glare, he declared, do you not realize you are breaking the law? Continue this ruckus, and I shall call the police to have you arrested. His words ignited the villagers' fury, and one shouted, you dare to act so arrogantly without compensation and threaten us? Let us teach him a lesson. Attack him. The crowd surged towards Chao Chang. Realizing he had incurred their wrath, he knew he was in grave danger and attempted to flee. However, before he could take more than a couple of steps, a brick struck him on the back of his leg, causing him to cry out in pain and collapse to the ground. The villagers surged forward, overwhelming him with a barrage of blows. Chao Chang cried out for help, his head struck and bleeding profusely, a ghastly sight. Only when the villagers finally ceased their assault did they shout at him, you must provide tenfold compensation. Otherwise, each time we see you, we will strike. With that, they spat on him and departed. Only then did the security guards approach to help Chao Chang away, unaware that someone nearby was recording the entire ordeal on their phone. Chao Chang was assisted into the office, where he gazed into the mirror at his disheveled appearance, his lungs nearly bursting with fury. He bellowed, call the police immediately and apprehend the perpetrator. The security captain beside him, resigned, replied, sir, just moments ago, hundreds surrounded you, and it is impossible to identify the assailant. Even if authorities arrive, the law cannot penalize a crowd. Moreover, reporting this would irreparably sever ties with those people. Who knows what brutal retaliation they might employ? Upon hearing this, Chao Chang's anger flared, and he glared at the security captain, demanding, what do you propose we do? Should the construction site simply halt? The captain responded directly, I believe it would be prudent to have Manager Lin return. Only he can stabilize the situation. Do not mention him. I can maintain order just as well. Chao Chang retorted, his disdain evident at the mere mention of Lin Chao's name. He continued, arrange for the workers to continue their tasks and bring in the necessary materials once those people leave. I refuse to believe they can monitor us indefinitely. The captain, with a hint of exasperation, stated, sir, those individuals are on a 3-shift schedule, and they indeed keep a constant watch. Consequently, the workers and delivery trucks could not access the site. Chao Chang, realizing the predicament, felt overwhelmed. No wonder his 2 predecessors had failed to achieve anything here. This was truly a formidable challenge. Observing his battered body and the bloodied wound on his head, he ultimately felt fear. Lingering here would not only jeopardize any chance of promotion, but would likely cost him his life. Therefore, he picked up the phone and called Shui Lin. Director Shui, I believe I am ill-suited for the South Suburb Project Office. Could you please facilitate my transfer back? Shui Lin responded coolly. You were the one who proposed a transfer to the South Suburb Project Office, and it was approved. Now you wish to return with a mere statement? That seems rather trivial. I did not anticipate the challenges presented by this position, Chao Chang lamented. Director Shui, please devise a way for me to return. I truly cannot endure this any longer. This matter I shall handle at my pace. Shui Lin concluded before abruptly ending the call. Chao Chang felt his frustration peak. By the time she coordinated anything, he feared he might already be in a box. He dismissed those around him, closed the door, and dialed again. Hello, Xiao Man. I require your intervention this time. He succinctly explained the situation, and a cold voice responded from the other end. This is clearly Lin Chao's doing behind the scenes. A mere insect dares to act so brazenly. Provide me with his contact information. I shall teach him a lesson in humility. In Lin Chao's office, he was engrossed in a video on his phone, relishing the sight of Chao Chang, reduced to tears from the beating. A wave of satisfaction washed over him as he reveled in Chao Chang's suffering. Just then, an unfamiliar number called him. Curious, Lin Chao answered, and before he could speak, a haughty voice declared, I am Gu Xiao Man, Chao Chang's wife. Lin Chao was taken aback. He had no apparent connection to Chao Chang's wife. Why would she be calling him? As he pondered, Gu Xiao Man's voice cut through his thoughts again. The affairs at the South Suburb Project Office are your clandestine machinations. Aren't they? Lin Chao, you schemed to have my husband lose his ministerial position. I did not hold it against you. Yet, to my surprise, you continue to relentlessly pressure me, truly believing us to be easy prey. Do you? I advise you to retract your clause. Otherwise, You shall come to know the price you will pay." Upon hearing such arrogant word from the other party, Lin Chao chuckled derisively. "What price shall I pay? Hundreds of millions?" Realizing that Lin Chao was driving, the tone of the other person suddenly turned icy. "How dare you? Huh, this is your audacity? The most audacious is yet to come. Gu Xiaoman, listen closely. If you dare to prance before me again, I shall destroy you. Do you believe it?" With that, the call was abruptly terminated, and Lin Chao muttered a curse. "What a trivial nuisance, daring to strut in front of me. I shall not rest until I render Chao Chong incapacitated. Just wait and see, bah." Not long after, Shui Lin called Lin Chao. "Lin Chao, the matter concerning the Nanjiao project. Was it you who stirred it up?" Lin Chao, feigning innocence, exclaimed, "President Shui, what do you mean by that? I am unaware of what transpired over there. Do enlighten me." Shui Lin let out a laugh. "You sly little fox. Well then, don't leave work. Wait for me in the car, as I have something important to discuss with you." Lin Chao immediately grasped Shui Lin's intentions. Aside from that, what other matters could there be? This woman truly has insatiable desires. However, this time Shui Lin genuinely aided him, and Lin Chao's impression of her improved significantly. Moreover, to be honest, Shui Lin was indeed a stunning beauty, and her skills were commendable. Lin Chao found himself quite smitten. Since she had taken the initiative, he was more than willing to go with the flow. Thus, he readily agreed, retrieved a box of Durex from the drawer, stowed it in his pocket, and headed outside. Chapter 50. So, easily satisfied? As Lin Chao reached the entrance, Huang Yu Ting called him. "Brother, shall I just break all 4 of Chao Chong's limbs to prevent him from prancing around here?" No. Lin Chao shook his head vehemently. "That would lead to a major criminal case, and it would drag my brothers down with it. That is not appropriate. Chao Chong is a coward. With just a bit of pressure, he would wet his pants in fear." The other party acknowledged and hung up. Lin Chao set down the phone, gritting his teeth. "You dare to lay your hands on my woman? This time, I will ensure you beg for mercy." After hanging up, Lin Chao descended to the underground parking lot, entered his car, and pulled out a cigarette. Just as he was about to light it, he noticed a middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a suit and wearing glasses, exuding a rather refined demeanor, walking toward a distant Mercedes-Benz with a woman. The man was none other than the company's executive vice president, Xiang Hui. The woman, clad in a black, fitted dress with cascading golden waves of hair, possessed an alluring figure. Due to the dim lighting of the underground garage and the angle, he could not see the woman's face. Xiang Hui opened the car door, and the woman took her seat in the back, with Xiang Hui following suit. Lin Chao's eyes nearly bulged out. To him, Xiang Hui embodied integrity and the image of a gentleman, yet he never anticipated that he would indulge in such affairs. He recalled a remark made in jest by Guiqing, suggesting that those leaders often present themselves as aloof and above the fray, yet behind closed doors, they're just like us, indulging in the pleasures of women. The only difference being that the higher their rank, the finer the women they pursue. Lin Chao, upon reflection, found this sentiment to resonate deeply within him. Shui Lin and Xiang Hui were prime examples of this notion. Before long, the car roared to life and departed from the parking lot. A sense of amusement washed over Lin Chao. First it was Chao Chong, and now Xiang Hui. This underground parking lot certainly held its share of intriguing tales. Perhaps he would frequent this spot more often, as it might unveil even more sensational scenes. As he pondered this, the car door swung open, and Shui Lin settled in the back seat, fixing her gaze on Lin Chao, who was at the wheel. "Lin Chao, come to the back. I have something to discuss with you," she instructed. Without a second thought, assuming it to be a matter of privacy, he exited the driver's seat and moved to the rear. No sooner had the door closed than Shui Lin abruptly embraced him. An hour slipped by, and Shui Lin finally fell silent. Lin Chao dressed and drove out of the underground parking garage, casually recounting the earlier incident. Shui Lin chuckled. "You're quite fortunate to witness such a spectacle. By the way, who was that woman?" Lin Chao shook his head. "Due to the angle, I couldn't see her face clearly, but her figure was quite striking. However, I did recognize the man. It was our company's executive vice president, Xiang Hui." "Oh, it's him," Shui Lin responded, seemingly unfazed, murmuring, "If that's the case, I can guess who that woman is." "Who?" Lin Chao inquired, curiosity piqued. Shui Lin looked at him intently. "Lin Chao, do you know who Chao Chong's benefactor is?" "It's Xiang Hui. Just before I came down from work, Xiang Hui called me, urging me to keep an eye on you and to refrain from stirring trouble with the Nanjiao project. Now you know who that woman is, don't you?" "Chao Chong's wife," Lin Chao exclaimed. nearly losing control of the car. How could someone like Xiang Hui, who has achieved such a position, settle for a woman like Chao Chang's wife? Shuai Lin regarded him quizzically. Have you met Chao Chang's wife to judge her so harshly? Lin Chao scoffed. With a husband like that bald toad, what kind of woman could he attract? Shuai Lin shook her head. This time, you're mistaken. Wait until you see her. Then you'll understand. I'll tell you. Chao Chang once saved her life, and she married him out of gratitude. Lin Chao mused internally. If Guo Xiaoman were truly as remarkable as you say, Chao Chang would be in her arms every day. Yet, in reality, he was entangled with a few older women in the office, which surely exaggerated the truth. At this moment, Shuai Lin turned to Lin Chao and warned Lin Chao heed Xiang Hui's advice and let go of Chao Chang. Otherwise, you may find yourself in trouble. Impossible. Lin Chao exploded. Chao Chang has tried to ruin me. This time, I finally have a chance for revenge, and I will not let it slip away. What do you mean I won't have a good outcome? At most, I might face demotion or even dismissal. What's the big deal? If Chao Chang is not dealt with, Lu Yun and Xiao Wei could fall victim to his machinations at any moment. Such a situation is utterly intolerable for Lin Chao. Observing Lin Chao's unwavering determination, Shuai Lin sighed and remarked, Lin Chao, he is the executive vice president, ranking above me. If this escalates, I won't be able to shield you. So think this through. Lin Chao replied directly, rest assured, one person handles their own affairs. After driving Shuai Lin to her residential complex, he departed and, upon reaching the outside, promptly picked up the phone to make a call. One principle, ensure that Chao Tujiao dares not show up for work. Don't worry, I will handle everything. On the other end, Huang Yiting's confident voice resonated. By the way, brother, where are you now? I would like to treat you to a meal to express my gratitude. Remembering the significant help she had provided, Lin Chao could not refuse and agreed to meet Huang Yiting at a designated location. 20 minutes later, he arrived at the eastern outskirts, where he spotted Huang Yiting and a girl standing beside a Rolls-Royce Phantom, waving at him. As he approached, Lin Chao was instantly captivated upon seeing the girl. Chapter 51. The Request of a Beauty. The girl had lustrous black hair styled in a ponytail cascading over her delicate shoulders, her oval face smooth and fair, with exquisitely defined features that painted a captivating picture. Clad in a fitted beige dress, her graceful figure was perfectly accentuated, standing there like a vision of beauty. Lin Chao was utterly mesmerized. To be frank, the only girl he had encountered who could rival her beauty was Xiao Wei. Noticing Lin Chao's fixed gaze upon the girl, Huang Yiting teased, brother, have you taken a liking to my Yao Yao? Shall I play matchmaker for you two? His face flushed, he coughed awkwardly. The girl blushed as well, playfully punching Huang Yiting and scolding, you little troublemaker, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart. Huang Yiting dodged with a laugh, introducing, this is my lifesaver, the magnificent Dr. Lin Chao, and this is my dear friend Zhou Xiuyao. Please meet her. Lin Chao extended his hand. Miss Zhou, it's a pleasure to meet you. Hello. Zhou Xiao gracefully offered her delicate hand, which Lin Chao took, appreciating its smooth and supple texture, a delightful sensation. After their handshake, Lin Chao turned to Huang Yiting, puzzled. Yiting, what did you bring me here for? To eat. Huang Yiting replied with a smile. Xiuyao's grandmother is the abbess of Guanyin Temple, and her vegetarian dishes are simply exquisite. I can't forget the taste after trying it once. That's why I brought Xiuyao along to ask her grandmother to prepare another meal for us. Let's get in my car. We should hurry, as it's getting late and they need to rest. Lin Chao nodded, entering Huang Yiting's vehicle, and they drove towards the nearby Guanyin Temple. Passing a street corner, he noticed several fortune tellers setting up stalls under the streetlights, with many people seeking divine signs, creating quite a lively scene. Huang Yiting scoffed. I can't believe those people actually believe in that. They must have rocks in their heads. Zhou Xiuyao shook her head and said, Yiting, you may not know this, but some divinations are quite accurate. My grandmother is an expert in this field. Huang Yiting smiled and replied, in that case, I must have her read my fortune. The three of them soon arrived at Guanyin Temple and got out of the car. Lin Chao observed that the temple appeared somewhat dilapidated, having fallen into disrepair over the years, with weeds overgrown and few visitors, indicating a lack of offerings. Huang Yiting looked at Zhou Xiuyao and remarked, Xiuyao, this place really needs some restoration. Zhou Xiuyao sighed and replied, this location is remote and the offerings are scant. The income barely sustains its existence, so there is simply no money for repairs. Huang Yiting casually asked, Why not ask your father to allocate some funds for it? After all, you all need to do charitable deeds every year. Zhou Xiao shook her head, saying helplessly, my father had intended to do so. But my grandmother insisted that the temple must rely on the donations from the devotees. She outright refused. That complicates things, Huang Yiting said. If people are unwilling to come and offer incense, we cannot force them to do so. Just then, Lin Chao pondered for a moment and said with a smile, isn't divination all about drawing people in? You could arrange some benefits for those fortune tellers, with the sole condition being that they inform their clients that the way to avert misfortune is to come to Guanyin Temple to offer incense and pray for blessings. This is what we call attracting traffic. Huang Yiting looked at Lin Chao with curiosity and asked, will this really work? Lin Chao replied with a smile. Since those people are already seeking fortune-telling, they certainly believe in it. Moreover, coming here to offer incense and pray doesn't cost much. It's merely a longer walk. I'm confident they will come. People tend to follow the crowd. Once they arrive, others will follow suit, and the temple's popularity will naturally increase. With more visitors, there will be donations and offerings, and the conditions will improve. Zhou Xiao's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, this is indeed worth trying. She then picked up her phone, made a few instructions, and hung up. Turning to Lin Chao, she said, Lin Chao, you really came up with a brilliant idea? Before Lin Chao could respond, Huang Yiting interjected with a smile. Let me tell you, he is the star planner at Lingyun Real Estate. His mind is sharp. Not only that, but his medical skills are also remarkable. By the way, Xiao, haven't you been experiencing chest pains? Why not let Lin Chao give you a massage? It might help. The thought of Lin Chao massaging her chest made Zhou Xiao's cheeks flush with embarrassment, and she shot Huang Yiting an annoyed glare, saying, if you keep talking nonsense, I will truly get angry. Oh, come on, I'm serious. Why are you getting upset? Huang Yiting laughed and shook her head. Let us go inside. I'm starving. The three of them entered Guanyin Temple and arrived at the dining hall. Zhou Xiao had called her grandmother in advance, and the meal was already prepared. The elderly lady warmly welcomed the three to dine. It must be admitted that the food was indeed delicious, and Lin Chao savored every bite. After finishing their meal, the three bid farewell, and Huang Yiting cheerfully said, let us go together. However, Zhou Xiao directly declined, stating that she wanted to return and rest. Huang Yiting did not persist. She prepared to drive Zhou Xiao home. However, at that moment, her phone rang. After listening for a while, Huang Yiting looked at Zhou Xiao helplessly and said, Xiao, I have an urgent matter to attend to and cannot take you home. Then she turned to Lin Chao, brother, please take Xiao back. Lin Chao nodded, drove to where he had parked his car, and after Zhou Xiao got in, they bid farewell to Huang Yiting and headed towards the city. Seated in the passenger seat, Zhou Xiao glanced at Lin Chao and said, thank you for driving me. Just as she finished speaking, she suddenly clutched her chest, her brow furrowed tightly. Lin Chao looked at her and remarked, you seem to be experiencing stagnation of qi and blood. Do you often feel angry? How did you know? Zhou Xiao asked, astonished. I can tell from your expression. Lin Chao replied candidly. Do you understand traditional Chinese medicine? Zhou Xiao inquired, looking at him. Lin Chao nodded. I learned from my grandfather. Zhou Xiao responded with a nonchalant nod, clearly unimpressed. Lin Chao continued, you must have consulted many doctors, yet the results were unsatisfactory. Can you tell that too? Zhou Xiao turned to him, her phoenix eyes widening in surprise. Lin Chao nodded. The primary cause of your chest pain is anger. Unless you address this root cause, no amount of medication will be effective. Zhou Xiao's eyes brightened suddenly. However, in the next moment, she clutched her chest, a look of pain crossing her face. After hesitating, she looked at Lin Chao and asked, is it true what Yiting said, that your massage could help? Lin Chao nodded. Massage can promote the flow of qi and blood, indeed alleviating pain. After much contemplation, Zhou Xiao finally looked at Lin Chao. Her face flushed and said, then please help me with a massage. Chapter 52. The arm cannot twist the thigh. Feeling uncomfortable about being massaged by a young man, she still found the pain unbearable. Lin Chao was momentarily taken aback. He too had hesitated to suggest helping Zhou Xiao with a massage, fearing she might misinterpret his intentions. Yet, to his surprise, Zhou Xiao proactively brought it up. He quickly agreed, parked the car by the roadside, and then extended his right hand, placing it directly on Zhou Xiao's left chest. In that instant, Zhou Xiao's body stiffened. Her face flushed deep crimson. She had never been touched by another man in that manner. Instinctively, she raised her hand to push Lin Chao away. But the unbearable pain made her withdraw her hand, shyly closing her eyes. As Lin Chao's hand pressed against Zhou Xuyao's chest, he felt a sudden rush of emotions. The sensation was exquisite. However, he quickly shook his head, reminding himself that she trusted him deeply, and he should not entertain any inappropriate thoughts. Focusing his mind, he began to massage gently. Zhou Xuyao endured the discomfort, her body trembling, soon drenched in a light sheen of sweat. After 10 minutes, Lin Chao withdrew his hand and asked Zhou Xuyao, "Do you feel any better now?" Zhou Xuyao nodded in delight, exclaiming, "It truly doesn't hurt at all anymore." "Lin Chao, thank you. It was merely a trivial effort," Lin Chao replied with a smile. "I shall prescribe a remedy for you. Brew it tonight and take it. Contact me tomorrow, and I will adjust the prescription based on your progress." After saying this, he retrieved paper and pen, composing a prescription which he handed to Zhou Xuyao. She accepted the prescription and inquired, "Lin Chao, what is the consultation fee?" Lin Chao shook his head with a smile. "No need for that. You have already compensated me." "I have." Zhou Xuyao stared at Lin Chao in disbelief. Realizing her misunderstanding, he quickly clarified, "You treated me to a meal. So that's what you meant." Zhou Xuyao exhaled in relief, then took out her phone to add Lin Chao on WeChat, saying, "Let us see how it goes by tomorrow, and I will reach out to you." Lin Chao nodded and drove her home. As he turned the car around, heading back to his residence, Huang Yuting called him, cheerfully asking, "Brother, how did my best friend fare? Feeling good, right?" Upon hearing her words, Lin Chao's mind was instantly filled with Zhou Xuyao's exquisite features and soft touch, stirring his heart unexpectedly. Yet he quickly steadied himself, replying, "Huang Yuting, you have no further words to share, do you?" Huang Yuting chuckled, "Not to tease you anymore. Let me get to the point. Chao Chong was on duty here, and my personnel frightened him so much he nearly wet himself and fled. I doubt he will dare to return tomorrow." "Thank you," Lin Chao exclaimed, his eyes brightening. "Is a mere thank you all it takes to dismiss me? That seems rather insincere." Huang Yuting replied with a hint of disappointment, only to quickly add with a playful tone, "How about I book a room? And you can thank me in person?" "Huang Yuting," Lin Chao thought to himself, feeling a wave of exasperation. She was indeed a little imp. Huang Yuting burst into laughter. "All right, I won't tease you any longer. We'll connect again tomorrow." With that, she ended the call. Lin Chao set down his phone, gritting his teeth. "Chao Chong, I initially had no intention of resorting to such underhanded tactics, but your insolence has left me no choice. Prepare to face the consequences." The following morning, upon returning to his office, Lin Chao received a call from Lu Yun. "Lin Chao, I saw Chao Chong at the company. His head was wrapped in bandages, and his face was marred with bruises. I have no idea how he ended up like that. Karma at work," Lin Chao remarked, feeling a sense of satisfaction. However, he quickly realized that this rascal had returned to the company with ulterior motives. Remembering his wife's recent dealings with Xiang Hui, a sense of foreboding washed over him. This was not a good omen. Indeed, shortly thereafter, Xuelin's call came through. "Lin Chao, the higher-ups have expressed concerns over your rapid promotion from an employee to a minister. They consider it frivolous and seriously doubt your capabilities." Lin Chao's eyes widened in disbelief. "I rose through merit. What grounds do they have to question that?" Xuelin sighed. "I conveyed the same, but my arguments lacked persuasiveness. Nonetheless, they have not entirely dismissed you. An opportunity has been granted. Lingnan Pharmaceutical is preparing to acquire a batch of real estate as a reward for mid-level and senior executives. Our company is eager to secure this business. It was stated that as long as you facilitate this cooperation, you'll have passed the test. Do you think that is feasible?" As soon as Xuelin finished speaking, Lin Chao exclaimed, "I am well aware of this project. When Chao Chong was here, he dispatched people to negotiate with the other party multiple times, and he even intervened personally, yet to no avail. Moreover, I have heard that Lingnan Pharmaceutical has already reached an understanding with Longting Real Estate to purchase property from them, leaving us with no chance whatsoever. Now, they have dumped this mess on my shoulders. What opportunity? It is plainly an excuse to undermine me." Xuelin sighed. "Lin Chao, I wish to assist you, but I truly cannot influence the decisions of upper management." "Upper management? Isn't that merely the executive vice president, Xiang Hui?" Lin Chao retorted angrily. "Being directed by a woman like her is utterly ridiculous." Xuelin advised, "Lin Chao, you cannot bend your arm against a thigh. Hence, Complaining is futile. My suggestion is that you should at least try. Perhaps it might work out. All right, I have a call to attend to. I must hang up. She concluded and terminated the call. Lin Chao slumped into his office chair, his eyes vacant. Try? What a futile endeavor. There is simply no opportunity at all. He had initially thought that having reached the position of a department head, he had secured his footing and could soon deal with that scoundrel, Chao Chong. His future seemed bright. However, he never expected Xiang Hui to emerge suddenly, pressing the pause button on his life. He mentally cursed Xiang Hui's ancestors. Yet she was the vice president of the company, an entity he could not reach, no matter how much he loathed her. Forget it. I should start packing and seek other opportunities. Just then, a call from Zhou Shuiyao interrupted his thoughts. Lin Chao, I have two pieces of good news. First, many devotees have visited my grandmother's place, making it much livelier than before. Second, thanks to your massage and the medicine you prescribed, I slept wonderfully last night, and I haven't felt any pain since. It seems to be truly effective. You are amazing. Got it, Lin Chao replied dismissively. Zhou Shuiyao quickly sensed something was amiss in Lin Chao's tone and asked, Lin Chao, what's wrong? Are you unhappy about my two pieces of news? Lin Chao shook his head with a bitter smile. It's not about that. It's because I'm about to lose my job. Em utterly distressed. What happened? Zhou Shuiyao inquired with concern. Overwhelmed with frustration, Lin Chao recounted the entire situation. Upon hearing it, Zhou Shuiyao casually remarked, I thought it was something significant. Just go directly to Lingnan Pharmaceutical and meet their boss. I assure you, success will be yours. Lin Chao instantly chuckled in despair. Shuiyao, I've already told you this situation is impossible. How could it possibly lead to success? Please don't tease me. Zhou Shuiyao sincerely remarked, Lin Chao, you have alleviated my suffering. You are truly my benefactor. How could I possibly deceive you? Please trust me. Lin Chao, after a moment's hesitation, finally acquiesced. Very well. After all, the situation had reached this point, and he might as well try his luck. He tidied himself up, departed from the company, and drove to Lingnan Pharmaceuticals. Upon arrival at the gate, he produced a pack of Furong Wang cigarettes and, with a smile, addressed the security personnel, Gentlemen, I am Lin Chao from Lingyun Real Estate, and I wish to see General Manager Zhou. I would greatly appreciate your assistance. In this context, he was merely a salesperson. Adopting an air of superiority would be ill-advised. It was said that when Chao Chong visited, he had been met with resistance at the entrance due to his haughty demeanor. Thus, it was prudent for Lin Chao to maintain a humble posture. To his astonishment, the head of security promptly returned the cigarettes to Lin Chao's bag, grinning as he said, Minister Lin, our boss has already given instructions for you to head straight in upon your arrival. So please do proceed. Lin Chao was taken aback. When had the security personnel become so accommodating? Furthermore, how did General Manager Zhou know he would be here and make arrangements in advance? Confused, he entered the office building. As he stepped into the lobby, a stunning woman in professional attire approached him with a welcoming smile. You must be Minister Lin. I am Secretary Zhou, and I will escort you to meet the chairman. This way, please. Lin Chao was utterly flabbergasted. This was indeed a treatment befitting a VIP. What merit did he possess to warrant such attention from the owner of Lingnan Pharmaceuticals? His bewilderment only deepened as he followed the secretary into the elevator, ascending to the top floor. Upon reaching the chairman's office, the secretary knocked and announced, Chairman, Minister Lin has arrived. She then gestured for Lin Chao to enter. Inside, Lin Chao beheld a middle-aged man of slight portliness, dressed in a suit, seated on the sofa with a cup of tea. He recognized him immediately as Zhou Haisheng, the owner of Lingnan Pharmaceuticals. Lin Chao hurried over, bowing respectfully. Hello, Chairman Zhou, I am. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhou Haisheng stood, crossed around the desk, and grasped Lin Chao's hand, smiling warmly. Lin Chao, Minister of the Market Department at Lingyun Real Estate, a promising young talent. Please take a seat. Lin Chao was once again taken aback. Zhou Haisheng was notorious for his stern demeanor and seldom offered a smile to anyone. What could have prompted such a change today? Nevertheless, it was best to focus on business. He addressed Zhou Haisheng. Chairman Zhou, I am here to discuss your company's potential acquisition of property. I hope you might consider Lingyun Real Estate. Rest assured, we will provide ample discounts and goodwill. Zhou Haisheng, however, smiled and replied, I'm already aware of your intentions. He gestured to the secretary, who swiftly placed a document before Lin Chao and respectfully stated, Minister Lin, this is an agreement drafted by Chairman Zhou for the purchase of 50 properties from Lingyun Real Estate. Please review it. And if all is satisfactory, kindly sign. Lin Chao was utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? He could no longer restrain himself and turned to Zhou Haisheng, inquiring, Mr. Zhou, what prompts your generosity towards me today? Zhou Haisheng, gazing at Lin Chao with a smile, replied, You have alleviated my daughter's suffering, so I must express my gratitude. Your daughter? I don't believe we have met, Lin Chao responded, utterly perplexed. No sooner had he spoken than the door of the adjacent suite swung open, revealing a stunning girl clad in a beige dress, who approached Lin Chao with a smile and said, Surely you must recognize me. Zhou Xueyao, you are Mr. Zhou's daughter. Lin Chao's eyes widened in astonishment, and in an instant, everything fell into place. Zhou Xueyao smiled and remarked, I told you success would come swiftly. Do you believe me now? Rising to his feet, Lin Chao looked at Zhou Xueyao with gratitude and said, Xueyao, I truly cannot thank you enough for this. Zhou Xueyao shook her head with a smile, saying, There is no need for such formality among friends. Lin Chao nodded earnestly, Xueyao, I must treat you to a meal soon. After bidding farewell to Zhou Xueyao and her father, Lin Chao departed with the contract and promptly returned to the company. Upon reaching his office door, he was taken aback to find various belongings piled outside, with his suit prominently placed atop the heap, undoubtedly his possessions. At that moment, Chao Chong emerged from within the office. Lin Chao gestured towards the pile of items and asked, What does this mean? Chao Chong chuckled and replied, You see, now that I'm back, I can't stand the sight of your trash just lying around. You're back? Lin Chao questioned him. Indeed, Chao Chong declared boastfully. The company has assigned you a task to negotiate collaboration with Lingnan Pharmaceutical, a task you are utterly incapable of completing. Thus, your fate is to pack your things and leave. This office remains mine, as does the position of marketing director. Do you understand? The commotion attracted numerous colleagues, who gathered to murmur among themselves. He dares to challenge Director Chao. Isn't that inviting trouble? They whispered. Director Chao has been with the company for ages and has connections everywhere. Lin Chao stands no chance. It's impossible for him to succeed in negotiations with Lingnan Pharmaceutical. This is clearly a trap laid for him. He is likely on his way out. Hearing the gossip, Chao Chong felt even more triumphant. He leaned closer to Lin Chao and whispered, Do you know why they assigned you this impossible task? It was my suggestion. I understand the difficulty all too well, and I know exactly how to bring you down. You've merely enjoyed a fleeting advantage, flaunting it before me. How absurd! Now you comprehend. Everything you have will be stripped away, while all that is mine shall be restored to me. You think you can compete with me? You are not worthy. Furthermore, after your departure, I will take good care of Lu Yun for you. And as for Chao Wei, I hear she's also your friend, right? Rest assured, I will look after her too, ha. As he spoke, he could no longer contain his glee and burst into laughter. However, before his laughter could fade, Lin Chao suddenly raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across his face, then coldly stated, You truly deserve a beating. Chapter 54. Perhaps it would be best for your wife to seek me out. Now, everyone was utterly astonished. They could hardly fathom that Lin Chao would dare to strike someone directly. Chao Chong was equally taken aback that Lin Chao had the audacity to slap him in front of so many witnesses, nearly causing his lungs to explode with rage. He pointed a trembling finger at Lin Chao and bellowed in fury, How dare you openly commit such an act of violence? You are in serious trouble today. With that, he shouted down the corridor, Security, apprehend this thug immediately. No sooner had his words left his lips than a displeased voice echoed from a distance. What are you all doing gathered here? Are you all so idle? The crowd turned to see a young woman in professional attire striding towards them. It was Shui Lin. Upon seeing this formidable figure, the onlookers dared not linger any longer and hastily returned to their offices. Shui Lin approached Chao Chong, her brow furrowed in concern. What's going on? She inquired. Chao Chong pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Chao, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, This scoundrel struck me. Look at my face. It's swollen from his blow. Lin Chao chuckled derisively. You discarded all my belongings. Are you not going to mention that? You are about to be dismissed. So it is only right that I clear out your things. Chao Chong retorted without a hint of politeness. Who told you I am about to be dismissed? Lin Chao regarded him with a mocking expression. I did. Chao Chong, defiantly lifting his chin, declared, without securing the contract with Lingnan Pharmaceutical, you will not accomplish your task, and you shall be dismissed. Shui Lin, observing Lin Chao, sighed and said, Lin Chao, I have already informed you. If you fail to complete your task, There's truly no way to salvage this situation. You should begin packing your things. With that, she turned to leave. However, Lin Chao's calm voice resonated behind her. Director Shui, who says I cannot complete my task. Behold, he reached into his bag and produced the contract, presenting it to Shui Lin. Chao Chong scoffed derisively from behind. What do you intend to do with that piece of toilet paper? Do you think you can pass it off as a contract? Are you trying to make me laugh? Before he could finish his sentence, Shui Lin had already taken the contract from Lin Chao and calmly said, "What do you see here?" Chao Chong replied dismissively, "It's undoubtedly just scrap paper. What else could it be?" Yet as he took the contract and glanced at it, his pupils suddenly constricted. He quickly examined the document, and in an instant he froze, realizing it was indeed a purchase contract for Lingnan Pharmaceutical. He looked up at Lin Chao, disbelief etched across his face as he shouted, "Impossible! How could you possibly secure this contract?" Lin Chao smiled at him, responding, "That is not for you to concern yourself with. Just tell me, do I still need to pack my things and leave?" Chao Chong was left speechless, at a loss for words. Lin Chao's expression darkened. "You threw my belongings out, did you not? Now, return each item to me." Chao Chong turned to Shui Lin, seeking her support. "Director Shui, look at this." Shui Lin's voice was cold as she replied, "You made this mess. You must clean it up yourself." She then nodded at Lin Chao, adding, "Minister Lin, once you are finished, please visit my office." With that, she swept away. Chao Chong was utterly dumbfounded, left with no choice but to begrudgingly bend down and retrieve all the items, then turned to Lin Chao with a forced smile. "Minister Lin, this quarrel seems rather pointless. How about this? I will no longer contest your position. I shall return to the Nanjiao project office. However, I implore you not to resort to underhanded tactics against me. Can we coexist peacefully?" He realized that Lin Chao and Shui Lin shared an extraordinary bond, with Shui Lin consistently supporting him. Furthermore, this individual had executed his tasks remarkably well and had now secured his footing. Continuing to oppose him would likely yield no benefits. So he had no choice but to take a step back, for a gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade. He would bide his time until the opportunity arose to address Lin Chao. Lin Chao couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle. "Gao, when you bullied me in the past, did you ever consider reconciliation? When you directly relegated me to the security department in an attempt to push me out, did you ever think of making amends? When you set various traps for me, did it ever cross your mind to seek harmony? Now that you realize the futility of your actions, do you truly believe it is possible?" With that, he swept Chao Chong's teacup and laptop off the table, disdainfully declaring, "What trash is this doing here?" The tea splashed onto the laptop, which immediately began to smoke. Chao Chong let out a shriek. "My computer!" He hurriedly picked it up, only to see the smoke still billowing from it, his face turning a sickly green. He glared at Lin Chao, shouting, "Lin Chao, you are crossing the line. Don't think you've won decisively. You're mistaken. I have connections, and soon we shall see who prevails." "Connections? You mean that wild man your wife found? Is this really the matter you wish to bring up? Don't you find it embarrassing?" Lin Chao replied with evident disdain. In the next moment, he straightened himself and looked at Chao Chong with keen interest. "Chao Chong, weren't you just suggesting reconciliation? I find that notion not entirely unappealing, but you must show some sincerity. How about having your wife come to keep me company? I'm not so depraved. I merely wish to test how skilled she truly is, to understand why some people are so obedient to you." Chao Chong, infuriated by Lin Chao's near-insulting remarks, felt as though his lungs might explode with anger. "You scoundrel!" Lin Chao chuckled at Chao Chong. "When you spoke those words to me earlier, weren't you the scoundrel? Now you see how it feels, do you not? You'll regret this." Chao Chong retorted, turning sharply and storming out. Watching Chao Chong's flustered demeanor, Lin Chao felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Karma had indeed come around. At that moment, Shui Lin's call came through. "Are you done? Come up when you're finished." Lin Chao rose and made his way to the 5th floor, entering Shui Lin's office. She looked at him with surprise and asked, "Lin Chao, how did you manage to secure the Lingnan pharmaceutical project? There seemed to be no hope of success. I have a friend who knows Director Zhou. He assisted me in achieving this." Lin Chao replied nonchalantly. Shui Lin smiled. "I didn't realize you had such an impressive friend." Lin Chao, not dwelling on that, directly inquired, "Does this mean my position is secure now?" Shui Lin shook her head. "I will discuss this matter with General Xiang first before I can inform you of the outcome." After speaking, she laughed and said, "However, you have done a splendid job this time. I believe there should be no major issues." Then she leaned closer to Lin Chao's ear, chuckling softly, "Your achievements are commendable. Wait for me after work tonight. I intend to reward you properly. With that, she giggled and walked away. Watching her slender waist sway and her enticing figure, Lin Chao was reminded of their intimate moments, causing a sudden warmth to rise within him. He shook his head helplessly. This enchanting temptress had ensnared him completely. Turning back to his office, he found Lu Yun tidying up her belongings. Upon hearing footsteps, Lu Yun stood up, and upon seeing Lin Chao, rushed over, exclaiming excitedly, "Lin Chao, I heard you secured the housing contract with Lingnan Pharmaceutical. You are truly amazing." Unable to contain her joy, she suddenly embraced Lin Chao, standing on her tiptoes to plant a kiss on his cheek. As Lin Chao gazed upon Lu Yun's exquisite visage and the alluring curves revealed by her neckline, a surge of heat coursed through him. He swiftly locked the door, lifted Lu Yun effortlessly, and made his way toward the inner suite. Realizing his intentions, Lu Yun gasped. "Lin Chao, no, this is the office." He whispered heatedly in her ear, "The office is far more thrilling." With that, he laid her down on the bed, following suit immediately. An hour later, the room had finally quieted down. Lu Yun hastily pushed Lin Chao away, hurriedly dressing as she left. Being in such a place with him was utterly mortifying. Lin Chao also got dressed, but at that moment, his phone rang urgently. He answered it, and a woman's voice echoed through. "Lin Chao, this is Gu Xiaoman. I called today to suggest that you and Chao Chong each take a step back. He will work at the Nanjiao project, and you should refrain from playing tricks behind the scenes. Let us resolve this amicably." Upon hearing her arrogant tone, Lin Chao chuckled derisively. "Gu Xiaoman, who do you think you are to dictate terms to me? Let me make this clear. I've got Chao Chong under control." Gu Xiaoman continued, "For the sake of convenience for both parties, I know Chao Chong has harmed you, and I am willing to apologize on his behalf." Hearing this, Lin Chao burst into a cold laugh. "Do you know what he did to me? He nearly drove me to despair. You think a simple apology will suffice? Not a chance. I can offer you compensation," Gu Xiaoman said patiently. "Compensation?" Lin Chao laughed again. "How about we find a room to discuss this properly? If you can make me comfortable, I might consider it." "You rogue." Gu Xiaoman's voice turned icy. "I have been trying to negotiate with you, but you're being utterly unreasonable. If that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite." With that, the line went dead with a beeping tone. "How ridiculous," Lin Chao muttered, dismissing her. "She offers herself so readily and then pretends to be pure. What a worn-out old woman, as if I would be interested." He scoffed, setting the phone down and returning to his work. Not long after, Lin called him. "Lin Chao, I reported to General Xiang about the contract you secured today, but he mentioned that there are issues with your character and clearly harbors significant prejudice against you." Lin Chao immediately understood and replied coldly, "Just now Gu Xiaoman called me, and I gave her a piece of my mind. She must have felt humiliated by me and, out of spite, went to provoke Xiang Hui. Is there any possibility for you to reconcile with Chao Chong and Gu Xiaoman?" Lin suggested. "Absolutely not," Lin Chao asserted firmly. "You can be so stubborn." Lin sighed. "I have to go now. Wait for me after work. We need to talk in person." With that, she hung up. Lin Chao sat there, lighting a cigarette and taking deep puffs. Reconciling with Chao Chong was out of the question. That scoundrel had a vengeful heart. He would not rest until he completely crushed Lin Chao, and he would even consider targeting the women around him, which Lin Chao could never tolerate. However, if he did not deal with Chao Chong, Gu Xiaoman would undoubtedly continue to incite Xiang Hui against him. As the company's executive vice president, Xiang Hui could easily bring him down, and thus, Lin Chao's fate was already sealed in this struggle. What should he do? Lin Chao furrowed his brow tightly. After work in the afternoon, he let Lu Yun leave first. At 7 o'clock, he arrived at the underground parking lot and waited in his car. Lin soon arrived, got into the car, and advised Lin Chao, "Is it really impossible to reconcile with Chao Chong?" "Absolutely not," Lin Chao reiterated firmly. "Why are you so stubborn?" Lin sighed in resignation, looking at Lin Chao. "Let's go to the Tianshang Ruin Jian Club. Sister Lan is waiting for you to massage her." Lin Chao had no inclination to go, but then he changed his mind. Perhaps discussing this matter with Sister Lan could offer a glimmer of hope for resolution. With that thought, he nodded and drove towards the club. As he pondered, he turned to Lin and asked, "Sister Shui, can you tell me what kind of person Sister Lan really is?" Lin shot him a glare and reproached, "That question is inappropriate." Lin Chao quickly realized his mistake, offering an awkward smile and falling silent. Indeed, since she had sent him there, she clearly wished to keep her identity concealed. His inquiry had been rather blunt. Forget it, he thought. Tonight, he He would give his all during the massage and perhaps share his predicament. Whether it would yield results would depend on fate. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Tianshang Runjian Club. Lin pulled out her phone to make a call, cheerfully saying, "Beautiful lady, we have arrived." A melodious female voice responded from the other end, "Same place." After hanging up, Lin informed Lin Chao, "Room 7, let us go." Lin Chao nodded, exited the car, and headed straight into the club. Upon reaching the door of room 7, he knocked gently. A languid female voice called from inside, "Come in." Lin Chao pushed the door open and saw Sister Lin seated on the sofa, sipping tea. Today, Sister Lin adorned herself with a light touch of makeup. Her delicate features rendered even more enchanting. Clad in a blue and white porcelain robe, she exuded an air of opulence, reminiscent of a peony in full bloom, radiant and exuberant. His gaze momentarily fixed upon her. With an air of nonchalance, Sister Lin remarked, "I have been feeling quite weary these past few days. Could you assist me with a massage once more? I shall change my attire first." Having spoken, she gracefully retreated into the inner suite. Before long, her languorous voice floated out, "I'm ready." Lin Chao responded affirmatively and entered the suite, where he found Sister Lin dressed in a loose garment, reclining upon the bed. He approached her, placing his hands upon her delicate feet, gently administering a massage, gradually ascending. Despite having performed this task previously, the exquisite, porcelain-like texture of her skin and the softness of her touch stirred his heart, causing it to flutter. Once he reached the upper region, he let out a sigh of relief and announced, "Sister Lin, I have finished the massage. Now, would you mind attending to the front?" Sister Lin requested. Turning onto her back, Lin Chao nodded and began at her shoulders, his hands slowly gliding downward. However, upon encountering her prominent bosom, his gaze became entranced. In that moment, as his hands approached her ample form, he abruptly halted. He had surmised that this woman possessed an extraordinary identity. Should he transgress today and provoke her ire, he would find himself in dire straits. Ultimately, he restrained his discomfort, maneuvering his hands around the sensitive area and continuing downward. Soon, he returned to the matter at hand. Sighing, "Sister Lin, this may be my final massage for you, as I fear I must take my leave from here." Sister Lin remained silent, prompting Lin Chao to continue. "Last time, I mentioned the situation with Chao Chong. I never anticipated offending him. What a grave misfortune it has become." His wife approached the company's executive vice president. "Xiangri, I cannot withstand such a formidable presence. It seems I am destined to face the consequences." With her eyes closed, Sister Lin offered no response. Lin Chao refrained from further discussion, diligently massaging her. Eventually, drenched in sweat, he declared, "Sister Lin, I have completed the massage." It was neither excessive heat nor fatigue that weighed upon him, but rather the struggle to endure. Sister Lin, slowly opening her eyes, nodded appreciatively. "Thank you for your efforts. You may go now." This time, no mention of remuneration arose, and Lin Chao departed, bidding farewell to Sister Lin and exiting directly. Outside, he called Lin, who informed him that she had matters to attend to and would leave first. Lin Chao acquiesced and drove away. Shortly after his departure, Lin entered room 7. Observing Sister Lin, glistening with perspiration on the bed, and playfully remarked, "What an intense session you've had, to sweat so profusely." Sister Lin glanced at Lin. "We were merely engaged in massage." Lin chuckled. "Oh, you still speak so coyly in my presence. But let's not dwell on that. Instead, enlighten me about Lin Chao's current circumstances." Lin succinctly recounted the situation. Sister Lin flicked the ash from her cigarette and remarked, "Please convey to Xiang Hui that, as a senior executive of the company, he ought to be mindful of his image." Lin nodded with a smile and retorted, "Why don't you inform Lin Chao about this? He would surely be grateful and would readily heed your guidance." Sister Lin shot Lin a glare. Lin chuckled awkwardly and shifted the topic. "You must consider my situation. Don't forget about our sisterhood." Sister Lin continued to smoke, remaining silent. Lin, perceptive as ever, said, "All right, you carry on. I shall take my leave." After saying this, she stood up and departed. Once outside, she murmured to herself, "You truly possess a talent for making her speak on your behalf. The influence of a confidant is indeed formidable." Lin Chao returned home, opened the door, and saw Lu Yun seated on the sofa. He greeted her with a smile. "Sister Lu, I'm back." Although his mind was preoccupied, he maintained a facade of nonchalance. Discussing the matter with Lu Yun would be futile and would only serve to burden her with unnecessary worry. "Lu Yun, holding several sheets of paper. Sat there in a daze. Upon noticing Lin Chao, she quickly stood up and placed a pair of slippers in front of him. Lin Chao could discern that Lu Yun was troubled and inquired, "What is the matter, Sister Lu?" Lu Yun looked up at him and said, "Lin Chao, we have all misunderstood Xiao Yu. She has never betrayed you." Lin Chao, already vexed, furrowed his brow at the mention of Song Xiao Yu. "Sister Lu, her actions are plainly evident. How can that not be considered betrayal? Why are you suddenly defending her?" Lu Yun lifted the sheets of paper in her hand and explained, "While I was tidying up your office today, I found this letter discarded in the trash. Out of curiosity, I opened it, and it was a letter from Xiao Yu addressed to you. Do you know who intervened to ensure your return to the marketing department after Chao Chong demoted you to the security office? It was the company's human resources director." Lin Chao, puzzled, asked, "But I had little interaction with him. Why would he come to my aid?" "He is Xiao Yu's distant cousin," Lu Yun replied. Gazing intently at Lin Chao, she secretly approached the human resources director and requested his assistance, which secured your reinstatement. Lin Chao paused momentarily before shaking his head. Impossible. If she had such connections, she would have advanced long ago. How could she still be an intern in the marketing department? Lu Yun quickly added, "They are merely distant relatives. Their relationship is not particularly close." After introducing Xiao Yu to the company, he hardly paid her any further attention. However, this time, in her effort to help you, she even knelt before the human resources director. "You know Xiao Yu's tenacious nature. She did this for you." Lin Chao, taken aback, questioned, "But if she truly wished to assist me, why would she outwardly distance herself and betray me?" Lu Yun sighed. "If she had openly aligned herself with you, do you think Chao Chong would have spared her?" She remarked that losing a job was a trivial matter, expressing her deep reluctance to part from you. Moreover, there exists a crucial point. Only by superficially aligning herself with Chao Chong could she ascertain his information, thereby better assisting you. Lin Chao suddenly recalled the unfamiliar number that had sent him reminders twice. His heart jolted, prompting him to swiftly grasp the letter in Lu Yun's hand and peruse its contents. The circumstances detailed therein were nearly identical to what Lu Yun had conveyed, and Song Xiaoya had also acknowledged the reminders sent to him. "Teacher, I am leaving. I share this not out of a desire for credit, but to assure you that I have never betrayed you. That night, I intended to discuss these matters with you, yet you did not afford me the opportunity. Thus, I resorted to penning this letter to clarify the situation. Teacher, thank you for your assistance during this period. I shall forever remember you." The latter part of the letter bore several creases, unmistakably the remnants of tears that had dried upon it, and Lin Chao stood frozen, clutching the letter. He recalled expressing gratitude to Shuel Lin for rescuing him from the security department, yet her reaction was one of clear ignorance regarding the matter. He had long pondered who had aided him, and now everything was lucid. It was Song Xiaoya. Lu Yun gazed at Lin Chao and remarked, "Lin Chao, Xiaoya truly cares for you. We have all misjudged her in the past. Call her and invite her back to discuss this together. Otherwise, I truly feel a heaviness in my heart." Noticing Lin Chao's silence, Lu Yun hastily added, "I understand your hesitation. Allow me to handle this." Ultimately, Lin Chao did not decline. That night, as he lay in bed, he tossed and turned, never having anticipated that Song Xiaoya was such an admirable young woman. Regretting how he had treated her, an overwhelming sense of guilt enveloped him. The following morning, Lin Chao hurried to the company, where Shuelin had already sent him an early message. "I have good news for you. Xiang Hui will no longer pursue you." Lin Chao's eyes brightened, and he quickly replied, "Thank you, Sister Shui." After placing his phone down, Lin Chao exhaled a long sigh of relief. This hurdle had finally been overcome. Shuelin had indeed rendered him a significant service, yet he soon realized that as the marketing director, she was merely one rank lower than Xiang Hui. How could she possibly sway Xiang Hui's decisions? Pondering who had truly assisted him, he suddenly thought of one person, Sister Lan. Upon returning to the office, as he settled into his chair, Chao Chong entered with a bag slung over his shoulder. Observing Lin Chao seated in the boss's chair, he boisterously declared, "What are you so pleased about? That position is mine. You will vacate it immediately. Do you believe me? You think you can contend with me? You are unworthy. You remain beneath my heel." Approaching Lin Chao's desk, he flashed a sinister smile and continued, "Once you are completely ousted from this company, I will ensure that Lu Yun and Xiao Wei are well cared for. So you need not worry, haha." Before he could finish his taunt, Lin Chao abruptly rose and delivered a resounding slap across his face, the sound echoing sharply, causing one side of Chao Chang's face to swell. Lin Chao gazed at him with indifference and coldly inquired, "Do you still dare to speak?" Chao Chang was utterly taken aback when Lin Chao slapped him across the face, his fury nearly causing his lungs to explode. He glared at Lin Chao and shouted in indignation, "How dare you strike me? I see you have no intention of remaining here for long." Lin Chao, with a mocking smile, retorted, "It seems you've forgotten that I am your superior. Your words hold no weight before me. Very well, I shall demonstrate to you just how much authority I possess," Chao Chang declared, pulling out his phone and dialing. Once the call connected, he put it on speaker and boasted, "Director Xiang, please inform Lin Chao whether he will continue to be the minister." He then thrust the phone toward Lin Chao, eager to witness his humiliation. However, to his astonishment, a cold voice emerged from the phone. "What is it? You have Minister Lin above you, and Director Xue as well. You should report through the proper channels. Why do you call me directly? Do you have no sense of organizational discipline?" Upon hearing Xiang Hui's chilling tone, Chao Chang was rendered speechless. The tone of the conversation felt decidedly off. "Director Xiang, yesterday we had an agreement," he began, but was abruptly cut off by the sound of a loud disconnect followed by the monotonous tone of a deadline. Chao Chang's face drained of color as he realized the situation had taken a turn for the worse. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed outside and made a discreet call, murmuring a few words, "Xiao man, something is amiss." Not long after, Chao Chang re-entered the office, his expression dark and foreboding. He forced a smile at Lin Chao and said, "You see, we have no grievances between us. It would be unfortunate for it to escalate like this. I assure you, I will no longer contend for this position and will resign myself to the Nanjiao office. I kindly request that you facilitate a peaceful resolution with the Nanjiao project office, so they will cease to trouble me, all right?" He quickly retrieved a pack of Furong Wang's cigarettes from his bag and offered it with a forced grin. "Minister Lin, please, have a smoke." Lin Chao, with a serious demeanor, replied, "Manager Chao, the unrest at the Nanjiao project office is of no concern to me." "What do you mean by facilitating? I fail to comprehend your words. If you cannot perform your duties, that is a reflection of your own capabilities, not mine. If the people there are causing a disturbance, it is evident that it stems from your inadequacy. Minister Lin, could you please intercede on my behalf?" "Gao Qiang im not." Attempting to maintain his smile, Lin Chao slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "I have already made it clear that this matter does not concern me. Do you not understand plain language?" Seeing Lin Chao's reaction, Chao Chang was momentarily stunned. Lin Chao continued, smirking, "You claim there are no grievances between us? Do you not find that statement insulting to our intelligence?" He shook the cigarette pack, adding, "Do you think this single cigarette can erase everything? If you genuinely wish to discuss the Nanjiao project, have your wife come speak with me. What do you intend to do?" Chao Chang glared at Lin Chao, shouting. Lin Chao leaned in closer to Chao Chang, chuckling softly, "I am curious to see how your wife can sway the upper management to her will. I wonder just how formidable her talents truly are. You are shameless." Chao Chang exploded, his anger boiling over as he glared at Lin Chao. Lin Chao chuckled lightly, remarking, "In comparison to you, I am but a minor sorcerer facing a master of the craft. By the way, when your wife comes looking for me, it will be prudent for her to take a bath first. I am quite particular about cleanliness." "You," Chao Chang trembled with rage, and in that moment, the thought of slaying Lin Chao crossed his mind. However, he recognized that he could not overpower him at present, so he suppressed his fury and retorted, "You, just you wait." With that, he stormed off in indignation. Observing Chao Chang's expression, which radiated a desire to harm himself, yet found him powerless, Lin Chao felt a surge of satisfaction within. This scoundrel, who had tormented him, was finally receiving his due. As for the suggestion of his wife coming to find him, that was merely a ploy to irritate Chao Chang. He had no genuine interest in such a woman. At 11 o'clock, Huang Yiting called Lin Chao to inform him that Chao Chang had rushed to the construction site in the southern outskirts, only to be brutally beaten and forced to flee, losing his front teeth in the process. Huang Yiting laughed and assured him, "Rest easy, brother. As long as I am here, this old toad won't dare to set foot in this workplace. Thank you. I shall treat you to a meal later." Lin Chao replied with a smile before ending the call, muttering to himself, "Chao bald head, this time I shall show you who is cast out from the company." At lunchtime, Gu Xiaoman unexpectedly called Lin Chao. "Hello, Minister Lin, I'm Gu Xiaoman. If convenient, I would like to invite you to lunch at the Great Wall restaurant across the street. I have some matters to discuss with you." Her tone had transformed from the haughty demeanor of their previous conversations to one of alluring softness. Lin Chao instinctively wanted to decline, but the words shifted as they reached his lips. "All right, just tell me the room number." "Room 7, waiting for you," Gu Xiaoman replied with a charming laugh before hanging up. After packing up his belongings, Lin Chao rose and made his way outside. Were it not for this woman's incessant meddling, Chao Chong, that incompetent fool, would have already packed his bags and left. Thus, this woman also needed to be dealt with. Since she had presented herself, she should not blame him for being unkind. Today, he would ensure her face bore the marks of his displeasure. Minutes later, Lin Chao arrived at the Great Wall restaurant and entered room 7, where he found a woman sitting and engrossed in her phone. The moment he laid eyes on her, he was momentarily stunned. Her cascading golden waves framed a delicate oval face, enhancing her petite and exquisite features. Her skin was smooth and fair, and her facial features were strikingly beautiful. She donned a blue and white porcelain cheongsam, accentuating her ample bosom and slender waist. From the slit of the dress, a long, fair leg was visible, rendering it nearly impossible to look away. Lin Chao was momentarily dumbfounded, questioning whether he had mistakenly entered the wrong room. At that moment, the woman looked up, rising to greet him, extending her delicate hand with a charming smile. "You must be Minister Lin, right?" "Hello, I am Gu Xiaoman." Lin Chao gazed at Gu Xiaoman, hardly able to believe his eyes. Was this truly Chao Chong's wife? She appeared even younger than he. Unable to restrain himself, he blurted out, "How can you be so youthful? Didn't you and Minister Chao already have a daughter?" Gu Xiaoman smiled enchantingly. "You mean Ying Ying? She is Chao Chong's daughter with his ex-wife. I am her stepmother. Do you perceive me as youthful? In truth, I am not significantly younger than you." Lin Chao originally could not comprehend why, given Xiang Hui's attributes, he could not attract a more desirable woman than Chao Chong's wife, a woman of waning beauty. However, he has now come to understand that Gu Xiaoman is by no means aged. Indeed, she can be rightfully regarded as a beauty. The elegance and maturity she exudes are qualities that young girls simply cannot rival. Upon seeing her, Lin Chao was involuntarily reminded of more intimate encounters. Chapter 58. The Allure of Gu Xiaoman. Lin Chao inwardly cursed Chao Chong, that wretched fellow, for possessing such exquisite fortune to have won the affections of stunning beauty like Gu Xiaoman. Yet, one thing he could not fathom was how anyone could neglect such a lovely wife. If it were him, he would cherish her daily. Yet, Chao Chong, that foolish man, seemed oblivious, constantly flirting with other women in the office. Lin Chao could not comprehend his thought process, as Lin Chao stared intently at her. A flicker of disdain crossed Gu Xiaoman's eyes, quickly masked by her composure. She took Lin Chao's hand and cheerfully beckoned. "Minister Lin, please come and sit." Gu Xiaoman instructed the waiter to serve the dishes, and once the door was closed, she picked up a lobster, expertly peeled it, and placed it on Lin Chao's plate. Smiling as she said, "Minister Lin, do try the Australian lobster. It is quite delectable." "I will handle it myself," Lin Chao replied, refraining from touching the lobster. Gu Xiaoman smiled and insisted, "It is my duty to serve the leadership." Internally, he cursed, thinking that serving Xiang Hui should be her obligation. He remained silent, observing Gu Xiaoman, curious as to her intentions. With grace, Gu Xiaoman picked up a piece of abalone and extended it towards Lin Chao, smiling as she remarked, "This Australian jade abalone is quite flavorful. You should sample it." Her delicate hand accidentally brushed against Lin Chao's, and she added, "Minister Lin, do you enjoy abalone?" Lin Chao clenched his teeth inwardly. She was indeed bold. It was no wonder she had found her way into Xiang Hui's embrace. She was utterly shameless. Thus, he looked at her without pretense and stated, "What brings you to me today? Please be direct." Gu Xiaoman regarded him with a smile and replied, "Minister Lin, you are refreshingly straightforward. Very well, I shall not beat around the bush. I am here to discuss your brother Chao." She continued, "He has a dog-like temperament, offending many. I have heard he has wronged you. This is entirely his fault. As his sister-in-law, I apologize on his behalf and hope you can show leniency and not hold it against him." Upon hearing this, Lin Chao could not help but chuckle derisively. "Do you have any idea what he has done to me? He seeks to ruin me. You think a mere apology will suffice?" He lifted his glass and downed its contents in one gulp. Noticing Lin Chao's anger, Gu Xiaoman smiled and asked, "Brother, what would you like from your sister-in-law as an apology?" Seeing Lin Chao remain silent, she understood that she needed to make a bold move. She rose and sat beside him, grasping his hand gently, her eyes sparkling as she whispered, "Brother, could you grant your sister-in-law a favor?" Lin Chao was taken aback by Gu Xiaoman's exuberance, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he prepared to withdraw his hand. However, a moment later, he recalled Chao Chang's boastful threats regarding his two women, igniting a surge of fury within him. An audacious idea took root in his mind. Just as he was about to act on it, he remembered his relationship with Chao Yingying, which was akin to that of son-in-law. Engaging in anything untoward with her would be utterly disgraceful. With this thought, he pushed Gu Xiaoman away and turned to leave. Casting a cold remark over his shoulder, "Tell Chao the Bald that he should cease his arrogance towards me from now on." With that, he strode away. Gu Xiaoman was utterly astonished that Lin Chao could withstand the situation. She momentarily froze before quickly regaining her composure. As she gazed at Lin Chao's retreating figure, a flicker of admiration shone in her eyes. Upon returning to his office, Lin Chao's mind was consumed by the memory of Gu Xiaoman's alluring demeanor. He couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. What had begun as a jest about Chao Chang's wife seeking him out had unexpectedly materialized. This family was indeed peculiar. Nevertheless, he had already established a connection with his daughter, and having taken something from Chao Chang, he felt obligated to act. Otherwise, Gu Xiaoman would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly. The thought of her seeking revenge from Xiang Hui was far from appealing. Contemplating his liaison with Chao Chang's daughter, he realized that Chao Chang was now a man in dire straits. It would be merciful to grant him a chance, but he would not allow him to sully the South Suburb project or use it as a stepping stone for his own advancement. With these thoughts in mind, he sent a message to Gu Xiaoman. "Chao Chang cannot go to the South Suburb project. I will coordinate for him to manage a more remote project." After a while, Gu Xiaoman replied with a simple, "Good." Lin Chao then approached Shuolin to discuss arrangements for Chao Chang, which she readily accepted, adding with a smile, "After work, could you come over to give me a massage?" Lin Chao replied directly, "Sister Lan asked me to come over tonight for a massage." He intended to inquire whether Sister Lan had indeed assisted him this time. If so, he owed her a considerable debt of gratitude. Shuolin paused for a moment before smiling and nodding. "All right, go find her first, and we can reschedule later." After pondering, Lin Chao asked Shui, "What exactly is Sister Lan's status?" Shuolin chuckled, "That's something you should ask Sister Lan." Lin Chao perceived her reluctance to elaborate and nodded in understanding before departing for his office. He picked up the phone and typed a message to Sister Lan. "Sister Lan, do you need a massage tonight?" After a long wait, Sister Lan replied, "I am currently out of town. We can discuss it later." "All right," Lin Chao responded, but he couldn't resist asking, "Sister Lan, you helped me with Chao Chang's matter, didn't you?" However, there was no further reply. Lin Chao was left in a state of confusion. If she had indeed aided him, why not acknowledge it? Was he now indebted to her? If she hadn't tea, then why the silence? What was her true intention? And what was her standing? He recalled the senior executives in the company, and it struck him that there was no one by the name of Sister Lan among them. Lin Chao's heart brimmed with curiosity. He decided to wait until their next meeting to pose his questions, as these matters deserved resolution. Chapter 59. Teacher, I am prepared. After finishing work in the afternoon, Lin Chao ventured out to purchase several ingredients, making his way home. With Chao Chang's issue largely resolved, he also enjoyed a promotion and salary increase. Firmly establishing his position, he felt a surge of joy, planning to celebrate with Lu Yun that evening. Upon returning home, he opened the door and cheerfully announced, "Sister Lu, I'm back." However, before he could finish his sentence, he was taken aback, for in addition to Lu Yun, there sat a girl, Song Xiaoya. Seeing Lin Chao, Song Xiaoya quickly stood and shyly stammered, "Teacher." She nervously clutched the hem of her skirt, her eyes filled with apprehension. Lu Yun stood and smiled at Lin Chao, explaining, "I invited Xiaoya over for a visit." Lin Chao observed Song Xiaoya, noting her apparent weight loss over the past few days, which made her seem even more pitiable. Reminiscing about her silent sacrifices for him, which he had misjudged and even suppressed, a wave of guilt washed over Lin Chao. He nodded at Song Xiaoya and said, "This is your home. Please, make yourself comfortable." Upon hearing Lin Chao's words, Song Xiaoya let out a slight sigh of relief, timidly taking a seat beside the sofa, though only managing to perch on the edge. Lin Chao changed into his slippers and settled across from her. Lu Yun soon brought the dishes to the table, inviting the two to dine. Lin Chao looked at Song Xiaoya and inquired, "Have you found a suitable job?" "No, not yet," Song Xiaoya quickly replied, rising from her seat. Observing her anxious demeanor, Lu Yun smiled reassuringly. "Xiaoya, we're all colleagues. There is no need to be so formal." She glanced at the clock and added, I still have a few tasks to finish and need to work overtime. You two carry on. Having said that, she left the room, turning at the door to smile and advise, Xiaoya, enjoy a few drinks with Lin Chao and have a good chat. If you drink too much, there is a place to stay here. With that, she closed the door behind her. Left sitting there, Song Xiaoya fidgeted restlessly. Lin Chao regarded her thoughtfully and suggested, if you haven't found a suitable job outside, perhaps you should consider returning for now. Can I really come back? Song Xiaoya's eyes sparkled with hope as she eagerly inquired. Chao Chong had been preoccupied lately, so your resignation paperwork has remained unsigned. I can retrieve it, allowing you to return to work tomorrow. Thank you, teacher. Thank you. Song Xiaoya exclaimed with excitement. Lin Chao looked at her and said, You have done so much for me. Why didn't you let me know sooner and spare yourself the distress? Teacher, as long as I can help you. I don't mind the hardship. Song Xiaoya quickly shook her head. You truly are a fool. Lin Chao teased, playfully tapping her nose. At this gesture, Song Xiaoya froze in astonishment. Previously, whenever she made a mistake at work, Lin Chao would lightly tap her nose, and the matter would be forgotten. She hadn't anticipated him repeating the action now. Momentarily dazed, she quickly regained her composure and, her voice trembling, asked, Teacher, have you forgiven me? Lin Chao gently ruffled her hair and sighed with a bitter smile. After all I've lost for you, how could I not forgive you? Teacher. Song Xiaoya could no longer contain her emotions. She suddenly leaped into Lin Chao's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. I thought you would never forgive me in this lifetime. I was terrified. Lin Chao patted her back softly, soothing her. Silly girl, there's no need to cry. The past is behind us. He then jested, besides, I'm not that significant to you, so you need not react this way. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Song Xiaoya abruptly lifted her head, her eyes aflame as she declared, No, you are more important to me than my own life. Taken aback by the intensity of her gaze and the weight of her words, Lin Chao found himself momentarily speechless. He had never anticipated that Song Xiaoya harbored such feelings for him. Quickly regaining his composure, he feigned ignorance, saying, All right, I've finished eating. I'll go rest now. He then stood up and retreated to his bedroom, lying down. After several nights of poor sleep, fatigue overtook him, and he drifted into a deep slumber. Time passed, though he could not discern how long, when the door creaked open gently, stirring Lin Chao from his sleep. He initially thought it was Lu Yun returning, but upon turning his head, he was surprised to find it was not Lu Yun, but Song Xiaoya. She appeared to have just bathed, her lustrous black hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders. Her oval face glistened with moisture, enhancing her porcelain-like complexion. Clad in a white, low-cut bathrobe, Lin Chao could see ample skin and a pronounced neckline. The hem of her robe barely concealed her thighs, revealing long, exquisite legs. Standing there, she exuded an enchanting beauty. Song Xiaoya, already a natural beauty, appeared even more alluring in this state, leaving Lin Chao momentarily entranced. Regaining his manners, he swiftly turned his gaze away and inquired, Xiaoya, do you need something? She approached him, placing a bag beside him, and said, Teacher, this is a sweater I knitted for you. I didn't get a chance to give it to you that night, so I brought it now. A sweater? Lin Chao turned to look at her in surprise, realizing that the gift Song Xiaoya had mentioned was not what he had assumed. Embarrassment washed over him, and he blushed, saying, Oh, thank you, but it's getting late. You should rest. Yet, Song Xiaoya did not leave. She gazed at him shyly and said, Teacher, that night at the hotel, I didn't mean to reject you. I just wasn't prepared, and I felt unclean those days. But today I am ready. Teacher, I can give myself to you. With that, she playfully shook her shoulder, causing the silk robe to slip away. Lin Chao was astonished to discover that beneath the robe, she wore nothing at all, revealing all her beauty before him, unreserved. Song Xiaoya slid onto the bed, nestling into Lin Chao's arms. Her eyes closed shyly as she murmured, Teacher, take me. The warmth of soft jade enveloped him, and Lin Chao nearly lost control, almost rolling over to embrace her. However, he quickly regained his senses, realizing that Lu Yun would be returning soon, and it would be utterly inappropriate for her to stumble upon such a situation. Moreover, now that he understood that Song Xiaoya was genuinely a good girl, how could he tarnish her reputation without cause? With this thought, he finally regained his composure, pulling a towel over Song Xiaoya to cover her. Shaking his head as he said, Xiaoya, please don't do this. Song Xiaoya, taken aback by Lin Chao's refusal, opened her eyes to gaze at him. her voice trembling as she asked, "Teacher, do you still not forgive me?" Before she could finish, her eyes brimmed with tears. Witnessing the sorrowful expression on her face, Lin Chao's heart softened instantly. He shook his head and quickly reassured her, "Xiaoya, you have done so much for me. How could I not forgive you? It's just that Lu Jie will be back soon, and it would be quite inappropriate if she were to catch us. Besides, I am not prepared for tonight." "Oh, is that so?" Song Xia exhaled in relief, then rose to dress, turning towards the door. As she reached the threshold, she glanced back at Lin Chao and said, "Teacher, I will wait for you to be ready." With that, she closed the door behind her. Once the door clicked shut, Lin Chao sighed deeply. The earlier situation had truly been tormenting. He chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. He had never anticipated that Song Xiaoya harbored feelings for him. Yet, he had inadvertently pushed her away to such an extent that she had walked out. This was indeed a grave mistake, and he resolved to make amends the following day. However, the earlier encounter had ignited a fiery discomfort within him, leading him to promptly dial Lu Yun. "Lu Jie, come back to sleep." Chapter 60, Rabbit. "This is in the office." Lu Yun laughed and replied, "I want to be returning. If you have any thoughts, let Xiaoya help you with them." Lin Chao felt a wave of frustration wash over him. "What nonsense are you spouting? Hurry back. I'm really busy. You should rest. And I'll return as soon as I finish." Lu Yun chuckled before hanging up the phone. Lin Chao waited all night, yet Lu Yun did not return. The next morning, he awoke to find that Song Xiaoya had prepared breakfast. After they shared the meal, they both made their way to the company. Lin Chao was simmering with anger over Lu Yun's absence the previous night and planned to confront her once they arrived at the office. Upon entering Lu Yun's office, before he could utter a word, she handed him a leave request. "Minister Lin, my mother's condition is a bit serious, and I need to return to care for her. I am requesting a leave of absence." Upon hearing this, Lin Chao immediately set aside his grievances and asked with concern, "How is Annie doing? Do you need me to help?" "It's not too serious. She just needs someone to look after her, and I can manage alone." Lu Yun quickly shook her head. Lin Chao felt a slight relief and then withdrew a bank card, handing it to Lu Yun. "There is 50,000 yuan in this card. Take it." "No, you need money too. I can't accept it." Lu Yun insisted, shaking her head. "Take it." Lin Chao's expression darkened. Lu Yun's eyes reddened. "Lin Chao, thank you. Why are you being so polite with me?" Lin Chao signed the leave request and, casting a glance at Lu Yun, remarked, "Once your mother's condition stabilizes, please return as soon as possible. We are relying solely on you here." Lu Yun bit her crimson lip and replied, "My absence will not be brief. You are aware that Xiao Yu possesses considerable capability, and as she is one of us, allow her to lead this project team. You need not concern yourself with it." "Very well, I shall arrange that." Lin Chao responded with a smile. Lu Yun proceeded to close the door, turned, and embraced Lin Chao, kissing him directly. Caught off guard by the kiss, Lin Chao felt a rush of passion, holding Lu Yun tightly and reaching to unfasten her trousers. Lu Yun quickly realized the situation, pushed him away, and, blushing, exclaimed, "Rabbit, we are in the office. This is inappropriate." Realizing that many had already begun their work outside, Lin Chao loosened his grip on Lu Yun and said, "Return soon. I shall be awaiting you." Lu Yun nodded. "I've spoken to Xiao Yu, asking her to take care of you at home. Without a woman around, it would be akin to a pigsty." "All right." Lin Chao chuckled awkwardly in agreement, acknowledging the truth in her words. As they bid farewell, Lu Yun departed. The moment she exited the company, tears streamed down her face. Lin Chao returned to his office, preparing to propose promotions for Song Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei. With Lu Yun on leave, he found himself without anyone to rely on in the office, necessitating that Song Xiao Yu take over promptly to alleviate his burden. The Nanjiao project remained stalled, and it was imperative to facilitate Xiao Wei's onboarding to resume work there. Just as he settled down, a young woman in professional attire, in her 20s, knocked and entered, greeting Lin Chao with a smile. "Minister Lin, may I trouble you for your signature?" she said, placing a stack of reimbursement documents in front of him. Lin Chao recognized her. She was Chun Jia, the assistant manager of property sales at the company. As Lin Chao reviewed the documents, noting the exorbitant reimbursement amounts, he refrained from signing and looked up at Chun Jia. "Manager Chun, as I understand, you have been on leave recently and have not been at work. How could you accrue such a multitude of reimbursement items? This seems inappropriate." Chun Jia wrapped her arm around Lin Chao's, grinning as she said, "Minister Lin, there is no issue here, just sign." She swayed slightly, her ample bosom pressing against his arm, and leaned closer, whispering, "Minister Lin, do sign. I'll treat you to dinner later." Yet, Lin Chao withdrew his arm and shook his head at Chen Jia. "Manager Chun, I cannot sign this until you provide a reasonable explanation." Taken aback by his refusal, Chen Jia quickly regained her composure and smiled, saying, "Minister Lin, please sign." In the past, Minister Chao would sign off immediately. Hearing her mention Chao Chong made Lin Chao feel even more uncomfortable, and he replied bluntly, "He is he, and I am I. If I sign this, I must be accountable for my signature." Chen Jia's brow furrowed at Lin Chao's lack of deference. "Lin Chao, I hope you reconsider and sign this. Do not invite unnecessary trouble upon yourself." Upon hearing Chen Jia's veiled threat, Lin Chao narrowed his eyes and reiterated, "I stand firm on my position. Without justifiable grounds, I shall not sign this document. Furthermore, there is another matter I wish to discuss with you. It is inappropriate for you to continue receiving a salary while neglecting your duties. I hereby inform you that, effective this month, your salary will be suspended. You dare." Chen Jia, infuriated by Lin Chao's words, rose sharply and glared at him, speaking without restraint. Lin Chao calmly pushed the stack of documents towards her and replied, "There is nothing further to discuss. You may leave." Chen Jia regarded Lin Chao with a cold, mocking smile. "Do not presume that your current position as a minister holds any weight in my eyes. You are nothing. You will sign this document soon enough, and you will pay for your arrogance today. Just wait and see." With a disdainful snort, she seized the documents and stormed out, slamming the door behind her. At that moment, Song Xiaoya entered, closing the door behind her. She approached Lin Chao and quickly said, "Teacher, I have long heard about the company's ghost employees, and I understand that they have significant backing. Since Chao Chong has already signed, why not you? Why provoke her? Absolutely not." Lin Chao replied firmly, "Having reached this position, I must uphold the integrity that accompanies my salary. I must accept my responsibilities. Regardless of past circumstances, such matters will not be tolerated under my watch." Seeing Lin Chao's resolute stance, Song Xiaoya ceased her persuasion and shifted the topic. "By the way, teacher, I'm back today to report for duty. Please arrange my work." Lin Chao looked at her and stated directly, "Sister Lu is on leave, and with the team leader position vacant, it cannot remain unattended. You shall temporarily assume the role of acting team leader." "I am to be the team leader?" Song Xiaoya immediately shook her head. "Teacher, this is inappropriate. As an intern, taking on the role of team leader will surely cause discontent among them. What is deemed appropriate is determined by me." Lin Chao proclaimed with authority, "Go ahead, and should any issues arise, do not hesitate to inform me. Furthermore, I will soon discuss your appointment as team leader with General Shui. Rest assured." With that, Song Xiaoya nodded and departed. Lin Chao proceeded directly to Shui Lin's office, succinctly outlining the situation. The acting team leader position for Song Xiaoya could be activated with Lu Yun's signature, but for Chao Wei's application for project manager, Shui Lin remarked, "Middle management transfers must be reported to the Human Resources Department for review, and approval from the Vice President is required. I will call General Xiang to gauge his opinion on the matter." Lin Chao quickly interjected, "General Shui, the Nanjiao project is currently halted. Thus, the urgency of Chao Wei's promotion to project manager cannot be overstated. Please advocate for this matter." Shui Lin nodded with a smile. "He is certainly aware of the situation there. I believe he will agree." She then picked up the phone and briefly conveyed Lin Chao's proposal for Chao Wei to assume the role of project manager for the Nanjiao project. Soon, a man's voice came through the line, and upon hearing it, Shui Lin's brow furrowed slightly. Chapter 61. This is far more ruthless than Chao Tuho. She acknowledged and hung up the phone. Lin Chao, noticing her troubled expression, quickly inquired, "General Shui, did General Xiang agree?" Shui Lin shook her head and, observing Lin Chao, inquired, "Lin Chao, did Chen Jia come to you for signing off on the expense report, but you stalled her? Why do you ask about this?" Lin Chao gazed back at Shui Lin, perplexed. She continued, "Manager Xiang mentioned that someone had lodged a complaint with him." Lin Chao, taken aback, replied, "Chen Jia is receiving a salary without working and has the audacity to escalate a complaint to higher management? What does Manager Xiang mean by bringing this up? Is he suggesting that Chen Jia should be favored?" Shui Lin refrained from providing a direct answer, advising, "Take my advice. You should sign that document for her. Remember, we are here to earn our salaries. There is no need to be overly serious." Lin Chao asserted resolutely, "Manager Shui, since I occupy this position, I must uphold my responsibilities. I will not sign that document. You are so stubborn. This could offend people, Lin cautioned him. Furrowing his brow, Lin Chao asked, but this matter is entirely unrelated to the promotion of Chiao Wei. Why is he unwilling to consent? Lin rose and said, Manager Xiang will be attending our department's weekly meeting today. He mentioned that he would address these issues there. Let us hurry over. After handing Lin Chao a new notebook and pen, they departed the office and made their way to the small conference room. Lin Chao casually inquired, Manager Shui, does Manager Xiang attend our department meetings every time? Lin shook her head. Not really. He seldom attends unless there are special circumstances. A thought crossed Lin Chao's mind. Could this special circumstance be related to the promotion of Chiao Wei? Together, they arrived at the small conference room, where several individuals had already gathered. Xiang Hui sat in the center, his expression stern. Lin approached and took a seat beside him, surveying the room before smiling and saying, Manager Xiang, everyone is present. Xiang Hui nodded. Good. I have another meeting to attend shortly, so I will briefly discuss a few matters. The most pressing issue is that the data from the marketing department for the first half of the year has been compiled, and I find it quite unsatisfactory, particularly regarding sales figures and accounts receivable. They are simply unacceptable. While Lin Chao listened, he absent-mindedly jotted down notes, as this was not particularly relevant to him. However, the next moment, Xiang Hui turned to Lin Chao and stated directly, Minister Lin, you are responsible for these specific tasks, and your performance has been lacking. Lin Chao was taken aback by Xiang Hui's direct criticism and quickly responded, Manager Xiang, I have only been in the position of marketing department head for 2 days. These issues should be attributed to the previous Minister Chao. Before he could finish, Xiang Hui interrupted him brusquely. You are in this position now, not Chao Chong. Should I go seek him out? Lin Chao was momentarily speechless. This seemed utterly unreasonable. He wished to argue further, but Xiang Hui decisively declared, there are 3 days remaining until the company's performance assessment for the first half of the year. If the relevant targets are not met within these 3 days, I will address the responsible parties according to company regulations, without hesitation. Lin Chao furrowed his brows, feeling utterly vexed. Was this not an unreasonable demand? He shot a glance at Xiang Hui, eager to retort, but was halted by Lin's penetrating gaze. With a forced smile, he addressed Xiang Hui. Mr. Xiang, 3 days is rather insufficient. Wouldn't you agree? Xiang Hui, casting a glance at Lin, replied bluntly. This is company policy, immutable by anyone. Those who fail to meet their obligations reveal their unsuitability for their current roles. With that, he glanced at his watch and added, I have an important meeting to attend, before rising and making his exit. Lin Chao remained seated, his expression darkening. This workload now fell squarely on his shoulders. It felt unreasonably directed at him. He had initially believed that he had successfully outmaneuvered the troublesome Chao Chong, anticipating a period of unencumbered freedom. Yet unexpectedly, Xiang Hui had emerged, employing even more ruthless tactics, striking directly at his foundation. Had he unearthed his ancestral graves? Why was he so intent on undermining Lin Chao? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his eyes widened in realization. Noticing Lin Chao's grim demeanor, Lin refrained from elaborating further, briefly discussing routine matters before concluding the meeting and accompanying Lin Chao back to his office. Pouring him a glass of water, Lin reassured him, Lin Chao, try not to feel overwhelmed. I will advocate on your behalf regarding this situation. Lin Chao, meeting her gaze directly, inquired, Sister Shui, tell me, is Chunjia's backing none other than Xiang Hui? Lin hesitated, momentarily at a loss for words. The silence was telling, and Lin Chao understood it as an unspoken affirmation. A chill ran through him. Xiang Hui was a significant figure, the executive vice president of the company, second only to the general manager. It was one thing to indulge in personal affairs, yet to covertly support someone in misappropriating funds was a profound moral failing. If such corruption thrived, what future could the company possibly hold? At this juncture, Lin advised Lin Chao he might counsel and consider discussing this with Mr. Xiang. Not a chance, Lin Chao retorted firmly. I stand by my actions regarding Chunjia, but without yielding, you'll find it difficult to justify to Chiao Wei. Lin urged. If I cannot justify it, then so be it, Lin Chao replied coldly. If Chiao Wei is not performing adequately, how can we expect progress on the Nanjia project? The company may suffer losses, but so be it. And what do the performance metrics do in 3 days? Do you intend to disregard them? Lin asked, frowning. Let it be. I care not how it unfolds, Lin Chao declared defiantly, turning on his heel and storming out. Back in his office, he sank into his chair, feeling a surge of frustration as he lit a cigarette. Initially, he had regarded the company's upper echelons as paragons of excellence, models from whom he could learn. Yet, confronted with the reality, they appeared more sordid than he had ever imagined. Once, he believed in the company's promising future. Now, it seemed utterly devoid of merit. In the midst of his discontent, Chen Jia entered without knocking, slamming a stack of documents onto Lin Chao's desk. "You can sign now, can't you?" she declared with bravado, leaning in to add, "Wouldn't it be simpler to sign promptly? Why prolong our discomfort?" She fixed her gaze on Lin Chao, awaiting his reluctant signature. However, Lin Chao seized the stack of documents and unceremoniously hurled it at her face, stating, "As long as I occupy this position for a single day, you shall not sign these documents for reimbursement." Chen Jia gazed at Lin Chao in disbelief. Unable to fathom his audacity at such a critical moment, she was utterly infuriated. With a fierce glare, she gritted her teeth and declared, "Lin Chao, you will soon pay a heavy price for your foolishness. Just wait and see." With that, she turned on her heel and stormed away. Observing Chen Jia's arrogant demeanor, Lin Chao chuckled derisively. "Chen Jia, given your performance, I believe you are no longer suited for this position. I shall discuss your dismissal with superiors shortly." Chen Jia was incensed, abruptly turning back to glare at Lin Chao coldly. "Fine, we shall see who gets fired first, you or I." With that, she slammed the door behind her. Lin Chao smirked coldly, preparing to confront Xuelin, determined to bring this arrogant woman down. Just as he attempted to rise, his phone rang urgently. He answered, listening intently before erupting in anger. "This is intolerable." He then slapped the table in frustration. Chapter 62, Another Stunning Beauty. Lin Chao spoke coldly. "Xiao Yu, I understand. I'll be there shortly." After hanging up, he strode directly towards the marketing department. In the marketing department, Old Zhang was glaring at Song Xiaoya, roaring, "Song Xiaoya, what qualifications do you have to assign me work? Who do you think you are?" Song Xiaoya quickly explained, "Uncle Zhang, I am currently acting as the project team leader. I am responsible for coordinating everyone's tasks." "Shut your mouth." Old Zhang interrupted her rudely. "You a mere child? Think you can lead the project team? Have you gone mad with ambition? I'll inform you that Minister Chao has already promised me the role of team leader. Do you truly believe you're worthy of usurping my position? You are not worthy. You, who has already been dismissed, think you can stand tall now? Is it because of your looks or your abilities?" The other colleagues erupted in laughter. Song Xiaoya was on the verge of tears but suppressed her fury. Addressing Old Zhang patiently, "Uncle Zhang, we are colleagues. Please don't be this way. My appointment as the project team leader was arranged by the higher-ups." Before she could finish, Old Zhang rudely interrupted again. "The higher-ups? Which higher-ups? Your body? Who would promote someone as despised as you? Dream on and return to your bed." Laughter erupted in the room, and Song Xiaoya stood there, trembling with anger. Just then, a calm voice resonated from the doorway. "What is happening during work hours?" As the words were spoken, Lin Chao entered the room. The previously arrogant Old Zhang immediately deflated upon seeing Lin Chao, rushing forward to point at Song Xiaoya and exclaiming, "Minister Lin, let me explain. Song Xiaoya was just here making baseless claims, saying she's the project team leader now. Isn't that ridiculous?" Lin Chao, however, paid him no heed, casting a glance around the room before calmly announcing, "Group leader Liu has personal matters to attend to and has taken an extended leave. From this point forward, group leader Song Xiaoya will assume leadership of the project team. She will oversee the office tasks. Anyone interested may approach me." The entire assembly was momentarily stunned, gazing at Lin Chao with expressions of disbelief. Could this be true? Old Zhang, recovering from a shock, quickly interjected, "Minister Lin, Minister Chao had promised that I would take over as the project team leader. How has it come to her instead?" Lin Chao turned to Old Zhang and replied coolly, "Then you may seek Minister Chao for your arrangement." Caught off guard, Old Zhang nearly choked on his words, swallowing hard before pointing at Song Xiaoya and exclaiming, "Minister Lin, you have always treated her well, yet when you faced setbacks, she openly opposed you. Everyone has noticed. She is nothing but an ungrateful wretch. How can you still trust her?" Lin Chao regarded him without a hint of politeness, stating, "No wonder your work yields no results. It appears your mind is consumed with such trivial matters. Given this, I shall assign you a position more befitting your talents. Effective today, you are relieved of your current duties. Sister Li, who cleans the office, is on leave. You will take over her responsibilities. No. Old Zhang shrieked in protest. Minister Lin, I was wrong. I will work diligently from now on. Please grant me another chance. Once an office clerk, now he was relegated to the role of a cleaner. Facing a substantial decrease in income and, more significantly, a drastic fall in status, his pride shattered. He could not accept such a fate and looked at Lin Chao with desperate pleading. Yet Lin Chao remained unyielding, asserting mistakes must come with consequences. Old Zhang was left speechless. Lin Chao then turned to Song Xiaoya, group leader Song. Several project proposals have been pending for far too long without results. Please arrange for everyone to work overtime starting today. If we do not produce results by the deadline, this month's bonuses will be forfeited. With that, he dismissed the astonished crowd and departed. The tiger does not need to roar to assert its dominance. Alas, he was not to be underestimated. Upon returning to his office, he sat down, swiftly reminded of his precarious situation. Until the issues with Xiang Hui were resolved, he could not even think of standing in for anyone. He might very well find himself packing his bags. How could he navigate this predicament? He picked up his phone and sent a message to Sister Lan, briefly outlining his current struggles, but received no reply. Perhaps she was too busy. He remained uncertain if his assumption regarding Sister Lan's high-ranking position was accurate, and whether she would come to his aid this time. Lin Chao set down his phone, frustration mounting as he lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Just then, his phone vibrated multiple times. He glanced at the screen to find a message from a financially struggling acquaintance. Hey, let us play around. Lin Chao couldn't help but smile wryly, mate. I'm on the verge of being kicked out. I simply do not possess the spirit for that right now. Impoverished to the point of merely possessing wealth. What is the matter? Did you not perform well at work and achieve the position of minister? Lin Chao, what does it matter if my work is commendable? The crux of the issue is that someone has set their sights on me. With a heart heavy with frustration, Lin Chao recounted the events, concluding with indignation. You say I am engaged in the blatant misconduct of drawing an empty salary. What have I erred? Just because of this, Xiang Hui has targeted me, intent on bringing me down. What is this nonsense? My friend, I must tell you, the upper echelons operate this way. This company is utterly rotten. What future is there for me here? I am contemplating leaving, impoverished to the point of merely possessing wealth. Such phenomena are isolated incidents and do not signify a flaw within the company. Lingyun Group has thrived for decades and continues to flourish, indicating that the organization is sound. You need not be so pessimistic. Furthermore, you are not at fault in this matter. I stand by you. Lin Chao gave a bitter smile. My friend, your support is futile. Xiang Hui does not support me. Impoverished to the point of merely possessing wealth. In that case, disregard Xiang Hui. Your work is the foundation of your position. As long as you fulfill your responsibilities in 3 days, no one can touch you. After all, the company is not solely governed by Xiang Hui. Lin Chao sighed. 3 days to clean up the mess left by Chao Chong is no trivial task. Impoverished to the point of merely possessing wealth. Regardless of the difficulty, you must strive. Xiang Hui is not wrong. Now that you occupy this position, you must shoulder the responsibility. If you cannot perform your duties, discussing anything else is futile. Work diligently. I believe hard work will yield rewards. Stay strong. Lin Chao finally nodded. Since the situation has reached this point, I shall treat this dead horse as if it were alive. My friend, thank you for your encouragement. When you visit Haicheng, I shall treat you to a fine drink. Impoverished to the point of merely possessing wealth. Yes, do not hesitate to reach out if you encounter any troubles. Lin Chao exited and promptly called Song Xiaoya. Xiaoya, please compile the company's accounts receivable and send it to me. Song Xiaoya acknowledged and soon forwarded the documents to Lin Chao. After reviewing them, Lin Chao pointed to Haicheng Mining at the top and murmured, You owe the most. It's you. He picked up the phone and called the sales manager for this project. Manager Zhao, please come to my office. Shortly after, a young woman knocked and entered. With her hair styled in a bun, revealing her graceful, swan-like neck, her features were exquisite, resembling a painting. Dressed in a white shirt and a form-fitting skirt that showcased her stunning figure, she was undeniably a beauty. She was none other than Zhao Wanqing, the sales manager for the project. Chapter 63, A Drink, 100,000. Zhao Wanqing regarded Lin Chao with respect and spoke. Minister Lin, you summoned me? Lin Chao gestured for Zhao Wanqing to take a seat and then got straight to the point. Manager Zhao, I wish to discuss the accounts receivable from Haicheng Mining. It has now been overdue for 2 months, yet the payment has not been received. What is the situation? Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanqing's delicate face fell. Initially, she had sold a batch of properties to Haiqing Mining, and the first 2 payments had been promptly received. However, the final payment was being evaded with various excuses. My legs are nearly worn out from running around, yet to no avail. The pressure on me is immense, but I genuinely find myself at a loss. How is this issue handled when Chao Chong was around? Lin Chao inquired, looking at Zhao Wanqing. Don't mention him. Just thinking about him infuriates me. Zhao Wanqing replied. Her teeth clenched in frustration. I reported this situation to him, seeking assistance. But not only did he refuse to help, he criticized my performance, stating that no one could assist me. He even set a deadline, threatening that if I failed to recover the funds by then, I would be dismissed. What kind of leader is that? Utterly worthless. Let us go to Haiqing Mining and meet their boss. Lin Chao declared decisively. Are you truly coming with me? Zhao Wanqing's eyes sparkled with hope. Lin Chao nodded with a smile. When an employee faces difficulties, it is the leader's duty to provide necessary support. I believe this is part of my responsibilities. Zhao Wanqing's eyes gleamed with gratitude as she rose to her feet, saying, Minister Lin, just this alone makes you far superior to Minister Chao. Even if I end up having to leave without recovering the receivables, I am immensely thankful to you. Lin Chao returned her smile as they left the company and drove to Haiqing Mining. Zhao Wanqing was evidently irregular here, as the security did not even stop them. They arrived at the chairman's office, knocked, and entered, where Lin Chao saw a portly man seated in the boss's chair, engrossed in a phone call. This was none other than Qin Chuan, the owner of Haiqing Mining. Upon seeing Zhao Wanqing, he put down the phone and greeted her warmly. Manager Zhao, please take a seat. Zhao Wanqing introduced Lin Chao. This is our market department's Minister Lin Chao. Qin Chuan welcomed him enthusiastically. Minister Lin, please have a seat. Once seated, Zhao Wanqing got straight to the point. President Qin, the payment for the properties is already 2 months overdue. Can we settle this? If this drags on, I might lose my job. Please have mercy. Qin Chuan raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness, saying, My dear, I don't wish to put you in a difficult position. I am aware that the payment is overdue, but I've encountered some issues lately and funds are tight. There's nothing I can do. However, rest assured, once I have the money, you'll be the first to receive it. Zhao Wanqing inwardly cursed, deeming his words mere platitudes. Yet what could she do? The debtor was in a position of power, so she could only swallow her pride and speak kindly. However, Qin Chuan's lamentations surpassed her own, leaving her momentarily speechless. Feeling helpless, Zhao Wanqing turned to Lin Chao, who was about to speak when a bespectacled man entered, pushing a wheelchair occupied by a young woman. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, and though her complexion was somewhat pale, her beauty was undeniable. The bespectacled man addressed Qin Chuan respectfully. Chairman Qin, I have brought the young lady. Qin Chuan shook his head in resignation. Expert Liu cannot attend today. Please take the young lady back for now. As Zhao Wanqing gazed at Lin Chao, she introduced, This is my daughter, Liu Yao, a remarkably healthy young girl. However, 3 months ago, she suddenly lost strength in both her legs. Despite consulting numerous doctors, there has been no improvement. Alas, it has left me in despair. A pained expression crossed Qin Chuan's face. Lin Chao glanced at Qin Liu Yao before turning to Qin Chuan. Mr. Qin, I have studied traditional Chinese medicine. Would you allow me to give Miss Qin a massage? You? Qin Chuan looked at Lin Chao and shook his head. I have sought help from many renowned physicians, yet to no avail, so perhaps we should refrain from this. Lin Chao continued, Why not give a try? Massage has no adverse effects. After all, Qin Chuan replied bluntly, Minister Lin, I understand your intentions, but it is futile. I truly lack the funds at present. Lin Chao shook his head. My purpose here is solely to heal. It bears no relation to debts. Even if you offer me nothing, it matters not. With that, he rose and approached Qin Liu Yao's wheelchair, lifting one of her legs onto his lap and commencing a vigorous massage. With Lin Chao's determination laid bare, Qin Chuan felt he could not refuse any longer. What if a miracle were to occur? Lin Chao massaged for a full 20 minutes before finally releasing his hands. Qin Chuan hurried to Qin Liu Yao, asking anxiously, Liu Yao, do you feel anything? Qin Liu Yao shook her head. Disappointment washed over Qin Chuan's face. Lin Chao interjected, Mr. Qin, it may take some time before any effects are felt. Qin Chuan could only shake his head in resignation. It seemed like mere deception. Yet observing Lin Chao, who was drenched in sweat from the effort, Qin Chuan felt reluctant to speak harshly. He said to Lin Chao, Minister Lin, regardless of the outcome, I appreciate your efforts. As it approaches noon, please join me for a meal. He then led Lin Chao and Zhao Wanqing to the VIP dining area of the company. Shortly thereafter, the dishes and drinks were served. Zhao Wanqing filled a glass and presented it to Qin Chuan, transitioning to the main topic at hand. Mr. Qin, please show some compassion for my sister and settle that accounts receivable. Sister, I have told you already, I truly have no funds, Qin Chuan replied, shaking his head. In the next moment, he looked at Zhao Wanqing and said, since you have brought it up so boldly, I cannot refuse you entirely. He gestured towards a glass in front of him. How about this? A drink for 100,000. For every glass you drink, I will pay that amount. Does that sound acceptable? But this glass holds 2 tails. I do not have a strong tolerance for alcohol. How many can I drink? How much can I possibly reclaim? Qin Chuan spread his hands in defeat. Then I am at a loss. Fine, I shall drink. Zhao Wanqing, determined, lifted a glass, ready to down it. But Lin Chao raised his hand to stop her, saying calmly, with me here, how can I allow a lady to bear the brunt? Let me handle this. You keep count. Upon hearing Lin Chao's chivalrous words, Zhao Wanqing's eyes brightened with admiration. Without further ado, Lin Chao raised his glass and swiftly downed it, followed by a second and third. Eventually, he felt a burning pain in his throat and his stomach churned with the alcohol. He paused, holding the glass. Zhao Wanqing looked at Lin Chao and quickly urged, Minister Lin, you mustn't drink any more. Lin Chao gazed at Zhao Wanqing and inquired, how many cups has it been? 15 cups. Zhao Wanqing promptly replied, not enough. Lin Chao declared, tilting his head back to gulp down another drink, then reaching for another glass. Zhao Wanqing, alarmed by Lin Chao's pallid complexion, urged, Minister Lin, you mustn't drink any more. Qin Chuan, noticing that Lin Chao had reached his limit, joined in, saying, brother, I concur. You truly cannot drink any further. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Chao bowed his head and began to vomit uncontrollably. Zhao Wanqing hurried over to pat his back. After a prolonged bout, Lin Chao straightened up, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and, taking a cup of tea, rinsed his mouth. He turned to Zhao Wanqing and asked, how many cups has it been? 23 cups. She quickly answered, still not enough. Lin Chao responded, extending his hand to grasp another glass of liquor, preparing to down it. Upon seeing this, Zhao Wanqing screamed, snatched the cup away, and cradled Lin Chao's head in her arms, urgently exclaiming, you cannot drink any more, or you risk severe gastric bleeding. It's fine, I can still drink. Lin Chao mumbled, but the next moment, the effects of the alcohol surged within him, and he succumbed, collapsing into Zhao Wanqing's embrace. Chapter 64. 8 While later, Lin Chao groggily regained consciousness, his head pounding. At that moment, he heard Zhao Wanqing's voice. You're awake at last. You nearly scared me to death. She quickly handed him a glass of water, which he gulped down, then asked, has Chairman Qin settled the payment? Unable to contain herself, Zhao Wanqing exclaimed, do you have any idea of the state you've reduced yourself to? Now you're talking about money. Yes, money is important, but it pales in comparison to life. You must never push yourself to such extremes again. Understood? Lin Chao smiled wryly and shook his head. Everyone knows that earning money is arduous and requires sacrifice. Without some cost, how could one earn? Now tell me, did he pay up? Oh, you. Zhao Wanqing sighed in exasperation. Chairman Qin remarked that after so many years in the business world, he has never seen anyone gamble their life like you. He was moved by your tenacity, so he said one drink would equate to $1 million. Lin Chao beamed with satisfaction. 23 million. This trip was worth it. Before he could finish, a voice called out urgently from outside, not 23 million, but I will settle all debts in full. Qin Chuan soon entered the room. All debts settled? Zhao Wanqing turned, astonished, and exclaimed. Qin Chuan nodded emphatically, yes, all settled. Zhao Wanqing was utterly bewildered. After 2 months of tireless efforts and persuasive words, nearly begging Qin Chuan, she had not secured a single cent. Yet Lin Chao, with just a drink, resolved all issues? It was utterly absurd. However, the true reason soon became apparent as Qin Chuan approached the bedside, grasping Lin Chao's hand with fervor. Brother, I must tell you, my daughter has stood up. She truly has. You cannot imagine the distress this situation has caused me. Yet today you have helped me resolve a significant dilemma. I thank you, sincerely. Tears welled in his eyes as he spoke. Lin Chao, in a weakened state, replied, it was merely a small effort on my part. What may be a trivial task for you is in fact, a life-saving grace for me. You have rescued my daughter and, consequently, my entire family, Qin Chuan exclaimed with fervor. Thus, I must express my heartfelt gratitude to you. He then produced 2 bank cards and handed them to Lin Chao and Zhao Wanqing. That debt is owed to your company, and this is a personal gift for you. Zhao Wanqing, who had always been the one delivering items to Qin Chuan, was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Observing her momentary daze, Lin Chao chuckled and remarked, Chairman Qin's modest token of appreciation should not be refused. Accept it. Only then did Zhao Wanqing take the bank cards. Qin Chuan, looking at Lin Chao with a grin, said, Brother, there is one more matter. I once vowed that whoever healed my daughter would receive my profound gratitude. To the elder physician, I shall offer my daughter as a goddaughter, and to the younger one, I shall bestow her upon his girlfriend. Henceforth, my daughter shall be your girlfriend. Lin Chao quickly shook his head. Chairman Qin, please do not jest. Yet, Qin Chuan maintained a serious demeanor. This concerns my daughter's lifelong happiness. How could I jest? Thus, tonight, do not leave. You shall directly enter the bridal chamber. Tomorrow, bring your identification and household registration to complete the marriage formalities, for it seems the youth of today prefer to board the train before purchasing their tickets. Coughing, Lin Chao nearly choked. How could one board the train before buying the ticket? He struggled to rise and looked at Zhao Wanqing. It is getting late. Assist me in leaving quickly. He then hurriedly got off the bed, leaning on Zhao Wanqing as they rushed toward the exit. Behind them, Qin Chuan called out, Brother, no. Son-in-law, do not depart. You must consummate your marriage with my daughter tonight. Lin Chao nearly stumbled, taken aback by Qin Chuan's audacity. Once in the car, Zhao Wanqing drove away, glancing at Lin Chao in the passenger seat with a smile. Qin Chuan's daughter is quite beautiful, and considering she's his only child, the family fortune would ultimately fall into your hands if you became his son-in-law. What a splendid opportunity. Why would you refuse? Lin Chao shot her a glare. Do I appear to be someone who would rely on others? Zhao Wanqing assessed Lin Chao from head to toe, earnestly stating, You are handsome and fit. You possess the ideal attributes to be supported by someone. Lin Chao. Zhao Wanqing could not contain her laughter. Moments later. She stopped the car, retrieved the bank card from her pocket, and extended it to Lin Chao. This is for you. Lin Chao looked at Zhao Wanqing with confusion. What does this mean? Zhao Wanqing replied directly. During my previous business trips with Chao Chong, any valuable gifts received had to be given to him. It has become a custom. Therefore, this card is yours. Lin Chao shook his head resolutely. Chao Chong is one thing, and I am another. Since this is meant for you, you should accept it. There is no justification for me to take it. Zhao Wanqing gazed at Lin Chao, her eyes suddenly moistening. Lin Chao, feeling helpless, said, Manager Zhao, it is merely 50,000 yuan. There is no need for such emotion. It is necessary. Zhao Wanqing rubbed her eyes. Minister Lin, you do not understand. For the past 2 months, due to my inability to recover this debt, Chao Chong has directly halted my salary payments. I not only strive to live, but I'm also burdened with a substantial mortgage. You may find it amusing, yet I presently possess a mere 300 yuan. Is this not a considerable predicament? Furthermore, this amount will eventually be reimbursed, which would entitle me to a handsome bonus. Does that not add to the gravity of my situation? Moreover, failing to settle this debt could result in my dismissal. Thus, you have safeguarded my employment. Is that not a matter of significance? She bit her crimson lip and gazed at Lin Chao, saying, Minister Lin, I must express my gratitude to you. Shall I become your girlfriend? Just as Lin Chao took a sip of water, he was utterly taken aback, and the liquid erupted from his mouth, splattering onto Zhao Wanqing. Her white blouse became drenched, clinging to her form and rendering it nearly translucent, revealing the contours of the black undergarment beneath. Zhao Wanqing gasped, I'm freezing. This shirt is unwearable. With that, she unfastened the buttons, revealing her flawless, porcelain skin and the alluring silhouette that the half-cup bra could no longer conceal, fully presenting itself before Lin Chao. Upon witnessing such a breathtaking sight, Lin Chao's eyes widened in astonishment. However, he quickly regained his composure and turned his head away, adhering to the principle of propriety. Zhao Wanqing seemed to realize the situation as her cheeks flushed, slowly fastening her buttons once more, and then shyly said, Lin Chao, please be my boyfriend. Lin Chao hastily shook his head. Wanqing, I understand your desire to express gratitude, but there is truly no need for such gestures. This is merely my duty. Observing Lin Chao's bashful demeanor, Zhao Wanqing's eyes sparkled even brighter. Upon arriving before Lin Chao's residential complex, she tilted her head and smiled. Lin Chao, won't you invite me up for a visit? Chapter 65. Caught by my daughter? Noticing the gleam in Zhao Wanqing's eyes, Lin Chao quickly turned away, saying, it's getting late. Let us do this another day. Watching Lin Chao's face flush with embarrassment, Zhao Wanqing chuckled. All right, I shall await your invitation. With that, she drove away. Lin Chao exhaled a long sigh of relief, realizing that Zhao Wanqing, who typically appeared demure, could indeed be quite overwhelming when bold. Just as he was about to head back into the complex, a languid voice interrupted him. Lin Chao, that girl is rather beautiful. Turning around, he beheld a woman leaning against a Maybach, wearing a playful smile. It was none other than Gu Xiaoman, the wife of Chao Chong. Gu Xiaoman, adorned with light makeup, resembled a blooming peony, radiating allure. She wore a form-fitting beige top that struggled to contain her ample bosom, paired with a flowing black pleated skirt that danced in the breeze, revealing her exquisite legs. Standing there, she emanated a mature charm, exuding endless temptation, causing one to instinctively wish to embrace her tenderly. However, Lin Chao merely cast a glance and turned to walk away. The thought of her connection with Xiang Hui left him feeling uneasy. Now that Chao Chong had been subdued, there was no need for any further entanglement with her. Seeing Lin Chao's abrupt departure, Gu Xiaoman was momentarily taken aback, but soon she chuckled, oh, how heartless you are. Lin Chao, however, paid her no mind and continued walking forward. Gu Xiaoman, with a smile, remarked, Lin Chao, remember that time at the hotel when you bumped into me? I recorded a video. If you continue to ignore me, I might accidentally send it out. Lin Chao abruptly halted, turning to face Gu Xiaoman, glaring at her coldly as he said, Gu Xiaoman, what do you intend to do? Gu Xiaoman gazed at Lin Chao with a melancholic expression and replied, I simply miss you and want to see you. Why are you being so fierce? Lin Chao, still under the influence of alcohol, turned to look at Gu Xiaoman, his demeanor darkening as he threatened, Gu Xiaoman, if you dare to pester me again, don't blame me for being rude. He believed this would intimidate her. But Gu Xiaoman stood tall, a defiant look on her face as she challenged, come on, show me how you can be rude. Lin Chao was utterly speechless and turned to leave. Yet Gu Xiaoman chuckled and said, Lin Chao isn't joking with you. I have something important to discuss. With that, she opened the car door and urged, get in. If you dare to leave, I will follow you home. Unable to bear the disturbance any longer, Lin Chao reluctantly turned and got into the car, looking at Gu Xiaoman and saying, what is it? Speak. Just as Gu Xiaoman was about to respond, a knock echoed on the car window, followed by a woman's voice from outside, Mom. Ying. Gu Xiaoman gasped, lifting a hand to cover Lin Chao's mouth as she said, Ying, is there something you need? Mom, I saw your car. I can't believe it's really you. What are you doing here? Chao Ying asked, puzzled. I came here to find a friend. Gu Xiaoman quickly replied, I'm also here to meet a friend. Can you transfer some money to my account? I'm out of cash. Chao Ying said, all right, I'll send it right away. Gu Xiaoman promptly agreed, grabbing her phone to transfer money to Chao Ying. With Lin Chao still present and her daughter outside, she felt anxious about being caught, so she hastily completed the transaction and added, come home early. Don't stay out late. She hoped for Chao Ying to leave quickly, but instead, Ying inquired, Mom, why does your voice sound strange? Let me see you. With that, the sound of her pulling at the car door followed. Gu Xiaoman's heart leaped into her throat. This could lead to a scandal. Fortunately, Lin Chao had the foresight to lock the doors, preventing access. Gu Xiaoman quickly said, I'm fine, just a bit tired and wanting to rest. You should go. Mom, I'm still worried. Please open the door. The sound of Chao Ying pulling at the door continued. Gu Xiaoman was in complete disarray. If the door opened while she was with Lin Chao, all would be revealed. What a predicament. Luckily, Chao Ying's phone rang urgently, and after answering, she said, Mom, my friend is calling me. I'll head over now. Soon, the sound of footsteps receding could be heard, and Gu Xiaoman let out a sigh of relief. Looking at Lin Chao with lingering anxiety as she said, she has gone now. If we had been caught, it would have been a disaster. Lin Chao regarded Gu Xiaoman and replied, it seems we have nothing between us. Even if your daughter were to see us, what of it? Gu Xiaoman smiled seductively. Why not let something happen between us next? Lin Chao reached for the car door. Seeing that Lin Chao was genuinely upset, Gu Xiaoman burst into laughter and said, I was just teasing you. On a serious note, I've heard about your conflict with Xiang Hui. Since I consider him a friend, do you need me to mediate? Lin Chao secretly scoffed at the notion of friendship. Perhaps bedmates would be a more fitting term, he thought. Turning to Gu Xiaoman, he replied, "You wish to assist me despite my significant discord with Chao Chong? That logic is flawed. Just tell me outright what you want." Gu Xiaoman, with an alluring expression, confessed, "I've developed feelings for you." Lin Chao pushed Gu Xiaoman away and turned to exit the vehicle. Gu Xiaoman, losing her temper, exclaimed, "Oh dear. Why must you be so oblivious to romance? I genuinely have a favor to ask. Ying has been cooped up at home, not going to work, and that's not ideal. Could you please allow her to return to the marketing department?" Lin Chao let out a long sigh of relief, realizing that her request was merely for that. Had she not asked for anything, he would have found the situation far more daunting. "All right, I agree," he nodded decisively. Gu Xiaoman's eyes sparkled as she smiled. "I knew you were a loyal and caring young man." Lin Chao unlocked the car, opened the door, and stated, "We should minimize our contact moving forward. It wouldn't be beneficial for your daughter to find out." With that, he closed the door and walked away. Gu Xiaoman quickly drove off. Unbeknownst to them, behind a large tree, someone was taking pictures with a phone. However, after walking a few steps, the cold wind revived Lin Chao from his stupor, and he suddenly recalled his encounter with Chao Ying, regretting it deeply. It felt like he had set off a ticking time bomb. He contemplated calling Gu Xiaoman to retract his agreement, but hesitated, realizing he would struggle to explain his reasoning. Moreover, even if he opposed her, she could still approach Xiang Hui to intervene. It would be wiser to simply offer a favor. He pondered why there had been no reaction from Chao Chong and the others regarding his affair with Chao Ying. If they discovered it, they would surely confront him. Yet, their silence was perplexing. Gu Xiaoman's lack of response could be excused as she was a stepmother, but Chao Chong was her biological father. This was clearly illogical. Suddenly, an unsettling possibility struck him. Perhaps Chao Ying had not disclosed their affair to either Chao Chong or Gu Xiaoman. Lin Chao's heart raced at this realization. What was this girl planning? Yet, he quickly shook his head. He would face whatever challenges arose. He had already crossed that line, and regretting it now was futile. Upon returning home and opening the door, he was greeted by Song Xiaoya, who hurried out of the bedroom. "Teacher, why are you back so late? I was so worried," she exclaimed, rushing towards him and embracing him like a fledgling seeking warmth. It was evident that she had been changing clothes as she appeared without her outerwear, clad only in her undergarments, presenting her youthful beauty almost entirely to Lin Chao. Chapter 66. This is truly raw. Gazing upon her exquisite visage and graceful figure, Lin Chao felt an overwhelming heat surge through him, captivated by her astonishing allure. However, he quickly regained his composure, his face flushing with embarrassment as he gently pushed aside Song Xiaoya, exclaiming, "Xiaoya, I assure you, I'm perfectly fine." In his heart, he had always regarded her as both a disciple and a younger sister, rendering him unable to act upon his feelings. Suddenly, it seemed that Song Xiaoya realized the gravity of the situation. Her cheeks turned crimson as she clasped her chest and hurried into the bedroom. After donning her loungewear, she reemerged, her face still flushed, and announced, "Teacher, I prepared dinner for you. Allow me to serve it." With that, she turned and retreated to the kitchen, soon returning with a feast. Having indulged in quite a bit of wine without having eaten, Lin Chao found his stomach to be quite empty and wasted no time in digging in with gusto. A moment later, his eyes brightened as he looked at Song Xiaoya and remarked, "Xiaoya, your cooking is quite impressive." Upon hearing Lin Chao's praise, a radiant smile lit up Song Xiaoya's face. Yet, as thoughts of more pressing matters flooded her mind, she looked at Lin Chao and said, "Teacher, my colleagues are spreading rumors that President Xiang is targeting you. Should I speak to my cousin again and ask for his assistance?" Having already discerned the nature of Song Xiaoya's relationship with her cousin, Lin Chao felt a warmth in his heart, knowing she had never once asked him for favors at the company, but was willing to humble herself repeatedly for his sake. He gently shook his head and replied, "There's no need for that. I will find a way to resolve this. Nevertheless, thank you." With that, he set down his chopsticks and made his way to the bedroom. As Song Xiaoya watched Lin Chao's retreating figure, a smile of contentment graced her lips. The following morning, after enjoying breakfast, Lin Chao drove towards Zhang's livestock company, which was the second major debtor in arrears. Not long after setting out, he received a call from Huang Yating. "Brother, where are you? I need to see you." Having been helped by her on several occasions, Lin Chao had no reason to refuse a request, and thus he pulled over and shared his location. In due time, Huang Yating arrived, hopped into Lin Chao's car and cheerfully suggested, "Brother, a new amusement park has opened in the western suburbs, and they have bungee jumping. How about we go have some fun this morning?" Lin Chao smiled wryly and shook his head. "Yiting, I must pursue a debt collection matter. If I fail to recover it, my livelihood could be at stake. So I truly cannot accompany you today. I apologize. Who owes you money? Let me handle it." Huang Yiting replied with determination. "It's Zhang's livestock company," Lin Chao explained. "But it's not personal, it's a corporate debt. The company has set performance targets, and if I fail to meet them, I could lose my job." Zhang's livestock company, Huang Yiting repeated thoughtfully, then turned to Lin Chao with a smile. "Very well, I shall accompany you. As long as I can be with you, I am content." Despite his initial reluctance to bring her along, Lin Chao found himself yielding to her insistence, and, with no other option, drove Huang Yiting to Zhang's livestock company. Upon arriving, he turned to her and said, "Please wait in the car for me. I have business to attend to." Upon seeing Huang Yiting nod, Lin Chao proceeded directly to the entrance of Zhang's livestock company, where he placed 2 boxes of fine cigarettes. After registering, he ascended to the office building and arrived at the door of the chairman's office on the top floor. He knocked and entered to find a middle-aged man of short stature, clad in a suit, seated at his computer, none other than Zhang Yaowei, the owner of Zhang's livestock company. Hearing the knock, Zhang Yaowei looked up at Lin Chao, who swiftly approached with a smile, introducing himself. "Hello, Chairman Zhang, I am Lin Chao, the head of the marketing department at Lingyun Real Estate. I brought some local specialties from home for you to enjoy." With that, he placed the 2 gift boxes on Zhang Yaowei's desk. However, Zhang Yaowei did not even glance at the boxes. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Lin Chao and inquired, "What brings you here?" Lin Chao, observing Zhang Yaowei's arrogant demeanor, felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a sharp retort, thinking to himself, "Do you not have any awareness of the matter at hand?" Nevertheless, he suppressed his irritation and replied with a smile, "Chairman Zhang, the payment owed to Lingyun Real Estate has surpassed its due date. If it is convenient for you, could we settle this? Unfortunately, in the current scenario, those in debt often wield the power." Lowering one's tone was essential, as the absence of funds meant any expectation of repayment would be futile. "I have no money at present. When I do, I will settle it," Zhang Yaowei replied bluntly. Still smiling, Lin Chao responded, "Chairman Zhang, you jest. Everyone knows that the pig market has been thriving this year. Surely you must be profiting immensely. How could you possibly be short on funds? I have made some profits, but expenses are abundant, leaving me cash-strapped," Zhang Yaowei retorted impatiently. Lin Chao, undeterred by his dismissive remarks, continued, "Chairman Zhang, with a half-year assessment approaching, if I cannot recover this amount, I will not meet my targets and risk being dismissed from the company. Please do me the courtesy of repaying this debt. Even partial repayment would suffice." Before he could finish, Zhang Yaowei glared and thundered, "I said I have no money. Do you not understand? Do you think you have any standing here?" Lin Chao was momentarily taken aback, nearly choked by the audacity of his words. This man, rumored to be a nouveau riche with a rough demeanor, was indeed as crude as they said. What was he to do? Just as he found himself at a loss, a calm female voice pierced through the tension. "And what do you think my standing is here?" Upon hearing someone challenge his authority, Zhang Yaowei's temper flared, and he glared at the entrance, barking, "Who do you think you are?" Before he could finish, Huang Yiting, dressed in a blouse and short skirt, stepped into the room. Upon seeing her, Zhang Yaowei's previously haughty expression shifted dramatically, and he quickly rose to greet her, plastering on a smile. "Ah, my dear niece. Why didn't you inform me of your arrival? I would have come to welcome you. Please have a seat." Yet Huang Yiting ignored him, turning to Lin Chao. Linking her arm through his, and with narrowed eyes, she addressed him. "So you dare to disrespect my boyfriend? You still owe him money and refuse to repay? How audacious!" "What? He's your boyfriend?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yaowei's expression changed dramatically. He exclaimed in astonishment, "Niece, I truly had no idea he was your boyfriend. Otherwise, how could I have acted that way towards him?" He then turned to Lin Chao, a smile plastered on his face, and said, "Minister Lin, so you and my dear niece share this relationship. Why didn't you mention it earlier?" This situation has turned into a case of the Dragon King's temple being washed away by flood waters, a family not recognizing one another. "I apologize for what transpired earlier." Huang Yiting, however, was unrelenting as she retorted, "Enough of your nonsense. Hurry up and return the money." Upon hearing this, a look of distress instantly appeared on Zhang Yaowei's face. "My dear niece, it's not that I don't want to repay you, but my finances are rather tight at the moment. Huang Yiting shot him a glance, then wrapped her arm around Lin Chao's, turning to leave. Forget the money. Let my father come and discuss this with you later. Chapter 67. This benefit is truly tempting. No. Zhang Yaowei, upon hearing this, turned pale with fright and hurriedly shouted, Niece, I just recalled a sum of money I can allocate. I will process the transfer immediately. 20 minutes later, the two emerged from Zhang's livestock industry. Lin Chao looked at Huang Yiting, puzzled, and asked, Yiting, why is Zhang Yaowei so afraid of your father? Huang Yiting chuckled and replied, It's not so much fear. He owes my father a favor. When he was starting his pig farm, he had a conflict with the local villagers and was nearly killed. It was my father who intervened and saved his life, so he dares not act arrogantly in front of my father. She then looked at Lin Chao with a playful smile and said, Bringing me here today was certainly worthwhile. Lin Chao responded with a smile. Indeed, it was worthwhile. I owe you my thanks. Huang Yiting tilted her head and playfully remarked, After all I've done for you, even bringing my father into it, you only say thank you? That's quite insincere, don't you think? How would you like me to express my gratitude? Lin Chao inquired, having resolved to meet Huang Yiting's requests as long as they were reasonable. After all, she had indeed rendered him a significant service today. Huang Yiting's words left Lin Chao utterly flabbergasted. She directly wrapped her arms around his and, with a mischievous grin, declared, Give me a kiss. Lin Chao staggered, nearly losing his balance, and gazed at Huang Yiting in disbelief. Could such a thing truly be uttered by a young lady? He believed himself to be quite daring, but in comparison to Huang Yiting, he felt utterly outmatched. His face flushed, he stammered, Huang Yiting, could you perhaps behave a bit more appropriately? Seeing Lin Chao's crimson cheeks, Huang Yiting burst into laughter. Unable to bear it any longer, Lin Chao turned to leave, but just as he took a few steps, his phone rang urgently. He pulled out his phone to see it was Zhou Xueyao. He answered casually, greeting politely, Hello, Miss Zhou. On the other end, Zhou Xueyao's voice resonated. Lin Chao, are you available at the moment? I'm free. What would you like to discuss? Lin Chao replied nonchalantly. Zhou Xueyao shyly stated, My chest feels much better after your massage. If you have time, could you give me another massage? Oh, is that so? Lin Chao directly stated, You require subsequent treatment. As it happens, I am currently at Zhang's pastoral industry and have some free time. Why don't you come over, and I shall assist you with a massage. All right, I will hurry over. Zhou Xueyao exclaimed cheerfully before hanging up the phone. Just as Lin Chao put his phone away, he heard Huang Yiting's playful voice behind him. Wow, how long have you known each other? And you're already getting so familiar. Your progress is quite rapid. No, I want to enjoy this too. With that, she approached Lin Chao and lifted her fitted shirt. In an instant, Lin Chao was confronted with a sight that made his face flush with embarrassment. And he quickly turned his head away, scolding, Huang Yiting, Zhou Xueyao has a condition that requires my massage. What are you doing? This is just causing a ruckus. Huang Yiting turned back to face Lin Chao, grinning, Well, I have issues too. Can you help me out now? 20 minutes later, a Bentley roared to a stop beside Lin Chao. Zhou Xueyao stepped out and looked at Lin Chao, saying, Lin Chao, we can begin. Begin what? Huang Yiting asked with a smile as she walked over to Zhou Xueyao from behind Lin Chao. Yiting, Zhou Xueyao exclaimed in surprise. What are you doing here? Huang Yiting replied with a grin. Don't change the subject. Tell me what we are starting. Begin, Zhou Xueyao stammered, her face turning crimson as she struggled to articulate. Start with a chest massage. Such words she found difficult to utter. Seeing Zhou Xueyao's flushed face, Huang Yiting burst into laughter. Lin Chao shot a glare at Huang Yiting and then turned to Zhou Xueyao, saying, Ignore her, get in the car. I will start your massage right away. Zhou Xueyao nodded and climbed into the car, reclining in the back seat. As Lin Chao prepared to begin, the front passenger door swung open, and Huang Yiting hopped in, glancing at Zhou Xueyao's chest and exclaiming, Wow, just a few days apart, and you've grown so much. It seems this massage really works. Ah, Zhou Xueyao gasped, quickly pushing Lin Chao's hand away, looking at Huang Yiting with indignation. You little rascal, why did you come in here? Huang Yiting shrugged nonchalantly. What's the big deal? We've shared a bed before. I know your body well enough. You have nothing to be shy about. Zhou Xueyao was left speechless. That was just us two. Now there's a man here. It's not the same. At this point, Lin Chao grew anxious. He had important matters to attend to and no time to linger. He turned to Zhou Xueyao. Miss Zhou, we are here for treatment, not for anything indecent, so there's no need for modesty. Besides, she is still your close friend. Blushing, Zhou Shuiyao finally released Lin Chao's hand. Without further delay, Lin Chao placed his hands on Zhou Shuiyao's chest, ready to begin the massage, when Huang Youting remarked seriously, "Bro, with how big my best friend's assets are, the texture must be delightful." Lin Chao, Zhou Shuiyao. After a brief massage, Huang Youting spoke again, "Brother, I believe that massaging over clothing cannot compare to direct contact with the skin. Why not let my friend take off her top? Get lost." Lin Chao and Zhou Shuiyao shouted in unison. Huang Youting pouted and said, "T-Sich, after watching for so long, I've seen nothing interesting. You two carry on." With that, she turned and exited the vehicle. Lin Chao was left with a sense of exasperation, wondering why it was always about their enjoyment. What a bold girl. Zhou Shuiyao's delicate face flushed with embarrassment, and she quickly closed her eyes. Gazing at Zhou Shuiyao's exquisite visage and feeling the softness beneath his hands, Lin Chao experienced a surge of warmth. However, he quickly suppressed his rising emotions and focused on the massage. She had entrusted her treatment to him, demonstrating her belief in his integrity. He could not betray that trust, especially since she had assisted him in securing the contract with Lingnan Pharmaceutical. He felt an added sense of respect for Zhou Shuiyao. After half an hour, Lin Chao withdrew his hands and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He looked at Zhou Shuiyao and said, "All right, let us continue another day." With a breathtaking beauty lying before him, the act of massaging was quite a challenge for Lin Chao. Zhou Shuiyao sat up, adjusted her clothing, and blushed as she said, "Lin Chao, thank you so much. Let me treat you to lunch." Lin Chao shook his head and smiled wryly. "I can't. I have matters to attend to." He explained his unfinished sales targets. "I need to gather the department staff for a meeting to see if we can boost the sales figures in the next couple of days. Otherwise, I might be forced to leave." Zhou Shuiyao pouted. "If you have to leave, then just go. What is so special about Lingyun Real Estate? You might as well quit and come work for us. You're a department head there, right? I could talk to my father and have you come over as general manager. Your salary would double, along with stock options, dividends, and all the benefits." Lin Chao felt an enticing allure at the mention of such benefits. However, he quickly steadied his thoughts. Lu Yun, Qiao Wei, and Song Xiao were still at Lingyun Real Estate. What would happen to them if he left? Thus, he smiled at Zhou Shuiyao and replied, "If I truly cannot stay there, I will come to you. But I need to find a way to complete my tasks. Even if I leave, I prefer to resign honorably rather than be unceremoniously ousted like a dog. That would be too humiliating." Zhou Shuiyao pondered for a moment and said, "All right then, but you don't need to go back for a meeting to rally your subordinates. I'll handle that. Are you really going to have your father buy a house?" Lin Chao quickly shook his head. "Your father just bought one. There is no need for that. I can't let him go through that just to help me." He felt a twinge of guilt about taking advantage of others. Zhou Shuiyao smiled and clarified, "It's not my father. It's his friend, Mr. Feng Chong from Haiqing Food Company. He is looking to invest in a real estate project and plans to purchase several properties. I can simply mention it to him." She picked up the phone, contemplating for a moment before suggesting, "Let us go directly to the company to find him. It would be prudent to have him sign the contract on the spot. You drive, and we shall seek out Uncle Feng." Lin Chao complied, exited the vehicle, took the driver's seat, started the engine, and prepared to depart. At that moment, however, a voice called out from the side, "Wait, I'm coming too." Huang Youting exclaimed, pulling open the car door and climbing inside. She glared at the two of them and asked, "What are you two up to? Planning to check into a hotel? Are we? Such delightful news. And yet I was not invited. Have you forgotten about our friendship?" Lin Chao nearly swerved the car into a ditch, taken aback by her audacity. Zhou Shuiyao, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, shot Huang Youting a glare and retorted, "You silly girl, what nonsense are you spouting? We are merely going to discuss business, all right?" Observing the awkwardness of the two, Huang Youting erupted in laughter. "Oh, how amusing it is to tease you both." Half an hour later, the group arrived at Haiqing Food Company. Zhou Shuiyao, evidently a frequent visitor, guided Lin Chao effortlessly to the 5th floor, heading towards the chairman's office. Not far along the way, Lin Chao spotted two individuals approaching, engaged in cheerful banter, standing rather close to one another in an affectionate manner. Instantly, he frowned. It was none other than his ex-girlfriend, Qin Shuang, accompanied by her new boyfriend, Sun Jie. Qin Shuang, gazing at Sun Jie, radiated warmth and affection. Her demeanor a stark contrast to the cold indifference she had shown Lin Chao. "Darling, I desire to purchase a handbag," she cooed, clinging to Sun Jie's arm. Sun Jie, evidently in high spirits, readily agreed by it, You are truly wonderful, Qin Shuang exclaimed joyfully. By the way, dear, my old car is simply too shabby. It's south quite embarrassing to drive. I have my eye on a new sedan. Could you help me purchase it? Buy it. Sun Jie replied without hesitation, smiling. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuang became ecstatic. Oh, darling, you are simply the best. When we return, I promise to adopt whatever posture you wish. You can have your way. Is that so? That makes me incredibly happy. Sun Jie laughed triumphantly. However, just as his laughter faded, he spotted Lin Chao and the others across from him, his eyes widening in surprise. Lin Chao, what brings you here? He inquired, preoccupied with her conversation with Sun Jie. Qin Shuang turned at the sound of his voice, and her expression darkened immediately. What are you doing here? Do I need to spell it out? You're here to pester me again, aren't you? I've already told you that you are unworthy of me. There is no possibility for us anymore. Do you think your persistence will yield any results? It's impossible. A toad can never aspire to eat swan meat. Before Lin Chao could respond, Zhou Shuiyao shot a pointed remark at Qin Shuang. Lin Chao is here for a different reason. He has come to discuss the property purchase with Director Feng. And what does that have to do with you? Sun Jie, casting a glance at Lin Chao, remarked, So you've become a salesperson now, Lin Chao? Weren't you the manager at the Lingyun Real Estate Nanchao project? How did you end up as a salesperson? Qin Shuang spoke without reservation, asserting that lacking real talent and merely engaging in empty rhetoric was unworthy of attention. It was evident that the project manager's position was merely a result of sheer luck, and now it seemed he had reverted to his original state. Sun Jie, looking at Lin Chao, expressed his frustration, recalling the last incident at the Nanjiao project where Lin Chao had arrogantly sabotaged his efforts, resulting in significant financial loss. Yet, he felt a peculiar gratitude towards Lin Chao, for that very incident had propelled him into a career in real estate sales. Today, he had secured a substantial deal with Chairman Feng, and he couldn't help but boast about his earnings of 2 million. Lin Chao, he taunted, would likely never amass such wealth. With a dismissive air, he wrapped an arm around Qin Shuang and smugly declared that her departure from Lin Chao was due to his cowardice, asserting that only by being with him could she hope for a prosperous life. He then turned to Qin Shuang with a grin, playfully asking for a kiss. To everyone's surprise, Qin Shuang actually leaned in and planted a kiss on Sun Jie's cheek. Sun Jie, reveling in his triumph, laughed heartily at Lin Chao. However, Huang Yiting, witnessing this scene, was instantly incensed. With a sharp scream, she rushed over and delivered a resounding slap to Sun Jie, exclaiming her outrage. Qin Shuang, taken aback, chastised Huang Yiting for her barbarity and unjustified aggression. Before she could finish her sentence, Huang Yiting retaliated with a slap of her own, gritting her teeth as she rebuked Qin Shuang for defending her friend's honor and questioned her audacity. Fuming, Qin Shuang demanded to know who Huang Yiting thought she was to act so brazenly, threatening to involve her parents. Huang Yiting, placing her hands on her hips, coolly introduced herself and her father, Huang Biao, suggesting that she could facilitate a meeting if Qin Shuang desired. The revelation of her lineage shocked Sun Jie, who had never anticipated that this woman held such a formidable background. His demeanor shifted to one of caution as he quickly intervened, attempting to downplay the situation by claiming that Lin Chao's distress stemmed from his recent losses, and that it was unnecessary to engage with someone so beneath them. After all, they were on the brink of wealth from their new deal, and squabbling with Lin Chao would only tarnish their dignity. However, before he could finish, Zhou Shuiyao interjected calmly, declaring that as long as she was present, the deal would not come to fruition. Sun Jie, unfamiliar with her, burst into laughter, deriding her assertion as inconsequential and questioning her intelligence. He turned to Lin Chao, mocking the presence of such a woman, who, while perhaps attractive, seemed to lack common sense. The atmosphere was punctuated by Qin Shuang's laughter, joining Sun Jie in derision. As the voices of the two individuals faded, the door to the chairman's office swung open, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a suit, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Who is causing this commotion?" It was none other than Feng Chong, the chairman of Haiqing Food Company. Upon spotting Feng Chong, Sun Jie instantly transformed, akin to a child seeing their father, and hastened to put on a congenial smile, exclaiming, "Chairman Feng, it is merely two fools." He then gestured toward Zhou Shuiyao, suppressing his laughter, and continued, "Do you know what this woman just claimed? She asserted that with him between us, the deal cannot be finalized. Oh dear, even fools have become such blusterous talkers. Isn't it laughable? Unable to contain himself, he burst into hearty laughter. However, Feng Chong paid him no heed and swiftly approached Zhou Shuyao, grasping her hand with a smile, saying, "My dear niece, what brings you here? You should have given me a heads up so I could come and greet you." Niece? Zhou Shuyao was indeed Feng Chong's niece. Sun Jia felt as though he had been struck by a heavy blow, his complexion paling instantly. He hurriedly approached Feng Chong with a forced smile, saying, "Chairman Feng, I truly was unaware she was your relative. I misspoke earlier. Please do not take offense." Feng Chong turned to Sun Jia, his tone unyielding. "The contract signed just now is null and void. I shall never collaborate with someone of your ilk again. Furthermore, I will make this known, ensuring you will find it impossible to conduct business with my associates in the future." "No," Sun Jia exclaimed, his voice filled with despair. "Chairman Feng, I was wrong. I beg you for another chance. I shall never dare again." Yet, Feng Chong remained unmoved. Sun Jia then turned to Zhou Shuyao, pleading, "Andy, I apologize. I implore you to intercede on my behalf with Chairman Feng and spare me." Zhou Shuyao regarded him coldly, stating, "Did I not say that with my presence? Your contract would not be finalized? Now you believe me? To insult my friend, this is the outcome you deserve." Sun Jia looked at Lin Chao. Disbelief etched across his face. How could this man possess such formidable friends? Feng Chong smiled at Zhou Shuyao, asking, "Niece, do you have business here today?" Zhou Shuyao, wrapping her arm around Lin Chao's, replied, "This is my friend Lin Chao, the head of the marketing department at Lingyun Real Estate. He has not met his sales targets. And I heard you were planning to purchase a batch of properties, hence we wish to discuss this matter with you." Upon hearing this, Feng Chong chuckled. "What is there to discuss? Since you have spoken, I shall certainly grant the contract to Minister Lin. Come, let's proceed to sign it." With that, he warmly ushered the three into his office, leaving Qin Shuang and Sun Jia standing in the corridor, as if carved from stone, bewildered by how events had unfolded. A mere 10 minutes later, Lin Chao and the others declined Feng Chong's enthusiastic hospitality, leaving with the contract in hand. As they reached the corridor, Sun Jia hurriedly approached. A forced smile plastered across his face, addressing Lin Chao. "Minister Lin, I apologize for any offense caused earlier. I hope you can convey to Chairman Feng not to blacklist me, for without his goodwill, I shall be left with no path forward. I beg you." Lin Chao ignored him, continuing on his way, prompting Sun Jia to hastily pursue him, exclaiming, "Minister Lin, I understand your animosity towards me stems from Qin Shuang. I assure you, I will sever all ties with her. I am willing to return her to you, if that would suffice." Upon hearing Sun Jia's outrageous words, Lin Chao chuckled dismissively. "They are merely a pair of discarded shoes. Do you truly believe I regard them as treasures? Let me make it clear. I no longer covet them. Do you understand?" With that, he turned to leave. Sun Jia attempted to pursue him, but was swiftly knocked to the ground by a swift kick from Huang Yiting, who warned, "If you dare to meddle with Lin Chao again, I will end you." At that moment, Qin Shuang regained her composure and hurriedly embraced Lin Chao's arm, her face alight with joy as she exclaimed, "You are now the head of the marketing department at Lingyun Real Estate. Why didn't you tell me sooner? This situation is quite the mess. Come on, let us go home. I'll prepare a delicious meal for you." She then leaned closer, a flirtatious smile gracing her lips. "Isn't that what you've been yearning for? I'll give it to you shortly. Get away from me." Lin Chao pulled his arm free, glaring at her without an ounce of courtesy. He was utterly repulsed, lamenting his past blindness in choosing such a worthless companion. Qin Shuang, sensing his disdain, quickly interjected, "Lin Chao, you must understand, I was compelled to be with Sun Jia. My heart has always belonged to you. My relationship with him is utterly innocent, and I have reserved my most precious gift solely for you." As Lin Chao continued to walk away, Qin Shuang called out, "Lin Chao, if you don't want me, where will you find a woman as wonderful as I am?" Huang Yiting glanced at Qin Shuang before stepping closer to Lin Chao. Wrapping her arms around him with a playful smile, "Admit it, my dear, don't you think I make a better girlfriend than she does?" At that moment, Zhou Shuyao joined in, wrapping her other arm around Lin Chao, casually adding, "And don't forget about me." Witnessing this scene, Qin Shuang was left utterly dumbfounded. Either of these two could easily outshine her by leagues, and it bewildered her that both stunning beauties were willing to be Lin Chao's girlfriends. She finally felt as though she had lost something of immense value. By this time, Lin Chao and the two women had exited the food company. Yet when he attempted to extricate his arm, both women clung tightly, showing no intention of letting go. Lin Chao sighed with a wry smile, Yu Ting Xiao. The audience has departed. There is no need to continue this charade. Huang Yu Ting, with a playful grin, replied, if the two of us truly wanted to be your girlfriends, would you be opposed? 2 girlfriends? Lin Chao was taken aback, breaking into a fit of coughs. Zhou Shuyao released him, playfully punching Huang Yu Ting. Stop teasing Lin Chao. Then, turning to Lin Chao, she inquired, have you secured that deal? Did you meet your sales target? Lin Chao quickly responded, yes, I've accomplished it. Thank you so much. Shuyao, it's nearly noon. Let me treat you both to a meal. Zhou Shuyao nodded in agreement, and the trio made their way to a nearby Jinjiang hotel, where they found a private room. Huang Yating exclaimed, it's sweltering in here. With that, she discarded her outerwear, revealing only a delicate camisole beneath, exposing her slender waist and the alluring curves that the fabric could barely conceal, all laid bare before Lin Chao's gaze. As Lin Chao's eyes widened at the captivating sight, Huang Yu Ting, fully aware of his attention, did not shy away but instead approached him, bending slightly as she smiled mischievously. Is merely looking not enough? Why not touch? Coughing slightly, Lin Chao nearly choked. Huang Yu Ting burst into laughter. You mischievous girl? Always so unruly. Zhou Shuyao playfully punched Huang Yu Ting and then pulled her to sit opposite Lin Chao. Before long, the food and drinks were served. Lin Chao filled his glass and raised it toward Zhou Shuyao with genuine sincerity, saying, Shuyao, you have truly been a great help to me today. I toast to you. Zhou Shuyao clinked glasses with Lin Chao and downed her drink in one go. Meanwhile, Huang Yu Ting glared at Lin Chao, demanding, what about me? Remembering how Huang Yu Ting had also assisted him multiple times, Lin Chao filled another glass and raised it toward her, saying, Yu Ting, you have also been quite helpful. I toast to you. Only then did Huang Yu Ting smile and drink up. As Lin Chao settled back, he glanced across the table. Huang Yu Ting was exuberant, her exaggerated figure almost pressing against Lin Chao's face, while Zhou Xiao, though reserved, possessed an alluring charm that was even more captivating. Together, they represented a striking contrast of fire and ice. Lin Chao felt himself ablaze, yet he quickly lowered his gaze. Was sight to behold. However, at that moment, he sensed a delicate foot gently resting on his left foot, its toes teasingly caressing his instep before gradually climbing upward. Chapter 70. The clash with Xiang Hui begins. Lin Chao realized it was Huang Yu Ting's mischief. He lifted his gaze to glare at her, ready to speak, but was taken aback the next moment. He felt another petite foot pressing against his right foot. The sensation was cool, a stark contrast to Huang Yu Ting's earlier warmth. And Lin Chao instantly recognized it belonged to Zhou Shuyao. He looked up at Zhou Shuyao, who appeared to be engrossed in her meal, chatting merrily with Huang Yu Ting as if nothing were amiss. Lin Chao could hardly believe his eyes. She seemed so gentle and demure, and he had always thought of her as reserved, yet he never expected her to possess such wildness. A term suddenly flashed through Lin Chao's mind. Hidden passion. Just then, Huang Yu Ting pointed her chopsticks at a plate of green pepper and ham, scrambled eggs in front of Lin Chao, stating with utmost seriousness, Lin Chao, let me taste that ham. Overwhelmed by Huang Yu Ting's outrageous remarks, Lin Chao could no longer contain himself. He stood up, his face flushed, and said, you all enjoy your meal. I have matters to attend to. With that, he turned and left, fearing that if he stayed any longer, he might succumb to the temptations of the two women and engage in actions contrary to his morals. Upon seeing Lin Chao about to leave, Huang Yu Ting panicked and called out, don't go. We should book a room and play cards together. The thought of playing cards with the two of them made Lin Chao stagger slightly. This girl was truly bold. Once outside the hotel, he finally exhaled deeply, but just then, Shuo Lin called him. Lin Chao, please return to the company this afternoon. We need to hold a mid-year summary meeting and assess various indicators. Isn't that scheduled for tomorrow morning? Why the sudden change? Lin Chao asked, perplexed. Shuo Lin sighed and said, I too have raised this concern. But he mentioned that he has matters to attend to tomorrow, hence the meeting is rescheduled. He also remarked that whether the targets are met or not, it does not hinge on half a day. Lin Chao clenched his teeth and retorted, what matters tomorrow? This is clearly a ploy to hasten my departure. Shuo Lin, with a tone of resignation, added, this time he is using the targets as leverage, and I truly cannot speak on your behalf. I apologize. After concluding the call, Lin Chao held the phone, a sardonic smile creeping onto his face. Xiang Hui, if you intend to use this against me, you are likely to be sorely disappointed. Upon arriving at the company, as he entered his office, Song Xiaoya followed closely behind. She shut the door and approached Lin Chao. Anxiety etched across her face. Teacher, people are whispering that you will fail to meet the company's targets, and at this time, the general manager is determined to dismiss you. Is this true? Seeing the genuine concern and worry on Song Xiaoya's face warmed Lin Chao's heart, prompting him to smile and reassure her, I have already completed those targets, so they cannot use this against me. Really? Song Xiaoya exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with excitement. Teacher, you are truly amazing. Without hesitation, she embraced Lin Chao and planted a kiss on his cheek. However, in the next moment, she realized her boldness, released him, and blushed, saying, Teacher, I was just too happy. I'm relieved to hear you're fine. I must take my leave now. Flustered, she turned and hurried towards the door. Dressed in a yellow top that accentuated her slender waist and fitted jeans that highlighted her curves, her every step sent Lin Chao's heart racing. He had never noticed how attractive her silhouette was until now. The memory of her gentle kiss made his heart skip a beat. He exhaled deeply, contemplating that if he were to make any request, he was certain Song Xiaoya would not refuse. Yet the next moment, he felt a flush of embarrassment and chided himself for such thoughts. He regarded Song Xiaoya merely as a sister. Feeling a bit drowsy, Lin Chao leaned back in his chair, intending to take a brief nap. However, just as he closed his eyes, the door swung open violently, crashing against the wall with a resounding thud. Who lacked such courtesy? Lin Chao opened his eyes to find a woman standing before him. It was Chunjia. With a mocking expression, Chunjia regarded Lin Chao and said, Oh, quite comfortable, are we? But soon, you will find discomfort. Lin Chao looked at Chunjia, his voice steady as he replied, You barge in without knocking. Do you not understand etiquette? Chunjia chuckled derisively. Oh, quite assertive are we? But soon enough, you will be compliant. Let me be frank. This afternoon's meeting is aimed directly at you. It's time for you to pack your things and leave. Do you know who will take your place? Me. Henceforth, this is my domain. Why should I knock? Her expression turned cold as she continued. Originally, if you had simply signed the documents, things would have been settled. But since you dare to challenge me, this is your fate. Allow me to enlighten you. This company harbors more than just me on the payroll without actual work. Each individual on the list has their own reasons for such a situation, and they're all formidable entities you cannot afford to offend. Do you comprehend? Oh, do enlighten me about your connections that render me unable to cross you. Lin Chao inquired with genuine interest, gazing at Chunjia, leaning closer to Lin Chao's ear. Chunjia whispered, It's Director Xiang. Now you understand. Lin Chao nodded, Director Xiang, indeed. I shall inquire during the meeting about why he permits you to draw a salary without duties. Chunjia chuckled coldly. Perhaps you should first reflect on your own matters. No sooner had she spoken than Lin called Lin Chao. Lin Chao, report to the small conference room immediately. Lin Chao set down the phone, exhaling deeply. The formal confrontation with Xiang Hui is about to commence. He gathered his belongings, clutching his folder, and rose to leave. Behind him, Chunjia smugly remarked, Lin Chao, I await your return to gather your things and depart. Lin Chao merely smiled faintly, disregarding her taunt, and proceeded onward. The confrontation with Xiang Hui was imminent. Soon, Lin Chao arrived at the small conference room, where Lin and members of the marketing department were already seated. Xiang Hui occupied the central chair, his expression unyielding. Lin Chao took a seat without hesitation. Xiang Hui turned to Lin and stated bluntly, Director Shui, I have another important meeting shortly, so I will be brief. He scanned the room and continued, I will address two matters. Firstly, the year-end assessment. The sales figures and accounts receivable from the marketing department fall significantly short of the targets. According to company policy, those responsible must face the consequences. The direct accountable party, Minister Lin from the marketing department, will be dismissed. Chapter 71. I find you quite deserving of a beating. Though the attendees had sensed the impending news, hearing Xiang Hui's announcement in public elicited gasps of shock. The punishment was indeed severe. Xiang Hui surveyed the room and added, Do you believe this to be an excessive response? Let me assure you, this is the direction we are heading. Anyone failing to meet their tasks will face strict repercussions. Therefore, I urge everyone to fulfill their responsibilities diligently to avoid such consequences. He took a sip from his teacup and addressed Lin. The role of the marketing minister is crucial and must not be left vacant. We must promptly find a successor. I recommend Chunjia, the deputy manager of the marketing department, who is diligent and highly capable. If you have no objections, please submit an application for my signature, and we shall discuss it in the meeting. Everyone understood that this was not a consultation. It was a clear directive. Shui Lin wished to voice her thoughts, but ultimately sighed and nodded in agreement. Seeing Shui Lin acquiesce, Xiang Hui prepared to depart without further delay. However, Lin Chao, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. Director Xiang, please wait a moment. Xiang Hui halted, casting a cold gaze at Lin Chao. Lin Chao, failing to meet the targets means you will face punishment. Any justification you offer is futile. Do you understand? Lin Chao handed a stack of materials to Shui Lin, saying, General Shui, here is the data I just compiled. Please take a look. Shui Lin, perplexed, accepted the documents and glanced at them. In the next moment, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, You have astonishingly completed both of these indicators within merely 2 days. Lin Chao, you are truly remarkable. Xiang Hui turned his head, looking at Shui Lin with a furrowed brow, and remarked, General Shui, what are you talking about? We verified the data before the meeting. How can you claim that all indicators are complete? This is indeed true. Shui Lin stood up and handed the stack of reports to Xiang Hui. Look at this accounts receivable and this sales amount that has just been recorded. After consolidating the data, the targets have been achieved. Xiang Hui took the reports and examined them for a moment, his brow furrowing deeper. He then turned to Lin Chao and said in a stern voice, Why weren't these funds recorded earlier? What are you playing at? Lin Chao replied calmly, General Xiang, I just received these 2 payments. I had intended to record them this afternoon, but I didn't expect the meeting to be moved up. My apologies. Xiang Hui glared at Lin Chao, bluntly stating, Could you not have mentioned this before the meeting? You are clearly attempting to undermine the leadership's efforts. What more is there to explain? After this, he disregarded Lin Chao and addressed Shui Lin, General Shui. Please make an adjustment based on the actual situation and propose that Xinjia be appointed as deputy director. With that, he turned to leave. Initially aiming to undermine Lin Chao, Xiang Hui was caught off guard and felt a stinging embarrassment, prompting him to exit hastily. However, just as he had taken a few steps, Lin Chao spoke up directly, General Xiang, I would like to report something. From my understanding, since Xinjia assumed the role of deputy manager in the sales department, she has not secured a single substantial deal. What merit can be attributed to her capabilities? Furthermore, she has consistently taken leave, yet continues to receive her salary, accumulating significant sales expenses while drawing a salary for no work. I must ask, how can her work ethic be justified? Your repeated attempts to promote her leave me perplexed. Could you elucidate? Everyone present was taken aback, stunned that a department head would dare challenge the executive vice president. This was indeed audacious. Shui Lin quickly shook her head, warning, Minister Lin, mind your language. Lin Chao looked at Shui Lin and calmly responded, General Shui, am I not speaking the truth? Moreover, earlier, Xinjia specifically mentioned in my office that she received support from the higher-ups for her unearned salary. Surely, you're aware of this. I find it incomprehensible that someone drawing an unearned salary could be promoted. What logic is this? Shui Lin was momentarily at a loss for words. Some matters, like cockroaches in the dark, are known to all but rarely spoken of, as everyone is aware of the consequences. Yet, Lin Chao had brazenly overturned the table in public. All eyes turned to him, astonished. Was he truly challenging Xiang Hui? In truth, Lin Chao was indeed weary of the situation. Having fulfilled all the requisite metrics, Lin Chao found himself confronted by Xiang Hui, who not only displayed disdain, but also berated him like a cur. Moreover, he persistently sought to elevate Xinjia, whom Lin deemed utterly inept. This situation was intolerable, prompting Lin to confront Xiang directly. If it comes to that, I can always seek refuge with Zhou Shuiyao. I am not without options, he thought. Upon hearing Lin's words, Xiang's expression turned frigid, yet he refrained from losing his composure in public, casting a cold glare at Lin before departing in a huff. The onlookers, witnessing the exchange, could not help but sigh, recognizing that Lin had irrevocably antagonized Xiang Hui. Shui Lin summoned Lin Chao to her office, observing him with a sigh. Lin Chao, why did you choose to openly clash with President Xiang today? Are you not inviting trouble upon yourself? Lin, eyes ablaze, retorted, Is it me who initiated this conflict? He struck first, if I may remind you. I am fully aware that Chao Chong is his man. When I eliminated Chao Chong, he felt discomfort, yet did he not witness the way Chao Chong treated me? Today, he is using this metric as a pretext to undermine me. I exerted every ounce of effort to meet the targets, and he dares to scowl at me. How is that fair? Furthermore, His push to promote Chen Jia to deputy minister is nothing more than a ploy to replace me when the time comes. He has clearly set his sights on my downfall, so why should I extend him any courtesy? Confronting him brings me some measure of relief. Shuai Lin sighed again. However, you have offended him, and your path forward will be fraught with difficulties. Lin Chao replied defiantly. If offending him is the price, then so be it. If I am not welcome here, I shall find another place that appreciates my worth. With that, he stormed out. Shuai Lin shook her head with a rueful smile. Ah, such a stubborn temperament. Yet, how could I bear to lose such a delightful asset? She picked up her phone and sent a message. Beautiful. Lin Chao is in trouble. Upon returning to his office, Lin Chao was met with the sight of his belongings strewn across the floor. Chen Jia, noticing his arrival, smirked and said, "My apologies, but your things were taking up space and I had to make room for mine." Lin, incensed, approached her directly and raised his hand, delivering a sharp slap across her face. "You certainly have it coming." Chen Jia, taken aback by his audacity, erupted in fury. "How dare you strike me, the minister? You have crossed the line, and I will not let this go unpunished." Chapter 72. Have you considered? The commotion drew a crowd, with many gathering to witness the unfolding drama, pointing and whispering. Just then, Shuai Lin approached, her presence commanding. "What is going on here during work hours?" The crowd, startled by her authority, quickly dispersed back to their offices, peeking from behind doors. Shuai Lin confronted Guo Chao and Chen Jia, her brow furrowed. "What you two up to?" Chen Jia pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Chao, trembling as she exclaimed, "President Shuai, he just slapped me across the face. He's gone too far." Shuai Lin gestured to the scattered belongings on the floor. "Is it not you who has thrown Minister Lin's possessions out?" Chen Jia, defiantly lifting her chin, declared, "He has already been relieved of his duties. This is now my office. I have cleared out his belongings. It is only fair. He struck me, which is a violation of company policy. Shuai Zong, please instruct the office to expel him." Shuai Lin, regarding Chen Jia with an air of indifference, replied, "Who informed you that Minister Lin has been dismissed? He failed to meet his targets, and according to company regulations, he must be removed." Chen Jia retorted, her chin still held high. Shuai Lin calmly responded, "Minister Lin has successfully completed all his targets. Thus, he remains the head of the marketing department, and this office is still his." "What? He has met his targets? That is impossible." Chen Jia could hardly believe it. Turning aside, she hastily dialed a number. In the next moment, her eyes widened in shock. "What? How can this be?" After a brief pause, she anxiously inquired, "Then what about my position as minister?" "I was to be appointed as deputy." Upon ending the call, she glared at Lin Chao in frustration, then retreated to the office to pack her belongings into a box, preparing to leave. However, Shuai Lin obstructed her path. "Shouldn't you return Minister Lin's belongings to their rightful place?" Upon hearing this, Chen Jia felt utterly humiliated. Must she really return his items? Was this not a slap in her own face? Yet, as Shuai Lin had spoken, she dared not disobey and begrudgingly organized Lin Chao as belongings and placed them back. Lin Chao approached, opening a drawer to glance inside, then looked up at Chen Jia, stating, "The 50,000 yuan in cash that was here, you must have taken it. Return it to me." Chen Jia immediately shrieked, "There was no money inside. I did not take anything. Stop slandering me." Lin Chao, ignoring her outburst, turned to Shuai Lin and said, "Shuai Zong, I borrowed money from a friend to renovate my home, which I kept in that drawer. Now, after her meddling, it is gone. Do you not think she is the one who took it and should return it? I did not take it. He is merely making baseless accusations." Chen Jia shouted in indignation. Shuai Lin shrugged. "Minister Lin's money is missing, and you were the one who rummaged through his belongings. Your claims of innocence lack credibility. We are all colleagues. If you borrowed from him, you should return it. If this escalates further, it will reflect poorly on everyone involved. I did not take it. He is defaming me." Chen Jia exclaimed in fury. "Is there anyone who can prove my innocence?" With that, she pulled out her phone and dialed a number, her face a mask of grievance. "Xiang Zong, Lin Chao is accusing me of stealing his money. This is outrageous. You must stand up for me." Before she could finish, she was interrupted by an enraged voice on the other end. "Why do you keep bothering me with trivial matters? Am I your caretaker?" With that, the call ended with a harsh click. Chen Jia stood there, stunned, her expression one of disbelief. She had never imagined that Xiang Hui would treat her in such a manner. Lin Chao looked at her, saying, "No one can vouch for your innocence. So it is time to return the money." "I did not take it." Are you incapable of understanding plain words? Xinjia glared at Lin Chao, shouting in anger. Lin Chao nodded slightly and turned to Shui Lin, stating, "It seems this matter cannot be resolved internally. We should report it to the police." Furthermore, her long-term embezzlement of company funds constitutes economic crime. When the police arrive, we should report this situation as well for comprehensive handling. She also claimed that certain senior executives permitted her to take a salary without work. I wanted to inform you in advance that I will report this to the general manager. I refuse to believe that some individuals can wield unchecked power in this company. You are merely slandering her, Chunjia shouted at Lin Chao, glaring fiercely. Lin Chao waved his phone at Chunjia with a smile, saying, "Everything you said in my office is recorded. Would you like me to play for you now?" "What? You actually recorded me? How despicable." Chunjia exploded with indignation. Lin Chao chuckled. "If you weren't so arrogant, you wouldn't have given me leverage. Will you return the money, or shall I report this and inform the general manager?" Fuming with rage, Chunjia felt as if her lungs might burst, yet she found herself powerless as he held the evidence. If this affected Xiang Hui, she feared he would not hesitate to retaliate against her. In that moment, she regretted her words, wishing she could take them back, but spoken words are like released gas, irretrievable. Staring at Lin Chao, she begrudgingly said, "I can give you 50,000, but you must delete the recording." "Deal," Lin Chao readily agreed, "but first return my money." Chunjia reluctantly pulled out her phone and transferred the 50,000 as directed, glaring at him. "Now you can delete that recording." Lin Chao, maintaining a serious demeanor, replied, "Actually, I didn't record on my phone at all." Chunjia's anger reached a boiling point. "Lin Chao, you deceived me. Return my money immediately." With a grin, Lin Chao added, "I didn't use my phone. I recorded it with a voice recorder." Nearly collapsing from frustration, Chunjia compelled Lin Chao to delete all audio files from the recorder before she stormed out in exasperation. However, just as she took a few steps, Lin Chao cheerfully called out, "Actually, I have another voice recorder." "Lin Chao, you." Chunjia trembled with fury. Lin Chao laughed. "It's at home. I didn't bring it." Chunjia stumbled slightly, nearly falling to the ground. She could no longer bear to look at Lin Chao and left in a huff. Shui Lin closed the door. Unable to contain her laughter, nearly doubled over. "Lin Chao, you were infuriating just now. You truly had me in stitches." As Shui Lin chuckled, her chest heaved with mirth, causing Lin Chao's gaze to momentarily fixate on her. Noticing the look in his eyes, Shui Lin smiled softly and leaned slightly forward, teasingly asking, "What are you thinking?" Lin Chao quickly regained his composure and turned away, sighing, "Sister Shui, Xiang Hui will definitely not spare me. My job is hanging by a thread. I have no time for such distractions." Shui Lin considered his words and replied, "Lin Chao, I will find a way to help you. Do not worry." Shaking his head with a sigh, Lin Chao lamented, "He is your superior. Higher authority crushes the lesser. If he intends to target me, what can you possibly do?" Shui Lin was about to say something when her phone rang. She answered it, listened for a moment, then hung up and looked at Lin Chao, saying, "I have urgent matters to attend to. We will talk later." With that, she hurriedly departed. Lin Chao sank into a chair, unable to suppress a sigh and a shake of his head. Just as he had dealt with Chao Chong, another troublesome figure, Xiang Hui, appeared. Couldn't there be a moment of peace? At that moment, Lin Chao's phone rang insistently. Chapter 73. The general manager's wife is actually her. Lin Chao picked up his phone and saw it was Guoqing. He answered the call, and Guoqing's cheerful voice came through. "Brother, where are you? I want to take you out for a drink." Guoqing's exuberant personality made him a good friend to Lin Chao, who regarded him as an older brother. Thus, when Guoqing extended the invitation, Lin Chao readily agreed. Half an hour later, he arrived at the Hilton Hotel, Suite 5, and pushed the door open. Upon seeing Lin Chao, Guoqing warmly approached him, grasping his hand and smiling. "Brother, congratulations on your promotion to the head of the marketing department. I should celebrate with you, but I've been so busy lately. Today, I finally have some free time, so I called you over for a couple of drinks to toast your success." Lin Chao sat down with a wry smile and shake of his head. "What is there to celebrate? I fear I'll soon be ousted." Guoqing looked at him bewildered and asked, "Brother, what happened?" Lin Chao succinctly recounted the events, and Guoqing's expression turned grave. "You offended Xiang Hui? Now you've really stirred up trouble." Lin Chao took a sip of his drink, shaking his head with a bitter smile. "I told you I'm about to be eliminated. Do you believe me now?" "Not necessarily," Guoqing replied. "You're right. This company is not solely under Xiang Hui's control. There's also the general manager to consider. Let me tell you, our company is currently divided into two factions, one led by General Manager Feng Xiaofeng and the other by Xiang Hui. Although they appear cordial on the surface, there is a constant undercurrent of struggle. You need to find a way to align yourself with Feng Xiaofeng's faction. Then Xiang Hui won't dare to act against you. I just want to work diligently and earn my salary. Why does it have to be so complicated? Lin Chao sighed. Brother, wherever there are people, there are intrigues and rivalries. It's impossible to remain uninvolved. You must immerse yourself in it and leverage those connections. I know Feng's address. I'll send it to you. You should visit him with some gifts to establish that relationship. Go directly to the general manager? Lin Chao replied, astonished. Isn't that too presumptuous? Would Feng even pay attention to me? Guiqing shook his head. You're overthinking it. Feng is quite approachable. He greets ordinary employees when he sees them, and now you're the head of the marketing department. Plus, you're going to pledge your allegiance to him. He will certainly welcome you. With him backing you, what do you have to fear? Let us not discuss this now. I truly dislike such scheming. Lin Chao smiled and shook his head. Let us just enjoy our drinks. After a while, Guiqing received a phone call and took his leave. Lin Chao was preparing to take a taxi home when his phone buzzed with a call from Xiaowei. Lin Chao, I've been thinking of you. Do you have time to meet? Upon hearing Xiaowei's words, images of her exquisite visage and delicate figure flooded Qin Chao's mind. Along with the intoxicating moments they shared in passionate encounters, a wave of heat surged through him. He was on the verge of agreeing to meet Xiaowei, yet the words caught in his throat. He had promised her that she would be appointed as the manager of the Nanjiao project, but as of now, nothing was even remotely established. What would he say if she inquired about it during their meeting? It would be exceedingly awkward. With this thought in mind, he chuckled nervously. Wire, I truly miss you as well, but I have pressing matters to attend to this evening and cannot escape. Let us postpone our meeting to another day. I will reach out to you then. All right, I will await your call. Xiaowei replied obediently. After hanging up, Lin Chao gritted his teeth and headed directly to a gift shop to purchase some presents. Following the address provided by Guiqing, he made his way to General Manager Feng Xiaofeng's residence. He was determined to secure Xiaowei's position as project manager. Otherwise, he would have no face to meet her in the future. However, with Xiang Hui pressing down on him, he found himself unable to accomplish anything. So he had no choice but to seek out the general manager. Moreover, being cornered by Xiang Hui left him feeling humiliated. He needed to devise a plan to deal with Xiang Hui and vent his frustrations. If he was made uncomfortable, he would ensure that Xiang Hui felt the same. Thus, he resolved to meet Feng Xiaofeng. Half an hour later, Lin Chao arrived at the entrance of Villa No. 7 in the Panlong Villa district, a prestigious enclave in Haicheng, where villas commenced at a staggering 10 million. Lin Chao marveled inwardly at Feng Xiaofeng's wealth. He approached and rang the doorbell, and before long, the door swung open, revealing an elderly lady peering out. Good evening, Annie. I am Lin Chao, an employee of Lingyun Group, and I would like to see Mr. Feng, he said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man's voice resonated from within the courtyard. Minister Lin, please come in. The elderly lady quickly opened the door, allowing Lin Chao to enter the yard, where he was greeted by a middle-aged man in a shirt and slacks. Sporting a buzz cut, none other than General Manager Feng Xiaofeng. Lin Chao promptly approached him, extending a respectful greeting. Mr. Feng, I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour. True to the rumors, Feng Xiaofeng was devoid of any arrogance. He smiled warmly at Lin Chao, stating, Minister Lin, you're most welcome here. However, consider this your home. There is no need for such formalities. Come in. After taking the gifts from Lin Chao, he led him into the living room. There, a woman dressed in loungewear sat on the sofa, engrossed in the television. Lin Chao's gaze inadvertently fell upon her, and in an instant he froze. The woman was none other than Sister Lan, and the realization struck him. What was she doing here? At that moment, Feng Xiaofeng beamed and introduced, Minister Lin, this is my wife. Lin Chao's heart sank. Sister Lan was indeed Feng Xiaofeng's wife? The thought of their previous encounter at the club sent a chill down his spine. If Feng Xiaofeng were to discover this, it would be a disaster. How could he maintain a cordial relationship with him now? At that moment, Sister Lan heard footsteps and turned her head. Upon seeing Lin Chao, she was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure and glanced at Feng Xiaofeng, inquiring, who is this? Feng Xiaofeng smiled and introduced, this is our company's marketing department head, Lin Chao. Sister Lan greeted him politely, Minister Lin, please have a seat. Lin Chao quickly nodded. Thank you, sister-in-law. He then sat down on the sofa, occupying only a third of it. Feng Xiaofeng chuckled, saying, Lan, I must tell you, Minister Lin is quite impressive. He managed to fill all the gaps left by Minister Chao in just 2 days. He is truly a talent for our company. Observing Feng Xiaofeng's demeanor, Lin Chao felt a sudden sense of relief. It seemed that Feng Xiaofeng was completely unaware of his situation with Sister Lan. Otherwise, he would not be so gracious. With this thought, he silently exhaled, looking at Feng Xiaofeng and stating, All thanks to your guidance, Mr. Feng. I am eager to work hard and achieve brilliance alongside you. As long as the secret remained concealed, he needed to express loyalty, striving to earn Feng Xiaofeng's trust, for many matters still relied on him for resolution. Chapter 74. Teacher, I am ready. Feng Xiaofeng looked at Lin Chao with a smile, saying, It should be a collective effort for all of us to bring the company to new heights. By the way, is everything going smoothly with your work? If you need any support, just let me know. Lin Chao quickly nodded. Under Mr. Feng's leadership, I find everything to be quite satisfactory, though the executive vice president, Mr. Xiang, has some concerns regarding me. Feng Xiaofeng poured a cup of tea and handed it to Lin Chao. Have some tea. Lin Chao accepted it with both hands, candidly stating, Actually, I have no issues with Mr. Xiang. It's just that I had some conflicts with Minister Chao, which somehow involved Mr. Xiang. Additionally, Chun Jia from the marketing department has been on paid leave, incurring significant expenses without traveling. I refused to sign off on her and informed the finance department to halt her salary. Chun Jia then told me that if I didn't sign, she would go find Mr. Xiang. I'm uncertain about the nature of their relationship, but she seems quite confident. Having spoken halfway, Lin Chao abruptly stopped and quickly smiled. Mr. Feng, I digress. I came today primarily to pay a visit. With Feng Xiaofeng, one could not be overly explicit, conveying the intended meaning sufficed for Feng Xiaofeng. Having ascended to the position of general manager, certainly understood the implications of his words. Feng Xiaofeng smiled and remarked, You haven't eaten yet, have you? In that case, let us have dinner here tonight. He then looked at Sister Lan. Lan, please prepare the meal. Lin Chao hurriedly shook his head. Thank you, Mr. Feng, but I've already eaten and wouldn't want to trouble you. Besides, I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, he promptly stood to bid farewell. Having conveyed all that needed to be said, lingering would be inconsiderate. Moreover, with someone like Feng Xiaofeng present, whose gaze was astutely discerning, should he perceive the nature of Lin Chao's relationship with Sister Lan, it would undoubtedly be quite uncomfortable. Once outside, Lin Chao lit a cigarette and took deep puffs. He surmised that Sister Lan must have a significant connection to the company, yet he never anticipated that she was, in fact, Feng Xiaofeng's wife. Recalling the audacious interactions he had with her at the club, Lin Chao felt a shiver run down his spine. If Feng Xiaofeng were to discover this, it would not only hinder his assistance, but could very well lead to his complete disappearance. However, the memory of Sister Lan's earlier demeanor brought him a momentary sense of relief. She had evidently not disclosed anything to Feng, and perhaps the matter would remain concealed altogether. Nonetheless, it would be prudent to maintain a distance from Sister Lan in the future. One cannot walk by the river without getting their shoes wet. Yet, would Feng Xiaofeng truly come to his aid after what he had said today? Lin Chao felt the hope was exceedingly slim. With a sudden force, he crushed the cigarette, but, contemplating that whether fortune or misfortune, one cannot escape fate. Why dwell on it? At worst, he could simply leave. With that thought, he got into his car and drove away. At Feng Xiaofeng's residence, he gazed at Sister Lan, languidly reclining on the sofa. With a smile, he remarked, This Lin fellow is quite intriguing. With just a few simple words, he unveiled Xiang Hui's mistakes and even expressed goodwill towards me. Truly a master of the workplace. Sister Lan remained silent, engrossed in the television. Feng Xiaofeng sat up to look at her, playfully asking, Lan, do you know Lin Chao? Yao. Lan abruptly turned her head, her expression frosty as she retorted, Feng Xiaofeng, I understand your insinuations, but before you accuse me, perhaps you should reflect on your own actions. If you find it unbearable, then divorce. With that, she stood and exited the room. Seeing Yao Lan's outburst, Feng Xiaofeng quickly responded with a smile. I merely asked, why bring that up again? Lin Chao is quite capable, and I intend to assist him. But Yao Lan did not pause, directly retreating to the bedroom. Feng Xiaofeng leaned back on the sofa, his eyes narrowing in contemplation. Upon returning home, Lin Chao opened the door to find Song Xia joyfully rushing towards him, placing slippers at his feet. "Teacher, you're back. Go wash your hands. I'll prepare dinner." With that, she turned and headed to the kitchen. When Lin Chao emerged from the bathroom, he found Song Xiaoya had already set the table, warmly inviting him to sit down and filling his glass with wine. "Teacher, you've completed your task. The position of head of the marketing department is secure now. Congratulations." Lin Chao felt a wave of frustration wash over him, managing a bitter smile as he replied, "Secure? Hardly. I've offended that scoundrel Xiang Hui. He won tea let me off easily." Song Xiaoya's eyes widened in disbelief. That Xiang is utterly excessive. Why not report him to the general manager? The company ISN T solely under his thumb. Lin Chao thought to himself, "I have already done so," but it only led to greater trouble. Unable to share the burden with Song Xiaoya, he simply said, "Let us not overthink it. There will be a way when we reach the mountain. Let us drink." In a sour mood, he drank glass after glass until he was quite inebriated. Song Xiaoya gently blocked his glass, saying, "Teacher, you can't drink anymore. It's harmful to your health. Let me help you to rest." With that, she draped his arm over her shoulder and struggled to assist him to the bedroom, thoughtfully helping him out of his clothes. "Go ahead and attend to your tasks. I'm fine now," Lin Chao mumbled through the haze of alcohol. After Song Xiaoya left, he fell into a deep slumber. In his dazed state, he seemed to see Lu Yun approaching, loosening her garments and lying beside him. Lin Chao reached out and embraced Lu Yun, mumbling, "Sister, I've missed you." Without hesitation, he leaned in and kissed her, his large hand boldly grasping Lu Yun's. However, he soon sensed something was amiss. Shaking his head and opening his eyes, he discovered a girl nestled in his embrace. Her flowing hair cascaded like clouds upon the pillow, and her delicate, unadorned face radiated purity. To his astonishment, she was entirely unclothed, and all her beauty was laid bare before Lin Chao. The temptation was overwhelming. Yet, as Lin Chao focused on the woman, his eyes widened in shock. The one lying in his arms was not Lu Yun, but rather it was Song Xiaoya. Startled, Lin Chao quickly released Song Xiaoya, his heart racing furiously. Goodness, he had almost crossed an unthinkable boundary with Song Xiaoya. Realizing his panic, Song Xiaoya promptly reassured him, "Teacher, I understand you're feeling low, so I willingly consented. You need not worry, come here." She wrapped her arms around Lin Chao again, her bosom pressing intimately against him. Overwhelmed by her alluring softness and her captivating presence, Lin Chao found it nearly impossible to maintain control. Ultimately, he suppressed his fervent emotions, pushed Song Xiaoya away, and blushingly protested, "Xiaoya, please, I have always regarded you as a sister." "No, I refuse to be your sister. I wish to be your girlfriend." Song Xiaoya insisted. "Teacher, your handsome visage and profound knowledge have deeply touched me. Moreover, your selfless guidance and support have captivated my heart. I have truly fallen in love with you. Please accept me. I am ready to be by your side forever." With that declaration, she suddenly lunged forward, pushing Lin Chao onto the bed and straddling him. Chapter 75. A Knife in the Back. I am determined. Hearing Song Xiaoya's flattering words and witnessing her passionate demeanor, Lin Chao felt his defenses teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet, reason ultimately prevailed as he gently pushed her away, his face flushed. "Xiaoya, I genuinely see you as a sister. I cannot change my feelings so swiftly. Could you grant me a little more time?" At last, Song Xiaoya ceased her advances, gazing at Lin Chao, and said, "Teacher, no, I shall call you brother from now on. I will wait for you." After donning her clothes, she turned and departed. Once the door closed behind her, Lin Chao exhaled a long sigh of relief. Living with this girl was bound to lead to trouble eventually. Perhaps he should encourage her to move out. Yet, in the next moment, he recalled Song Xiaoya's enchanting appearance, and his heart fluttered with an unexpected anticipation. The following morning, Lin Chao returned to the office and had just settled in when Shuai Lin called for him to come over. Upon entering Shuai Lin's office, she wasted no time addressing the matter at hand. "Lin Chao, the personnel changes regarding Chunjia have been finalized. She will serve as the deputy director of the marketing department. What are your thoughts on this?" Upon hearing this, Lin Chao felt a wave of turmoil. He had already relayed this information to Feng Xiaofeng, yet Xiang Hui still appointed Chunjia to the deputy director position. It seemed Feng Xiaofeng had no intention of assisting him. His gesture of loyalty had been in vain. In addition to Xiang Hui's blatant misconduct, his indifference raises questions about his leadership. Lin Chao felt utterly disillusioned with the company, and his desire to resign intensified. At that moment, Lin looked at Lin Chao and said, Xiang has already learned about your close ties with individuals from the outside. The South Suburb project has been stalled, and it likely concerns you as well. Therefore, he asked me to convey that you should assist Chen Jia in getting the work underway. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Upon hearing such a veiled threat, Lin Chao chuckled derisively. I have connections with people from the outside? I hindered the progress of the South Suburb project? That accusation is utterly absurd. Tell Xiang Hui that if there is evidence, he may arrest me. If not, I refuse to accept baseless accusations. Lin, observing Lin Chao's agitation, quickly urged him, Lin Chao, please don't act impulsively. After all, he is your superior. Constantly opposing him will only lead to unfavorable outcomes for you. Take my advice and help Chen Jia with the South Suburb project this time. Lin Chao laughed softly and replied, assist her? She'll achieve results and then turn against me. It's akin to stabbing myself in the heart with a knife. Can you do that? I certainly cannot. Relay to Xiang Hui that the individuals involved in the South Suburb project have nothing to do with me. Do not place the blame on my shoulders. With that, he turned and walked away. Lin called after him, do you still want this job? Lin Chao paused, turned to Lin, and with a wry smile said, if I am not welcomed here, I shall find my own refuge elsewhere. He then swept out of the room. Lin shook her head in resignation. What impulsiveness! Well, I might as well help you. With that, she picked up her phone and sent a text. Hey, I have something to tell you. Back in his office, Lin Chao was about to gather his belongings when Xiaowei called him. Lin Chao, I heard the company appointed Chen Jia as the manager of the South Suburb project to oversee all affairs. Lin Chao smacked his forehead, realizing he had forgotten about his promise to Xiaowei. Suddenly blushing, he quickly responded, Weier, rest assured, I will fulfill my commitment to you. Apart from you, no one else can handle the South Suburb project. After hanging up, Lin Chao clenched his teeth. Even if I leave, I must ensure Xiaowei rises to prominence. Chen Jia, if you think you can seize this opportunity, stay out of my way. If Chao Chong cannot endure, neither will you. Xiangvi, I shall ensure you feel the sting of betrayal. He then picked up his phone, sent a text, and set it down. A cold smile emerging on his face. Xiang Hui, you have forced my hand. Around noon, Huang Yiting sent Lin Chao a video. In it, Chen Jia was surrounded by villagers, battered and bruised, her car overturned, ultimately fleeing in disgrace. Huang Yiting then sent a text. Mission accomplished. Just as Lin Chao set down his phone, Xiang Hui called him directly. Come to my office. Lin Chao chuckled softly. Here we go. He rose and made his way to Xiang Hui's office, knocked before entering, and greeted politely, Xiang, did you need something? Leaning back in his chair, Xiang Hui looked directly at Lin Chao and got straight to the point. Minister Lin, I had instructed General Shui to inform you to support Deputy Minister Chen in the South Suburb project. However, upon her arrival, she was brutally assaulted by the villagers, rendering her unable to carry out her duties. Pray tell, was General Shui remiss in delivering the message? General Shui has already conveyed this to me. Lin Chao remarked with a smile. Xiang Hui glared at Lin Chao, unabashedly asserting, so you are deliberately obstructing Deputy Minister Chen's efforts in that area, intending for this project to languish, correct? Upon hearing this, Lin Chao immediately expressed his grievance. General Xiang, such accusations are profoundly unjust. As the head of the marketing department, should this project falter, I would be held most accountable and face severe repercussions. Why would I willingly invite trouble upon myself? Furthermore, to suggest that I wish to hinder Deputy Minister Chen's work is an egregious charge that I cannot bear. Xiang Hui's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Lin Chao. Do you truly believe I am unaware of your collusion with the local ruffians? Their actions today are evidently supported by you from behind the scenes. Are you aware that your conduct is in violation of the law? If you do not repent, I shall have no choice but to cast you into the fray. Do you believe that? Lin Chao met Xiang Hui's glare and retorted, General Xiang, we must speak with evidence. If you possess proof, feel free to proceed. I shall accept the consequences of my actions. However, lacking evidence, your claims are mere slander, and I will petition higher authorities to defend my legitimate rights. Silence. Xiang Hui bellowed, unable to contain his fury at Lin Chao's obstinate demeanor. He straightened up and thundered. Do you honestly think you have executed everything so meticulously, devoid of evidence? You are mistaken. Even a mosquito casts a shadow. I will uncover the truth. Now you are to proceed to the South Suburb project site immediately. I will have Deputy Minister Chen await your arrival. Support her in expediting the project's resumption. You have 3 days. Should you fail, you shall no longer occupy this position." Hearing the audacity of Xiang Hui's words ignited a fire within Lin Chao. He looked at Xiang Hui earnestly and inquired, "General Xiang, may I be so bold as to ask what your relationship with Chunjia is? You seem to be quite protective of her." Before Lin Chao could finish his sentence, Xiang Hui cut him off in a fit of rage. "Leave? Very well, General Xiang. I shall attend to my duties. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask." Lin Chao replied dutifully before turning to exit. The moment the door closed behind him, a smirk crept across his lips. "I'll make you regret this, you scoundrel. You wish for my support for Chunjia? Very well, I shall oblige." He drove away from the company and sent a text message to Huang Yuting. "Yuting, assist me in putting on a show." Chapter 76. I do not mind your dirtiness. Let me have my turn. Lin Chao drove towards the South Suburb project site, and about a kilometer away, a woman obstructed his vehicle. One side of her face was swollen, her eyes shadowed with bruises, and she limped painfully as she walked, presenting a comically pitiable sight. It was none other than Chunjia. Lin Chao halted the car and, astonished, inquired, "Oh my, is that not Deputy Minister Chun? How did you end up in such a state? Is this the latest trend in makeup?" Upon hearing Lin Chao's teasing remarks, Chunjia felt as if her fury might burst forth. She glared at Lin Chao and exclaimed in indignation, "Stop pretending. Those individuals would never have treated me this way if you hadn't incited them from behind the scenes. You're the root of this issue, and I have already reported it to the higher-ups. Prepare to face the consequences." Lin Chao glanced at her, then abruptly turned the vehicle around. Chunjia shouted, "What are you doing?" Lin Chao replied earnestly, "Going back to face the repercussions." "Face your repercussions? Not a chance." Chunjia retorted angrily. "First, we need to drive those troublemakers away and get the construction site back to work." Lin Chao regarded Chunjia with a smirk and said, "If you're giving me orders, it seems you consider yourself my superior, which you are not entitled to. If you're asking, is this truly the demeanor of one seeking assistance? What is it that you truly desire?" Chunjia glared at him. Lin Chao chuckled and continued, "If you wish for my help, you must demonstrate some sincerity." Understanding Lin Chao's insinuation, Chunjia's eyes flashed with anger as she nearly retorted, "Do you think you deserve it?" However, she swallowed her words. She recognized that even if Xiang Hui were present, it would be futile to speak before those people. If she didn't devise a way to resume work promptly, the project would remain stagnant, and Xiang Hui would be unable to protect her. She had no choice but to rely on this insufferable man. Resolving herself, she opened the back door and climbed in, shedding her clothing while instructing, "Hurry up and come over." When Lin Chao turned to look, he was taken aback to see Chunjia raising her skirt and pulling off her black pants. His eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "Deputy Minister Chun, this is inappropriate. Must we resort to such measures? This is quite troublesome." Chunjia, exasperated, lifted her blouse and adjusted her top, leaning back in the rear seat as she urged, "Stop dawdling. Hurry up." "Hurry up with what?" Lin Chao asked, bewildered. Chunjia shot him a glare and declared, "What do you think men desire when they see a woman? Are you truly that oblivious? Stop feigning ignorance and come here quickly. I have no time to waste." However, Lin Chao shook his head, maintaining a serious expression. "Ah, you've completely misunderstood me. That is not my intention. What I meant was, you need to provide me with some compensation." "Are you kidding me?" Chunjia nearly exploded with rage. "I've gone this far, and you tell me that's not your intention?" Amidst her anger was a tinge of disappointment. Despite her efforts, Lin Chao seemed entirely uninterested. Was she truly devoid of allure? Observing Lin Chao's flustered demeanor, she realized that this scoundrel was clearly toying with her. She yearned to slap him across the face, but knew she could not overpower him. So she endured the humiliation, quickly pulled her clothes back down, and retrieved 500 yuan from her bag, tossing it at Lin Chao. "Here, take this, you money-grubbing fiend." Yet Lin Chao shook his head once more, stating earnestly, "You've witnessed how ruthless those villagers can be. Accompanying you would be risking my life. This amount is hardly sufficient." Chunjia glared at him, exclaiming, "This is your job. I shouldn't have to pay you a single cent." Lin Chao chuckled and remarked, "Chunjia, the only reason Xiang Hui sent me here is to prepare a wedding garment for you. Returning to my original duties? What does that even mean? If you fail to satisfy me today, I shall no longer act as your shield. Do as you please. I am keen to see who will bear the greater loss in the end." Observing Lin Chao's brazen demeanor, Jia found herself devoid of anger and had to concede that he had a point. She shot him a fierce glare and demanded, "How much do you want? Speak." 100,000. Lin Chao held up a single finger. Jia immediately exploded. "Why don't you go rob a bank then? At most 1,000. 90,000. It cannot be any less." Lin Chao insisted stubbornly. After a lengthy negotiation, Jia, glaring at Lin Chao, coldly declared at most 50,000. "If you do not appreciate my offer, then there is no need to continue this discussion." Lin Chao, with a resigned expression, replied, "Very well." Once Jia completed the transaction, Lin Chao looked at her and remarked, "Vice Minister Chun, I still feel this is a loss for me. You ought to provide a little something extra. I wouldn't mind your dirtiness. Just let me sleep with you once." Lin Chao, "I curse your ancestors for 8 generations." Jia shouted furiously. Unable to contain himself, Lin Chao burst into laughter. "I'll have you pulling my strings." Lin Chao drove, taking Jia to the construction site. As soon as Jia stepped out of the car, she noticed numerous villagers blocking the entrance with various farming tools. Recalling their ruthless methods, she instinctively shrank back, then turned to Lin Chao in the car and yelled, "Aren't you getting out? What are you sitting there for?" Only then did Lin Chao leisurely exit the vehicle. Jia pushed Lin Chao to the forefront and shouted at the villagers, "See? Lin Chao is right here. You all better retreat immediately." The villagers, infuriated, shouted back, "Who is this Lin Chao? We don't know him. We only recognize money, and if the compensation isn't adequate, don't expect us to let you work." Jia was taken aback. Wasn't it supposed to be the case that they would obediently retreat upon Lin Chao's arrival? Why was the situation unfolding like this? Just as she was in a daze, Lin Chao addressed the villagers. "Do you even know who she is? Let me inform you. This is Vice Minister Chun. How dare you speak to her in such a manner? It is utterly audacious." These words acted like gasoline poured on flames, igniting the villagers' fury. They roared, "What nonsense about a vice minister? If we don't receive our compensation, we'll keep fighting. That woman dares to call us country bumpkins, looking down on us. Today, we shall beat her to the point her parents won't recognize her. Yes, let us beat them." The villagers shouted, charging forward. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Jia's expression changed, and she turned to flee. However, a burly man rushed past her, kicking her to the ground, and the surrounding villagers quickly surrounded her, raining down punches and kicks. Jia, glancing at Lin Chao from a distance, shrieked, "Lin Chao, make them stop." Lin Chao pretended to shout, "You all stop. Cease this at once. It's illegal." Then he turned to Jia, shrugging his shoulders, "Vice Minister Chun, you see, I told you they wouldn't listen to me." Upon witnessing Lin Chao's lack of effort, Jia was infuriated, exclaiming, "I've been beaten to a pulp, and you still want to come to my aid? Are you even a man?" Chapter 77. What if I deem you worthy? Lin Chao pointed to a burly man nearby, and with a tone of grievance, replied, "You see, I'm being held back as well. I simply cannot reach you. Oh, please don't hit me. I beg for mercy." He then stumbled away, as if being dragged off. After walking a distance, Huang Yuting approached and wrapped her arms around Lin Chao, laughing heartily. "Oh, your performance just now was absolutely brilliant. It had me in stitches." Lin Chao gritted his teeth, muttering, "If it weren't for her bouncing around in front of me, I wouldn't have acted like that. By the way, I must remind my subordinates, let's not cause any fatalities. Rest assured, I know how to handle it." Wang Yingting chuckled, "Come, let us get in the car." "No, I'm still on duty." Lin Chao quickly declined, recalling her fierce disposition, feeling apprehensive about where she might take him and what she might intend. Noticing Lin Chao's fearful expression, Huang Yuting burst into laughter. "Are you really afraid I might devour you?" As she spoke, her eyes slyly glanced at a particular part of Lin Chao, causing him to instinctively clamp his legs together. Huang Yuting erupted into laughter. "Oh, you're killing me." After a prolonged bout of laughter, she finally composed herself and stated, "I'm not teasing you anymore. My father wishes to see you." "Why does your father want to see me?" Lin Chao asked, puzzled. "How should I know? Just go meet him, and you'll find out. Hurry up, my father's waiting. Stop dilly-dallying." With that, Huang Yuting pushed Lin Chao into the car, shut the door, and started the engine. Speeding away. Not long after they set off, Xiang Hui called Lin Chao. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chao answered. Before he could speak, Xiang Hui's furious voice erupted on the line. "Lin Chao, I instructed you to assist Vice Minister Chan in her work, yet she has been brutally beaten again. Is this your idea of support? Are you determined to sabotage this project?" Lin Chao felt wronged. Xiang, you cannot say that. I am an employee of the company. I also wish for the project to succeed and to assist Vice Minister Chun. But those people wouldn't listen to me. I, too, have been taken and am unable to move. Before he could finish, Xiang Hui interrupted him with anger. Don't give me excuses. What exactly is going on? Do you think I'm unaware? I won't waste my breath on you any longer. I will find another way. You will see that the Nanjiao project can proceed without you. But consider what your fate will be then. With that, he hung up. Huang Yiting scoffed. Do they think the project can continue without you? What a dream. Lin Chao muttered. I'm curious to see what he can accomplish. Soon, the car arrived at the entrance of the Tianshang Renjian Club. Huang Yiting exited and pulled Lin Chao into the lobby, heading straight for the Emperor's private room. At the entrance stood several young men in black suits with cropped hair, who, upon seeing Huang Yiting, promptly greeted her with respect. Greetings, miss. Huang Yiting chose to disregard them, firmly grasping Lin Chao's hand as she pushed open the door to the private room. Inside, a middle-aged man clad in a traditional Tang suit was seated, engaged in a phone conversation. With a close-cropped hairstyle, a gaunt face, and piercing eyes, he bore a sinister scar, a crimson line extending from the corner of his mouth to his ear, adding an air of menace to his demeanor. He spoke coldly. If this matter is not resolved, you need not return. A chilling aura permeated the room, tightening the hearts of those present. Huang Yiting called out, Dad. Lin Chao is here. The middle-aged man was none other than Huang Yiting's father, the renowned underworld figure of Haicheng, Huang Biao. Upon turning to face Lin Chao, the coldness on Huang Biao's face vanished, replaced by a warm smile. He set down the phone and quickly rose to greet Lin Chao, grasping his hand with enthusiasm. Lin Chao, the savior of my daughter. It is a true pleasure to finally meet you. Please come and sit. Lin Chao took a seat and humbly replied, Uncle Huang. It was merely a trivial effort. I cannot accept the title of savior. Huang Biao sat opposite Lin Chao, laughing heartily. A good-hearted man, modest and handsome. Truly a fine gentleman. He then filled 2 glasses with liquor, offering one to Lin Chao. Raising his own glass, he declared, Lin Chao, let us drink to express my gratitude. With that, he lifted his glass and downed its contents in one go. Lin Chao mirrored his actions. At this moment, Huang Yiting settled beside Lin Chao, her body pressing against him. He instinctively shifted away, inwardly chiding her audacity, with her father sitting right across from them. Unable to restrain himself, he exclaimed, No, and moved further away. Such boldness from her was astonishing. Huang Biao, observing Lin Chao's discomfort, inquired, Lin Chao, what troubles you? Uncle Huang, I merely meant to say I cannot drink any more. Lin Chao replied, awkwardly. What else could he say? To admit that his daughter was taking liberties with him? Who would believe such a claim? However, Huang Biao chuckled and shook his head. This is just the beginning. Come, let's continue drinking. He filled another glass and extended it toward Lin Chao, who quickly reached out to accept. Huang Yiting, her hand liberated, suddenly thrust it forward, pressing it firmly onto Lin Chao's thigh. His body stiffened in shock as he turned to gaze at Huang Yiting. Disbelief etched across his face. How could she act so brazenly in front of her father? Huang Biao, a seasoned veteran of the underworld, immediately sensed the underlying tension. With a knowing smile, he remarked, Lin Chao, my daughter has taken a liking to you, and I find you quite satisfactory in every regard. I accept you as my son-in-law. Startled, Lin Chao quickly shook his head. Uncle Huang, you misunderstand. We are not in that kind of relationship. No sooner had he spoken than Huang Yiting's eyes widened dangerously, fixing him with a threatening glare. What? Do you think I am unworthy of you? Lin Chao hastily shook his head. Yiting, you're truly wonderful. If anyone is unworthy, it would be me. And what if I believe you are indeed worthy? Huang Yiting pressed closer, unwavering in her pursuit. Chapter 78. Lin Chao forcefully captured by Huang Yiting. Yiting, please allow me to explain, Lin Chao urgently implored. Before he could finish his sentence, Huang Yiting abruptly interrupted. Do you dare to say I am unworthy of you? If you say that I am unworthy, I shall take my own life right before your eyes. You're worthy, Lin Chao exclaimed in a flurry, anxious that a mere utterance should jeopardize someone's life. A cunning smile spread across Huang Yiting's face as she turned to Huang Biao. Father, you heard that, right? If he dares to reject me in the future, you must slay him. Lin Chao. Huang Biao, however, could not suppress a chuckle. You mischievous girl, is this how one pursues a boyfriend? Don't frighten Lin Chao. After saying this, he raised his glass toward Lin Chao. Come, let's continue our drinking. Just as Lin Chao was about to lift his glass, his phone rang. He picked up the call and, without hesitation, answered. An irate voice echoed from the other end. Chunjia, seething with anger. You scoundrel, do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your treachery this time. Just you wait, this debt shall not go unpaid. I'll also let you know, do not presume that your meddling will prevent the Nanjiao project from resuming. You are sorely mistaken. General Xiang has already sought connections with the venerable Sun Kong to mediate. Do you know who Sun Kong is? Let me enlighten you. He is a seasoned and formidable figure in our circles, and his word is as good as gold. Once he speaks, those individuals will undoubtedly show him respect and cease their disruptions, allowing the project to proceed smoothly. Meanwhile, I shall ascend the ranks with my accolades. But you are in for a calamity. When the time comes, not only will General Xiang not spare you, but neither shall I. Mark my words. With that, he arrogantly ended the call. Huang Biao looked at Lin Chao, perplexed. Who was that? Why such bravado? Lin Chao briefly recounted the situation, then smiled and inquired, Uncle Huang, is that Sun Kong truly formidable? Before Huang Biao could respond, Huang Yuting scoffed, whether he is formidable or not, I cannot say, but I do know that he kneels before my father. No sooner had she spoken than someone entered, respectfully addressing Huang Biao, third master. Sun Kong has come to pay his respects. Huang Biao laughed heartily. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Very well, let him in. The visitor acknowledged and soon departed, and before long, an elderly gentleman entered the private room. Dressed in casual attire, his hair was gray, yet his gaze was sharp, emanating an unmistakable aura of authority, indicating he was no ordinary man. However, upon seeing Huang Biao, he quickly bent forward, donning a respectful smile, and spoke. I am Sun Kong, honored to meet the third master. Yet Huang Biao did not offer him a seat, but instead took a sip from his glass and calmly inquired. What brings you to me? Sun Kong stepped forward and replied with a smile. Third master, as you are aware, Lingyun Real Estate has a project in Nanjiao. The local villagers have been obstructing construction due to unresolved compensation issues. Some individuals from Lingyun reached out to me, hoping I could facilitate a resolution. Thus, I have come to humbly seek your assistance. He then produced a bank card and placed it on the table. I would not wish for you to labor in vain. So this card holds 100,000. Please accept it and indulge in some fine tea. Indeed, the other party has a minor request, which is to have you take care of a certain Lin Chao. After saying this, he looked at Huang Biao with confidence, believing that Huang Biao would surely comply, as such matters were merely a matter of words to him. Suddenly, Huang Biao turned around, squinting at Sun Kong, and asked, You want me to deal with my son-in-law? Your son-in-law? Sun Kong looked at Huang Biao, bewildered, and inquired. At that moment, Lin Chao raised his head and smiled at Sun Kong, asking, Do you know Lin Chao? Sun Kong shook his head. That would be me. Lin Chao replied with a smile. You are Lin Chao? Sun Kong's heart flipped. It was evident that this young man had a deep connection with Huang Biao. Lin Chao then pointed to Huang Yuting beside him, saying, You know her, right? Yes. The daughter of Master San, Miss Huang. Sun Kong nodded. Lin Chao wrapped his arm around Huang Yuting's slender waist and calmly declared, My girlfriend. Upon witnessing Lin Chao's affectionate gesture towards Huang Yuting and hearing his words, Sun Kong felt as if his scalp was about to explode. You truly are Master San's son-in-law. He finally realized he had encountered a formidable opponent. Turning to Huang Biao and forcing a smile, Master San, I had no idea about your relationship. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to speak so boldly. Just consider my previous remarks as mere nonsense, and please don't take them to heart. Keep this money as compensation for my mental anguish. No sooner had he finished speaking than the phone rang. He answered, and Chunjia's confident voice came through. Old son, the matter has been resolved, right? I needn't even ask, as your involvement guarantees success. By the way, when can I resume work? Before she could finish, Sun Kong interrupted with a roar. Resume work? Resume your nonsense. On the other end, Chunjia's surprised voice responded, Old son, why are you yelling at me? Aren't we friends? Friends, my foot, he retorted, but was again cut off by Sun Kong. If you dare call me again, I'll have your head. With that, he hung up the phone, then turned to Huang Biao, forcing a smile. Master San, you all carry on. I shan't disturb you. He hurriedly left. Lin Chao looked at Huang Biao puzzled, and asked Uncle Huang, Why is Sun Kong so afraid of you? Huang Biao chuckled. Years ago, we had a conflict, and I nearly took his life. That incident is precisely why he has withdrawn from the world. Lin Chao then understood. Huang Biao pushed a bank card towards Lin Chao, saying, "Take this to buy yourself some cigarettes." "Uncle Huang, that is not appropriate." Lin Chao quickly shook his head. But Huang Yiting seized the card and stuffed it into Lin Chao's pocket, insisting, "If I say take it, just take it. Stop being so fussy." Lin Chao was taken aback. Huang Biao smiled and raised his glass towards Lin Chao, saying, "Come, let us continue our drinking." Lin Chao, already somewhat inebriated, found it hard to refuse the assistance Huang Biao had just extended. He raised his glass, and together they indulged in more drinks. Eventually, he could no longer hold on and slumped over the table. Huang Biao looked at Huang Yiting and remarked, "Father can only assist you up to this point. The rest is up to you." Huang Yiting's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she replied, "Oh dear, what are you saying? Let's hurry and go." Huang Biao laughed heartily and turned to leave. Huang Yiting approached and locked the door, then looked at Lin Chao and said, "It's uncomfortable to sleep in clothes. Let me help you take them off." She reached out to unbutton Lin Chao's shirt. Sensing something amiss, Lin Chao struggled to lift his hand to cover the buttons, exhaling the scent of alcohol as he protested. "Yiting, please don't do this. It's inappropriate. You have no say in this." Huang Yiting pushed Lin Chao down onto the carpet, unfastened his belt, and pulled at the legs of his trousers. "Yiting, please don't." Lin Chao grasped his waistband desperately, attempting to resist, but in his drunken stupor, he lacked the strength to fight back. Helplessly, he watched as Huang Yiting pulled his trousers down and then straddled him. "You can't do this, Yiting." Lin Chao struggled to rise and push her away, but suddenly his body stiffened. Chapter 79. The taste of a little fairy time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the room finally fell silent. Watching Huang Yiting peacefully asleep, Lin Chao felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He had been overpowered by a young girl. Just then, his phone vibrated. Chao Wei had sent him a message. "Lin Chao, I'm at the South Suburb project site. If it's convenient, could you come over? I want to see you." Lin Chao quickly replied, "I'll be right there." He felt indebted to her. He got dressed, covered Huang Yiting with her clothing, and left without hesitation. This was Huang Biao's territory, and Lin Chao was confident that no one would dare to trouble Huang Yiting. After leaving the club, he quickly took a taxi to the South Suburb project site. Arriving at Xiao Wei's office, he pushed the door open, and a light figure swooped in like a swallow, wrapping her arms around his neck and planting a kiss on his cheek. "Lin Chao, I've missed you." It was Xiao Wei. She had applied light makeup, and her charming face appeared even more radiant. Dressed in a strapless dress, she leaned against him, revealing a hint of her neckline. Unable to resist the alluring sight, Lin Chao swallowed hard. Noticing his greedy gaze, Xiao Wei playfully scolded, "You rogue, what are you staring at?" Just admiring the view, Lin Chao chuckled, lifting her effortlessly and carrying her into the suite. He kicked the door shut with his foot and gently set her down on the bed. After a while, the room fell silent again, with Xiao Wei curled up in Lin Chao's embrace, breathing softly. Looking at the stunning beauty in his arms, Lin Chao smiled and said, "Wei-er, do you know what the most discussed topic among the boys in our dorm back in school is? It was you. Whenever you changed your hairstyle or wore a different outfit, it became a hot topic for days. Everyone dreamed of dating a fairy like you, even if it meant sacrificing years of their lives." Xiao Wei raised her head, playfully narrowing her eyes as she asked, "Did you join in those discussions? Did you think like that?" Lin Chao shook his head, his expression earnest as he replied, "I never thought that way. I'm not that shallow." Seeing a flicker of disappointment in her eyes, he continued, "What I thought about was far more straightforward. I wondered what it would be like to be with you, if only for a single night." As Zhou Wei finally came to her senses, she indignantly exclaimed, "You are worse than others. I will pummel you, you filthy rogue." With that, she swung her delicate fist towards Lin Chao, momentarily forgetting her lack of clothing. The force of her strike stirred up quite a commotion. Unable to resist the overwhelming temptation any longer, Lin Chao swiftly embraced Zhou Wei, gazing at her with fervor as he said, "I yearn to savor the taste of a celestial maiden once more." Time seemed to drift away until the room fell silent. Exhaustion overtook Lin Chao, and he succumbed to a deep slumber. When he next opened his eyes, darkness enveloped the outside world. "You must be hungry. I made sour soup egg noodles for you. Have a little." Zhou Wei's gentle voice broke the silence. Lin Chao looked at her, surprised. "You are quite resilient, aren't you?" Detecting the underlying sarcasm in his words, Zhou Wei's cheeks flushed, and she retorted, "Get lost." This prompted a hearty laugh from Lin Chao. Zhou Wei then brought over the bowl of egg noodles. As Lin Chao sampled the dish, he nodded appreciatively Waiter, your culinary skills are truly commendable. He, too, was quite famished and devoured the noodles with gusto. Seeing Lin Chao enjoy his meal brought a smile of joy to Zhou Wei's face. However, a moment later, she sighed and looked at Lin Chao, saying, Lin Chao, perhaps I should return to work. I no longer have any hopes for the project manager position. Absolutely not. That position must be yours. There's no need to rush. Lin Chao declared without hesitation. Zhou Wei smiled wryly. I not only need to live, but also to pay my mortgage. You know, my monthly income is quite limited. If I don't return to work, I simply cannot manage. To be honest, I don't even have 100 yuan in my pocket right now. You may lack, but I do not. Lin Chao set down his bowl and retrieved his clothes, pulling out a bank card and handing it to Zhou Wei. This card holds 100,000 yuan. Take it for now. Upon seeing the card, Zhou Wei quickly shook her head. No, I cannot accept your money. Lin Chao shot her a stern glance. Are we to be so formal with each other? Take it. Zhou Wei gazed at Lin Chao, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Lin Chao chuckled. What, are you moved? Perhaps you should serve me once more. Get lost. Zhou Wei playfully punched Lin Chao, who laughed heartily in response. Zhou Wei then frowned and said, Lin Chao, you have your own mortgage to pay and many expenses. If you give all your money to me, what will you do? Truth be told, I found this money too. Lin Chao recounted the events with a smile, concluding, I have exhausted all means with Xiang Hui, but the issue remains unresolved. Ultimately, he will still seek me out. You must believe that you cannot escape this project manager role. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wei's eyes sparkled with hope. Lin Chao, I truly thank you this time. Lin Chao grinned. Are you sure you want to express your gratitude with words? Time passed, and Lin Chao was abruptly awakened by the shrill ringing of a phone. He picked it up and answered impatiently. Who is it? Calling so early. Can't a person get some sleep? A woman's voice came through the line. Lin Chao, it's already 8:30. Are you still asleep? You seem to be living quite comfortably. Manager Shui. Lin Chao discerned the voice of the caller, promptly sitting up and glancing outside, where daylight had fully arrived. Checking the time, he realized it was already 8:30. He smacked his forehead, exclaiming, Oh dear, I must have overslept after a long night. Embarrassed, he added, I worked late yesterday and failed to rise early. Is there something urgent you needed to discuss? Return to the office immediately, Shui Lin replied straightforwardly. What is the matter that necessitates such haste? Lin Chao inquired. It's regarding the Nanjiao project department. Shui Lin did not hesitate to reveal. The project has been stalled for too long, and Mr. Feng is genuinely furious this time. I heard he even reprimanded Mr. Xiang. He is personally convening a meeting to deliberate on how to resolve this issue. You must hurry back. Lin Chao acknowledged her request and hung up, a smile instantly gracing his lips. Good news is on the horizon. At that moment, Xiao Wei entered, noticing Lin Chao's elated expression, and curiously asked, What is you in such high spirits? After spending 5 delightful nights with a fairy, how could I not be joyous? Lin Chao replied with a grin. Enough of that nonsense. Xiao Wei retorted, her cheeks flushed. Lin Chao laughed heartily and recounted the conversation. Fear not, my dear Waiter. I shall secure that project manager position for you today. Chapter 80. This is indeed a generous offering. Xiao Wei's eyes sparkled momentarily, but then dimmed as she shook her head. Xiang Hui is firmly supporting Xinjia. Do you think he will concede? Lin Chao scoffed. In this matter, his authority holds no weight. This time, I intend for Xinjia to take her leave. I will undoubtedly elevate you to that position. Await my good news. With that, he planted a kiss on Xiao Wei's forehead and turned to leave, driving swiftly towards the company. As he drove, Lin Chao pondered whether Feng Xiaofeng's sudden assertiveness was a show of support for him. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. His few words could hardly compel Feng Xiaofeng to back him. The significance of this project must have compelled Feng to act, which worked to Lin Chao's advantage. This time, he was determined to engage in a serious contest of wills with Xiang Hui. With a fallback plan in mind, he felt liberated from worry. Xiang Hui, in his estimation, was of little consequence. As Lin Chao neared the company, Shui Lin called again, urgently stating, Lin Chao, where are you? The meeting is about to commence. You cannot keep the president and vice president waiting. I'll be there shortly, Lin Chao replied with a smile. Shui Lin sighed in relief. Please hurry. Acknowledging her plea, Lin Chao parked his car at the roadside and leisurely enjoyed a cigarette before resuming his drive to the company. At this juncture, arriving later would only heighten the anticipation among those awaiting him. After all, he was working at the Nanjiao project department, and returning late would present no grounds for complaint. Once he parked in the underground garage, Lin's call came through once more. Lin Chao, the leaders are already waiting in the conference room. Why are you still not here? Apologies, I encountered some traffic. I shall arrive shortly, Lin Chao replied earnestly. Do hurry, Lin urged before ending the call. Lin Chao ascended the elevator at a leisurely pace, arriving directly on the 5th floor. As the elevator doors opened, he swiftly stepped out and hurried to the small conference room, pushing the door open with urgency. Inside, he was met with a gathering of influential figures, including not only Xiang Hui but also the company's general manager, Feng Xiaofeng. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Chao quickly took a seat at the back, breathing heavily and wiping his forehead as if to dispel non-existent perspiration. His demeanor unmistakably conveyed the haste of his arrival. However, Xiang Hui looked up at Lin and bluntly remarked, Manager Xue, we had already notified you in advance about this urgent meeting, yet your team was tardy by a full 20 minutes. Is this appropriate? Before Lin could respond, Lin Chao interjected, Manager Xiang, this cannot be attributed to Manager Xue. She informed me an hour prior, and I made every effort to arrive on time. Unfortunately, I was delayed by a blockade set up by the villagers and then caught in the morning rush hour traffic. While I acknowledge my tardiness, I believe it would be prudent for management to consider unforeseen circumstances and provide earlier notifications in the future. Xiang Hui abruptly turned to Lin Chao, his gaze sharp and incisive. Are you suggesting that the company's notifications are inadequate? Lin Chao shook his head. Manager Xiang, do you not see that this is indeed a contributing factor? Xiang Hui was taken aback, never expecting Lin Chao to challenge him so boldly in front of everyone. His expression darkened, and although he felt a surge of anger, he refrained from retaliating, recognizing that engaging with Lin Chao would be beneath him. He suppressed his frustration, yet felt an unsettling discomfort akin to a beetle crawling upon his foot. At that moment, Feng Xiaofeng addressed Xiang Hui, finally speaking up, Manager Xiang, let us focus on the matter at hand. You are responsible for the market segment. Please inform me how long the Nanjiao project has been stalled and your plans for its future. Usually composed and amiable, Feng Xiaofeng's authoritative presence chilled the atmosphere of the room. Xiang Hui quickly responded, General Manager Feng, I have been monitoring the situation closely and have uncovered a crucial element. Lin Chao has been clandestinely colluding with outside elements, inciting the villagers to cause unrest, which led to this predicament. The audience reacted with disdain towards Xiang Hui, disapproving of his attempt to shift the blame entirely onto Lin Chao, questioning his leadership integrity and character. Lin Chao, upon hearing Xiang Hui's accusation, chuckled, Manager Xiang, if the halt of the Nanjiao project occurred after my arrival, your assertion might carry some weight. However, the truth is that the project had been inactive long before I arrived. To place the entire burden of responsibility on my shoulders seems rather unjust. Xiang Hui, momentarily rendered speechless, soon became incensed, glaring at Lin Chao without reservation. Lin Chao, I ask you, do you dare to deny the issues I have raised? Before Lin Chao could respond, Feng Xiaofeng interjected, Manager Xiang, Minister Lin is your subordinate, and you have ample opportunity to discuss matters with him at your leisure. At this moment, I lack both the time and inclination to entertain this discussion. I am here to demand results. If you believe that Lin Chao has impeded your progress, you may take measures against him. I support your decision. However, I must ask you, if you remove Minister Lin, will the Nanjiao project resume? If so, when can we expect to see the work recommence? Will normal operations be restored? Xiang Hui was left speechless, his face flushed with embarrassment. Lin Chao's gaze shifted to Feng Xiaofeng, his eyes suddenly alight with interest. To my astonishment, the typically mild-mannered Feng Xiaofeng displayed an unexpected intensity when provoked. Observing Xiang Hui's disheveled state after being challenged, Lin Chao felt a surge of satisfaction, and his impression of Feng Xiaofeng improved significantly. He resolved to maintain a respectful distance from Feng Xiaofeng's wife in the future. Noticing Xiang Hui's silence, Feng Xiaofeng scanned the room, addressing everyone present. The Nanjiao project has been stagnant for far too long, and the headquarters is increasingly dissatisfied. They have issued an ultimatum, demanding that we either resume normal operations or face severe repercussions for whoever is found responsible. Should it come to that, none of us would escape unscathed. Therefore, I have decided to take exceptional measures today. Whoever can resolve this dilemma will not only receive a generous reward of 200,000, but will also have their proposed conditions earnestly considered. The audience felt a surge of excitement. However, They exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. The offer was undeniably tempting, yet everyone understood the complexities surrounding the Nanjiao project. Engaging in this matter could not only jeopardize the potential reward, but also entangle them in unforeseen difficulties. The previous project managers had faltered, and even the recently promoted Chen Jia was now too intimidated to intervene, serving as a cautionary tale. Seeing the silence in the room, Xiang Hui looked at Feng Xiaofeng with a hint of smugness, implying that the challenge was not due to his incompetence, but rather the formidable nature of the task at hand. Lin Chao sat calmly, but his heart was brimming with delight. Ah, Feng Xiaofeng is truly benevolent. This reward seems tailor-made for me. Xue Lin, noticing his self-satisfaction, smiled and said, Minister Lin, don't remain silent. You have served in the Nanjiao project office, making your input invaluable. Please share your thoughts. Feng Xiaofeng also turned to Lin Chao, gently encouraging him to speak. Lin Chao nodded, finally gathering his thoughts. Regarding the Nanjiao project, as long as one individual takes charge, we can assuredly resume work. And that person is the office director, Xiao Wei. Xiang Hui scoffed. As far as I know, Xiao Wei has been in that position all along. If she were truly capable, would the project still be on hold? Lin Chao replied confidently. While Xiao Wei may not have initially possessed the requisite skills, she has been diligently working to persuade the villagers, achieving significant results. The last time I managed to initiate work on the project was due to her substantial support, which is why I assert her capability. Yet, after your departure, the project stalled once more. What is the explanation for that? Xiang Hui inquired directly, pinpointing the root of the issue. Lin Chao spoke candidly. When I was present, I granted her ample authority to coordinate all tasks, and her efforts yielded significant results. However, after my departure, neither Deputy Minister Chao nor the newly appointed Deputy Minister Chun regarded her with any seriousness, leaving her devoid of opportunities to showcase her abilities. Turning to Feng Xiaofeng, he continued, Mr. Feng, I propose that Xiao Wei be appointed as the manager of the Nanjiao project office. Once she assumes the role, the work will undoubtedly proceed smoothly. Before Lin Chao could finish, he was met with an abrupt rebuttal from Xiang Hui. Absolutely not, I do not concur. She is entirely unqualified for this position. Feng Xiaofeng, gazing at Xiang Hui, responded directly, Mr. Xiang, if you believe Lin's recommendation is unsuitable, then please suggest a more appropriate candidate or present a better solution. Feel free to proceed as you see fit. Xiang Hui was momentarily taken aback. Feng Xiaofeng continued, I firmly believe in the adage that it matters not whether a cat is black or white, as long as it catches mice. It is a good cat. If anyone can facilitate the resumption of the Nanjiao project, it is welcome. After a moment of contemplation, Xiang Hui replied, Mr. Feng, the Nanjiao project has been delayed for far too long to endure further turmoil. Here's the deal. Give Xiao Wei 3 days. If she can successfully restart the project, I will agree to her as the manager of human resources. If she cannot, we should replace her without delay. Feng Xiaofeng turned to Lin Chao, inquiring, Minister Lin, what is your perspective? I concur with Mr. Xiang's opinion. The project indeed cannot be further postponed. Lin Chao nodded in agreement. It was a trivial matter whether the project proceeded or not. It was merely a matter of his word, not requiring 3 days. Feng Xiaofeng decisively declared, Very well. It is settled then. Let Xiao Wei temporarily assume the role of manager for the Nanjiao project office, and if the project resumes smoothly in 3 days, she will be confirmed in the position. Meeting adjourned. Returning to his office, Lin Chao promptly called Xiao Wei. Wei, the meeting has just approved your appointment as the manager of the Nanjiao project department. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wei erupted in joy. Lin Chao, you are simply marvelous. Lin Chao chuckled. What exactly do you mean by marvelous? Oh, come on. Xiao Wei, recognizing his playful tone, shyly retorted, Hurry and call Huang Youting to inform the villagers to withdraw. Lin Chao nodded with a smile. Certainly. However, having exerted such effort, how do you intend to reward me? We shall discuss it tonight. I will definitely express my gratitude properly. Xiao Wei replied with a light laugh. Lin Chao hung up the phone, a smile spreading across his face, anticipating a delightful evening ahead. He sent a text message to Huang Youting, and just as he set the phone down, Xue Lin called him, requesting his presence. Arriving at Xue Lin's office, Lin Chao inquired, Miss Xue, you call for me? Xue Lin closed the door behind her, inviting Gui Chao to sit on the sofa, and with a smile, asked, What is the nature of your relationship with Xiao Wei? Why are you so supportive of her? It is simply a friendship. My support for her is primarily in the company's best interest, Lin Chao replied formally. You sly fox. Shuo Lin chuckled, but her expression quickly turned serious. Lin Chao, Xiang Hui has arranged for Chunjia to take the managerial position at the Nanjiao project office. Yet you have now pushed Qiao way forward, which is akin to stabbing him in the back. He will not take this lightly, so you must remain vigilant. Lin Chao chuckled softly. Ever since the incident with Chao Chong, he has been targeting me. I have grown accustomed to it. However, he cannot obstruct the matter concerning Xiao Wei. Shuelin gazed at Lin Chao, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Oh, how manly you are. With that, she wrapped her arms around his neck. Lin Chao quickly pushed her away, shaking his head. President Shui, please refrain from such behavior. This is the office. Shuelin looked at him with a pained expression. Have you forgotten your old flame now that you have a new love? I have assisted you significantly. You cannot be ungrateful. She then embraced him once more and kissed him, gazing at her exquisite visage and feeling the intoxicating pressure against his chest. Lin Chao was reminded of the delightful moments they had shared, igniting a fire within him. He gritted his teeth. Since the opportunity presented itself, he would indulge her. With a swift motion, he flipped her onto the sofa. Time seemed to blur, and eventually, silence enveloped the room. Shuelin looked at Lin Chao, saying, Lin Chao, could you speak a few words on my behalf to President Feng? I have lingered in this position for far too long. Perhaps it could lead to a change. Lin Chao couldn't help but smile wryly. Sister Shui, you overestimate my influence. My words carry no weight with President Feng. Shuelin merely smiled, saying nothing. However, it soon dawned upon him that Shuelin believed her close ties with Feng Xiaofeng, who had supported her today, warranted such a request. He understood her fiery enthusiasm earlier was driven by self-interest. Ah, women. Finally, Lin Chao laughed. Sister Shui, if the opportunity arises, I shall certainly speak well of you. But I must attend to other matters. Upon returning to his office, Lin Chao opened the door to find a girl in a white dress seated on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. Chao Yingying. Hearing the door, Chao Yingying looked up, saw Lin Chao, and quickly rose to greet him with a smile. Lin Chao, hello. She moved closer to embrace him, but Lin Chao dodged, frowning as he asked, do you need something? Gao Xingying deeply. I do not wish to be a mere ordinary employee. It is too dull. Please appoint me as the project team leader. Lin Chao responded formally. Firstly, the project team leader position is currently held by Song Xiaoye. Secondly, you have just joined and lack experience in various aspects. Promoting you directly would surely meet with dissent. Therefore, focus on your work diligently, and there will be opportunities in the future. His disdain for the Chao family was profound. Had it not been for Chao Chong's wife's coercion, he would not have allowed Chao Yingying's return, let alone consider promoting her. Chao Yingying could discern that Lin Chao's words were mere formalities, an obvious attempt to evade her request. She chuckled. Lin Chao, let me show you something. She unlocked her phone, pulled up a video, and presented it to him. Upon viewing it, Lin Chao realized it depicted him and Gu Xiaoman entering a car sequentially. He instantly recognized that Chao Yingying had caught them that day and filmed the encounter. Lin Chao asserted confidently, there is nothing between me and your mother. What does your video prove? It does not threaten me. Chao Yingying looked at Lin Chao with a smile and said, Lin Chao, even if I believe you, do you think others will? Perhaps I should post this video on the company's intranet and let everyone judge for themselves? Chapter 82. The Beautiful Director Strikes. Lin Chao was at a loss for words. He certainly knew how people would perceive such matters. After all, they could concoct issues out of thin air. Alas, it was indeed akin to mud stuck in one's trousers, neither clean nor pleasant. Observing Lin Chao's silence, Chao Yingying realized she had grasped his weakness and ceased her pressure. Approaching Lin Chao's desk, she looked at him with a pitiful expression and said, Lin Chao, I am already yours. You cannot be so harsh with me. Listen, my heart beats for you. With that, she suddenly reached out, wrapped her arms around Lin Chao's head, and pulled him towards her. Almost simultaneously, the office door swung open, and a woman stepped inside. Upon witnessing the scene, she immediately began clapping, exclaiming, Director Lin, you are having quite the fun, splendid, truly splendid. Upon hearing the entrance, Chao Yingying gasped and quickly released Lin Chao, her face turning crimson. Lin Chao looked up to see that it was Chunjia who had entered. Chunjia approached Lin Chao's desk and tossed a stack of bills onto it, boldly stating, the bills, sign them. Lin Chao leaned back in his chair and replied with indifference, I have already told you, I cannot sign these documents. I have been deceived by you twice. I am out of funds, do you understand? Chen Jia was instantly incensed, glaring at Lin Chao and shouting. However, Lin Chao remained unfazed, responding, "That was entirely your doing." Chen Jia's expression turned a shade of green, and the next moment she chuckled and said, "Lin Chao, what do you think would happen if I were to disclose the events between you and her?" The topic of a superior flirting with a female colleague would undoubtedly be sensational, wouldn't it? Do you believe you could still maintain your position? Beside them, Chao Yingying hurriedly interjected, "Deputy Manager Chun, do not slander us. We have not." Before she could finish, Lin Chao swiftly wrapped his arm around Chao Yingying's slender waist, pulling her close, and looked at Chen Jia with calmness, stating, "I am unmarried, she is unmarried. What is wrong with us being in a relationship? Which law have I violated?" Straightening up, Lin Chao gazed at Chen Jia and continued, "Yet you, a married woman, dare to flirt with a man who is already taken. Such scandalous behavior gives you no right to criticize me, does it? You are the epitome of hypocrisy, accusing others of being a seductress while you are cloaked in your own deceit." Chen Jia immediately reacted as if her tail had been stepped on, leaping up and glaring at Lin Chao, shouting, "Whom have I flirted with? You better explain yourself today. I will not let you off easily." Lin Chao smiled and replied, "Whom have you flirted with? Why not ask Manager Xiang?" Upon hearing this, Chen Jia's face changed dramatically. "Lin Chao, how dare you slander us? Just wait. This matter is far from over." With that, she grabbed a stack of bills and left in a huff. Chao Yingying, witnessing Chen Jia's humiliation, couldn't help but plant a kiss on Lin Chao's cheek, beaming with joy. "Lin Chao, the way you handled that woman just now was incredibly handsome. Stand tall." Lin Chao abruptly pushed Chao Yingying away, reprimanding her without reservation. "You want to be humiliated by being pinned to the bed before you're satisfied, don't you? Why don't you return to work?" Witnessing Lin Chao's anger, Chao Yingying's expression instantly shifted. She wished to retaliate, but could not fathom how to leverage Lin Chao's vulnerabilities. Ultimately, she chose to silence herself and departed quietly. Observing this once arrogant and willful woman now subdued, Lin Chao felt a wave of relief wash over him. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, just before the end of the workday, Xiao Wei called Lin Chao. "Lin Chao, a significant portion of the funds required by the project department has been cut. I contacted the finance department, and they said funds are currently tight. Without money, the project cannot proceed. You need to think of a solution." "All right, I will follow up," Lin Chao replied and hung up, heading directly to the finance department. The staff there informed him that this was the directive from the finance director, Bai Shanshan. Lin Chao then proceeded to Bai Shanshan's office and greeted her with a smile. "Director Bai, a large portion of the funds for the Nanjiao project department has been cut, and the project cannot continue." Bai Shanshan replied bluntly, "The company's allocation has not yet arrived. I am powerless to act. However, do not worry. The funds will be in place in 3 days, and I will ensure full disbursement." 3 days. Wasn't that precisely the timeline he had agreed upon with Xiang Hui? With the funds arriving in 3 days, it would be too late. Therefore, he looked at Bai Shanshan with a forced smile and said, "The Nanjiao project is at a critical juncture and cannot afford delays. Could you possibly consider a solution?" Bai Shanshan coldly responded, "As I said, there is no money right now. How can I find a solution? Should I take my salary out for you?" Lin Chao nearly choked. Internally, he thought, what a ridiculous situation. Yet, noting that Bai Shanshan was no longer engaging with him, he realized that further discussion was futile. He needed to consult someone more reliable. He left Bai Shanshan's office and headed to the general manager's office, knocking before entering. Feng Xiaofeng welcomed Lin Chao with a smile. "Lin Chao, come and sit." Lin Chao settled onto the sofa and addressed Feng Xiaofeng. "General manager, I have come to trouble you today." He briefly outlined the situation. Feng Xiaofeng nodded. "Let me inquire about this." He picked up the phone and after a brief conversation, set it down, looking at Lin Chao. "I asked, and it is indeed true that the funds from above have not arrived. However, you need not worry. Everything will be in place in 3 days." Lin Chao grew anxious. "No, General Manager, the timeline I agreed upon is precisely 3 days. Could you persuade Director Bai to find a way to coordinate some funds from other projects?" Feng Xiaofeng raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness, chuckling. "Lin Chao, if I were to coordinate funds from elsewhere, I would certainly face criticism." He added, "You might consider discussing the matter with Director Bai. If you can persuade her, things will be easier to handle." After bidding farewell, Lin Chao recalled Bai Shanshan's haughty demeanor and felt frustrated. Why should I beg her? At that moment, Xiao Wei called again. Lin Chao, how is the coordination of the funding issue progressing? If the funds are not secured, work will have to cease tomorrow. Sensing Xiao Wei's anxiety, Lin Chao quickly reassured her. I'm devising a solution. Rest assured, the funds will materialize. However, after hanging up the phone, his expression fell. Without appealing to Bai Shanshan, the funds would remain unattainable, and Xiao Wei, the project manager, would undoubtedly face failure. He resolved to seek out Bai Shanshan. For Xiao Wei's sake, he was willing to risk it all. Approaching the door of Bai Shanshan's office, he knocked, but there was no response, clearly indicating that she had left for the day. He picked up his phone, contemplating calling her to arrange a meeting, but soon discarded the idea. It seemed presumptuous to expect her to meet him. He would rather visit her at home. Yet, he had no knowledge of her residence. After pondering briefly, he called Guoqing. Brother Guo, do you happen to know the residential address of our financial director, Bai Shanshan? Indeed, Guoqing promptly relayed the address to Lin Chao, down to the exact door number. Lin Chao, puzzled, inquired, how do you know her details so well? Chapter 83. The bait I have consumed, but the hook I shall return to you. Guoqing chuckled. As a project manager, I must pay homage to the god of wealth. Otherwise, how can my funds be secured? By the way, brother, what brings you to seek her out today? Lin Chao briefly recounted the situation, prompting Guoqing to respond with a grin. Clearly, you haven't paid her enough respect. Go find her. If you can win her over, she will surely assist you in securing the funds. After hanging up, Lin Chao found himself in a daze. No wonder he had faced exclusion and stagnation in his career. He had evidently faltered in this regard. Although he detested the notion of whining and dining, there was no denying that such gestures served as the lubricant for relationships. Without proper lubrication, the machinery of business would grind to a halt. Following Guoqing's advice, Lin Chao purchased several gifts and drove to the community where Bai Shanshan resided. Parking by the roadside, he called her, Hello, General Manager Bai. This is Lin Chao from the marketing department. I'm nearby and would like to pay you a visit. He felt it courteous to give a heads up, allowing her time to prepare. It would be impolite to intrude unannounced. Yet, Bai Shanshan replied curtly, I'm not at home. I'm busy right now. If there's something, please address it at the office. No, General Manager Bai. I merely passed by and hope to visit you. Lin Chao replied with a smile. However, before he could finish, he was met with the disheartening sound of the call, disconnecting. Lin Chao's expression soured. How could she be so haughty? If she refused to even meet him, how could he possibly carry out his work? Sitting in his car, he lit a cigarette in frustration. At that moment, he noticed a young woman with long, straight black hair, clad in professional attire, walking towards him from a nearby building. Was that not Bai Shanshan? She was engrossed in a phone conversation, entirely oblivious to Lin Chao seated in his car. His eyes brightened. Just as he was about to push open the car door to step out, he heard Bai Shanshan's voice, causing his hand to freeze in mid-motion. Bai Shanshan, let me tell you, Lin Chao just called me, clearly regarding the funding for the Nanjiao project. Lin Chao was puzzled about who Bai Shanshan was calling, when suddenly a man's voice echoed through the phone. Haha, if he knew you were mine, he wouldn't be making such a fuss. Upon hearing that voice, Lin Chao's pupils constricted sharply. It was Xiang Hui, the executive vice president. He finally understood why Bai Shanshan had been at odds with him. It was this scoundrel pulling the strings behind the scenes. He couldn't fathom how someone as accomplished, young, and beautiful as Bai Shanshan could be under Xiang Hui's influence. The old rogue was indeed shameless. At that moment, Xiang Hui's voice resounded again. By the way, Shanshan, you should agree to have dinner with Lin Chao. Bai Shanshan exclaimed in disbelief. You want me to treat him to dinner? Xiang Hui, do you even know what you're saying? Xiang Hui replied with a smile. Of course. I do. I intend to use this opportunity to ensure that this scoundrel is completely ousted from the company. You think having dinner with him will allow you to handle him? Bai Shanshan inquired, her brow furrowed. Xiang Hui sinisterly remarked, simply dining is not enough. But what I seek is more than just a meal. You expect me to do that? Xiang Hui, you have gone too far. Bai Shanshan's anger flared. Xiang Hui gritted his teeth. It's mainly because that scoundrel harbors such animosity, now even attempting to curry favor with Feng Xiaofeng to stand against me. Hence he must be removed. Besides, you'll suffer no loss by following my instructions, right? Be a good girl, promise me, and I will surely reward you later. Very well. Bai Shanshan eventually acquiesced, making her way toward her car. Lin Chao gritted his teeth in silence, thinking to himself, Xiang Hui, you will stop at nothing to get rid of me. You never anticipated I would overhear your entire conversation, did you? He glanced at his phone, murmuring, "This recording function is truly remarkable." However, Lin Chao's phone rang urgently. Upon seeing it was by Shan Shan, he answered casually, and her gentle voice came through. "Minister Lin, I have finished my matters and am dining in room 7 at the Diva Hotel. You wanted to see me, so please come over." Lin Chao felt an urge to curse. Did she really think he was oblivious to her schemes? He knew all too well and would not fall for her tricks. Yet, the words changed on his lips. "All right, President Bai, I will be there shortly." After hanging up, he noticed Bai Shanshan's car departing in the distance. A wicked smile crept across his lips. "Bai Shanshan, you conspired with Xiang Hui against me. Today, I shall make you pay the price." Once Bai Shanshan's car had completely vanished from sight, he started his vehicle and leisurely drove to the Dihao Hotel. Arriving at room 7, he pushed the door open to find Bai Shanshan absorbed in her phone. Lin Chao greeted her politely. "Hello, President Bai." Bai Shanshan looked up, set her phone aside, and smiled. "Minister Lin, you're here. Come, sit down." Lin Chao placed 2 boxes of local specialties beside her, smiling. "President Bai, please try a taste of these local delicacies from my hometown." Bai Shanshan playfully chided. "Minister Lin, we are colleagues, yet you bring gifts. How overly formal of you." Lin Chao, sitting down with a smile, replied, "It's merely a local specialty. How could it possibly be considered a gift?" He then retrieved a bank card from his pocket and slid it across the table towards Bai Shanshan, saying, "President Bai, just a small token of appreciation. Use it to purchase some cosmetics." Bai Shanshan hastily declined. "Minister Lin, what are you doing? Please put that away." Lin Chao earnestly insisted, "President Bai, I truly need your assistance with the funding issues of the Southern Frontier Project." Bai Shanshan chuckled. "Minister Lin, your dedication to work is commendable. I was a bit hasty in the office today. Let me pour you a drink as an apology." With that, she poured 2 glasses of liquor and handed one to Lin Chao. "Come, Minister Lin." Lin Chao glanced at Bai Shanshan's phone camera aimed directly at him, gritting his teeth inwardly, realizing her intentions. "Today, I shall take the bait, but I will return the hook." He refrained from accepting the drink and instead handed the bank card back to Bai Shanshan, saying, "President Bai, please take this. It would not be wise for others to see." Bai Shanshan smiled. "All right, I will accept it." After she tucked the card into her bag, she turned to Lin Chao, saying cheerfully, "As for the funding issue, I will find a solution once I return tomorrow." She then raised her glass to Lin Chao. "Let us toast." Lin Chao quickly lifted his glass, clinking it with hers, and they both downed their drinks. Lin Chao filled his glass again and raised it toward Bai Shanshan. "Thank you for your assistance, President Bai. This toast is for you." They clinked their glasses once more and drank deeply. Bai Shanshan set her glass down with a smile, urging Minister Lin, "Don't just focus on drinking. Come, let us eat." She then placed a shrimp on Lin Chao's plate, to which he gratefully responded. As they dined and conversed, the atmosphere was delightful. A few moments later, Bai Shanshan poured herself a glass of juice and set it beside her. Observing her, Lin Chao gazed at Bai Shanshan's charming face with a look of longing, exclaiming, "President Bai, you are truly beautiful." He then moved closer to her, chuckling, "Your figure is quite stunning as well." He reached towards her, extending his hand. Chapter 84. "President Bai, your physique is exceptional." Bai Shanshan's eyes lit up momentarily. However, the next instant, her expression turned icy as she admonished, "Lin Chao, how dare you?" She raised the juice glass, preparing to pour it over his head. Yet, she was suddenly astonished to find she lacked the strength in her arm. A wave of heat surged from her abdomen, quickly enveloping her entire body, accompanied by a primal desire flooding her mind, causing her breath to quicken. Realizing something was amiss, she looked at Lin Chao, her expression shifting dramatically. "Did you switch my drink? How did you know?" Lin Chao chuckled. "Someone once used this trick on me. How can I not be cautious? More importantly, while you were on the phone with General Xiang, you happened to pass right by my car, and I overheard your conversation quite clearly. Now do you understand? You are so cunning." Bai Shanshan glared at Lin Chao, shouting in anger. Likewise, Lin Chao responded with a smile. Bai Shanshan was acutely aware of the potent effects of the medicine. She knew that lingering any longer would inevitably lead to calamity. She attempted to rise and depart. Yet the fiery sensation surged like a relentless tide within her mind, rendering her entire being as if infested by countless crawling insects, an unbearable itch consuming her. Terrified, she gazed at Lin Chao and mumbled, "Wow, I'm recording a video. If you dare to be impudent, I shall ensure you are cast into the depths of prison." Initially intending to tease Bai Shanshan and vent his frustrations, Lin Chao did not anticipate her words to be so venomous. He placed the juice he was holding onto the table and looked at her with a sly grin, saying, "Rest assured, I shall not treat you with disrespect. However, should you act impudently towards me, I will have no choice but to respond in kind." Bai Shanshan was on the verge of cursing Lin Chao for his shamelessness. Yet the effects of the drug had completely taken hold, and she was utterly consumed by desire. Torn between her clothing, she murmured, "It's hot. I can't bear it." Her shirt was swiftly ripped open, revealing all her beauty before Lin Chao. With great difficulty, she staggered towards him, tightly embracing his head and pressing it against her bosom, incoherently exclaiming, I want. Then I shall fulfill your desires." Gritting his teeth, Lin Chao lifted her effortlessly and placed her upon a nearby sofa, then fiercely descended upon her. Time became indiscernible as the room eventually fell silent. Bai Shanshan lay languidly on the sofa, gasping for breath. Lin Chao rose to retrieve her phone, casually browsing through its contents. Upon discovering some enticing material, he smirked and transferred it to his own device. By this time, Bai Shanshan had regained some composure and suddenly sat upright, raising her hand to strike Lin Chao's face, exclaiming, "I'll slap you dead." Yet before her hand could reach him, Lin Chao seized her wrist, smiling as he said, "What's the matter? Are you dissatisfied with my words?" Bai Shanshan glared at Lin Chao, gritting her teeth as she retorted, "You scoundrel! How dare you take advantage of me? Just wait to rot in prison." After uttering this, she struggled to rise, intent on retrieving her phone. However, as her feet touched the ground, her legs buckled, nearly causing her to collapse. Lin Chao's torment had been excessively harsh. Upon finally standing, she discovered the phone was already missing from the dining table. Confused, she turned as Lin Chao raised his hand, revealing her phone. "It's right here." She approached and swiftly snatched the phone, preparing to call the police, but Lin Chao, standing behind her, chuckled, "President Bai, I recorded the entire incident. The police will determine whether I assaulted you or if you willingly embraced me." "What? You actually filmed it? You despicable little man." Bai Shanshan fumed. Lin Chao shrugged, responding, "President Bai, were you not also recording? To be fair, I learned from you." Realizing she had fallen into Lin Chao's trap, Bai Shanshan, feeling exasperated, adjusted her clothing and grabbed her bag, ready to leave. However, Lin Chao pointed to 2 boxes of gifts on the floor, saying, "President Bai, the gifts. You can keep that rubbish for yourself." Bai Shanshan snapped through clenched teeth. "Oh, come now, you truly are incorruptible, but what about my bank card?" Lin Chao inquired with a smile. Bai Shanshan was taken aback by Lin Chao's audacity. He was the epitome of a miser. She halted her steps, extracted a bank card from her bag, and hurled it at Lin Chao, her voice laced with fury as she exclaimed, "Lin Chao, listen closely. There is no funding available for the Nanjiao project. If you think you can elevate Xiao Wei, you are sorely mistaken. Just wait and see." With that, she turned to leave, but Lin Chao, grinning, retorted, "President Bai, don't try to intimidate me. I am quite timid. What if I accidentally share our previous video?" "You dare." Bai Shanshan, now at the door, spun around, glaring at Lin Chao as she shouted in anger, "Delete all those videos immediately, or I shall not be courteous." "Is that a command?" Lin Chao continued to smile. Bai Shanshan was seething, never expecting to encounter such a brazen character. Eventually, she managed to suppress her frustration and declared, "Tomorrow, I will transfer the funds to the Nanjiao Project's account." Lin Chao nodded in satisfaction. "Ah, President Bai, you are indeed straightforward. The moment the funds arrive is when I will delete the videos." He then stood up, dressed, and headed for the exit. At the threshold, he turned back and said with a grin, "Shanshan, your figure is truly splendid, and your work is impressive. I am quite pleased. Go to hell." Bai Shanshan, unable to contain her anger any longer, grabbed her bag and threw it at Lin Chao's retreating back, but he merely laughed heartily as he walked away. Sitting there, Bai Shanshan felt tears welling up. Her intention to outsmart Lin Chao had backfired, leaving her ensnared in her own trap. At that moment, her phone rang, and with a sense of defeat, she answered. The voice on the other end belonged to Xiang Hui. Filled with confidence, "Shanshan, you have a video, right? Send it to me, and tomorrow I will ensure that boy is out of the picture." Before he could finish, Bai Shanshan, unable to hold back her grievances, shouted, "No, I didn't get the video. Didn't he get it? What happened?" Xiang Hui's tone was filled with disbelief. "The drug is quite potent. He should have embarrassed himself. Did he not act?" Bai Shanshan cried out in frustration, If only I had not acted. Because I did. I fell into his trap. That scoundrel even switched my drink. What? He switched your drink? So, you fell for his trick? Xiang riait sur Jancy escalated. He didn't do anything to you, did he? Bai Shan could no longer suppress her feelings and began to sob. Though she said nothing, her silence spoke volumes. Xiang Hui roared in anger. That scoundrel is courting disaster. Through her tears, Bai Shan lamented, Xiang Hui, I've been wholeheartedly devoted to you. Yet you used me as a mere tool to deal with others. How could you be so ruthless? Do you even care about me? Xiang Hui felt a deep sense of frustration, but forced himself to console Bai Shan. Shan, I underestimated the situation. I never anticipated he would be so cunning. I promise it won't happen again. Rest assured, I will avenge you and make that scoundrel pay dearly. Chapter 85. A mother-daughter appearance together? Lin Chao exited the hotel, unable to contain his laughter. Xiang Hui, having failed to steal the chicken. You must be feeling quite disheartened now. However, I find myself in high spirits. As he approached his car, ready to open the door, Gu Xiaoman called him. Lin Chao. I'm currently at the VIP lounge on the 3rd floor of the Diva Hotel. Could you come over? I'm busy with matters in another city. Lin Chao replied dismissively. Just look up towards the 3rd floor VIP lounge. Gu Xiaoman's gentle laughter resonated through the phone. Lin Chao glanced upward through the car window and was met with the sight of a graceful figure in a Chong Sam, waving at him. Who else could it be but Gu Xiaoman? Caught off guard, Lin Chao felt his face flush as he spoke into the phone. Do you need something? Gu Xiaoman replied with a smile. Just come upstairs. I have a small matter to trouble you with. With that, she hung up. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chao turned around and returned to the Dihao Hotel. Given his relationship with Chao Ying, he couldn't afford to be too callous. Upon reaching the 3rd floor and entering the VIP lounge, Lin Chao found both Gu Xiaoman and Chao Ying present. He was momentarily taken aback. What was the purpose of this gathering? Gu Xiaoman rose to greet him warmly. Why are you just standing there? Come sit. He took a seat. Looking directly at Gu Xiaoman. Sister-in-law, if there's something to discuss, please go ahead. I refuse to believe you invited me for no reason. If it were about Chao Chong, Lin Chao would have flatly refused to assist this adversary. However, Gu Xiaoman gazed at him with a hint of melancholy and said, Can I invite you to dinner without any ulterior motives? Lin Chao, feeling uncomfortable under her affectionate gaze, quickly averted his eyes. After all, her daughter was right beside them. Seeing Lin Chao's evasiveness, Gu Xiaoman chuckled. All right, no more jokes. Let us get to the point. Today, I heard Ying say she caused you some trouble. That was quite inappropriate of her. I invited you here so she could apologize. She then turned to Chao Ying, her expression turning serious. Aren't you going to apologize to your Uncle Lin? Lin Chao stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. Your mother and I are merely 3 years apart in age. Calling me uncle is rather distasteful. To his surprise, Chao Ying, rarely obedient, stood up, raised a glass towards Lin Chao, and said with a sincere expression, Minister Lin, I truly did go too far today, and I apologize. With that, she tilted her head back and down the drink in one go. Seeing Chao Ying behave so well today, Lin Chao's annoyance towards her diminished considerably, and he raised his glass to drink as well. Gu Xiaoman smiled and said, Now that we've had our drinks, let us turn the page and start eating. Sister-in-law, I've already eaten. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave, Lin Chao replied, shaking his head. He felt a sense of discomfort sitting alongside the mother and daughter. Gu Xiaoman shot him a glare. I've ordered an entire table of dishes just for you. If you don't eat, it will all go to waste. Just have a little before you leave. Her words were so pointed that if Lin Chao were to leave now, it would seem rather heartless. Therefore, he nodded and picked up his chopsticks to begin his meal. Gu Xiaoman peeled a lobster and placed it onto Lin Chao's plate, urging him, Lin Chao, do taste this lobster. It is quite delectable. Before he could respond, Chao Ying also added a piece of braised pork on his plate, saying, Minister Lin, have some braised pork. Lin Chao observed the two women, both radiating warmth and beauty, and under the influence of alcohol, an audacious thought suddenly surged within him. However, he ultimately suppressed the notion, deeming it utterly absurd. So, he withdrew his thoughts, stood up, and declared, Sister-in-law, I have finished my meal. I have matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave. Oh dear, why must you leave? You haven't eaten much yet. Gu Xiaoman attempted to retain him, but Lin Chao had already turned to depart. From behind, Gu Xiaoman called out, Lin Chao, Ying is one of our own. She works under you, so you shall take good care of her. Yes, I understand, Lin Chao replied dismissively as he exited. Once outside, he couldn't help but reflect that had he still been that lowly employee, would these two women have shown him such attentiveness? It was indeed his current status as a minister that drew such treatment. The benefits of power were undeniably splendid. He pondered on climbing even higher, imagining himself atop Xiang Hui's neck. Would he still dare to act so arrogantly then? As the effects of alcohol surged through him, his desire for ascension intensified like never before. At that moment, two men clad in black attire and masks approached him, one to the left and one to the right. Blocking his path, Lin Chao, they inquired. Lin Chao nodded, observing their obscured faces with curiosity. I am, who are you? We are here to deal with you. With that, the men coldly snorted and brandished steel pipes, swinging them towards Lin Chao. It was evident that these individuals were no strangers to such confrontations. Their strikes were ruthless and devoid of hesitation. The pipes whistled through the air, seemingly destined to strike Lin Chao. However, what transpired next caused the men's pupils to constrict in disbelief. Suddenly, Lin Chao raised both hands, one grasping each steel pipe. No matter how forcefully the men pulled, the pipes would not budge an inch. The men exchanged astonished glances, exclaiming, "Your strength is astounding." Lin Chao chuckled and replied, "I've often treated livestock for my grandfather. Those creatures are far stronger than you two." Realizing they had encountered formidable opposition, the two men exchanged a glance and shouted, "Let us retreat." They simultaneously released the pipes and turned to flee. Yet, they had barely taken 2 steps before a steel pipe struck the back of their knees, causing them to collapse to the ground. Lin Chao approached, squatting in front of them, and removed their masks, only to find he did not recognize them. With a smile, he inquired, "Now, tell me, who sent you to deal with me?" "No one," they replied in unison. Lin Chao smiled and said, "We are complete strangers, let alone harbor any enmity. Yet, you two wish to harm me, claiming no one has hired you. Do you truly believe that? If there is none, then there is none." The tall man retorted defiantly, "Even if you were to kill us today, it would still be the same." Lin Chao replied earnestly, "I am a civilized individual. How could I resort to violence? However, there are those skilled in this art, and I shall have them instruct me on how to handle this situation." With that, he took out his phone and made a call. "Uncle Huang, this is Lin Chao. There are 2 individuals who have been hired to attack me. When I inquired, they refused to divulge the truth. Please, enlighten me on how I might compel them to speak." On the other end of the line, a cold voice responded, "What did you say? Someone is attempting to harm you?" Upon hearing Huang Biao's voice, the tall man in black suddenly screamed, "Huang Biao. Master Huang, you are the one he called." Huang Biao's calm voice came through, "Yes, it is I. Provide me with your full name. I wish to see who in this Haicheng has the audacity to target my son-in-law." "What? He is your son-in-law?" The tall man shrieked, his face turning pale. "Master, I am Zhang Ergu. I truly did not know Lin Chao was your son-in-law. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to lay a finger on him." Huang Biao, growing impatient, demanded, "Speak. Who hired you?" The tall man immediately spilled the beans. It was a fellow named Han Shao. He offered me 10,000 yuan to beat up Lin Chao. Huang Biao inquired directly, "Lin Chao, what grievances do you have with this Han Shao?" After pondering for a moment, Lin Chao shook his head. "This is the first time I have heard this name. Then he is not the true culprit." Huang Biao mused. "Zhang Ergu, return and find this Han Shao. Uncover the mastermind behind this plot, and report back to me by tomorrow morning." Zhang Ergu nodded vigorously. "Master, rest assured, I will deliver the results to you by tomorrow morning." In a grave tone, Huang Biao said, "Lin Chao, how do you intend to deal with these two? Once you have made your decision, inform me, and I shall assist you." With that, he hung up the phone. Hearing this, Zhang Ergu immediately knelt before Lin Chao, repeatedly bowing and pleading for mercy. "Sir, we were wrong to act against you. Please let us go." Being in this line of work, they were well aware of Huang Biao's methods. The consequences of falling into his hands were all too clear. "You both sought to deal with me, and now you expect me to spare you with just a word? If the roles were reversed, what would you do?" Lin Chao regarded the two men, lighting a cigarette and taking a drag. Zhang Ergu quickly produced a bank card and handed it to Lin Chao with both hands. "Sir, this is our payment. We no longer want it. Consider it compensation for mental anguish." The other burly man hastily brought forth another bank card. "This is our combined savings of 50,000 yuan. All for you. Please spare us." Lin Chao accepted both cards and asked 60,000 yuan. Can it buy a person's arm? It can. They both nodded eagerly. Very well, Lin Chao said, tossing the 2 cards back to them. When I require it, you shall assist me in removing an arm. With that, he entered his vehicle and departed without a backward glance. Zhang Dagu gazed at Zhang Ergu, a bewildered expression on his face. It seems this fellow has taken our money to employ us for his labor, yet he appears to contribute nothing himself. Does he? Zhang Ergu, still haunted by the thought, replied, Isn't preserving our lives sufficient? Zhang Dagu nodded fervently, gritting his teeth as he declared, Brother, let us seek out Han Xiao. He claims to be merely a powerless clerk, but is he truly so powerless? Tonight, I intend to have a thorough discussion with him. Shortly after Lin Chao departed, Gu Xiaoman called him. Upon answering, Lin Chao bluntly remarked, Gu Xiaoman, what do you mean by making small moves in front of your daughter today? Gu Xiaoman giggled. Don't you find that even more thrilling? Lin Chao was left speechless, incredulous at her shamelessness. If you have something to say, then say it, he urged. Gu Xiaoman's tone turned serious. Lin Chao, I must inform you that Xiang Hui just called me, inquiring if I possessed any videos of us together. He clearly intends to harm you, so please be cautious. Did you give him the video? Lin Chao instinctively asked. If I had obediently handed it over, will I be calling you now? Besides, we don't even have a video. How could I provide it to him? Gu Xiaoman reproached. Lin Chao pressed. Aren't you 2 old acquaintances? Why are you not aligned this time? Gu Xiaoman retorted angrily. As for Chao Chang's matter, he hardly assisted me at all. I realized he is utterly unreliable. Lin Chao hung up, his eyes narrowing. Xiang Hui had repeatedly attempted to undermine him. It was only fair that he retaliated. How could he inflict pain upon him? After smoking a few cigarettes, a plan finally crystallized in his mind. The following morning, just as Lin Chao returned to the office, he received a call from Xiao Wei, who cheerfully announced, Lin Chao, all the company funds have been received. I truly must thank you this time. How will you express your gratitude? Lin Chao replied with a smile. Xiao Wei lowered her voice. Come over tonight. However you wish to thank me, I shall oblige. After hastily hanging up, Lin Chao recalled Xiao Wei's alluring demeanor, igniting a fervor within him. Another night to anticipate. At that moment, Zhang Ergu called Lin Chao. Boss, Han Xiao has spilled the beans. He is the cousin of Xiang Hui, our company's executive vice president. It was Xiang Hui who instructed him to find someone to deal with you. I recorded our conversation and will send it to you. After relaying this, Zhang Ergu ended the call, and soon an audio file arrived. Lin Chao opened the audio and listened attentively, his teeth clenching in anger. Xiang Hui, you aim to ruin me. Initially hesitant about how to confront him, he no longer wavered. He rose decisively and made his way to the general manager's office. As the executive vice president, only Feng Xiaofeng could contend with Xiang Hui. This time, he would strike at Xiang Hui's vital artery. Whoever dares to harm me shall face the wrath of my ancestors. He vowed. At worst, he would walk away. Times had changed, and he had options. Chapter 87. This is indeed an office setting. Lin Chao arrived at the door of the general manager's office and knocked before entering. As Feng Xiaofeng spotted Lin Chao entering, he greeted him warmly. Ah, Lin Chao, come take a seat. Rising, he ushered Lin Chao to the sofa and poured him a cup of tea, smiling as he inquired, have you encountered yet another challenge, Lin Chao? Lin Chao, direct in his approach, wasted no time. Mr. Feng, I am indeed in a predicament. One instigated by the executive vice president. Even yesterday, the financial director failed to allocate funds for the Nanjiao project on time, under the directive of Xiang Hui, with the intention of ensuring my failure in the 3-day challenge. A glimmer of understanding flickered in Feng Xiaofeng's eyes, quickly masked as he replied, Lin Chao, such statements necessitate evidence. I possess the evidence, Lin Chao asserted, retrieving his phone to share an audio recording he had made in his car the previous night. He explained that his unique rapport with General Bai was why Bai listened to him so intently, and thus, he shared several video clips from Bai Shanshan's phone, intimate moments between Bai and Xiang Hui, captured with remarkable clarity. Moreover, Lin Chao continued to reveal more explosive information, sending over photographs of Xiang Hui and Gu Xiaoman in a parking garage that night. It's infuriating that he even hired someone to deal with me, Lin Chao declared through clenched teeth, forwarding an audio recording from Zhang Ergu to Xiang Hui. This time, he was resolute in his intent to bring Xiang Hui to justice, thus forwarding all evidence to Feng Xiaofeng. After reviewing the videos, Feng Xiaofeng's brow furrowed. Lin Chao, I am aware of the situation now. I will take care of it. Upon hearing this, Lin Chao took his leave and stepped outside, exhaling a long breath of relief. Xiang Hui, prepare for your downfall. This company is not yours to command, nor is it a playground for your whims. In high spirits, he drove directly to the Nanjiao project site to share the good news with Xiao Wei. An hour later, upon arrival, he found that the rowdy villagers had dispersed and trucks delivering materials were bustling at the entrance, creating a lively atmosphere. The construction site was abuzz with activity. Lin Chao made his way to the project manager's office, where he saw Xiao Wei standing by the window, busy arranging work over the phone. He approached quietly from behind, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. Xiao Wei stiffened momentarily before turning to see Lin Chao, her expression relaxing. "Oh, it's you. You startled me. What brings you here at this hour?" With utmost seriousness, Lin Chao replied, "I have come to inspect your work." Xiao Wei chuckled. "Well, let us head to the site. I'll accompany you for a thorough inspection." As Lin Chao gazed at Xiao Wei's exquisite face and alluring figure, a wave of warmth enveloped him. With a playful grin, he quipped, "I'm in to inspect your work." Before she could react, he swept her into his arms and headed towards a nearby suite. Xiao Wei stiffened again, playfully punching Lin Chao as she shyly protested. In the office, under the bright daylight, the rabbit found itself unperturbed by the possibility of being discovered. Before the words could fully escape, Lin Chao silenced the lips with a fervent kiss, his tongue boldly advancing. Xiao Wei, feeling a rush of shyness, gently closed her eyes, allowing her lips to part slightly as she surrendered to Lin Chao's passionate onslaught. An hour later, tranquility enveloped the suite. Nestled in Lin Chao's embrace, Xiao Wei joyfully exclaimed, "Lin Chao, the disturbances have ceased, the funds are secured, and the project is fully operational again. I should be promoted to a permanent position in 3 days. After my promotion to manager, my salary will see a significant increase, and I shall no longer struggle financially. This success is entirely attributed to you. I truly must express my gratitude, but mere words of thanks are insufficient. Actions must convey sincerity." Lin Chao gazed at Xiao Wei's alluring figure, his eyes igniting with fervor once more. Realizing his intentions, Xiao Wei quickly wrapped herself in a towel. Glancing at Lin Chao with a hint of trepidation, "Do you intend to exhaust me completely?" Lin Chao erupted in laughter. "By the way, I came here today to share some good news." He succinctly recounted how he had gathered evidence against Xiang Hui and delivered it to Feng Xiaofeng. "Detailing Xiang Hui et son pending misfortune. Xiang Hui shall soon face dire consequences. He will no longer be able to bully me." "What? You plan to take action against Xiang Hui?" Xiao Wei sat upright, gazing at Lin Chao in astonishment. Xiang Hui is the executive vice president of the company, second only to Feng Xiaofeng, and wields significant power. If he discovers your scheming, do you believe he will let you off easily? What good will come of this reckless endeavor? Upon hearing her words, Lin Chao, filled with indignation, retorted, "I desire to work diligently. I do not wish to oppose him. Yet he has no intention of letting me be. Do you know why the funds could not be secured yesterday? It was his machination. He aims to prevent your ascension, even enlisting by Shan to conspire against me and seeking to harm me. He has left me with no avenue for retreat. How much longer must I endure? Moreover, this company is not solely under his jurisdiction. There is still President Feng. I firmly believe President Feng will ensure justice prevails, and Xiang Hui will face retribution. I trust he will never again be so audacious." Seeing Lin Chao's fervent expression, Xiao Wei felt reluctant to further criticize him and sighed. Let us hope that is indeed the case. At that moment, her phone rang. After a brief conversation, she turned to Lin Chao and said, "There are matters outside that require my attention. I must step out for a moment." After donning her attire, she departed. Lin Chao reclined on the bed, lighting a cigarette and inhaling slowly. He awaited the good news, the moment when Xiang Hui would be brought down, yet as noon approached, there remained an unsettling silence from the company. Anxious, Lin Chao called Song Xiaoye to inquire about the situation. She assured him that everything was normal at the company, with no significant developments. Trying to reassure himself, Lin Chao thought of Xiang Hui's position as the vice president. It was a considerable undertaking to unseat him, and surely Feng Xiaofeng would need to consult with headquarters. Perhaps Feng Xiaofeng was already orchestrating a plan. He resolved to wait a little longer. However, as the afternoon wore on and the workday came to a close, the company remained eerily tranquil. He called Song Xiaoye, but she too had not received any news. A wave of unease washed over Lin Chao, What was Feng Xiaofeng implying? He contemplated reaching out to Shui Lin, but hesitated, feeling it would be inappropriate to involve her at this juncture. Ultimately, he steeled himself and decided to call Feng Xiaofeng directly, opting for a straightforward inquiry. Yet, the line was perpetually engaged, which deepened his furrowed brow. What could Feng Xiaofeng possibly mean by this? Just as Lin Chao was becoming increasingly anxious, someone rushed into the office, breathless and visibly shaken. Minister Lin, something has happened. A grave situation. Upon hearing this, Lin Chao's heart sank. He observed the trembling lips of the newcomer and calmly urged, "Do not panic. Take a moment to explain what has transpired." After a brief moment to gather composure, the individual hastily reported, "The scaffolding at the construction site has collapsed, and several workers have fallen, sustaining severe injuries." Before the words were fully out, Lin Chao sprang to his feet, grabbing his coat and dashing outside. Safety concerns were paramount. If a serious incident had occurred, it would lead to dire consequences. Arriving at the construction site alongside the frantic messenger, he found a throng of people gathered, anguished groans permeating the air. Lin Chao squeezed through the crowd, where he spotted Xiao Wei urgently shouting, "Forget everything else. Prioritize getting the injured to the hospital." The crowd scrambled to lift the wounded individuals towards waiting vehicles. Seeing Lin Chao, Xiao Wei rushed over, her lips trembling as she said, "Lin Chao, it's bad. It's really bad. It's all right, I'm here." "What is the situation?" Lin Chao reassured her. "5 people are injured, one critically. He has lost his pulse." Xiao Wei's voice quivered with fear. "Arrange for a vehicle to expedite the remaining 4 to the hospital. Also, procure a spacious vehicle for the critically injured worker. I'll attend to him first." Lin Chao succinctly instructed. He moved swiftly to examine the motionless patient on the ground. Fortunately, the injuries were not extensive. He had merely suffered cardiac arrest. Lin Chao hoisted the patient into the vehicle and knelt beside him, commencing CPR as the vehicle sped toward the hospital. Xiao Wei watched anxiously, her heart racing as the patient remained unresponsive, tears threatening to spill. If he were to die, losing her job would be the least of her worries. She would carry the burden of guilt for a lifetime. Just as despair began to envelop her, the injured man emitted a low groan and slowly opened his eyes. "He is awake. He is awake," Xiao Wei exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face. As long as there were no fatalities, the burden of responsibility would be significantly lighter. The vehicle soon arrived at the hospital, and the injured were swiftly transported into the emergency room. Xiao Wei, pale and shaken, murmured, "Heaven help us. May all the injured recover safely." Lin Chao embraced her, speaking softly, "I've assessed the injured. They appear to be in stable condition." "Do not worry. I hope so," Xiao Wei replied, assuming Lin Chao was merely offering words of comfort, and she nodded weakly. At that moment, a group of individuals hurriedly approached, led by none other than Xiang Hui. Upon spotting Xiang Hui, Xiao Wei promptly released Lin Chao and approached to greet him. "Hello, Mr. Xiang." However, Xiang Hui glared at Lin Chao, bluntly remarking, "In light of such a significant incident, you still find the time to embrace your subordinates. How delightful." Before Lin Chao could respond, Xiao Wei hastily interjected, "Mr. Xiang, you misunderstand. I was merely frightened to the point of weakness and required Minister Lin's support to steady myself." At such a critical moment, raising trivial matters is hardly amusing, is it? Xiang Hui shot a piercing glare at Xiao Wei, reprimanding her without hesitation. Xiao Wei was left speechless, stunned into silence. Lin Chao stepped forward to shield Xiao Wei and addressed Xiang Hui directly. "The primary responsibility for this incident lies with me. If you have grievances, direct them toward me." Xiang Hui, maintaining a stern expression, replied, "Do you believe this is merely about venting frustration at you? Prepare yourself for the company's serious repercussions." After that, he turned to the approaching hospital director and inquired, "Director Liu, what is the situation? Is anyone in critical condition?" Director Liu responded directly, "We are still in the process of resuscitation. The outcome has yet to be determined." Xiang Hui nodded, then coldly instructed Xiao Wei, "Report any developments to me immediately." With that, he turned and departed, casting a meaningful glare at Lin Chao as he left. Xiao Wei clasped her hands together, fervently praying, "May heaven protect us." 2 hours later, when the doctor emerged from the emergency room, Xiao Wei rushed forward to inquire about the situation. Upon learning that all individuals were out of danger and their injuries had been effectively managed, she finally exhaled in relief. Lin Chao instructed Xiao Wei to attend to the injured at the hospital and discuss their subsequent treatment and compensation, while he drove directly to the construction site to address the ensuing issues there. By dawn, the company had dispatched safety inspectors to investigate the incident, concluding that the collapse was due to workers using expired scaffolding. Since there were no fatalities, the company decided to downplay the incident, merely conducting safety training at the site before resuming production. By the time all tasks were completed, it was already afternoon. At that moment, Shui Lin called Lin Chao, urging him to return to the company. Lin Chao, following this safety incident, the company will undoubtedly impose penalties on you, so prepare yourself mentally. Acknowledging his accountability for the accident, Lin Chao hung up the phone and drove towards the company. Upon arriving, he was directed to the large conference room. As he entered, the sight before him momentarily stunned him. Nearly all the mid to senior management were present, with Xiang Hui and Feng Xiaofeng seated prominently at the front. Such a grand assembly had been convened. Lin Chao entered and took a seat, directly facing Xiang Hui, who began to address the room. The company's safety production initiative, set for 100 days, is just 3 days away from meeting its target. Yet the Nanjiao project has encountered such a significant incident. This is simply an affront to the company and a serious matter indeed. The purpose of today's meeting is to serve as a cautionary tale for others, reminding everyone to prioritize safety at all times. Listening to Xiang Hui's grandstanding, Lin Chao felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Just yesterday, he had approached Feng Xiaofeng and unleashed a barrage of impactful revelations. Yet Xiang Hui appeared utterly unaffected, still parading his authority. What did Feng Xiaofeng truly intend? He glanced at Feng Xiaofeng, only to find him sitting there, inscrutable and as still as water. At that moment, Xiang Hui announced from the podium, "This incident is extremely serious. Consequently, we will take stringent measures against those involved. I will impose a 3-month salary deduction. Market Director Shui will face a 6-month deduction, and as the direct responsible party, Lin Chao will be dismissed." This pronouncement sent a wave of agitation rippling through the room. In the construction industry, accidents are an inevitable reality. As long as no lives are lost, they are generally deemed minor and do not warrant severe punishment. Yet, the dismissal of Lin Chao seemed disproportionately harsh. Some understood the underlying reasons. It was evident that he had crossed Xiang Hui. Lin Chao was acutely aware of this. So he turned to Feng Xiaofeng, convinced that he would not allow Xiang Hui's tyranny to go unchallenged. However, Feng Xiaofeng's subsequent remarks left Lin Chao utterly stunned. This incident is indeed quite serious. I concur with the handling measures proposed by General Xiang and urge all personnel to remain vigilant about safety to prevent similar occurrences in the future. Lin Chao stared at Feng Xiaofeng, scarcely believing his ears. He had always regarded Feng Xiaofeng as a paragon of fairness, expecting him to counter Xiang Hui's assertions and advocate for him. Yet, he was met with this unexpected reaction. Chapter 89. This truly warms the heart. Even until the meeting adjourned, he could not process what had transpired. He had contemplated seeking Feng Xiaofeng's support, but now he found Feng Xiaofeng displaying the same disheartening demeanor. Lin Chao could not suppress a bitter smile and shake of his head. Indeed, what commendable leadership. There was truly no reason to remain in this place any longer. Returning to his office, he absent-mindedly gathered his belongings, preparing to leave. Just then, Chen Jiao walked in, arms crossed, regarding Lin Chao with a mocking smile. "Lin Chao, weren't you quite arrogant? Aren't you about to exit in disgrace? To have offended General Xiang. How naive you are. This outcome is entirely of your own making. Furthermore, I must inform you that tomorrow, Xiang will appoint me as the head of the marketing department. That position is rightfully mine. Now I ask you, do you accept this?" Lin Chao looked at Chen Jia and chuckled. "Chen Jia, with your level of incompetence, you think Xiang Hui would elevate you to the position of marketing director? You must have made quite a few sacrifices for that. How dare you speak such nonsense?" Chen Jia retorted, eyes wide with indignation. Lin Chao smiled wryly and replied, "Am I speaking nonsense? You know full well the truth. Someone who relies on their body to gain favor has the audacity to boast here. How shameless can you be? You." How could Chen Jia withstand Lin Chao's sharp tongue? Left speechless and her lips trembling in frustration, Lin Chao, ignoring her further, turned on his heel and walked away with his backpack. Upon exiting the office building, a bitter smile crept across Lin Chao's face. The last time he had offended Chao Chong, he had been unceremoniously kicked into the security room. After enduring so much strife, He had finally clawed his way to the position of head of the marketing department, only to be unceremoniously ousted again. The resemblance to history was truly astounding. Yet, he was no longer the man he once was. Leaving this place, he would not find himself without options. Rather, he would thrive even more. He would reach out to Zhou Xiuyao. As he arrived at the underground parking lot and was about to get into his car, a call from Xiao Wei interrupted his thoughts. Her voice was laced with urgency. Lin Chao, I heard the company plans to dismiss you. Is that true? Lin Chao replied with a smile. Indeed, it seems I am about to pack my things and leave. Before he could finish, Xiao Wei exclaimed, clearly, this is Su Huan targeting you. They are being utterly unreasonable. Lin Chao, I cannot stay in this company any longer. I will resign alongside you. Wherever you go, I shall follow. I refuse to believe that with our two hands, we cannot sustain ourselves. Lin Chao hurriedly shook his head. Xiao Wei, please don't say that. You have worked so hard to reach this position. How can you give up so easily? Even if I leave, it won't affect you. Xiao Wei retorted. If you leave, what is the point of my staying here? How can you say such things? She then raised her voice. I am your girlfriend now. Have you forgotten? At her words, Lin Chao was momentarily taken aback. In his mind, he had always believed that Xiao Wei had drawn near him solely to advance her career. He never imagined she would express such loyalty during his downfall. Deeply moved, a warm current surged within him, and he quickly replied, Wei-er, I'm sorry for what I said. You are indeed my girlfriend. Please wrap up your matters there, and once I find a new place, we shall go together. That is more like it. Xiao Wei's tone lightened. Once I finish here, I will contact you. Don't overthink it. As long as we are together, there is no obstacle we cannot overcome. After hanging up, Lin Chao felt a sense of warmth in his heart, realizing his time at Lingyun Real Estate had not been in vain. He got into his car and was about to start the engine when another call came in from Guiqing. Bro, I'm at the Hilton Hotel across the street. Come over for a drink. All right. In this low moment, Guiqing not only showed no disdain, but also invited him for a drink. This gesture warmed Lin Chao's heart, and he readily accepted, driving swiftly to the Hilton Hotel. After parking, he stepped out and walked toward the hotel entrance. Before he had gone far, a cheerful voice called out, Teacher, over here. Lin Chao looked up to see Song Xiaoya, dressed in a flowing white dress, waving joyfully as she ran toward him. Lin Chao, puzzled, asked, Xiaoya, what brings you here? She quickly replied, we were worried you might be feeling down, so we came to drink with you and lift your spirits. Lin Chao gazed at Song Xiaoya with a smile and remarked, I find myself dismissed now. Aren't you afraid of being implicated by my misfortune this time, given that you're choosing not to keep your distance? Song Xiaoya resolutely replied, previously, I concealed my identity to assist you more effectively. This time, however, I shall not do so, for I no longer wish to be misjudged by you in such a manner. Furthermore, if I were to be dismissed as a result, so what? As long as I am with you, I fear no place. Upon hearing her words, a warmth enveloped Lin Chao's heart. He gently patted Song Xiaoya's fragrant shoulder and softly said, Xiaoya, I am grateful to you. From now on, I shall regard you as a dear sister. Is that all? Merely a sister? Song Xiaoya looked at Lin Chao, her eyes filled with a trace of melancholy. Lin Chao was taken aback by her directness, momentarily rendered speechless. Just then, a girl's voice resonated from behind. Minister Lin, I too have come today to enjoy a drink with you. Is that agreeable? Lin Chao turned to see the newcomer and was immediately taken aback. It was Chao Yingying. He felt as though he had unjustly tarnished her reputation, and he believed she must resent him. Why would she come here now, especially when he was in such a dire state? While Lin Chao pondered, Chao Yingying approached him and said, Minister Lin, after what transpired today, I can only imagine you are feeling quite distressed. I came to share a drink with you, hoping to lighten your spirits. Lin Chao was utterly astonished. Chao Yingying tilted her head and asked, What is the matter? Am I not welcome? Realizing the moment, Lin Chao quickly responded, Not at all. Please come in. He beckoned the two women to enter the hotel, but just then, another woman's gentle voice chimed in from behind. Hello, Minister Lin. I have come to join you for a drink today. Lin Chao turned around, his eyes widening in surprise. It was manager Zhao Wanqing from the sales department. Zhao Wanqing approached Lin Chao and said, Given the events of today, I sense you would be feeling unsettled. I came to share a drink and a conversation, which might ease your mind. Lin Chao hastily shook his head, saying, Manager Zhao, I appreciate your kindness, but I believe it is best for you to leave quickly. You are aware of the individuals I have offended, and should they discover you are associating with me, it could adversely affect your position. Zhao Wanqing, however, shook her head, a nonchalant expression gracing her features. What is there to fear? If it comes to it, they can dismiss me. I would simply follow you to beg for alms. You wield the stick while I carry the bowl. What could be better? Moved by her words, Lin Chao felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. He had merely assisted her once. Yet she remembered his kindness, proving herself to be a girl of loyalty and gratitude. He warmly welcomed Zhao Wanqing, and the four of them proceeded toward the hotel together. At that moment, his phone vibrated several times. Lin Chao took out his phone to find a message. Do not be overly concerned about temporary setbacks. Leaving is merely a new beginning. I believe you will soar to greater heights. Keep pushing forward. Upon reading the somewhat melodramatic words, Lin Chao was puzzled about who had sent it. However, when he discerned the sender's identity, his eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. It was the chief financial officer by Shan. Last night, he found himself in a pitiful state, and though it was enough to refrain from adding to his woes, he was taken aback to see someone come forth to offer comfort. How could this be? Lost in his thoughts, he was suddenly greeted by Guo Qing, who wrapped his arm around him and laughed heartily, saying, I thought I was the only one here to keep you company for drinks, but it seems you have quite a crowd. Brother, you have good connections. I'm genuinely happy for you. Let us head inside. With that, he guided Lin Chao and the others into the private room. Once seated, Guo Qing raised a glass and declared, no need for words. Today we gather to drink with our brother and let him enjoy himself. Cheers! Lin Chao stood to lift his glass, clinking it with the others. Gratitude evident on his face as he said, thank you all for coming to drink with me. Everything is in this wine. Cheers! The group raised their glasses and downed their drinks, settling in to eat and drink merrily. As the clock struck 9, Song Xiaoya, observing Lin Chao's flushed face, expressed concern. Teacher, you've had quite a bit to drink. Perhaps it's time to rest? Guo Qing, exhaling a breath laced with alcohol, interjected, you all can leave, tonight. My brother is my responsibility. Let's have a good chat. After a few bid their farewells, Guo Qing closed the door behind them, turning to Lin Chao and saying, that scoundrel, Xiang Hui, is not worth your concern. Lin Chao shook his head. He's not the main issue. It's Feng Xiaofeng's actions that baffle me. He briefly recounted the events. Guo Qing sighed, brother, the interests of the company are deeply intertwined. You cannot expect Feng Xiaofeng to act against Xiang Hui based solely on that. You have underestimated the complexity of the situation. Now let us drink. As Lin Chao lifted his glass, his phone vibrated. He pulled it out to find a message that made his eyes widen. It was from Sister Lon. Lin Chao. I'm in room 7 at the Heavenly Realm Club. If you're available, could you come and help me with a massage? Understanding her identity, he wished to avoid entanglements and replied, okay, I'll be there shortly. Perplexed by Feng Xiaofeng's behavior, he felt the urge to see Sister Lon, hoping she could provide some clarity. He set down his phone and said to Guo Qing, brother, I have an urgent matter to attend to. Let us drink another time. Guo Qing nodded with a smile. Go handle your business. When you find a better place, be sure to bring me along. I don't wish to linger in this sordid establishment. Absolutely, Lin Chao replied, touched. After exchanging farewells, he quickly hailed a cab to the Heavenly Realm Club. Arriving at room 7, upon entering, he found Sister Lon on the phone. Today, she had her hair styled in a bun, showcasing her graceful swan-like neck. With a subtle application of makeup, her delicate features appeared even more alluring. Adorned in a blue and white porcelain qipao, her figure was accentuated perfectly, sitting there like a classical beauty emerging from a Tang Dynasty painting, breathtakingly exquisite. Such beauty, Lin Chao thought, his gaze momentarily captivated. Yao Lan spot Lin Chao, set down her phone, and calmly remarked, Lin Chao, I have been feeling utterly exhausted these past few days. Would you be so kind as to assist me with a massage once more? Of course, Sister Lon, Lin Chao replied involuntarily, closing the door behind him. Yao Lan entered the suite, and shortly after called out to Lin Chao, I have changed my clothes. You may come in now. Upon his entrance, Lin Chao beheld Yao Lan lying on the massage table. She had donned a white, mid-length blouse that was slightly sheer, allowing the contours of her tied garment beneath to be faintly discerned. The blouse barely concealed her thighs, and from Lin Chao's vantage point, not only could he admire her elongated, graceful legs, but he could also glimpse the perfect curvature of her shapely posterior. The sight stirred a sudden warmth within him. Let's begin, Yao Lan urged, noticing Lin Chao standing still. He quickly came to his senses and grasped her delicate feet, commencing the gentle massage. As he pondered how to broach the subject, Yao Lan preempted him, saying, I am already aware of your situation. Lin Chao nodded hastily, suspecting that Shui Lin must have informed her. Do you feel wronged about being taken down this time? Yao Lan inquired, casting a sidelong glance at him. I feel utterly wronged, Lin Chao replied with a look of distress. You are not wronged, Yao Lan stated bluntly. Xiang Hui's ability to maintain his position as the executive vice president of the company, standing steadfastly alongside Feng Xiaofeng, is due to his connections with certain shareholders. You know nothing of the circumstances and yet wish to topple him. Do you still think you are wronged? Lin Chao was momentarily taken aback, never having anticipated the formidable backing Xiang Hui possessed. Yao Lan continued, Secondly, do you know Feng Xiaofeng well? You do not. Yet you dare to place your trust in him, hoping to confront Xiang Hui side by side. That is your gravest error, Lin Chao quickly retorted. Feng is the general manager of the company. Everyone perceives him as amicable and fair in his dealings. That is merely a facade. You do not understand his true nature. Yao Lan replied coldly. At home, he inflicts violence upon me, and outside, he keeps several mistresses. He is a scoundrel who presents one face while harboring another behind the scenes. By this point, Yao Lan's voice brimmed with fury. Lin Chao was stunned, unable to comprehend that Feng Xiaofeng could be such a person. He further struggled to understand why Feng would seek other women when he had someone as exquisite as Yao Lan, and why he would resort to domestic violence against her. Swallowing hard, he looked at Yao Lan and said, Sister Lan, surely the general manager cannot be that way. He is indeed a base and despicable individual. Yao Lan shouted in exasperation. Do you realize that by implicating Xiang Hui, you have handed Feng Xiaofeng the means to threaten him? They have leveraged this to redistribute the company's interests, transferring all financial and personnel matters, originally under Xiang Hui's purview, entirely to Feng Xiaofeng's name. Your act of allegiance has merely become a tool for his gain. Moreover, your sharing of the videos between Xiang Hui and Bai Shanshan with Feng Xiaofeng has allowed him to use them to coerce Bai Shanshan into becoming his mistress. Now you have come to understand what he truly is, haven't you? After listening to Yao Lan, Lin Chao was momentarily stunned. He could hardly fathom that Feng Xiaofeng, a prominent figure at Lingyun Real Estate who had always projected an image of moral superiority and gentlemanly demeanor, could be such a despicable and shameless individual. Suddenly, it dawned on him why Bai Shanshan had sent him that message. Betrayed by Xiang Hui and coerced by Feng Xiaofeng, her current state of anguish and fury was palpable. Having shared an intimate connection with her, she must have viewed him as a confidant. If it weren't for his impulsiveness in sending those videos to Feng Xiaofeng, Bai Shanshan would not have found herself in such a predicament. He felt a surge of guilt, swiftly followed by a wave of anger. How could Feng Xiaofeng be so vile? At that moment, Yao Lan sat up and regarded Lin Chao, asking, Do you despise him? I do. Lin Chao gritted his teeth, a surge of fury coursing through him. Yet in the next breath, he shook his head with a wry smile. Sister Lan, what difference does my hatred make? With his current influence, what can I do? You can, Yao Lan exclaimed, suddenly embracing Lin Chao and, with gritted teeth, declared, This is the greatest form of revenge against him. She then pursed her lips and leaned toward Lin Chao. Lin Chao instinctively recoiled, blushing, Sister Lan, this isn't appropriate. Yao Lan, undeterred, looked at him fiercely and said, Lin Chao, I had Shui Lin introduce you to me for a massage, but truthfully, I sought a man to betray Feng Xiaofeng as retribution. However, my upbringing has held me back from taking that step. Yet today, upon hearing that he threatened Bai Shanshan, I can no longer tolerate it. I must exact revenge on him. Lin Chao, let's make him experience the bitterness of betrayal. With that, she grasped Lin Chao's hand and pressed it against her chest. In that moment, Lin Chao's defenses nearly crumbled, yet he managed to suppress the heat within him, quickly freeing himself from her grasp and turning away. Sister Lan, please don't do this. It's inappropriate. Yao Lan, taken aback by his resistance, gazed at him incredulously and inquired, Lin Chao, do you refuse me because you find me unattractive? He shook his head vigorously. No, you are as beautiful as a celestial being. Then why? Yao Lan asked, her face filled with confusion. Lin Chao, blushing, replied, Sister Lan, in my eyes, you are truly perfect. I feel that engaging in this would be a desecration of your dignity. I simply cannot take that step. Upon hearing his words, Yao Lan stood there momentarily frozen. Before breaking into a bitter smile, Lin Chao, you are a good man. If given the choice between you and Feng Xiaofeng, I would choose you without hesitation. Lin Chao did not respond, and Yaolan waved her hand. Enough, it is all in the past. You may leave now, do not worry. I will find a way to handle your work situation. Lin Chao hurriedly interjected. Sister Lan, they have already decided to dismiss me. Please do not trouble yourself over this. I do not wish for you to face difficulties because of me. Yaolan waved her hand once more. Go on, I need some time alone. Finally, Lin Chao took his leave and stepped outside, lighting a cigarette and taking deep puffs. It turned out that Feng Xiaofeng was indeed such a scoundrel. He was a leader in the company, after all. He suddenly recalled a line from Dream of the Red Chamber, which spoke of how, within the Jia household, only the stone lions at the entrance remained unblemished. It seemed that no matter the time, the stone lions at the entrance of this company were unlikely to be clean either. Never mind, he thought, he would seek out Zhou Shuyao tomorrow. He truly had no desire to linger in this unsavory place any longer. After taking a taxi, Lin Chao swiftly returned to the intersection in front of his community. As he stepped out of the vehicle, swaying slightly as he prepared to head back, a nearby car suddenly roared to life, its headlights blinding him. Instinctively, Lin Chao closed his eyes, cursing inwardly at the lack of civic responsibility displayed by the driver, who had aimed their headlights directly at him. He turned his head to adjust to the light before finally opening his eyes, ready to shout, only to be met by the sight of a girl standing before him. Stunned, Lin Chao found himself captivated. She possessed long, flowing black hair and an oval face, her beauty taking his breath away. Clad in a simple cotton shirt and a pair of stonewashed blue jeans, her modest attire perfectly accentuated her exquisite figure. Gazing at her, Lin Chao suddenly realized that no amount of poetic language could adequately capture her ethereal charm. In that moment, it felt as though the entire world had shrunk to just the girl. He stood frozen, entranced, feeling as though his very soul had been ensnared. The girl waved at him, greeting him with a cheerful hi. Only then did Lin Chao snap back to reality, his cheeks flushing as he averted his gaze and awkwardly replied, Miss, I don't believe we've met before. The girl regarded him with a playful smile, retrieving her phone and tapping a few times. Soon, Lin Chao's phone vibrated, revealing a message from the user with the intriguing moniker, so poor that only money remains. Who cheerfully greeted him, bro, we finally meet. Finally meet? Lin Chao's head snapped up as he looked at the girl, who was now waving her phone, displaying their chat interface. His eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, You are so poor that only money remains? The girl laughed, affirming, That's me. No, I always imagined you to be like me, just an unrefined fellow. But you, how are you such a beauty? Lin Chao exclaimed incredulously. Big oaf. She chuckled, her laughter barely contained. This simple moniker had solidified the truth. She was indeed the online friend he had been conversing with for over a year. So poor that only money remains. Embarrassment washed over him as he recalled the things he had said to her. He wished he could dig a hole and hide in it. How utterly humiliating. The girl extended her hand toward Lin Chao with a smile, introducing herself. Let us get acquainted again. I'm Lin Chao. He quickly responded, grasping her delicate hand. Her touch was soft and warm, akin to a piece of fine jade, the exquisite sensation leaving him momentarily spellbound. He held on, forgetting to release her. Hey, have you had enough? She teased. Not enough. I mean, yes, I have. Lin Chao finally regained his senses and hurriedly let go of her hand, stammering as his face turned crimson. Oh, how mortifying. Observing Lin Chao's awkward demeanor, Su Sierra could no longer contain her laughter, exclaiming, Let us take a drive. With that, she opened the car door and hopped in. Lin Chao felt no urge to resist and followed suit. However, when he caught sight of the car, his eyes widened in disbelief. Although he could not afford a luxury vehicle, he was quite knowledgeable about them. The beige sports car before him was none other than a Ferrari LaFerrari, a marvel worth 20 million. No wonder the owner's online moniker was poor to the last penny. This person was truly affluent. As Lin Chao settled into the car, Su Sierra had already pressed the accelerator and the engine roared to life. The car surged forward, pinning Lin Chao firmly in his seat, rendering him motionless. He looked at Su Sierra, astonished. The seemingly demure girl drove with such ferocity. Seeking to break the silence, he asked, How did you know I lived here? With a charming smile, Su Sierra replied, You told me. It dawned on Lin Chao that during their conversations, he had divulged nearly everything except the color of his underwear, while remaining oblivious to her details, even her gender. Do you also reside in this coastal city? He inquired cautiously. Tilting her head playfully, Su Sierra smiled and teased. Why are you so curious about me? Are you trying to pursue me? Lin Chao was taken aback, choking on his words. Su Xier erupted into laughter. Before long, the car came to a halt in front of an art studio, where a sign read Camphor Tree Art Studio. Su Xier opened the door and they stepped inside, where numerous paintings adorned the walls and a variety of artistic tools were arranged by the window. Lin Chao looked at Su Xier and remarked, "So you are an artist?" Sort of. Su Xier smiled. "Today, I will create a painting for you." With that, she settled at a table, prepared her canvas, and picked up a brush, immersing herself in her work. Her focus made her appear like the most exquisite painting, captivating Lin Chao. As she painted, she inquired, "Things have been going well for you at work, right?" "Well, not quite," Lin Chao retorted with irritation, but in the presence of such beauty, he refrained from uttering anything vulgar. "What do you mean? I was just fired. What happened?" Su Xier turned to him, her expression curious. Unable to hold back, Lin Chao recounted the entire ordeal. "The company leaders are all rogues. This place is doomed." Chapter 92. What on earth is going on? Su Xier paused momentarily, but soon resumed her painting in silence. Before long, she set down her brush and smiled at Lin Chao, saying, "I can tell from our conversations that you have a keen insight into painting. Why don't you give it a try?" "All right," Lin Chao readily agreed. Taking the brush from her and sitting down, he beheld the half-finished landscape she had created, her strokes delicate and fluid, clearly indicative of a master at work. "Xier, I may embarrass myself." Lin Chao, after finishing his words, picked up the brush and began to paint with swift strokes. Beside him, Su Xier's eyes lit up at the sight. "Your painting style possesses the essence of the great master Zhang Daqian. From whom did you learn such skills?" Lin Chao, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, replied, "What do you mean by learning from master? I merely learned haphazardly from my grandfather." "Even your haphazard learning is remarkably impressive. Are you suggesting that you possess exceptional talent?" Su Xier teased with a smile. Observing Lin Chao's flushed face, she burst into laughter again, saying, "It's getting late. I should take my leave. You know where to find me, so feel free to visit any time." Lin Chao nodded earnestly and bid farewell, his mind brimming with thoughts of Su Xier. He had initially imagined this online acquaintance to be a burly man, but to his surprise, she turned out to be an exquisite beauty, a true twist of fate. Yet, what was her true identity? The luxury of her car hinted at a noble background, but it seemed there were no families with the surname Su in Haicheng's elite circles. He quickly shook off such thoughts. After all, they were merely online acquaintances, and there was no need to ponder excessively. They existed in entirely different realms. Su Xier gazed at the painting, her eyes filled with admiration. The portion she had created was conventional, yet Lin Chao's contribution imbued the artwork with a sense of vitality, bringing it to life. Su Xier nodded in approval. "You are indeed a person of considerable talent." In the next moment, her expression turned serious. "You all have gone too far." With that, she picked up a phone and made a call. Upon returning to his apartment, just as Lin Chao reached his doorstep, the phone rang urgently. He retrieved his phone and answered, hearing the anxious voice of Song Xiaoya. "Teacher, are you still drinking? You really must stop. Should I come and get you?" Recognizing the deep concern in her words warmed Lin Chao's heart, and he replied with a smile, "I'm already home." "Really? That's wonderful," Song Xiaoya exclaimed excitedly. There was a flurry of footsteps, and soon the door swung open as she hurried over to support Lin Chao, asking with genuine concern, "Are you all right?" Lin Chao shook his head with a smile. "I'm fine. There is no need for worry." Relieved, Song Xiaoya guided him to the bedroom, urging him to lie down before turning to leave. Before long, she returned with a bowl of hangover soup, gently offering it to him while comforting him. "Teacher, now that you've left that company, I believe you will find a better opportunity. Don't dwell on it too much." After sipping the soup, Lin Chao reassured her. "I'm really fine. You needn't worry. It's getting late, so you should rest." Song Xiaoya bit her lip and said, "Teacher, I know today has been difficult for you, so I want to help you relax." With that, she stood up and loosened the sash of her robe, allowing the silk garment to gracefully fall to the ground. Lin Chao was taken aback to discover that beneath it, she wore nothing at all, revealing her exquisite form entirely. As he beheld her stunning visage and the beauty before him, a fiery passion ignited within him. Under the influence of alcohol, he felt an overwhelming desire to embrace Song Xiaoya tightly, cherishing her fervently. However, in the next moment, the enchanting visage of Su Xier unexpectedly surfaced in his mind, akin to a bucket of cold water being poured over him. instantly bringing him back to a state of composure. He hastily turned to Xiao Yu and said, Xiao Yu, please don't be this way. In my heart, I have always regarded you as a sister. I do not wish to be your sister. Xiao Yu cried out in a hoarse voice. Lin Chao turned to see that Xiao Yu's eyes had become exceedingly red, tears glistening in her eyes. On the verge of spilling over, his heart softened, and he quickly rose to retrieve a pajama top to drape over her shoulders. His face flushed as he said, Xiao Yu, I appreciate your kindness, but I truly am not prepared for this. Could you grant me some time? Xiao Yu's expression then softened, and biting her red lip, she replied, all right, I will wait for you. She turned and left, gently closing the door behind her. Lin Chao let out a long sigh of relief and lay back on the bed. The thought that he had just recalled Su Sierra brought a self-deprecating smile to his face. She was simply from a different realm than he, and his yearning for her was akin to a toad desiring to feast upon a swan. Lin Chao drifted into a restless slumber, and in his dreams, he once again encountered Su Sierra. The following morning, as Lin Chao gathered his belongings, preparing to visit Lingnan Pharmaceuticals to meet Zhou Shuyao, he discovered that his identification card was inexplicably missing. It must have been left in the drawer at the office. He hurriedly drove to the company, and just as he stepped out of the car, he received a call from Shui Lin. Lin Chao, where are you? You must come to the office at once. Confused, Lin Chao inquired, Manager Shui, I have already been dismissed and am no longer an employee. What could you possibly need from me, and why the urgency? You have not only not been dismissed, but have actually been promoted. Shui Lin quickly responded, you are now the marketing director. What? I am a marketing director? Lin Chao exclaimed, bewildered. Manager Shui, you cannot be serious. Such matters are not a jest. Hurry to the conference room, Shui Lin urged. Lin Chao stood there in a daze, grappling with the bewildering news that Feng Xiaofeng and Xiang Hui had resolutely decided to reinstate him, and furthermore, had promoted him to marketing director. What on earth was happening? After pondering for a while, without clarity, he decided to head to his office first to retrieve his identification card. For losing, it would surely be troublesome. Upon reaching the office door, he found it wide open, and there was Chun Jia reclining in the boss's chair, leisurely sipping tea. Seeing Lin Chao, Chun Jia chuckled, what brings you back? Are you reluctant to part with this position? But it's futile to think so, for you have been dismissed, and soon I shall be appointed as the head of the marketing department. The company will announce my appointment in the meeting shortly, making me the true master here, while you will no longer have a place. Lin Chao, however, disregarded her entirely and walked straight to his desk. Chun Jia shook her head at Lin Chao, saying, it seems this dismissal has truly affected you. You've become completely dazed. Oh dear, how pitiful. Why don't you kneel and beg me? I might allow you to return as a janitor, thus granting you the opportunity to enter this office. See, am I not exceedingly merciful? Chapter 93. Is this how Lin becomes the general manager? Lin Chao was lost in thought, initially too irked to engage with her. But as she buzzed around him like a persistent fly, his patience evaporated. He glared at Chun Jia and scolded, if you dare to utter another word, I will wipe that smug look off your face. Do you believe me? Chun Jia stared at Lin Chao, utterly astonished by his crude words. It took her a moment to process his remark before she shot back, Lin Chao, you scoundrel. Yet, he merely pushed her aside, retrieved his ID from the drawer, and turned to leave. Seeing the disdain in Lin Chao's eyes ignited her fury. She pointed at him and shouted, I am about to become the minister. What right do you have to flaunt yourself before me? However, Lin Chao had already turned away. Chun Jia felt an overwhelming urge to retaliate against Lin Chao. But with the meeting time approaching, she hastily grabbed her notebook and pen and rushed toward the conference room. The thought of her imminent promotion lightened her steps, and she soon arrived at the conference room door, only to see Lin Chao emerging from the restroom, also heading inside. Her expression darkened as she stepped forward, blocking his path, and said curtly, today is the meeting for mid-level and above management. What are you doing here? Don't forget, you have been dismissed. You have no right to enter. Do you understand? Get out of my way. Before Lin Chao could respond, a cold voice resonated from behind her. Isn't that a bit excessive? As the words were spoken, a woman approached directly. Chun Jia had been so focused on berating Lin Chao that she hadn't recognized the newcomer's voice. Turning to glare at the woman, she was about to unleash her wrath when she realized who it was, Shui Lin, the marketing director. Even in her bravado, Chun Jia dared not act defiantly in Shui Lin's presence. She quickly composed herself, forcing a smile as she addressed Shui Lin, Director Shui. This Lin Chao has been dismissed. He dares to come here, clearly causing a disturbance. I thought to remove him to maintain the seriousness of the meeting. However, Lin paid her no mind and approached Lin Chao, smiling as she said, "General Manager Lin, let us proceed inside." Together, they walked toward the meeting room. General Manager? Jia was left utterly bewildered by Lin's words. Before his dismissal, Lin Chao had merely been the head of the marketing department. Why was Lin addressing him as general manager? Had she made a mistake? Moreover, as the marketing director, she couldn't possibly bring a dismissed employee into the meeting. Could she? What on earth was happening? Confused, Jia entered the conference room and glanced toward the front, where she was taken aback to see both Xiang Hui and Feng Xiaofeng prominently present. As she anticipated that Xiang Hui would soon announce her appointment as the head of the marketing department, a sensation akin to sweetness enveloped her heart. Akin to the taste of honey, Lin Chao's matter was momentarily cast aside, and she made her way to the front row. With a smile, she addressed a colleague. "I shall occupy this seat. Kindly take a seat at the back." Surely, she would soon be delivering her inaugural speech, and being at the forefront would allow everyone to witness her more clearly. Thus she insisted on sitting in the first row. Observe how meticulously she considered such details. She truly was suited for the role of minister. The individual felt a surge of displeasure, tempted to confront her, but recalling her connection with Xiang Hui, ultimately suppressed the urge and vacated the space in silence. One should not quarrel with a dog. I genuinely hope this woman encounters misfortune soon. As the attendees gathered, the office director respectfully addressed Feng Xiaofeng. "Mr. Feng, everyone has arrived." Feng Xiaofeng nodded, surveying the room with a smile. The theme of today's meeting is several personnel appointments. Upon hearing this, Jia's heart surged with excitement. Her fists clenched in anticipation of the announcement regarding her promotion. She was about to become the center of attention. Yet, a flicker of confusion crossed her mind. Did the general manager now personally announce the promotion of a minister? Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. The outcome was paramount. She gazed eagerly at Feng Xiaofeng, awaiting the announcement. At last, Feng Xiaofeng spoke. "Due to the needs of the business, our former vice president, Zhang Wei, has been reassigned to the headquarters, and we have promoted our former marketing director, Lin, to the position of vice president. Please join me in congratulating her." He then initiated a round of applause, which resonated warmly throughout the room. Feng Xiaofeng gestured for silence before continuing. "The second appointment is for the new marketing director." Jia's heart raced. Could it be that she was to be appointed as the marketing director? No wonder Feng Xiaofeng was announcing it personally. It was indeed for the position of marketing director. She looked at him, her smile barely concealing her excitement as she awaited the proclamation of her name, already crafting her speech in her mind for the forthcoming moment of acknowledgement. Finally, Feng Xiaofeng articulated, "The new marketing director is our former department head, Lin Chao. Let us applaud in congratulations." His words struck Jia like a heavy blow, her smile instantly freezing in place. How could it be Lin Chao? Hadn't he just been dismissed? Many in the audience wore expressions of bewilderment. They had just let him go yesterday, and now he was being promoted. What kind of game was this? However, upon seeing Feng Xiaofeng leading the applause, the crowd quickly followed suit, their hands clapping enthusiastically. The affairs of the company's upper management were beyond their control. Jia joined in the applause. Though a sense of revulsion churned within her, she would rather have a dog as her superior than Lin Chao. Nevertheless, she reassured herself that with Xiang Hui's support behind her, Lin Chao would not dare to challenge her. Thus, she suppressed her disdain, watching Feng Xiaofeng, awaiting the announcement of her own appointment. However, Feng Xiaofeng had already begun his concluding remarks. The promotions of General Shui and General Lin are inextricably linked to their diligence. I hope all employees in the company will take them as examples and work hard to seize opportunities for advancement. Jia's heart tightened. "Wait. My appointment hasn't even been announced yet. Why are you already making inquiries? Is an announcement from Xiang Hui?" She turned to Xiang Hui, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Yet, a single statement from Feng Xiaofeng rendered her utterly speechless. "General Lin, there's a vacancy in your department. Please arrange it and submit a list for signatures to take effect. That will be all. The meeting is adjourned." With that, he stood and departed. Upon hearing this, Jia felt her heart drop. What? The personnel matter of the marketing department was to be handled by Lin Chao? What was left for her? She hastily glanced at Xiang Hui, but he did not spare her a glance, following Feng Xiaofeng out. Jia stood frozen, as if carved from wood or clay. The crowd quickly dispersed, leaving the conference room desolate. At that moment, a colleague who had been dismissed earlier approached her, smiling. Chunjia, did you sit at the front intending to deliver a speech for your new position? But you haven't been promoted, have you? What was your purpose for sitting there? Care to explain? Detecting the mockery in his tone, Chunjia, already feeling downcast, nearly erupted with frustration. However, she could not afford to waste time on petty grievances. She swiftly rose and hurried towards Xiang Hui's office. She needed to ascertain what was truly happening with her role as the head of the marketing department. Meanwhile, Shui Lin, observing the somewhat bewildered Lin Chao, smiled and said, "Come, let us go to my office for a handover." The two exited the conference room, one after the other, and arrived at the marketing director's office. Upon entering, Shui Lin casually locked the door, approached Lin Chao, and with a flirtatious gaze said, "My General Lin, don't you think we should celebrate properly?" With that, she rose on her toes and leaned in to kiss Lin Chao.